The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly, his voice warm and composed. This humble Taoist is Yuqing Yuanshi. Young friend, would you be willing to enter my tutelage and become my personal disciple? The moment these words were spoken, Yuanling felt a thunderous explosion in his mind, as if countless thunderbolts had detonated at once. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun, the future master of the Chan sect, wielder of the investiture of the gods, bearer of the Panga banner, a primordial golden immortal, a sage of heaven. And now this sage had taken the initiative to accept him as a personal disciple. Yuanling hesitated not even a moment. Before the middle-aged Taoist's words had fully fallen, his knees had already touched the ground. Disciple greets master. This bow was crisp and decisive without the slightest hesitation. Yuanling lay prostrate on the ground in reverence, his heart pounding with excitement. It was actually Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun, the future sage lord, the standard-bearer, who used his supreme power to bully the lesser beings during the investiture tribulation. If a disciple of the GS sect were to hear these words, they would gnash their teeth in hatred. But from the perspective of the Chan sect, from the perspective of one who is now a disciple, who says this sage is evil, this sage is simply wonderful. Yuanshi gazed at the youth who had knelt so decisively before him, his eyes filled with a warm smile. He had lived for countless eons and seen countless beings. Some hesitated repeatedly when accepting disciples, others looked back and forth when choosing a master. Someone as decisive and forthright as Yuanling was indeed rare. Good. Yuanshi nodded, lightly flicked his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Yuanling to his feet. Since this is so, you shall be this humble Taoist chief disciple. Chief disciple. Yuanling's heart jolted, then flooded with even greater joy. Not an ordinary disciple, not a registered disciple, but a personal chief disciple. The weight of this identity, he knew it all too well. Yuanshi continued. Your master is of the orthodox Xuanmen, a disciple of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Since you have entered my tutelage, you are the chief disciple of the third generation of Xianmen. In the future, when you walk the primordial wilderness, do not tarnish the prestige of our Xianmen. Chief disciple of the third generation of Xianmen. Yuanling took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. He knew what this meant. It meant he would be the person of the highest status among all third-generation disciples of the entire Xianmen. Even if disciples of the Tao Ancestors, other students, took in their own disciples in the future, they would have to respectfully address him as senior brother. Disciple, follow your master to pay respects to your senior uncle and junior uncle. The moment Yuanshi's words fell, without waiting for Yuanling to say more, he flicked his sleeve, and a vast surge of magical power enveloped Yuanling. Yuanling felt his vision blur, the world spinning. When he came to his senses, he was already standing within a magnificent grand hall. This grand hall was built entirely from some unknown jade, radiating a warm and gentle glow. The ceiling hung high, seemingly connecting to the heavens, carved with lifelike patterns of sun, moon, stars, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilin. For massive golden pillars supported the hall, with true dragons and phoenixes coiling around them in bas-relief. Dragon eyes held pearls, phoenix beaks clasped jade, magnificent beyond compare. The floor was paved with white jade bricks, each polished smooth as a mirror, reflecting the figures within the hall. The spiritual energy within this hall was so dense, it was almost tangible. Each step taken, one could feel the surge of spiritual energy. Yet in such a golden and magnificent grand hall, the furnishings were extremely simple. Only 3 cushions. The middle cushion sat empty, with faint clouds of vapor swirling above it. On the left cushion sat a white-haired old Taoist, his face thin and gaunt, eyes slightly closed, expression calm and indifferent, as if nothing in this world concerned him much. On the right cushion sat a young Taoist with sword-shaped brows and star-like eyes brimming with heroic spirit, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, carrying a youthful ambition. Yuanshi led Yuanling into the hall and slightly cupped his hands. Eldest brother, third brother. He then turned to look at Yuanling and said, Disciple, this is your senior uncle Taiching Laozi and your junior uncle Shanqing Tongtian. Yuanling immediately stepped forward and performed a respectful bow with meticulous propriety. Disciple Yuanling greets senior uncle. Greetings, junior uncle. Laozi opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Yuanling. Within those seemingly cloudy old eyes, a sharp glint of light flashed. Tongtian, on the other hand, openly examined Yuanling, his eyes full of curiosity and interest. Born from the innate, indestructible spirit light, Laozi spoke, his voice ancient and peaceful, carrying a power that calmed one's heart and soul. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he nodded slightly and smiled. Second brother has indeed taken on a fine disciple. He paused, then said, Yuanling, you are indeed fated with him. Tongtian also laughed, his smile open and bright, his voice clear and crisp. Second brother, this boy becoming your disciple is truly a matter of fate. Yuanling did not understand, only feeling that the smiles of his senior uncle and junior uncle seemed to hide some deeper meaning, but he did not ask more. He also felt his luck was truly good. The moment he took form, he was accepted as a disciple by Yuanshi Tianzun, becoming the chief disciple of the Chan sect, the chief disciple of the third generation of Xianmen. His senior uncle was Laozi, his junior uncle was Tongtian. With such a starting point, who else in the entire primordial wilderness could compare? Ha ha ha. Yuanshi rarely laughed heartily, his laughter filled with boldness and pride. He looked at Yuanling with gentle eyes. Disciple, do you not understand why your senior uncle and junior uncle speak thus? Yuanling honestly nodded. Disciple is dull, please master enlighten me. Yuanshi raised his hand, flicked a finger, a wisp of spiritual light flashed, and a pale golden cushion appeared in the air before Yuanling. Sit, and let us speak. Yuanling responded respectfully, and sat cross-legged on the cushion. Yuanshi also settled on his own cushion, straightened his robes, and then slowly began. Your origin is the innate indestructible spirit light, a primordial power left behind when Father God Pangu carved open the primordial wilderness. Ordinary innate indestructible spirit light at the very beginning of the primordial wilderness would merge with the origin of all things, transforming into various innate spiritual treasures. Some became treasures of attack, some of defense, some of assistance, differing in form and power. Only you are the exception. Yuanshi looked at Yuanling, his eyes full of appreciation. You never merged with the origin of anything, maintaining the purest state, waiting for countless eons in the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Until today, when the Tao Ancestor achieved sainthood, and the primordial wilderness resonated, you took this opportunity to take form. This itself is a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous blessing. Yuanling listened earnestly, his heart gradually understanding. Yuanshi continued, this humble Taoist, as one of the three pure ones transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, am skilled in artifact refining. Yuanling nodded lightly. Yuanshi Tianzun was renowned throughout the primordial wilderness for artifact refining. After achieving sainthood in the future, the many spiritual treasures he refined would each be legendary existences that shook the primordial wilderness. You, an innate indestructible spirit light that has not merged with the origin of all things to become a treasure. Once this humble Taoist breaks through to the primordial golden immortal realm and gathers sufficient precious materials, I can refine your very body into a spiritual treasure. A sharp glint of light flashed in Yuanshi's eyes. When that time comes, without even needing the Qinkuan Ding, your very body can transform into an innate spiritual treasure, or even a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. Yuanling's heart suddenly raced. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. What a precious existence that was. In the entire Honghuang, the number of supreme innate spiritual treasures was countable on one's fingers, each one capable of suppressing the destiny of a great sect. If his true form could transform into a supreme innate spiritual treasure, that would mean, Yuanshi said, having a supreme innate spiritual treasure as your foundation, coupled with your master's tutelage, you will have the hope of breaking through to the Hunyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortal realm. Hunyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortal, a saint. Yuanling felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. He knew that Yuanshi would not exaggerate on such matters. Since the master had said so, it meant that he truly had the hope of becoming a saint. Even if it was merely hope, merely possibility, it was enough to drive countless cultivators mad. Yuanling took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and said, thank you, master, for clearing my doubts. Yuanshi nodded gently, then raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. A beam of spiritual light flew from his fingertip, carrying the Yuqing Immortal light, and precisely entered Yuanling's brow. Yuanling felt a tremendous shock in his mind as countless profound incantations, formulas, and cultivation insights surged in like a tide. Those words and patterns swirled in his mind, eventually forming a complete inheritance of a cultivation art. This is your master's Yuqing Immortal art, evolved from the 9 cycles primordial art, and it contains your master's inheritance of artifact refinement. Yuanshi's voice echoed in Yuanling's mind. You should cultivate it diligently and not slack off. Thank you, master. Yuanling was about to bow and express his gratitude when suddenly another golden light flew from the side, unerringly entering his brow. The golden light was warm and smooth like jade, carrying a heavy and peaceful aura completely different from the sharpness of the Yuqing Immortal art. Yuanling looked up and met Laozi's smiling gaze. Laozi stroked his beard and said with a chuckle, since you are the first disciple of the 3 pure ones, you can not only learn the skills of my second brother, I will also pass on my alchemy inheritance to you. Alchemy inheritance. Yuanling's heart leaped with joy. Laozi of the supreme purest alchemy skills were unparalleled in the Honghuang, and in the future the 9 cycles golden pill, 1 pill, could turn a mortal into a Daiyuo Golden Immortal, comparable to the yellow middle plum, the top of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. The value of this inheritance was in no way inferior to the Yuqing Immortal art. Disciple, thanks, master uncle. Yuanling bowed respectfully. Since my elder brother has given, I as the uncle cannot be stingy. Tong Tian laughed heartily, raised his hand, and also sent a beam of spiritual light into Yuanling's brow. That spiritual light was sharp and agile, carrying a decisive and killing aura. The array inheritance, I give it to you. Tong Tian laughed and said, if you ever encounter a troublesome enemy, set up a great formation and trap them to death. Yuanling bowed again and said, disciple, thanks, master uncle. The 3 pure ones' inheritance included alchemy, arrays, and artifact refinement, all 3 complete. Although his cultivation was still shallow, and he could not yet use many things, this foundation was already enough to make countless cultivators in the Honghuang green with envy. Enough. Yuanshi waved his hand and said, you have just transformed, your cultivation is only at the early golden immortal stage, still very shallow. I will not give you a lecture now. You should first change your cultivation art on Kunlun Mountain and master the Yuqing Immortal art. He paused, and then said, 3,000 years from now the Tao Ancestor will give a lecture at Zixiao Palace. I along with your 2 uncles will go to listen. Although your cultivation is shallow with the protection of the three of us, you can also come along to listen. Yuanling quickly replied, disciple understands. His heart was filled with excitement. Zixiao Palace was located in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, where chaotic qi raged. Not to mention an early golden immortal like him, even a Daluo golden immortal who entered the chaos would be corroded and fall if they were the slightest bit careless. With his current cultivation going, there would not be about listening to the lecture, but about seeking death. However, after becoming a disciple, he could follow the three pure ones to Zixiao Palace and would not encounter any danger. During this time, you should cultivate diligently on Kunlun Mountain and do not go out unless necessary. Yuanshi's tone became more serious. He said, the Hongwang is vast, but also dangerous. You are the first disciple of the three pure ones with a special identity. If you encounter anything outside, you will inevitably invite trouble. Disciple will obey your teaching. Yuanling replied respectfully, and indeed, he had no intention of leaving Kunlun Mountain. At this time, the three pure ones were only Daluo golden immortals. Although they were already top-tier powerhouses in the Hongwang, they were not yet the future heavenly saints. If he went out and encountered danger accidentally getting killed, even if his master would avenge him, he could not be resurrected. Although there were legends that saints could traverse the river of time and reverse time, his current teacher had not yet become a saint. Moreover, according to the memories in his innate inheritance, the end of the river of time in this world was blocked by the great god Pangu, so even a saint could not easily step into the river of time to revive the dead. Thus there was only one life, and it was better to cherish it. Seeing Yuanling's prompt obedience, Yuanshi became even more satisfied. He raised his hand and summoned a magnificent palace lamp that appeared in his hand out of thin air. The lamp was entirely made of jade glass, crystal clear, with a faint misty light flowing on its surface. The lamp body was carved with profound Dao patterns, faintly showing auspicious images of dragons and phoenixes. At the wick a strange flame burned quietly. The flame showed glazed colors, now crimson, now golden purple, now azure, ever-changing and unpredictable. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Yuanshi Lioli lamp, containing the eternal spiritual flame. Yuanshi gently pushed it, and the Yuanshi Lioli lamp floated to Yuanling. You have no accompanying spiritual treasure, so I grant you this lamp for protection. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yuanling took the Yuanshi Lioli lamp, feeling the warm and smooth touch in his hand, and his heart was so excited that he almost wanted to cry out. This was the benefit of becoming a disciple of a future saint. He casually bestowed a supreme innate spiritual treasure. You must know that throughout the Hongwang, innate spiritual treasures were already rare, and supreme innate spiritual treasures were even rarer, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even in the Hongwang, phoenix feathers and unicorn horns were not considered precious items, but supreme innate spiritual treasures would be rarer than quasi-saints in the future. Countless Daluo golden immortals, and even future quasi-saint powerhouses might spend their entire lives without owning a single supreme innate spiritual treasure, yet he had obtained one right after becoming a disciple. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the treasure. Yuanling happily accepted the Yuanshi Lioli lamp, and his mind had already begun to plan how to refine the prohibitions within it. When the Tao Ancestor's third lecture ended and the treasures were distributed on the treasure dividing cliff, the master might bestow other spiritual treasures. At that time, he would hold one in his left hand, one in his right hand, and hang one at his waist. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Yuanshi looked at Yuanling's ecstatic expression and couldn't help but smile. Go back and cultivate. He waved his hand and said, in 3,000 years the three of us will set off for Zixiao Palace, and you can come along then. Yuanling bowed respectfully and said, yes, disciple takes his leave. Yuanling held the jade void glazed lamp and turned to leave the Three Purities Hall. The moment he stepped beyond the threshold, he could not resist casting one final glance back at those three beings within, those fated to become saints, and an ineffable surge of pride swelled within his breast. Taching Laozi Yuqing Yuanzhu Shanqing Tongtian, the three pure ones of Pangu, the three future heavenly Dao saints. And he, Yuanling, was their chief disciple. Yuanling stepped outside the hall, and the gentle breeze of Kunlun Mountain brushed against his face, carrying the fragrant essence of spiritual energy. He drew a deep breath, a subtle smile curving his lips. For the next 3 millennia, he would devote himself to secluded cultivation upon Kunlun Mountain, transitioning to the Yuqing immortal art, refining the prohibitions within the jade void glazed lamp, and laying a firm foundation. Once 3,000 years had elapsed, he would accompany his master to the Purple Thunder Palace to hear the Tao Ancestor expound upon the Tao. Yuanling clutched the jade void glazed lamp and departed the Three Purities Hall in high spirits, soaring toward his own cave dwelling. The cave dwelling where he had taken form lay deep within Kunlun Mountain, not upon the principal peak, but in a relatively secluded locale, nonetheless abundant with spiritual energy. There the mountain terrain rose in magnificent grandeur, spiritual springs murmured their endless song, and blossoms graced all 4 seasons without cease. A truly admirable place for quiet cultivation. Yuanling trod upon auspicious clouds, proceeding at a measured pace, admiring Kunlun Mountain's scenic beauty, while contemplating his upcoming cultivation plans. In 3,000 years, he would accompany his master to the Purple Thunder Palace to hear the Tao. Before then he must successfully complete the transition to the Yuqing Immortal art, and at the very least refine 1 or 2 prohibitions within the Jade Void glazed lamp. Otherwise, with his current Golden Immortal initial stage cultivation venturing to a place like the Purple Thunder Palace, where powers of all calibers congregate, he would scarcely dare to raise his head. Lost in such contemplation, Yuanling suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual power ahead. Instinctively, he decelerated his gaze, turning downward. Not far away, standing amidst a patch of spiritual flowers, was a young maiden. She wore a gown of delicate pink, its hem embroidered with peach blossoms that fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, appearing almost alive. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, her form not yet fully matured, yet already bearing the makings of breathtaking beauty. The girl's exquisite face flushed with pink, her skin as smooth as solidified cream, tender to the touch. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters spanning far and wide. Her large luminous eyes were crystal clear, their outer corners slightly upturned, carrying an innate blend of innocent charm and subtle cunning. Her jet black hair was arranged into 2 adorable buns secured with pink ribbons, a few stray strands cascading by her ears, adding an extra touch of sprightliness. Her small lips curved slightly upward as if in excellent spirits, and she was bent over the flower patch gathering something. The entire person appeared like an immortal child stepped forth from a painting, so charming and lovable that one could not help but feel warmth toward her. Yet Yuanling's gaze lingered upon that exquisite visage for merely an instant before shifting elsewhere. To be precise, he began sensing the girl's cultivation. Upon this perception, Yuanling's heart contracted slightly. Greater Principal Golden Immortal. This little girl, who appeared no more than 12 or 13, was actually a cultivator at the Greater Principal Golden Immortal realm. However, Yuanling was not particularly astonished. In this Primordial Chaos, appearance bore no correlation to age or cultivation whatsoever. He himself had been gestated within Primordial Immortal light for countless Yuanhui before taking humanoid form as a Golden Immortal. This maiden before him might well have been born even earlier than him. Yuanling secretly weighed his own strength, feeling a twinge of uncertainty arise within his heart. Though he had taken form at the Golden Immortal initial stage, due to his peculiar nature, the Primordial Immortal light that should have transformed into a spiritual treasure had instead, by sheer coincidence, taken humanoid form. This resulted in him possessing Golden Immortal cultivation, but comprehending absolutely no Dao laws. To speak bluntly, within the Golden Immortal realm, he was essentially at the level of floor tiles. Some exceptionally gifted profound immortals who had comprehended formidable Dao laws could likely defeat him as easily as thrashing a child. Under normal circumstances, a Golden Immortal like Yuanling encountering a Greater Principal Golden Immortal would certainly take a detour, behave with utmost deference, respectfully address the elder as senior, and then hastily depart. But who was Yuanling? He was the chief disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, the personal grand disciple of Yuanshi Tianzun. And what was Kunlun Mountain? It was his master's Dao temple, the sacred mountain where his uncle masters cultivated in serene seclusion. Simply put, this was his territory, his home ground. Though Kunlun Mountain currently belonged to all 3 Pure Ones rather than to Yuanzhu alone, the 3 Pure Ones were essentially one family, so this was of no real consequence. A Greater Principal Golden Immortal wandering about Kunlun Mountain without so much as announcing oneself? Isn't that being rather presumptuous, not treating oneself as a guest? Furthermore, though Yuanling's own strength was lacking, he possessed treasures. The Jade Void glazed lamp, a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Though he had obtained it less than an hour ago, his primordial spirit had already left its mark upon the lamp. Though he had not yet refined its prohibitions and could not unleash this spiritual treasure's full might, he could still activate it and borrow its power. Yuanling secretly estimated that with his current primordial spirit strength, should he activate the Jade Void glazed lamp, even if he could only unleash a mere 1% of its power, subjugating a Greater Principal Golden Immortal without a formidable spiritual treasure would be more than sufficient. With this thought, a bold idea surged into Yuanling's mind, and a subtle smile curved his lips. This was Kunlun Mountain, his master's Dao temple, flaunting his might at his own doorstep. Was that really so excessive? Besides, he had no intention of truly harming the other party. He simply wished to tease this little girl, give her a profound lesson, let her understand that Kunlun Mountain was not a place where just anyone could wander uninvited. Yuanling immediately adjusted his trajectory and flew grandly toward the young maiden. His hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, assuming an overbearing and arrogant posture, utterly reminiscent of those antagonist characters in tales who never survive past the 2nd chapter. The maiden was intently gathering something among the flowers, what appeared to be a pure snow-white spiritual bloom, when she sensed someone approaching. She lifted her head and found herself directly meeting Yuanling's somewhat bantering gaze. Yuanling flew before the maiden, gazing down at her from above, his voice deliberately drawn out and languid. "This is a robbery. Hand over your spiritual treasure." The maiden clearly froze for a moment, her clear large eyes brimming with bewilderment, as if she had not quite registered what was happening. She blinked, glanced at Yuanling, then at herself. Once she confirmed he was indeed addressing her, a hint of displeasure appeared upon her delicate features. "You?" The maiden wrinkled her petite nose, her voice clear and pleasant, yet tinged with irritation. "Doing something like this on Kunlun Mountain? are you not afraid the three pure ones will mete out punishment? Upon hearing these words, Yuanling nearly burst into laughter. The three pure ones punishing him. He was the chief disciple of the three pure ones. Could his master truly expel him from the sect merely because he was showing off within his own domain? Taking the most extreme scenario, even if his master discovered everything, at worst he would receive a stern reprimand and be made to copy the Yuqing Immortal art a few times. How grave could that possibly be? Yuanling snorted, a look of disdain spreading across his face. Three pure ones. I'm so scared. Go ahead and tattle, see if you can get the Tao Ancestor to strike me down with the violet sky divine thunder. He grew more emboldened, even pointing a finger at his own head with a defiant stance. Someone as illustrious as the Tao Ancestor, would he bother with a nobody like me? Even if you were the Tao Ancestor's page, you'd still have to pay the toll to pass through Kunlun Mountain. The girl's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. She said nothing more, only silently watching Yuanling, a subtle shift taking place in her clear, deep eyes. Yuanling continued his torrent of words. I'm not bragging, but this Kunlun Mountain spans billions of miles from the foot to the peak, from the caves to the spirit springs. All of it belongs to my family. You, a mere Great Golden Immortal, barged in without so much as a greeting. Don't you think that's a bit too disrespectful to a disciple of the three pure ones? He set his hands on his hips, lifting his chin even higher. Come on, what spiritual treasures have you got on you? Hand them over, and I'll let you go, or else. Yuanling deliberately drew out his words, putting on what he thought was a ferocious expression. But before he could finish, a terrifyingly immense aura erupted from the girl. The pressure was like the heavens collapsing, like the sun and moon reversing, like the supreme majesty descending from the eternal darkness. Yuanling felt his legs go weak, nearly falling to his knees. His eyes bulged as he stared at the girl before him in disbelief. She was still the same 12 or 13-year-old with the same delicate, adorable face, but her aura had completely transformed. The presence of a Great Golden Immortal had vanished without a trace, replaced by the power of a Great Golden Immortal capable of altering heaven and earth. Yuanling's mind buzzed a blank void. Great Golden Immortal. This was no Great Golden Immortal. This was clearly a supreme being at the Great Golden Immortal realm. His thoughts raced, replaying everything he had just said like a movie in his mind. Three pure ones. I'm so scared. Go ahead and get the Tao Ancestor to strike me dead with the violet sky divine thunder. Even if you were the Tao Ancestor's page. Wait, the Tao Ancestor's page. Yuanling's face turned deathly pale. The girl gave a soft hum, her voice no longer clear and sweet, but carrying an awe-inspiring authority. I am the Tao Ancestor's page, Yuanshi. The three pure ones are my senior brothers. She paused, glancing with amusement at Yuanling's utterly flabbergasted expression, and added, You just said that even if I were the Tao Ancestor's page, I'd have to pay the toll on Kunlun Mountain. Yuanling felt the world spin, wishing he could slap himself twice. The Tao Ancestor's page. He had just been threatening the Tao Ancestor's page with protection money. He had just said to let the Tao Ancestor strike him with the violet sky divine thunder. He had just said that even if she were the Tao Ancestor's page, she'd have to pay. Yuanling's reaction speed reached its peak. His body moved faster than his mind. He suddenly stepped back 2 paces, bending respectfully with his hands clasped, all traces of arrogance vanishing, instantly replaced by a devout reverence. Aunt Yuanshi, I was only jesting. His voice was hurried, afraid that if he spoke too slowly she would strike. I was just joking with you, nephew. Think about it. This is Kunlun Mountain, my master's domain. How could I possibly be robbing people here? Wouldn't that bring shame to my master? I just thought you were beautiful, aunt, and wanted to make you laugh. Yuanling frantically tried to salvage the situation, inwardly grateful that he had only spoken and not actually attacked. If he had attacked, he would probably have been ground into the dirt by now. Yuanshi looked at the young man who had gone from arrogance to servility, changing his face faster than flipping a book, and found herself both amused and exasperated. She studied him up and down, the pressure in her eyes fading slightly, and asked curiously, Are you really a disciple of the three pure ones, senior brother? Yuanshi tilted her little head, thinking, then added, Could you be a disciple of senior brother Tontian? In her memory, the three pure ones each had very different personalities. Senior brother Laozi was calm and reserved, never meddling in affairs. Senior brother Yuanshi was dignified and rigid, every move imbued with solemnity. Only senior brother Tontian was free-spirited and unconventional, sometimes sharing harmless jokes with her and Haoyan. This young man in front of her didn't seem at all like a disciple senior brother Yuanshi would take on. Yuanling immediately lifted his head, his expression serious. And you are wise. My master is indeed Yuanshi of jade purity, no doubt about it. Yuanshi blinked, her expression becoming subtle. Senior brother Yuanshi. She murmured, her small face filled with disbelief. How could the dignified, rigid senior brother Yuanshi have taken on such a flighty disciple? Yuanshi cleared her throat deliberately, putting on a stern face, trying to look fierce. But her adorable features made any attempt at ferocity seem like a child's pout, adding to her charm. Are you really senior brother Yuanshi's disciple? Yuanshi lowered her voice, trying to sound more serious. If you're lying to me, I'll annihilate your true spirit. As she spoke, she made a crushing gesture with her small hand. For anyone else, facing a threat from a Great Golden Immortal would have been terrifying. After all, in this primordial era, a Great Golden Immortal could extinguish a Golden Immortal's true spirit as easily as crushing an ant. But Yuanling wasn't afraid. not because he was bold, but because he truly was Yuanshir's disciple. He flipped his hand, and the jade void glazed lamp he had just received appeared in his palm. The glazed flame flickered gently at the wick, emitting a soft, warm glow. "Aunt Yuanshi, please look." Yuanling respectfully presented the lamp. "This is the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the jade void glazed lamp bestowed by my master just now. It contains the eternal spirit flame. This lamp is enough to prove my identity." Yuanxi's gaze fell on the lamp, and the suspicion in her eyes gradually faded. She recognized the jade void glazed lamp. It was a personal item of senior brother Yuanshir. Since he had given it to this young man, that meant he was indeed Yuanshir's direct disciple. "So you really are senior brother Yuanshir's disciple?" Yuanxi's expression grew even more subtle. She couldn't help imagining the scene, the dignified, rigid senior brother Yuanshir sitting solemnly on a high seat imparting the teachings to his disciples, while this grinning, fast-talking young man listened, shaking his head. The more she thought about it, the funnier it seemed, and the corners of her mouth lifted, almost breaking into laughter. Yuanshi quickly pressed her lips together, trying to maintain her image as a senior, but her eyes curved into crescent moons betrayed her true feelings. Seeing that Yuanshi no longer pursued the matter, Yuanling felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily stored away the jade void glazed lamp. He nonchalantly wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and asked tentatively, "May I inquire what brings Immortal to Kunlun Mountain? Should I inform my master on your behalf?" Yuanshi waved her small hand cheerfully and said, "No need. The old master has instructed me to accompany the 3 senior brothers to the Purple Vault Palace in 3,000 years. I can wander through the Hongjun realm first, and I'll find them when the time comes." So that was it. Yuanling understood in his heart. Yuanshi had come on orders, but with time to spare she had chosen to travel through the various lands of Hongjun first. Kunlun Mountain was merely one stop on her journey. Yuanshi tilted her delicate head, studying Yuanling up and down with those nimble eyes brimming with curiosity and interest. As if struck by some amusing thought, she reached into her sleeve and produced a peach from who knows where. The peach was roughly the size of Yuanling's head, its surface a delicate pink and white hue suffused with a faint spiritual radiance and emanating a refreshingly sweet fragrance. That aroma upon a single whiff left one feeling refreshed and invigorated, as if every pore on their body had been opened and cleansed. "Here." Yuanshi extended the peach before Yuanling with a playful grin. "Since you called me an immortal, I'll give you this celestial peach as a gift." Yuanling fixed his gaze upon it, and his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. A celestial peach, and not the ordinary ones that would ripen once every 9,000, 6,000, or 3,000 years in the future heavenly court. Those were cultivated later by Yuanshi after she became ruler of the heavenly court, grafted from the mother tree of the celestial peach. What lay before him was a genuine fruit from the original celestial peach mother tree. As the Tao Ancestor's attendant, Yuanshi served Hongjun closely and resided permanently in the Purple Vault Palace. The legendary celestial peach mother tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, grew there, tended personally by Yuanshi. This was by no means an ordinary peach. It was a primordial spiritual fruit precious enough to make countless great Golden Immortals green with envy. Yuanling's innate heritage was equivalent to an encyclopedia of Hongjun, granting him knowledge of spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and fundamental information throughout this realm. He understood that consuming this celestial peach at his current cultivation level would not directly elevate his realm. After all, cultivation required painstaking accumulation over time. One could not ascend to heaven in a single step merely by eating a fruit. However, by consuming the rainwater celestial peach, he had an excellent chance of comprehending the law of water, the power of laws. This was precisely what Yuanling lacked most. Born from primordial, undying spiritual light, he possessed profound foundations and immense potential, yet he had comprehended no law whatsoever. This placed him at the very bottom among cultivators of his realm. Even some formidable Shen immortals might defeat him. But if he could comprehend the law of water, even at its most rudimentary level, his combat prowess would undergo a qualitative transformation. Even if he did not primarily cultivate the law of water in the future, it would not hinder Yuanling from mastering it. "Thank you, Immortal." Beaming with delight, Yuanling received the celestial peach with both hands and carefully placed it within his divine spirit to nurture and preserve, intending to consume it at the appropriate time after returning to his cave dwelling. Observing Yuanling's utter elation, Yuanshi could not help but curve her lips once more. This junior nephew might have a sharp tongue, but he was rather amusing indeed. Meanwhile, within the Sanqing Hall, the 3 sovereigns each sat solemnly upon their meditation cushions, yet their gazes were simultaneously fixed upon a particular direction outside the hall. To be precise, they were observing the minor farce unfolding deep within Kunlun Mountain. With their cultivation as great Golden Immortals, the 3 sovereigns could survey the entire Kunlun Mountain with merely a thought. The entire exchange between Yuanling and Yuanshi, from the robbery to the surrender, had been witnessed with perfect clarity. The 3 sovereigns exchanged glances, and the atmosphere within the hall became momentarily delicate. Ultimately, it was Tongtian who could not hold back first. "Ha ha ha." Tongtian burst into hearty laughter, rocking back and forth, his mirth reverberating through the Sanqing Hall, causing the spiritual radiance upon the ceiling to tremble. Clutching his stomach, he pointed toward where Yuanling had departed, tears of laughter nearly streaming from his eyes. Second brother, your disciple is truly spirited and unconventional. Haha. He tried to rob the Dao Ancestor's attendant, and even dared to say, if you have the nerve, let the Dao Ancestor strike me dead, with purple vault divine thunder. Daring to utter such words, Tantian is genuinely impressed. The more Tantian reflected, the more amusing it became, his laughter refusing to cease. Laozi stroked his beard calmly, not laughing, yet a subtle twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed a rare glint of amusement flickering within those profound eyes. This child indeed possesses remarkable courage. Laozi spoke unhurriedly, his tone even and unreadable, neither praise nor criticism. But given Laozi's temperament, speaking such words of remarkable courage was already exceptionally high praise. Oomph. Yuanshi snorted coldly, his complexion turning ashen. He closed his eyes in meditation, feigning complete ignorance. Yet a faint redness tinged his ears, whether from anger or embarrassment remained uncertain. Rebellious disciple. Wretched disciple. All those words spoken earlier, the three sovereigns. I'm so scared. And 800 li around Kunlun Mountain all belong to my family. And even if you're the Dao Ancestor's attendant, you must still pay the toll. If these words were to spread, where would Yuanshi's face go? Yuanshi drew a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Enough. He had only just taken in this disciple, having not yet properly instructed him. With proper discipline in the future, all would be well. Yuanshi secretly resolved in his heart, after 3,000 years, he would certainly give this one a thorough scolding, making him understand proper conduct, the sequence of seniority, and the importance of circumspection in speech. Nevertheless, an imperceptibly tiny curve appeared at the corner of Yuanshi's lips. This child's audacity was indeed considerable. As he had said, what status did the Dao Ancestor hold? Would such a figure really quibble with a Golden Immortal? Moreover, what Yuanling had said earlier had not truly insulted the three sovereigns or the Dao Ancestor. He had merely been overly arrogant before Yaoqi. Yuanling was completely unaware of everything transpiring within the Sanqing Hall, nor that his master was contemplating how to discipline him in his heart. At this moment, he was contentedly cradling the celestial peach in the most wonderful of moods. And immortal Yaoqi, if there is nothing else, your junior nephew shall return to cultivate. Yuanling spoke respectfully. My master has just transmitted the jade pure immortal art, which your junior nephew has not yet had time to switch to cultivating. In 3,000 years I must accompany my master to the Purple Vault Palace to hear the Dao. I must hurry to establish a solid foundation. Go then. Yaoqi waved her small hand with the nonchalance of shooing away a buzzing insect. She bent down once more to search among the flower clusters for the spiritual flowers and herbs that piqued her interest, speaking, without lifting her head, just don't disturb my play on Kunlun Mountain. Yuanling acknowledged, and with another respectful bow turned and flew toward his cave dwelling. Yuanling did not fly swiftly, his mind still lingering on the tumultuous series of events that had just transpired. From the arrogant and domineering robbery at the start to the instant cowering and calling out Uncle Master, this transformation was so swift that he could be deemed the foremost master of face-changing in the primordial wilderness. Yet Yuanling felt no shame. In the primordial wilderness, survival was paramount. To yield when necessary, and to bow one's head when required was not weakness, but wisdom. Moreover, recognizing a great Luo Golden Immortal as his Uncle Master, he had gained a primordial peach for free. This transaction was far from a loss. Though it was a pity that his own strength was somewhat lacking, otherwise he could have truly robbed Uncle Master Yaoqi and seized more peaches. Treading on auspicious clouds, his robes fluttering, Yuanling had already begun to plan his cultivation regimen for the next 3 millennia. He would convert to the Yuqing Immortal method, refine the forbidden seals of the Yushu glazed lamp, consume the peach to comprehend the law of water. In 3,000 years, he would attend the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace. By then, Yuanling would surely appear before the great powers of the primordial wilderness in a completely new form. The white-robed youth facing the mountain wind flew farther and farther, gradually vanishing into the mists of the Kunlun Mountains. Before long, Yuanling returned to the cave abode where he had first taken form. The cave was nestled in a tranquil valley surrounded by towering ancient trees, spiritual springs, and cascading waterfalls with spiritual energy swirling like mist. The entrance was naturally veiled by vines, and without divine sense probing it would be extremely difficult to discover the hidden paradise within. As Yuanling stepped into the cave, the familiar primordial spiritual energy rushed toward him, filling him with a sense of peace. The interior of the cave was more spacious than when he had first taken form, perhaps because he had become a disciple of the three pure ones and Yuanshi had secretly used his divine power to expand this space. At the center of the cave lay a natural stone platform, smooth as a mirror, faintly shimmering with spiritual light, perfect for sitting cross-legged in meditation. On the surrounding stone walls, a few simple forbidden seals had been placed, capable of isolating external sounds and prying eyes. Yuanling glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, not rushing to begin cultivation. Instead, he first sank his mind into his body to sense his current state. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Golden Immortal realm with a solid foundation, but the technique circulating within him was still the innate inheritance from his transformation. That technique was not inferior. After all, it was a method born with a primordial divine being adequate and steady enough to support his cultivation up to the Great Golden Immortal realm. But being adequate meant mediocrity. To stand out in the primordial wilderness and to attain sagehood, one must forge one's own path and one's own law. His master Yuanshi had inherited Panga's 9 revolutions primordial art, yet he had still spent countless eons to create his own Yuqing Immortal method. Laozi created the Taiqing Immortal method, Tongtian created the Shangqing Immortal method. Each of the 3 pure ones had their own strengths, all because they had walked their own paths. For Yuanling, the immediate priority was not to create his own technique, that was still too distant, but to first convert to the Yuqing Immortal method. As a technique personally created by Yuanshi, the Yuqing Immortal method was of the highest rank, unmatched across the entire primordial wilderness. After conversion, his cultivation speed, the quality of his spiritual power, and the upper limit of his combat prowess would far surpass his current innate technique. First convert the technique, then consume the peach. Yuanling made up his mind. He closed his eyes, and the divine light that Yuanshi had infused into him surfaced in his mind, the complete content of the Yuqing Immortal method unfolding like a scroll. The opening of the technique's general outline was 16 characters. Yuqing is supreme, Yuanshi is the Tao, 9 revolutions return to truth, 1 Qi transforms mystery. Yuanling silently recited these 16 words, feeling that something in the unseen realm was stirred, and his mind suddenly sank into a profound state. He began to guide the flow of his spiritual power along the circulation path of the Yuqing Immortal method. This step was not easy. Converting techniques meant completely transforming his original innate spiritual power into the unique spiritual power of the Yuqing Immortal method. The process was akin to redirecting a river. A single misstep could lead to a demonic deviation. Fortunately, Yuanling's foundation was solid enough, and his body, formed from the primordial indestructible divine light, was exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding the impact of the conversion. Within the cave, spiritual energy surged like tidal waves, converging toward Yuanling's body. A faint pure light gradually emanated from him, a light that was clear and pristine, carrying an unassailable majesty, a sign of the initial manifestation of the Yuqing Immortal light. Time slipped away in cultivation. After an unknown duration, Yuanling awakened from his trance and opened his eyes. He sensed that about 3/10 of his innate spiritual power had been converted, the rest would require more time. But conversion could not be rushed. Haste leads to waste. Next, it's time to consume the peach. With a thought, the peach which had been nurtured within his primordial spirit appeared in his hand. The peach still exuded a refreshing fragrance, its skin pink and white, spiritual light swirling, appearing even more crystalline and translucent than when he first obtained it. During the time it was nurtured in his primordial spirit, it had not lost any spiritual energy. On the contrary, it had been enriched by Yuanling's primordial indestructible divine light. This was the extraordinary nature of the fruit from the mother peach tree. It was itself a fruit of the primordial spiritual root, containing the primal power of heaven and earth, complementing Yuanling's primordial indestructible divine light. Yuanling gazed at it for a moment, then hesitated no longer. He took a bite of the peach flesh. The flesh melted upon entry, turning into a sweet nectar that slid down his throat into his stomach. Immediately, a vast and gentle spiritual power erupted from within his abdomen, like a bursting dam flooding into his limbs, bones, and organs. That spiritual power was not violent. Instead, it carried the softness and inclusiveness of water. Wherever it passed, his meridians were nourished and strengthened, and his spiritual power was cleansed and purified. Yuanling dared not be negligent. He immediately activated the Yuqing Immortal method to guide this spiritual power into his own being. At the same time, a profound and mysterious insight surged into his heart. It was the law of water. Water has no fixed form conforming to round or square. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. Water benefits all things without contention, dwelling where others disdain. Thus, it is near the Tao. The fragments of the law of water contained within the peach, like a gentle stream, slowly merged into Yuanling's primordial spirit. He seemed to envision the vastness of the boundless ocean, the surging of the 9 heavens, Milky Way, the silent nourishment of spring rain, and the biting cold of frozen ice. The forms of water changed endlessly. The law of water encompassed all things. Yuanling immersed himself in this realization, forgetting the passage of time. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the cave, Yuanling, seated cross-legged on the stone platform, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, once as clear as stars, now bore a faint layer of water light, as if 2 invisible rivers flowed within them. The subtle aura of the law of water lingered around him. Though not yet powerful, it was undeniably present. At the same time, the unique fluctuation of the Yuqing Immortal method radiated from him, with clear light, flowing, and majesty born of itself. A millennium of bitter cultivation had not been in vain. Yuanling took a deep breath, sensing the changes within his body. The Yuqing Immortal art had been more than 70% converted. The remaining transformation required only patient effort rather than seclusion, and the greatest gain was still his comprehension of the water law. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, a clear water orb coalesced in his palm. The orb spun and transformed, now turning into a sharp blade, now into a mist, now freezing into crystalline ice shards. Although the variations were not yet fully at his command, and his comprehension was merely rudimentary, it was nonetheless a qualitative leap for Yuanling. At least, I'm no longer the weakest among golden immortals. Yuanling's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Previously, he possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, but had comprehended no laws. He would have to detour around even a mysterious immortal who had grasped a law. Now he had finally made up for this shortcoming. Although he could not yet claim to be invincible at the same level, at least he would no longer be bullied by those of lower realms. Next, it's time to refine the Yushu glazed lamp. Yuanling composed his mind, and with a flick of his hand the ornate palace lamp appeared before him. The Yushu glazed lamp floated in midair, its body crafted from translucent jade glass, with a hazy glow flowing across its surface. At the wick, the Yuanling Gai ancient flame of 10,000 spirits burned quietly, shifting from blood red to golden purple, like clouds to azure, like the sea, ever-changing and magnificent. Yuanling gazed at the lamp, a flicker of solemnity in his eyes. He knew this was a true treasure. He closed his eyes and extended his divine sense into the Yushu glazed lamp. As soon as his divine sense entered the lamp, it felt as if he had fallen into a vast starry sky. Countless specks of light flickered around, each one an innate restriction. These restrictions were layered and interlocked, forming a vast and intricate array system. Yuanling's divine sense traveled through these restrictions, carefully perceiving their distribution and structure. 46 innate restrictions. Such was the full foundation of the Yushu glazed lamp. Yuanling recalled the knowledge from his innate inheritance, gaining a clearer understanding of the grades of innate spiritual treasures. Low-grade innate spiritual treasures possess 1 to 12 innate restrictions. Such treasures are the most numerous in the primordial world, while precious most cultivators at the Great Golden Immortal level can own 1 or 2. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasures possess 13 to 24 innate restrictions. Such treasures are already rare, typically owned only by the most outstanding Great Golden Immortals or cultivators with background. High-grade innate spiritual treasures possess 25 to 36 innate restrictions. Such treasures are very few in the entire primordial world, each worthy of being the founding treasure of a major sect. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures possess 37 to 48 innate restrictions, as rare as a phoenix's feather or a cheilant's horn, unattainable by mere chance, and treasures that even sages value. The most precious innate supreme treasures possess 49 innate restrictions, the highest level of treasures in heaven and earth. For example, Laozi's Taiji diagram, Yuanshir's Panga banner, and Tai's chaos bell all belong to this level. However, currently the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner were still in the hands of Dao Ancestor Hongjun, not yet bestowed upon them. The Yushu glazed lamp contained 46 innate restrictions, placing it among the top-tier top-grade innate spiritual treasures, second only to the few most renowned supreme treasures of the primordial world. Yuanling's divine sense flowed within the lamp, and he began to attempt refining the first restriction. Refining an innate restriction was not simply a matter of pouring in spiritual power. One had to use divine sense to interpret the law imprint within each restriction and make it one's own. Each time a restriction was refined, his control over the treasure deepened, and the power he could unleash increased. At the same time, refining the restrictions of an innate spiritual treasure was itself a form of cultivation. Each restriction contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth, and the process of refinement was a process of comprehending the laws. The laws contained within the Yushu glazed lamp were particularly profound. As Yuanling refined it, he gradually gained a deeper understanding of the lamp's foundation. The Yushu glazed lamp was the foremost among the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and man. It was ranked as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure not only because it possessed 46 restrictions, but also because it contained the Yuanling Gai, a golden, innate divine flame. The Yuanling Gai, also known as the Xian Golden Flame, ranked among the 4 great heavenly flames of the primordial world and was eternally inextinguishable. Yet the lamp's function was far more than simply possessing a heavenly flame. During the refinement of the restrictions, Yuanling gradually perceived the 4 core functions of the Yushu glazed lamp. First, omni-spirit detection. The Yushu glazed lamp could illuminate the 3 realms, discerning the aura, cultivation, location, and nature, good or evil of all beings. No matter how deeply an opponent concealed themselves or how exquisite their illusions under the lamp's light, nothing could hide. This lamp was the most supreme eye of detection in the primordial world. With it in hand, no schemes or tricks could escape detection. Second, purification and evil exorcism. The Xian Golden Flame could incinerate evil entities, eliminate karmic hindrances, and purify turbid qi. In the primordial world, karma was one of the most terrifying things. Being entangled with karma would at least stagnate cultivation and at worst trigger a heavenly tribulation. The Xian Golden Flame could exactly wash away karma and protect fortune, making the Yushu glazed lamp a rare, Tao-protecting treasure. Third, heavenly calculation. The Yushu glazed lamp could assist its master in calculating the heavenly Tao, seeing through causation and stabilizing fortune. With it, the difficulty of heavenly calculation was greatly reduced and accuracy greatly increased. For any cultivator wishing to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, this was a priceless treasure. Fourth, offense and defense integration. The golden flame at the wick could be used for both offense and defense. When attacking it incinerated all things with power rivaling the solar true fire. When defending it transformed into a golden light barrier that ordinary treasures could not breach. As the foremost of the four great heavenly flames, the Yuanling Gai's lethality was enough to make any opponent cautious. Behind these functions lay the four great laws contained within the Yushu glazed lamp. During the refinement, Yuanling's divine sense occasionally touched the traces of these laws. Although he could not comprehend them with his current cultivation, the feeling of touching the origin still shook his heart. First, the law of heaven Tianji Dao. This was the fundamental law of the Yushu glazed lamp, and the root of its status as the foremost among the three lamps of heaven, earth, and man. The law of heaven inherited the pure chi of the primordial, opening the order of the heavenly Tao and the innate chaos. The saying, "The net of heaven is vast, its meshes are wide, yet nothing escapes," is a manifestation of this law. The reason the Yushu glazed lamp could burn eternally, illuminate the three realms, suppress the fortune of Yushu Palace, and assist Yuanshi Tianzun in heavenly calculation was all due to this law of heaven. Second, the law of fire Huiji Dao. It was embodied in the Yuanling Gai, and its essence was the heavenly flame law. The reason the Xian golden flame could rank first among the four great heavenly flames was precisely because this law of fire granted it the power to purify all things and burn everything. The law of fire was not only a law of destruction, but also a law of purification and renewal. Third, the law of purity Jing Ji Dao. The Xian purification was a law of purifying karma and turbid qi. This law perfectly aligned with the Chan Sect's principle of serene inaction, discarding the dross and retaining the essence. The law of purity could dispel all filth, protect one's own purity, and was an indispensable Tao-protecting law on the path of cultivation. Fourth, the law of clarity Ming Ji Dao. The law of clarity specialized in perceiving heavenly secrets. It was a law of insight, truth, and manifestation of causation. The law of clarity could see through illusions and point directly to the essence. With the blessing of this law, any disguised deception or concealment would be exposed. In addition to these four core Tao laws, the lamp body of the Yushu Yuli lamp is also inscribed with the patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams containing the fundamental laws of yin-yang, the 5 elements time and space. These fundamental laws intertwine with the 4 core laws, forming a complete system of restrictions. Yuanling secretly sighed that this lamp in the hands of his master Yuanshi Tianzun might not be as famous as supreme treasures like the Panga Banner, the 3 treasures Rui, or the Zhudian Xingyun, but it was undoubtedly one of the spiritual treasures most suited to Yuanshi Tianzun. Elucidating heaven, manifesting Tao, purification, insight. These are almost perfectly aligned with Yuanshi Tianzun's Tao fruit. And now that this lamp has been bestowed upon him, it is both a tremendous blessing and a heavy responsibility. Yuanling composed his mind and redirected his focus back to refining the restrictions. With his current cultivation at the early golden immortal stage, fully refining all 46 restrictions was impossible, but refining a portion of them was certainly feasible. Following the treasure refining techniques recorded in the Yuqing immortal art, he transformed his mana into wisps of fine threads and cautiously infiltrated the first restriction. The restriction was like a delicate lock, and the process of refining it was to find the correct key to open it. Yuanling remained patient and unhurried, probing bit by bit. Time flowed silently within the cave dwelling. Who knew how many years had passed? At a certain moment, the first restriction suddenly blazed up, transforming into a golden light that merged into Yuanling's divine sense. Refinement succeeded. A surge of joy filled Yuanling's heart, but he did not pause. He continued to assault the second restriction. With the experience of the first restriction, the subsequent refining became much smoother. Although the structure of each restriction differed, the underlying principles were interconnected. The second, third, fourth. As he refined more and more restrictions, Yuanling's control over the Yushu Liuli lamp deepened. That originally unfamiliar palace lamp gradually gave him a feeling of blood connection. The moment the 12th restriction was refined, the entire Yushu Liuli lamp suddenly burst forth with dazzling radiance. The light illuminated the entire cave dwelling, pierced through the mountain walls, and soared into the sky. Yuanling's heart trembled. He quickly urged his mana to suppress the spread of the light, while extending his divine sense out of the cave to observe the outside. Fortunately, Mount Kunlun was the ancestor of all mountains, abundant in spiritual energy, and various celestial phenomena and anomalies were already frequent. Although this spiritual light was dazzling, it did not attract much attention. Even if someone noticed, this was the cultivation site of the 3 pure ones. Who would dare to spy? Yuanling breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his divine sense, and looked again at the Yushu Liuli lamp in his hand. At this moment, there was already a faint connection between the Liuli lamp and him. With his cultivation at the early golden immortal stage, even though he had refined 12 restrictions, he could at most activate 1% of its power. Although he could not unleash the full might of the Yushu Liuli lamp, it was more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary Tai golden immortal, provided that the opponent did not possess a powerful spiritual treasure. Yuanling nodded with satisfaction and stored the Yushu Liuli lamp into his primordial spirit for nurturing. The 3,000-year period is not yet here. There is still time. Yuanling calculated his next arrangements, continue to convert to the Yuqing immortal art, complete the remaining 30%, and then consolidate my comprehension of the water law. He closed his eyes and sank back into cultivation. Within the cave dwelling, clear light flowed and watery vapor swirled. The millennial bitter cultivation continued unabated. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Kunlun, the young maiden named Yuanshi was chasing a colorful spirit butterfly among the flowers, utterly unaware of the passage of time. The 3,000-year period was quietly approaching. The 3,000-year period arrived in the blink of an eye. Deep within Mount Kunlun, in the cave dwelling shrouded by spiritual light, Yuanling slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to hold an invisible long river flowing through them. 3,000 years of time had condensed into depth and steadiness in those eyes. Compared to the slightly naive white-robed youth he was when he first took form, Yuanling's demeanor had now changed greatly. The Yuqing immortal light swirled around the young man, shrouding him like morning mist, carrying an inviolable solemnity and majesty. The aura of the water law followed him like a shadow, forming an almost imperceptible ripple around him, the fruit of 3,000 years of day and night meditation. The conversion to the Yuqing immortal art was now complete. All of his innate mana had been transformed into Yuqing mana, elevating its quality to a much higher level. If his previous innate mana was iron, then his current Yuqing mana was steel, the same quantity, but the power was incomparable. His comprehension of the water law had also advanced significantly compared to 1,000 years ago. Although it was still superficial, at least he could now wield it skillfully, no longer the golden immortal floor tile, who relied solely on brute force. As for the Yushu Liuli lamp, all 12 innate restrictions had been refined and were now connected to his mind. Although with his golden immortal cultivation, he could only activate 1% of its power, it was more than enough to suppress an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yuanling let out a long breath and stood up from the stone platform. His white robe was like snow, his sleeves fluttering. The youthful spirit now carried a composure tempered by the passage of time. Just as he was about to stretch his limbs, his vision blurred, and a gentle, yet irresistible force enveloped him. The next moment the world spun, and when Yuanling regained his senses, he found himself already in the Three Pure Ones hall. Within the hall, 4 figures stood silently. In the center was Lousy, white-haired with a gaunt face and half-closed eyes, as if nothing in the world was worth his gaze. On the left stood Yuanshi, majestic and solemn, with cloud patterns flowing on his Dao robe, exuding authority without anger. On the right was Tongtian, with sword-like brows and starry eyes full of heroism, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Beside these three stood a small figure. Clad in pink robes with twin buns, her delicate little face was fair with a rosy glow, and her large, lively eyes sparkled with clarity. She was precisely the young maiden that Yuanling had robbed 3,000 years ago among the flowers of Mount Kunlun. The Dao Ancestor's attendant, Yuanshi. Yuanling's mind turned, and he understood at once his master Yuanshi Tianzun must have used translocation magic to bring him to the Three Pure Ones hall. With his golden immortal cultivation, it was not impossible for him to walk to the Three Pure Ones hall on his own, but since his master had acted, there must be a reason. He immediately straightened his robe, stepped forward, and bowed with utmost respect. Disciple Yuanling pays respects to Master Senior Uncle Laozi, Junior Uncle Tongtian, and Junior Uncle Yaoqi. For gazes fell upon him, each distinct. Laozi's gaze was as calm as water sweeping over Yuanling, and he nodded slightly. Yuanshi's gaze was scrutinizing and satisfied. He was well aware of his disciple's progress over the 3,000 years. Tongtian's gaze carried a hint of curiosity and appreciation, as if appraising the growth of this unrestrained junior nephew. As for Yaoqi's gaze, the young maiden tilted her head, blinked her large eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her eyes holding a touch of mischief and amusement. Yuanling kept his gaze lowered, feigning ignorance of Yaoqi's faintly amused expression. You may rise. Yuanshi waved his hand lightly, his voice steady. He turned to Yaoqi and said with a hint of courtesy, Junior sister, Yaoqi, the rest is in your hands. Junior sister. Yuanling's heart stirred upon hearing this form of address. Although Yaoqi was merely the Dao Ancestor's attendant, while the Sanqing were his personal disciples accepted before he attained sagehood, their seniority seemed ill-suited for such sibling terms. The Sanqing were disciples, and Yaoqi a servant. Yet Yaoqi's origins were extraordinary. She was a chaotic primordial stone transformed by the Dao Ancestor, and now a Daluo Golden Immortal. In this primordial era, strength dictated authority, and the cultivation of a Daluo Golden Immortal commanded respect from all. Thus, even the proud Yuanshi was willing to address Yaoqi as junior sister. Of course, once the Sanqing attained sagehood, in the future matters would be entirely different. Rest assured, senior brother Yuanshi. Yaoqi nodded her little head, her voice crisp. Without further delay, she extended her small hand and waved it lightly in the void. A Dao diagram materialized out of thin air. The moment it unfurled, the entire Sanqing hall trembled. Upon the scroll, yin and yang qi ceaselessly interwove, black and white intertwined, as if mirroring the chaotic scene before the heavens and earth were divided. At the center of the scroll, a golden bridge appeared, faintly connecting the two polarities of yin and yang, and bridging all things in heaven and earth. An aura of vastness, profundity, and all-embracing inclusiveness emanated from the diagram, causing everyone present, including the Sanqing, to involuntarily steel their minds. Yuanling's eyes widened. Good heavens! Wasn't this the primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram? The foremost treasure of the future Taiching Laozi, one of the three great primordial supreme treasures of the primordial era, alongside the Panga banner and the Chaos Bell. How could this treasure be in Yao Qi's hands? Yuanling's mind turned, and then he understood. This must be a temporary loan from the Dao Ancestor Hongjun specifically for transporting the Sanqing to the Zixiao Palace. Without further words, Yao Qi gently pushed with her small hand. The Taiji diagram left her grasp unfurling in midair. The golden bridge extended from the diagram, arching before the assembled group. On the golden bridge, yin and yang qi swirled, faint celestial music resonated, and the Dao rhyme condensed. Please step onto the bridge, three senior brothers. Yao Qi said crisply, then stepped onto the golden bridge first. The Sanqing did not stand on ceremony. They followed one after another. Lao Zi at the front, Yuanshi in the middle, Tong Tian at the rear. Yuanling quickly caught up, carefully stepping onto the golden bridge. The moment his foot touched the bridge, he felt a warm and immense force envelop him, as if returning to the chaos before the heavens and earth diverged, a sensation so profound and indescribable. Seeing that everyone was on the bridge, Yao Qi waved her hand. The golden bridge suddenly contracted. Yuanling felt his vision blur, the world spinning as if endless winds howled in his ears, and a myriad of thunderbolts exploded. Yet the force that enveloped him remained unwavering, shielding him. This process lasted but an instant, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity, for the perception of time lost all meaning in this chaos. When Yuanling could see clearly again, he found himself in another grand hall. This hall was utterly different from the Sanqing Hall. Although the latter was magnificent, it was ultimately a mortal structure carrying the scent of earth. This hall, however, was built of some indescribable substance, neither metal nor jade, neither stone nor wood, as if condensed from chaotic qi. The ceiling was immeasurably high, seemingly connecting to the boundless void, with no carvings or patterns, only pure chaos swirling. There was no superfluous decoration in the hall, only 6 cushions. They were neatly arranged in front of the hall, each radiating a faint, distinct colored light, as if corresponding to some cosmic order. Before the cushions stood a high platform, empty upon it, yet exuding an indescribable pressure. Zixiao Palace. Yuanling murmured in his heart, his gaze sweeping over this legendary sanctuary. This was where the Dao Ancestor preached. Beyond the 33rd heaven, deep in chaos, stood the Zixiao Palace. Yao Qi put away the Taiji diagram. That primordial supreme treasure transformed into a streak of light and vanished in her hand. She turned around and said crisply, 3 senior brothers and junior disciple Yuanling, I'm going to find Hao Tian. The master is about to begin his sermon, and we need to open the doors. With that, she scurried away in small skipping steps toward the hall's exit, her pink dress dragging a cheerful trail across the floor of the Zixiao Palace. Yuanling watched her retreating figure, a sudden realization dawning on him. No wonder the Dao Ancestor had announced his sermon 3,000 years ago, yet the Sanqing were in no hurry to set out. The Dao Ancestor had already opened a backdoor for them. How perilous was the chaotic path from Kunlun Mountain to the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33rd heaven. If the Sanqing had to traverse the chaos on their own, even with their Great Golden Immortal cultivation, they would have faced considerable trouble. But the Dao Ancestor directly sent Yao Qi with the Taiji diagram. With the golden bridge laid down, they arrived instantly. This was not so much a sermon as it was the Dao Ancestor looking after his personal disciples. Yuanling sighed inwardly. Having connections was indeed wonderful. Lao Zi, seeing Yao Qi leave, withdrew his gaze and said in a calm voice, let us take our seats. He paused, then his eyes fell on Yuanling. Yuanling, sit behind your master. Yes. Yuanling replied respectfully. The Sanqing each took their cushions. Lao Zi on the left, Yuanshi in the center, Tong Tian on the right. 3 cushions, 3 supreme beings incarnated from Pangu's primordial spirit seated side by side. Though silent, they exuded an aura that could suppress heaven and earth. Yuanling sat cross-legged on the floor, behind Yuanshi. The floor of the Zixiao Palace was as warm and smooth as jade, more comfortable than the stone platforms of Kunlun Mountain. After settling, Yuanling took a deep breath, suppressing his wandering thoughts, and awaited what was to come. The very moment he sat down, the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly swung open. At the entrance stood 2 small figures. One was Yao Qi in her pink dress, looking lively. The other was a young man. Yuanling's gaze fell on the youth. He seemed about the same age as Yao Qi, 12 or 13 years old, with a stature not yet fully grown but already bearing a hint of handsomeness. He wore a pale golden Taoist robe embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, simple yet noble. The youth's face was clear and handsome, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like cold stars. His black hair was tied neatly with a gold crown. His expression was composed and restrained, a stark contrast to Yao Qi's vivacity. Those deep eyes held a maturity and depth beyond his years. He stood quietly beside Yao Qi, saying nothing, yet possessed an unmistakable presence. Hao Tian, another attendant by the side of the Dao Ancestor, the future Lord Hao Tian, sovereign of the 3 realms and master of the heavenly court. Yuanling quietly observed this future heavenly emperor, a trace of curiosity in his gaze. At this time, Hao Tian was but a Dao-serving boy. Though his cultivation was not low, Yuanling sensed that he was already at the Great Golden Immortal realm. Yet within this purple void palace, his status was merely that of an attendant standing at the entrance to welcome 3,000 great powers and open the door for the Dao Ancestor. Who would have imagined that countless eons hence this youth would become the supreme heavenly emperor ruling over the three realms? Of course his reign as heavenly emperor would not be without its troubles either. Yuanling let these thoughts cross his mind, yet his expression remained unchanged, sitting quietly behind Yuanshi. As the palace gates swung open, countless streams of rainbow light fell from the distant horizon beyond the purple void palace. 1 stream, 2 streams, 3 streams. 10, 100, 1,000. Those rainbow lights varied in color. Some crimson, like fire, some azure like the ocean, some golden like the sun, some ink black like the night. Each stream of rainbow light carried a great Golden Immortal, and every great Golden Immortal was among the most supreme beings in the primordial world. They had journeyed from all corners of the primordial realm, crossing boundless distances and traversing chaotic storms, all to listen to the Tao Ancestor's teachings. Yuanling sat in the hall watching those rainbow lights settle one after another into the purple void palace, his heart overwhelmed with an emotion he could barely describe. 3,000 great powers. Without exception, all were great Golden Immortals. Moreover, they were not ordinary great Golden Immortals. Yuanling keenly perceived that the aura of these great powers far exceeded that of his own master Yuanshi. Yuanshi at this moment was a great Golden Immortal, yet already a top-tier existence at this realm. Among the arriving great powers, many possessed an aura even more majestic than Yuanshi's. No. After careful perception, Yuanling reached a conclusion. These great powers were not stronger than the 3 pure ones, but rather their aura was far more outwardly manifest and utterly unrestrained. The aura of the 3 pure ones was introverted and profound like an abyss, seemingly tranquil, yet unfathomably deep. But the aura of these great powers was like a volcano erupting forth with overwhelming pressure radiating in all directions. But regardless, each and every one of them was undoubtedly a great Golden Immortal. Yuanling observed these people and secretly marveled. Great Golden Immortals, the pinnacle of existence in the primordial world. And yet nearly 3,000 of them sat within this purple void palace. Just then a particularly striking stream of rainbow light descended into the purple void palace. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman in azure robes, her visage surpassing all others, her temperament ethereal and otherworldly, as if every beauty in this world had converged upon her alone. She wore a flowing azure dress embroidered with patterns of mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna. With each step she took, it seemed as though hundreds of flowers accompanied her, and 100 birds paid homage like phoenixes. Her reaction was exceedingly swift. A single glance, and she had locked onto the 6 meditation cushions ahead. Not precisely all 6, but rather the empty cushion beside Tongtan. The woman in azure robes stepped forward gracefully, her figure drifting like clouds, and with the protection of a middle-aged Taoist at her side, she settled steadily upon the cushion beside Tongtan. That middle-aged Taoist wore plain-colored robes, his face refined and elegant, his demeanor gentle and mild. He remained constantly at the woman's side, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the other great powers nearby. His eyes swept across the assembly in the hall, and suddenly fell upon Yuanling, who sat behind Yuanshi. In that instant, a flash of astonishment appeared in the middle-aged Taoist's eyes. Early-stage Golden Immortal. Could a mere youth at early-stage Golden Immortal truly be granted entry to the Purple Void Palace to hear the Tao? But when he caught sight of the 3 Taoists before Yuanling, the astonishment in his eyes melted into understanding. The Pengu 3 Pure Ones. Since he was a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, this made perfect sense. Yuanling, sensing that middle-aged Taoist gaze, had already guessed the identities of these 2. That woman in azure robes must be Nuwa, and the middle-aged Taoist guarding her side was undoubtedly her elder brother Fushi. Nuwa, the future saintess who would mend the heavens and create humanity, was still but a great Golden Immortal at this time, seated upon a cushion and awaiting the Tao Ancestor's sermon. Yuanling's heart overflowed with emotion, yet his expression remained unmoved. Just then 2 beams of light descended into the purple void palace almost simultaneously, one dark mystic radiance, one crimson flowing stream. The dark black radiance settled upon the ground, transforming into a Taoist with a somber and brooding aura. That Taoist had a gaunt face, his brows carrying a hint of sinister intent. He wore a dark ink-colored feathered robe upon which a mysterious bird totem flickered faintly, emanating a chilling coldness. The crimson flowing stream settled upon the ground, transforming into a Taoist clad in red robes. His face was as handsome as jade, his smile warm and amiable, his entire being resembling a piece of gently luminous red jade, a stark contrast to the gloomy Taoist beside him. Both of them cast a single glance, and almost simultaneously locked onto the 2 remaining meditation cushions ahead. A flash of black light, a sweep of red. In the next instant 2 figures appeared upon those 2 cushions. The Taoist with the gloomy aura took the 5th cushion, while the robed Taoist in red claimed the 6th. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon the somber Taoist on the 5th cushion, a trace of displeasure flashing across his eyes. A mere creature of feathers and horns, born of dampness and eggs. How could one such as him dare share a seat with me? Yet Yuanshi simply closed his eyes and said nothing. This was the Purple Void Palace, the Tao Ancestor's sacred domain. Even if he harbored disdain within, he would not cause a scene here. Yuanling observed the back of that somber Taoist, and had already deduced his identity, Kunlun Mountain. Peng, the demon tutor, a future quasi-saint powerhouse who once shared renown with Di Jun and Tai Yi, but later for various reasons fell out with the Heavenly Court and ultimately became one of the most reclusive great powers in the primordial world. As for that Taoist in red robes, Yuanling gazed at his ever-smiling countenance and already knew the answer. Hongjun, renowned throughout the primordial world as the kindest soul, he would later, because of yielding his seat, fall afoul of Peng's resentment and ultimately meet his end, his Tao dissipating into nothingness. Behind Hongjun, a Taoist in earthen yellow robes hurried forward and took his seat behind him. The man had a broad, honest face and a steady, composed demeanor. His gaze upon Hongjun was filled with deep concern. Yuanling's heart stirred. This must be Yuanshi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, master of Wuzhuang Manor, and Hongyun's dearest friend. Just as the assembled guests were taking their seats, two dazzling streams of rainbow light flew in from outside the hall and settled upon the third row. As the radiance faded, two golden figures emerged. Both wore golden robes embroidered with the totem of the three-legged golden crow, their garments shimmering with resplendent golden light, dazzling to behold. The leader among them was a man in his prime, tall and imposing with an aura of majesty. Long golden hair cascaded over his shoulders, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun itself. His eyes were pure gold like two blazing suns. As they swept across the assembly, they carried a sense of condescending scrutiny and sovereign authority. The other was a young man with handsome features, a relaxed smile playing upon his lips, as though everything within this purple void palace was but a pastime to him. When his gaze swept over the three pure ones, a trace of gravity flashed across his eyes. But as it moved to regard the others, that gravity dissolved into indifference bordering upon disdain. Yuanling's pupils contracted slightly. It was Di Jun and Tai Yi. The future sovereign of the demon race's celestial court, Emperor Di Jun, and the eastern deity Tai Yi of the demon race, who wielded the chaos bell and whose combat prowess was unmatched in the primordial wilderness. These two were destined to become quasi-saint powerhouses, and Tai Yi was widely regarded as the most likely to attain enlightenment through sheer force. Had the war between the demon and witch races not ended in mutual devastation, the fate of the primordial world would have been far different. Yuanling etched their appearances deeply into his memory. Just then another rainbow light descended into the purple cloud palace. It was a young Taoist clad in a blood-red robe with hair as crimson as blood and eyes as fiery as burning coals. He resembled an unsheathed murderous sword, exuding a sharp and chilling aura. He did not push forward to the front, but casually found a seat, as if the struggle for the 6 cattail mats was none of his concern. Yuanling's gaze fell upon the blood-robed Taoist, and the answer crystallized in his mind. Ming He. The Lord of the Blood Sea, Patriarch Ming He, creator of the Azura race, wielded the twin murderous swords Yuan Tu and Abai, and was one of the most ferocious powerhouses in the primordial world. Yuanling swept his eyes across the hall, and thunderous names flashed through his mind. Nu Wafu Shi Di Jun Tai Yi Peng Hong Yunjin Yuanzi Ming He. Each of them was a future quasi-saint powerhouse, each leaving an indelible mark on the history of the primordial world. And now they were all still at the golden immortal realm, seated in the purple cloud palace like students awaiting the Tao Ancestor's lecture. Yuanling took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. More figures kept arriving in the hall, some travel-worn clearly from distant lands. Others had unstable auras, evidently having endured much hardship in the chaos. Soon nearly 3,000 golden immortals had taken their seats in the purple cloud palace. No one spoke. All sat quietly in their places, waiting for the supreme figure to appear. Outside the palace, no more rainbow lights descended. Hao Tian and Yao Qi exchanged glances, preparing to close the palace gates. Just then, two figures burst out of the chaos and stumbled into the purple cloud palace. All eyes turned. The two were dressed as Taoists. The one in front had a sallow face with a sparse beard, his hair in a Taoist bun, clad in a plain white robe. His countenance bore compassion tinged with a hint of suffering, as if perpetually troubled by some burden. He appeared gaunt and haggard, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, faintly radiating the light of wisdom. Behind him was a slightly plump, fair-faced man, with double hair buns, eyes full of mirth, wearing a green Taoist robe. He exuded a warm, spring-like aura that inspired immediate affinity. Upon entering the purple cloud palace, their gazes first swept toward the front. The plump Taoist's eyes lingered on the 6 cattail mats for an instant, precisely on the mats themselves. A flicker of insight crossed his eyes. They exchanged glances, each harboring their own calculations. The next moment, the plump Taoist suddenly rushed forward, his voice grief-stricken, beating his chest and stamping his feet, tears and mucus streaming down. Elder brother, the western lands are barren, all spiritual veins destroyed. We have crossed the chaos, enduring countless hardships solely to hear the Tao Ancestor's teachings and enlighten the countless beings of the West. His voice was filled with extreme sorrow, as if bearing immense injustice. Now that we are late, not even a seat remains. How can I face the Western masses? I might as well dash my head against this pillar and die to atone for it. With that, he truly charged toward a pillar in the hall, feigning the act of dashing his head against it. The sallow-faced Taoist quickly stepped forward to hold him back, his expression pained as he pleaded, "Junior brother, do not do this." One pretended to dash, the other pulled him back, creating a scene that would have been touching, if not for the cold, indifferent stares of the 3,000 powerhouses present. None in the hall spoke or showed any emotion. Anyone who had reached the Golden Immortal realm was a cunning old fox, having weathered countless tribulations and seen the fickleness of the world. Who could be fooled by such a performance? Yet someone's heart softened. The red-robed Taoist on the sixth cattail, Mat Hongyun, looked at the two pitiful figures and felt a pang of sympathy. He hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said warmly, "Esteemed Taoists, no need for such distress. I yield this mat to you." So saying, he genuinely vacated the mat and stepped back. Jin Yuanzi wanted to stop him, but was too late. He opened his mouth, then could only sigh and follow Hongyun, shifting back a little. The plump Taoist's eyes flashed with delight as he unceremoniously plopped down on the sixth mat. But after sitting, his gaze turned to the fifth mat, the one occupied by Kunlun Mountain. The plump Taoist glared at Kunlun Mountain, his voice shifting from grief to a sharp rebuke. "Who are you to deserve this mat? Quickly yield it to my elder brother." At these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Yuanshi, upon hearing this, finally opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Kunlun Mountain, brimming with undisguised disgust and contempt. He let out a cold snort, not loud, but clearly audible throughout the entire Purple Cloud Palace. "A creature born from fur and horns wet, an egg-born, how dare you occupy a seat of the Tao Ancestor's fate?" As Yuanshi's words fell, a sharp gleam flashed in the plump Taoist's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He produced a 7 treasures wonderful tree, its 7-colored radiance flowing. With a gentle wave, an irresistible force swept toward Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain's face changed drastically. He tried to resist, but the power of the 7 treasures wonderful tree was overwhelming and unstoppable, knocking him off the mat. He fell to the ground, his dark feathered robes disheveled, utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the sallow-faced Taoist Jiayin smoothly seated himself on the 5th mat. "You!" Flames of fury blazed in Kunlun Mountain's eyes, his aura surging as if he was about to strike. But just then a distant bell toll sounded. Dong! The bell's tone was not harsh, but it seemed to strike directly into every soul. The entire Purple Cloud Palace trembled. Chaos energy surged, and Tao resonance flowed. "The 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace have arrived. From now on you shall take your seats accordingly." The Tao voice spoke, neither joyful nor sorrowful, yet carrying undeniable authority. Kunlun Mountain froze. This was the voice of the Tao Ancestor. He suppressed the blazing fury in his heart, grinding his teeth in silent rage. The Tao Ancestor had spoken, the matter was settled. If he continued to make a scene, it would be suicidal. Kunlun Mountain rose from the ground with a dark scowl, found a corner seat at random, and sat down. His sinister eyes fixed on the backs of Yuanti and Jiayin, as if trying to brand them into his bones. Meanwhile, Yuanti and Jiayin had already settled calmly onto their mats, as if nothing had happened. Yuanling observed it all, silently sighing. This was the famous incident of yielding seats, during the first sermon in the Purple Cloud Palace. Because of a moment's compassion, Hongyun yielded his opportunity, and Yuanti seized the chance to take Kunlun Mountain's seat. From then on, Kunlun Mountain bore a grudge against Hongyun, who ultimately met his doom after the War of Lich and Demon. Yuanti and Jiayin, relying on the 5th and 6th cattail cushions, eventually attained enlightenment and became saints, founding the Western Buddhist school. Every sip and peck is predestined. Or rather, Yuanling glanced at Yuanshi seated before him, his eyes flickering. Was his master's remark about those with fur and horns born from moisture and eggs truly out of disdain for Kunlun Mountain, or was it in collusion with Junie? After all, Kunlun Mountain's origins were not weak. At the very least, he was stronger than Yuanling's future junior brother Huanglong. This thought flashed through Yuanling's mind, but he did not dwell on it, for the next moment a figure appeared out of thin air on the high platform. In the depths of chaos within the Xixiao Palace. On the high platform, a Taoist sat cross-legged. He wore a chaotic Taoist robe adorned with no patterns, yet it seemed to contain all the colors of heaven and earth. His features were indistinct, as if he were one with the heavenly Tao. Though he sat right there, he exuded no aura of existence. Purple chi swirled around him, the Tao rhythm heavy and condensed. That purple chi was not ordinary spiritual energy, but the primordial purple chi, the foundation of sainthood. 3,000 great beings all held their breath. Heaven and earth fell silent, all sounds ceased. The gaze of every being converged on that Taoist, and every mind was drawn by that intangible Tao rhythm. This was Hongjun, Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the first saint of the primordial world. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resounded clearly in the depths of every soul. That voice was neither joyful nor sorrowful, devoid of any emotion, yet it contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. The great Tao is formless, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Tao is emotionless, yet it governs the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, yet it nurtures all things. The Tao verse fell, and in the Xixiao Palace visions suddenly emerged celestial flowers, rained down golden lotuses, surged forth myriad rays of light, bloomed from the void, and purple clouds filled the hall. Hongjun continued, "I am Hongjun. Today the Xixiao Palace opens, and I will discourse on the grand Tao of chaos for the 3rd time, transmitting the ultimate principles of the primordial. Those who wish to listen sit quietly, those who do not may leave." No one moved. The 3,000 great beings sat as still as bells, none willing to leave. Hongjun nodded slightly, and continued speaking. His voice was like celestial music, each word transformed into a golden lotus that bloomed and dissipated within the hall, The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Named is the mother of all things. Before heaven and earth were separated, chaos was one, and when the primordial chaos first divided, the Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. All things bear yin and embrace yang, and through the blending of qi they achieve harmony. The Tao sound lingered around the beams, every word a pearl. The 3,000 great beings were all entranced, their minds immersed in the great Tao, as if a parched riverbed had received a sweet rain. Hongjun continued, "Now I will first discourse on the path of Great Golden Immortal and Quasi-Sage. Daluo means transcending time and space, not falling into reincarnation. One must have the 3 flowers gathered atop the head, and the 5 qi facing the source illuminate one's own Tao and stabilize the Tao fruit. A quasi-sage must sever the 3 corpses and shed the mortal womb. The 3 corpses are the corpse of goodness, the corpse of evil, and the corpse of self. They are anchored by primordial spiritual treasures. Severing one corpse advances 1 layer of Tao cultivation. When all 3 are severed, one reaches the great perfection of quasi-sage. The great Tao is supremely impartial. Opportunities lie with the individual." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 6 figures on the 6 cattail cushions in the hall, his voice still devoid of joy or sorrow. "The seats are fixed, no more contention. Listen quietly to my discourse, and do not disturb the heavenly Tao." With these words, Hongjun spoke no more and formally began his discourse on the grand Tao of chaos. In an instant, golden flowers fell from the sky, each flower a fragment of the law. Golden lotuses surged from the earth, each lotus a supreme Tao scripture. Myriad rays of light descended from the void, illuminating the entire Zixiao palace, as bright as day. A purple qi filled the hall, the primordial purple qi radiating from the Tao Ancestor, making the 3,000 great beings feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Yuanling sat cross-legged behind Yuanshi, now completely immersed in the Tao sound. That sound seemed to pour directly into his primordial spirit. Without needing to understand or think, the principles of the great Tao naturally imprinted themselves in the depths of his soul. Though his cultivation was the shallowest in the Zixiao Palace, his foundation was the most pure. The origin of the primordial indestructible divine light granted him a natural affinity for the great Tao. At this moment, he felt his primordial spirit rejoicing, his true spirit leaping with joy. Countless previously perplexing problems were resolved upon hearing the Tao sound. Countless originally vague insights became clear and distinct. Yuanling was entranced, his mind fully immersed in this ocean of the great Tao. In the Zixiao Palace, none of the 3,000 great beings were an exception. The Tao Ancestor's lecture officially began. In the Zixiao Palace, the Tao sound lingered, golden flowers fell profusely. The 3,000 great beings were entranced, immersed in the wondrous principles of the great Tao. Yuanling also sat cross-legged behind Yuanshi, his mind completely drawn by the profound Tao sound, as if he were in a boundless ocean of the great Tao, letting the waves of wisdom wash over his primordial spirit. Suddenly the Tao sound ceased abruptly. The golden flowers falling from the sky dissipated instantly. The golden lotuses surging from the earth vanished in a flash. The myriad rays of light receded like a tide, and the hall, once filled with swirling purple qi, returned to clarity. The 3,000 great beings were all startled awake from their enlightened state, as if shaken from a deep sleep, their eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. On the high platform, Tao Ancestor Hongjun sat, as before, his features still indistinct, united with the heavenly Tao. His gaze swept lightly over the assembly, yet seemed to pierce through the hall's walls, looking towards some direction in the depths of chaos. In that gaze was neither joy nor sorrow, but an undeniable majesty. "Do not transmit the Dharma to the 6-eared." 5 words, not loud, yet they exploded like thunder in the Zixiao Palace. Everyone in the hall was startled, then each showed a thoughtful expression. Yuanling's heart skipped a beat. "Do not transmit the Dharma to the 6-eared." These 5 words held a special meaning in the primordial world. They were not a general statement, but pointed to a specific being. The 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaos monkeys of legend, said to be skilled in hearing sounds, able to perceive principles, know past and future, and understand all things. This monkey was exceptionally gifted, capable of eavesdropping on all sounds in heaven and earth. No matter the distance or the restrictions set, it could not be stopped. During the Tao Ancestor's lecture, just now, someone must have been eavesdropping in secret. And the Tao Ancestor's declaration of "do not transmit the Dharma to the 6-eared" was both a warning to that eavesdropper and an explanation to those present. The Tao arts are profound and cannot be lightly transmitted, much less stolen by base individuals. After Hongjun's words, he said no more and resumed his lecture. The Tao sound rose again, golden flowers reappeared, purple qi returned. As if the interruption had never occurred, the 3,000 great beings once again immersed themselves with no time for anything else. Yuanling also composed his mind and continued to listen to the Tao Ancestor's lecture, paying no heed to the 6-eared macaque, just a mischievous monkey. Time flowed like water, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the purple firmament palace, the ethereal sound of the Tao lingered unceasing. As the final word of the Tao fell, Ancestor Hongjun slowly closed his mouth. The myriad golden flowers, golden lotuses, rosy clouds, and purple mists dissipated, restoring the hall to its pristine tranquility. 3,000 great cultivators awakened from their Tao comprehension, most with expressions of lingering desire for more. 3,000 years of listening to the Tao were unimaginably long for mortals, but for these golden immortals of the Primordial, who had cultivated for countless epochs, it was merely a snap of the fingers. The Tao expounded by the Ancestor was too profound, too mysterious. 3,000 years were far from sufficient to digest it. Yuanling slowly opened his eyes, and within those orbs once clear as stars now lay a deeper radiance. Over these 3,000 years of listening to the Tao, his gains far exceeded expectations. His cultivation had broken through from the early Golden Immortal stage to the late Golden Immortal stage. 2 minor realms in 3,000 years. This speed was already inconceivably fast in the Primordial. Some cultivators could practice for several epochs without even breaking through a single minor realm. Yuanling was quite satisfied with his progress, but amidst his satisfaction, he clearly recognized his own problem. One of the greatest benefits of the Ancestor's lectures was the golden flowers falling from the sky and the golden lotuses emerging from the earth. These phenomena were not mere decorations, they were the essence of the great Tao naturally emitted during the Ancestor's discourse. Absorbing the golden flowers and lotuses could directly enhance one's magical power. Over these 3,000 years, Yuanling had absorbed many such manifestations, propelling his cultivation from the early Golden Immortal to the late Golden Immortal. But that was all. He could understand little of the profound principles the Ancestor expounded. Even those golden immortals of the Great Luo were enraptured, cherishing every word as a treasure. How could he, a mere golden immortal, grasp it all? Most of the time, he was merely listening rather than comprehending, imprinting the Tao sounds into his primordial spirit to ponder over in the future. More importantly, his comprehension of laws had barely progressed. The water law remained at the same level as 3,000 years ago, only a superficial understanding. It was not that he was unwilling to comprehend, but that he dared not. Yuanling's true form was the primordial, indestructible, divine light, formless and intangible, harmonizing with all things. This was his advantage. He could dabble in any law and gain some insight. But this also meant being jack of all trades, master of none. If he greedily tried to learn and comprehend everything, he would end up mediocre in all aspects. Thus, during these 3,000 years, Yuanling deliberately suppressed his impulse to comprehend laws. He was waiting for his master to refine his true form into a spiritual treasure. At that time, he would have a clear direction and could follow the law of that treasure to cultivate the path most suited for him. Before that, he would rather be a hollow golden immortal than take the wrong path and regret it later. Yuanling exhaled a turbid breath, calmed his mind, and cast his gaze toward the high platform ahead. On the high platform, Ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain all the ages since the beginning of heaven and earth, ancient and profound, forbidding direct gaze. His voice arose unhurriedly, carrying a desolation that spanned endless kalpas. This lecture is concluded. Do you have any further questions? As his words fell, silence first filled the hall. Then from the foremost cushion, Laozi stood up. The white-haired elder slowly turned to face Ancestor Hongjun on the high platform and bowed deeply. His movements were unhurried, every detail exuding an air of composure. May I ask the Ancestor what realm lies beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Laozi's voice was calm and respectful. At these words, everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. As innate divinities, each possessed innate knowledge. They knew something of the realm beyond Great Luo, but only fragments. Vague concepts, disjointed pieces lacking a system. Moreover, since the opening of the Primordial, though many powerhouses had emerged, none save Hongjun had ever attained the true mixed Yuan realm. The chiefs of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan tribes during the Dragon Han catastrophe possessed earth-shattering power, yet they never took that final step. Demon Ancestor Lihu stirred up the world, but ultimately met his end with body and spirit destroyed. What lay beyond Great Luo? Everyone wished to know. And Laozi's question on a deeper level sought confirmation. Whether Hongjun had truly reached that legendary realm. After all, if Hongjun himself were not a mixed Yuan, then where did his mixed Yuan Great Tao originate? Yuanling observed all this, inwardly pondering. As far as he knew, the 3 pure ones were already direct disciples of Ancestor Hongjun. Yet why did his senior uncle Laozi address him as ancestor rather than teacher when asking about realms? There must be deep meaning. Yuanling was no fool. After a moment's thought, a glimmer of understanding shone in his eyes. He finally comprehended why his teacher Yuanshi had spoken so vehemently against Kunlun in the Purple Firmament Palace. A mere beast with fur and horns, born of moisture and eggs. How can such a creature deserve this seat of the Ancestor's fortune? At the time it sounded like a simple insult, but given that the 3 pure ones were the Ancestor's disciples, the meaning was entirely different. The 3 pure ones were the Ancestor's direct disciples, but this was not public knowledge. Among the 3,000 guests in the Purple Firmament Palace, most were unaware of this relationship. In others' eyes, the 3 pure ones were merely 3 powerful Great Luo Golden Immortals, no different from other great cultivators. When Yuanshi called Kunlun a beast with fur and horns, born of moisture and eggs, the implication was, I am the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, pure in origin and noble in birth, naturally entitled to this cushion. And you Kunlun are but a demon. Why should you sit on equal footing with me? As for Kunlun being scolded and driven off the cushion, that was merely an insignificant sacrifice in this orchestrated act. Because Kunlun and Red Cloud were not destined sages, they had to give way to Jane and Yuanti. The destined sage seats. What was meant by destined was fate. The three pure ones, incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, bore the merit of creating the world and were fated to attain sagehood. Nuwa possessed the merit of creating humanity linked to the emergence of the human race and would later be accepted as Hongjun's final disciple. Jane and Yuanti bore the fortune of the West. The Ancestor had incurred a karmic debt to the West during his battle with Demon Ancestor, and the heavenly Tao was impartial. The West was destined to flourish in the future. Thus Jane and Yuanti were also destined sages. Could others be destined sages? Of course, but who could replace Nuwa in creating humanity? Who could replace Jane and Yuanti in reviving the West? As for the three pure ones, they were truly the strongest second generation of the primordial, surpassing even the ancestral witches. 3 individuals shared the same amount of world-creating merit as 12. Who was stronger, who weaker? Could it not be seen? Becoming a sage required great fortune, great destiny, and great merit. Even if others possessed the purple mist of Hongming, they could not become sages. If they wished to attain sagehood without merit, they would first need to become a mixed Yuan Great Golden Immortal before claiming the sage fruit. Whether it was the arrangement of the cushions or the present questioning, it was all a coordinated act between master and disciples. Upon the high platform, Daozu Hongjun nodded slightly, affirming Laozi's conjecture and that of all present. Above Daoyuo lies the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. 6 characters fell, and the atmosphere in the hall grew solemn. All held their breath, terrified of missing any word the Daozu might speak next. To attain Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian is to prove the Dao. Hongjun's voice was neither hasty nor slow. Yet beyond proving the Dao lies another realm known as becoming a saint, attaining the revered position of saint. Proof of the Dao and becoming a saint were not entirely the same thing. Everyone silently committed this distinction to memory. At that moment, Yuanshi rose to his feet, offered a respectful bow, and asked, "May I ask the Daozu what defines a saint?" Hongjun's gaze settled upon Yuanshi, carrying a faint trace of gratification. To unite with heaven and earth is to become a saint. His voice carried the authority of heavenly decree, each word deeply branded into the souls of all present. A saint shall share the longevity of heaven and earth, the radiance of sun and moon, remain untouched by all laws, and escape the cycles of tribulation. Saints are Huanyuan, yet not all Huanyuan are saints. Beneath saints all are mere ants. Those final 8 words struck through the palace of purple sky like bolts of thunder. The hall erupted in murmurs. The 30,000 great beings could not hide their astonishment. Beneath saints all are mere ants. These words carried enough weight to make every Daoyuo Jingxian present tremble within. They had cultivated for countless eons, endured innumerable tribulations, and considered themselves the pinnacle of all existence between heaven and earth. Yet before a saint they were nothing but ants. How vast the chasm between them! Yet Hongjun's following words allowed everyone to calm from their shock. However, all things have both advantages and disadvantages. Hongjun's tone shifted yet remained as impassive as ever. To attain sainthood is to share in the fate of the primordial world, and thus one must naturally obey the mandate of heaven and bear the duties of a saint. When heaven and earth are damaged, saints repair them. When tribulation approaches, saints see it through. Becoming a saint brought not only benefits, but responsibilities. Or rather, saints themselves were part of the heavenly Tao, bound by its constraints. The assembly fell into thoughtful silence. At that moment, Tontian also rose to his feet. His bow bore none of the meticulous rigidity of Laozi's, nor the solemn majesty of Yuanshi's, but carried instead a spirited vitality reminiscent of youth. "May I ask the Daozu?" Tongtian's voice was clear and direct. "How does one prove the Tao to attain Hunyuan?" This was precisely the question occupying everyone's minds. How does one become a saint? How does one rise above that lofty position where even saints are not reached? Hongjun's expression grew grave, his voice taking on extraordinary weight. There are thousands upon thousands of paths to the Tao, yet all roads lead to the same destination. As for specific methods, this humble Taoist has 3, and you may choose freely. All 30,000 great beings perked up their ears. The first, proving the Tao through strength, that is proving through the laws. Comprehend the power of the laws, and bring them to perfection, and you may prove the Tao. Yet this method is extraordinarily arduous, requiring immense willpower, wisdom, and fortuitous opportunity. But if successful, this path yields the greatest strength among the 3. Proving the Tao through strength offered the greatest power, but also the greatest difficulty. Everyone silently weighed their own capabilities, and the majority quickly eliminated this option. The second, proving the Tao through merit. Accomplish great deeds of merit and accumulate the chi of fortune to prove the Tao. At these words, silence fell across the hall. Proving the Tao through merit. While seemingly easier than proving through strength, everyone understood deep down that the merit required was an astronomical sum beyond reckoning. Accumulating so much merit was perhaps even more daunting than proving through strength. None of these tasks were within the reach of ordinary beings. No one hesitated to discard this option as well. The third, proving the Tao by severing the 3 corpses. Hongjun's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice remaining steady. This is a method created by this humble Taoist which was partially explained during the earlier teaching. Using an innate spiritual treasure as an anchor, sever your good, evil, and self-corpses to attain the Yuanshi Realm. Finally, when the three corpses merge, one may prove the Tao to reach Han Yuan. Recognition flickered in everyone's eyes. Severing the three corpses to prove the Tao. Using an innate treasure as medium, cutting away one's obsessions to form independent entities. Each severed corpse would refine one's Tao cultivation further. Once all three corpses were severed, one would reach the peak of Yuanshi. Only then, with the three corpses united and yin and yang harmonized, could one prove the Tao to attain Han Yuan. Compared to the first two paths, this one sounded far more feasible. There was no need to comprehend the laws to perfection. That was too distant. Nor was there need to accumulate vast reservoirs of merit. That was too arduous. One merely needed to find a suitable innate treasure and proceed step by step, severing the corpses as required. Yet Yuanling knew well that this path was no easier either. Innate treasures were already rare, and those suitable for severing corpses were exceedingly few. In the days to come, the great beings would surely provoke countless bloody conflicts over these treasure artifacts. Severing the three corpses was merely the means, not the end. The true trial lay in uniting the three corpses, a step that had blocked countless Yuanshi great perfection cultivators, preventing them from taking that final step throughout their entire lives. Of course, none of this concerned him now. As a golden immortal at the late stage, there were still two major realms, Tai Jingxian and Daluo Jingxian, between him and the first corpse severance. The road ahead was long indeed. After explaining the methods of proving the Tao, Hongjun did not stop. His gaze swept across the assembly, carrying some deeper significance. The primordial world is now in chaos, yin and yang out of order, heaven and earth misaligned. Hongjun's voice carried undeniable authority. This humble Taoist wishes to select one man and one woman to govern the primordial world and restore order. At these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense at once. To govern the primordial world. What an immense authority. Every eye lit up, all gazing expectantly toward the Daozu upon the high platform, hoping the chosen one might be themselves. Hongjun's gaze swept across the hall and finally settled upon two figures. Dong Wenggong, a Taoist clad in magnificent robes bearing an aura of noble distinction, rose to his feet, his face filled with agitation. You are the embodiment of primal pure yang energy, born with the innate qualifications to govern. This humble Taoist appoints you as the head of all male immortals. You shall reside in the Purple Mansion and command the Jade Treasury, leading all male cultivators in the primordial world. Hongjun waved his hand and a stream of golden light descended into Dong Wenggong's palm, transforming into a dragon-headed cane. The artifact was crafted entirely from jade, its dragon head exquisitely lifelike, radiating powerful spiritual energy. I bestow upon you a supreme grade innate treasure, the dragon head cane. Dong Wenggong accepted the cane with both hands, his face glowing with joy, and immediately knelt in obeisance. This disciple thanks the Daozu. Zhuangmu. Another figure rose, a female immortal of dignified bearing and composed countenance. You are the embodiment of primal pure yin energy, destined to complement Dong Wenggong in yin and yang. This humble Taoist appoints you as the head of all female immortals. You shall reside in Kunlun and hold the golden register governing all female cultivators in the primordial world. Hongjun raised his hand once more and a plain-colored banner descended into Zhuangmu's grasp. The banner was entirely white, embroidered with cloud patterns and immortal cranes radiating a gentle yet sacred light. I bestow upon you a supreme grade innate treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner. Zhuangmu too was overjoyed and bowed deeply. This disciple thanks the Daozu. Countless gazes like searchlights converged upon Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu. Among those looks were envy, jealousy, scrutiny, and disdain. The titles of male immortal sovereign and female immortal sovereign sounded imposing, but the great Luo golden immortals present knew well that although the Tao Ancestor had bestowed these titles upon Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu, which true powerhouse would heed their commands? Would Sanqing obey? Would Nuwa? Would Dijuan and Tai? Would Jian and Zhuanti? Impossible. The position of immortal sovereign for Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu was, to put it nicely, a means to govern the primordial world. To put it bluntly, they were merely two banners raised by the Tao Ancestor, tools to temporarily stabilize the order of the primordial world. When the true powerhouses grew strong enough, these two banners would eventually be torn down. Yuanling watched Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu's ecstatic expressions and shook his head inwardly. He knew well the fate of these two. Dong Wenggong would later be defeated by Dijuan and Tai, his body destroyed and his spirit extinguished. Zhuangmu, though she survived, would ultimately relinquish her authority and retreat to the Kunlun Immortal Realm, never again enjoying today's glory. The dragon head staff and the Western plain-colored cloud banner bestowed by the Tao Ancestor became their final dignity. But all this had nothing to do with Yuanling. He was merely a junior at the late Golden Immortal stage. He only needed to sit quietly behind his master, observing these powerhouses as they harbored their own schemes and calculated in silence. The Tao Ancestor Hongjun, seeing that Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu had received their spiritual treasures, gave a slight nod and said no more. You may depart now. He waved his hand, his voice as calm as water. My sermon will be delivered in 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years. The second session will begin in 1 Yuan Hui. 1 Yuan Hui. Yuanling silently calculated in the primordial world 1 Yuan Hui was 129,600 years. That is 129,600 years later the Tao Ancestor would commence the second sermon. We thank the Tao Ancestor. The 3,000 powerhouses in the hall rose together, bowed respectfully, and filed out. The Zixiao Palace quickly emptied. But three people did not move: Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Sanqing remained seated on their cattail mats motionless. As Yuanshi's disciple Yuanling naturally did not move either. He sat quietly behind his master, eyes fixed on the tip of his nose and hard on his mind. When all the miscellaneous figures had left the hall, the doors of Zixiao Palace slowly closed. Inside the hall remained only the Tao Ancestor Hongjun on the high platform, Sanqing in the hall, and the youth behind Sanqing. The Tao Ancestor's gaze fell upon Sanqing, and on his expressionless face a faint smile finally appeared. You three are indeed patient. Yuanshi stood up, bowed respectfully, and said with a rare smile, Master, how could a disciple dare to be presumptuous? This master came naturally without any stiffness, clearly indicating that a master-disciple relationship had long existed between Sanqing and Hongjun. The Tao Ancestor Hongjun shifted his gaze from Sanqing to Yuanling. Is this the disciple you mentioned before? Yuanshi's tone carried a hint of pride as he smiled. Indeed, his name is Yuanling, incarnated from the innate indestructible spirit light. Master, what do you think? Not bad, right? Yuanling quickly rose, walked respectfully to the front, and bowed deeply to the Tao Ancestor Hongjun on the high platform, his movements flawless. Disciple Yuanling pays homage to the Grandmaster. His voice was clear, neither humble nor arrogant. The Tao Ancestor's gaze fell upon Yuanling, those deep eyes seeming to pierce all illusions and reach the very origin. Heh! He let out a soft laugh, the sound betraying neither joy nor displeasure, yet it made Yuanling's heart tighten slightly. You have set your sights on your master. Hongjun looked at Yuanshi, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, but more of an elder's indulgence toward a junior. Tongtian interjected with a smile. Second brother, to accommodate master's arrangement, you even uttered words like, those with fur horns born from moisture or eggs, which deeply offended Kunlun. If master doesn't give some reward, wouldn't second brother suffer a great loss? Hongjun shook his head, not taking it to heart. He again fixed his gaze on Yuanling, scrutinizing him for a moment, then looked up at the boy Haoyan standing at the entrance of Zixiao Palace. That youth in a pale gold Taoist robe stood quietly by the hall door, side by side with Yaoqi. His demeanor was calm and reserved, and even upon hearing these secret words in the hall, his face showed no ripples. Hongjun's gaze traveled between Yuanling and Haoyan, his eyes flickering, as if pondering something. After a moment he spoke. I have experienced the Long Han Tribulation, witnessed the struggle of the three clans firsthand, and personally endured the Daomo conflict. Hongjun's voice grew distant, as if recalling ancient events. In that great war, the Taoists Yinyang and Qinkuan fell, and the demon ancestor Lu transformed into the demon realm, fleeing into the chaos. Their legacies are all in my hands. Sanqing's expressions turned solemn. Yinyang Laozu and Qinkuan Laozu during the Long Han Tribulation were Hunyuan Golden Immortal powerhouses on par with the Tao Ancestor and the Demon Ancestor. Of course, there was also Wuxing Laozu, who fell in the Beast Tribulation, and Yangmei Laozu, who had attained the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal and fled far into the chaos. Yinyang Laozu and Qinkuan Laozu, though less renowned than Hongjun and Lu, were equally unfathomable in strength. Their legacies, what a vast treasure that must be. In the future, the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the four swords of Zhuxian shall be the supreme protective treasures I bestow upon you. Hongjun's gaze swept over Sanqing. Laozi, the Taiji diagram is yours. Yuanshi, the Panga banner is yours. Tongtian, the four swords of Zhuxian are yours. Sanqing bowed in unison. We thank you, master. Hongjun waved his hand. The time has not yet come. These treasures will be kept with me for now, and when the time is ripe, I shall bestow them. Yuanling's heart trembled. The Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the four swords of Zhuxian. The Taiji diagram was one of the three treasures of creation, encompassing all things and suppressing fate. The Panga banner also was one of the three treasures of creation, unmatched in offense, capable of breaking anything. The four swords of Zhuxian, though not among the three treasures of creation, nor supreme innate treasures, could not be broken except by four saints. These treasures would all become the Tao-proving relics of Sanqing in the future. And the words the Tao Ancestor Hongjun spoke now were both a promise and a fixed destiny. As Yuanling was silently marveling, he suddenly heard the Tao Ancestor Hongjun call his name. Yuanling. Yuanling trembled, and quickly responded, Disciple is here. On the high platform, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun extended his hand. The palm was thin and slender, and in its center a small cauldron materialized out of thin air. The cauldron was a dark bluish-gray with 3 legs and 2 ears, ancient in shape, with no superfluous ornamentation. Yet this very simplicity exuded a profound sense of returning to the origin. Chaotic chi seemed to flow faintly around the cauldron's body, as if it had existed since before heaven and earth were divided. This is the Qinkuan cauldron, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yuanling felt his mind buzz as if struck by lightning, barely able to believe his own ears. In the legends of Honghuang, this cauldron's renown rivaled that of the most formidable primordial treasures. In some accounts, the Qinquan cauldron itself was regarded as a supreme primordial treasure. However, according to Yuanling's innate inheritance, there were only 4 primordial treasures in the ancient world: the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the Chaos bell, and the legendary creation lotus. The creation lotus later split into 3. Its petals became the 3-jeweled jade rui, its stem the Tai feather duster, and its leaves the Qingping sword. Though each of these was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, only when combined did they constitute a true primordial treasure. Therefore, in the strictest sense, only the 3 treasures of creation truly held that rank. Though the Qinquan cauldron was not itself a primordial treasure, its power was so astonishingly formidable that countless mighty beings would have coveted it. It could reverse the post-heaven stage and return to the pre-heaven state. Any artifact forged in the post-heaven realm, when placed within the Qinquan cauldron for nurturing, could shed its mundane impurities and transform into an innate spiritual treasure. What did this mean? It meant that given sufficient materials and adequate time, Yuanling could mass-produce innate spiritual treasures. Of course, what Grandmaster Hongjun said next swiftly poured cold water on his soaring ambitions. Though the Qinquan cauldron can reverse the post-heaven into the pre-heaven, an innate spiritual treasure bears the fortune of Honghuang itself. Hongjun's voice grew more solemn. Should you refine an innate spiritual treasure, it will consume your own fortune, so you must exercise utmost caution. Yuanling's heart tightened, and he respectfully replied, "Disciple understands." Fortune was an elusive and mysterious force, yet indispensable on the path of cultivation. A surging fortune brought smooth sailing, a waning fortune turned every step into thorns. One had to weigh the cost carefully when exchanging fortune for treasures. "Thank you, Ancestor, for this precious gift." Yuanling accepted the Qinquan cauldron with both hands. The small cauldron felt warm against his palms, as though alive, forging a faint yet perceptible connection with his primordial spirit. He bowed deeply, his heart brimming with excitement. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and one of functional nature at that. The Yushu glazed lamp had been bestowed by his master, and now the Qinquan cauldron came from his ancestor. With 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures in his possession, a late-stage golden immortal, like himself, likely surpassed many Daluo golden immortals in wealth. Yuanshi observed Yuanling's unmistakable elation, a faint smile touching his lips before he quickly restored his dignified demeanor. Grandmaster Hongjun watched the scene unfold and chuckled softly, a sound so warm that it seemed to fill the entire Zixiao palace with gentleness. "Since you are the foremost disciple of the 3rd generation of my Xuanmen, your origins should not be lacking." Hongjun's gaze fell upon Yuanling, his voice carrying the warmth an elder showed toward a junior. "I shall personally craft your true form." Upon hearing these words, the 3 pure ones simultaneously showed expressions of delight, particularly Yuanshi, whose usually solemn countenance was now aglow with joy. He was Yuanling's master and the foremost artisan among the 3 pure ones. By his original design, the refinement of Yuanling's true form was meant to be his own undertaking. Yet he well understood the difficulty involved. To forge the indestructible primordial light into a top-grade innate spiritual treasure required materials found nowhere else in all of Honghuang. His original plan had been to first determine the material direction for Yuanling's true form, guide Yuanling in comprehending the corresponding laws, and only then proceed with refinement after he himself attained sagehood. Only a sage's intervention could ensure success. But now his master himself was stepping forward. Yuanshi's heart swelled with overwhelming joy. His master was now a sage, the strongest among sages. With his master personally crafting Yuanling's true form, it would inevitably become a top-tier, top-grade, innate spiritual treasure possessing all 48 innate prohibitions. This was not merely Yuanling's monumental opportunity, but Yuanshi's supreme glory as well. Kneeling on the ground, Yuanling was completely stunned. His ancestor would personally craft his true form. Not his master, but his ancestor. The Dao ancestor Hongjun himself would intervene. Yuanling felt a surge of fervent blood rushing to his crown, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. He prostrated himself deeply, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. "Disciple, thanks be to Ancestor for such profound grace." Grandmaster Hongjun gave a slight nod, a faint hint of expectation shimmering in his profound eyes. "Present the Qinquan cauldron." Hongjun's voice was soft, yet carried clearly to every ear present. Yuanling hurriedly complied, and with a thought, the cauldron he had just sealed within his primordial spirit appeared in his palm. The small cauldron was grayish-green, unadorned, and plain in appearance, yet it exuded an ancient aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Holding the Qinquan cauldron with both hands, he reverently offered it toward the elevated platform. Hongjun extended his hand in a gentle gesture, and the cauldron floated upward from Yuanling's grasp, slowly ascending into the air. In the next instant, the Qinquan cauldron suddenly expanded in Hongjun's hands. The small cauldron, no larger than a fist, swelled before their very eyes. Its 3 legs became pillars upholding the heavens, its 2 ears like arms supporting the cosmos, while primordial energy churned across its surface like restless tides. Ancient patterns emerged beneath glowing radiance, revealing profound Dao marks of unfathomable mystery. In the blink of an eye, a colossal cauldron over a zhang tall hovered above the Zixiao palace, its great maw open as dense primordial spiritual energy billowed upward like invisible serpents dancing through the air. Before Yuanling could react, a gentle, yet irresistible force lifted his body. The next moment the world spun. His figure vanished from its original position, having already fallen inside the Qinquan cauldron. The world within the cauldron was utterly different from the outside. Before his eyes stretched a chaos-like void with no distinction between above and below, left and right. Dense primordial spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, warm and embracing, much like returning to the womb before heaven and earth had separated. Yuanling floated in the center of this void, feeling the power that wrapped around his entire being, a profound sense of peace settling over him. He knew that from here on the task would be handled by his ancestor directly, and all he needed to do was wait in tranquility. Yinyang Laozu and Qianquan Laozu were both among the most supreme beings of the primordial world during the Longhan calamity, standing alongside Dao Ancestor Hongjun and Demon Ancestor Luoho as the pinnacle powers of the Longhan era. In that earth-shattering conflict between Dao and Demon, they each displayed their extraordinary abilities, yet ultimately could not escape their demise. Yinyang Laozu perished, his body and Dao extinguished, and the primordial Yinyang essence scattered across heaven and earth. Qianquan Laozu's primordial spirit shattered, and the Qianquan essence was gathered by Hongjun. Meanwhile, Wuxing Laozu fell during the beast calamity, slain under the god-slaying spear of the beast Emperor Sheni. After their deaths, all their spiritual treasures fell into Hongjun's hands. And these primordial essences, which were their very bodies, though no longer complete, though no longer at the perfection of their peak, were still the most supreme spiritual substances in the primordial world. Had it not been for the Qinquan cauldron, any one of these essences alone could have been refined into a post-celestial supreme treasure. In the future, when Mount Buzhou broke, the primordial heavenly lord used half of the broken mountain to forge the heaven-overturning seal, which was a post-celestial supreme treasure. And now each of these three essences was as precious as the fragments of Mount Buzhou. Hongjun intended to cast all three into the Qinquan cauldron, merging them with Yuanling's original innate indestructible divine light. The legacies of the three ancestors would converge into one being. Hongjun flicked his finger, and the three essences transformed into three streams of light, falling into the Qinquan cauldron. The light of black and white, the light of clear and turbid, and the light of 5 colors. 3 lights interwove, stirring up monstrous waves within the cauldron. But this was not enough. A sharp glint flashed in Dao Ancestor Hongjun's eyes. He raised his other hand, and in his palm materialized an object, a shattered jade disc. The jade disc was incomplete, only a small half remaining, its edges jagged, as if torn by some terrifying force. Yet even such a broken disc exuded a supreme aura that made all things in heaven and earth bow before it. The creation jade disc. A chaos supreme treasure, the ultimate object containing the 3,000 great Daos. When Pangu split heaven and earth, the creation jade disc shattered, and most of its fragments were lost in the chaos. By a stroke of fate, Dao Ancestor Hongjun obtained the largest piece, using it to comprehend the Dao and ultimately attain sainthood. Now Hongjun used the broken creation jade disc as a catalyst to summon a supreme power, the power of the River of Time. The creation jade disc hovered above the Qinquan cauldron, the broken disc rotating slowly, emanating an inexplicable aura. That aura was formless and intangible, yet it made everyone present, the 3 pure ones, Haoyin and Yaoqi, feel an indescribable pressure. It was as if something vast and boundless was being drawn forth little by little. The River of Time. It was the supreme power that spanned past, present, and future, the ultimate order established by the great god Pangu when he created the primordial world. The end of the River of Time was sealed by Pangu's own hand, and even saints could not reverse time or alter events that had already occurred. However, using the creation jade disc as a medium, one could accelerate or decelerate time. What Dao Ancestor Hongjun intended to do was accelerate time within the Qinquan cauldron. In the blink of an eye in the outside world, 10,000 years passed inside the cauldron. He wanted Yuanling's original body to undergo the most perfect fusion and refinement within this accelerated river of time. The creation jade disc trembled gently, and an invisible ripple spread from the disc, sinking into the Qinquan cauldron. The world inside the cauldron was instantly turned upside down. Yuanling floated in the chaotic void within the Qinquan cauldron when he suddenly felt an immense, unimaginable power pouring in from outside. That power was not spiritual energy nor magical force, but something more primordial and profound. Time. Time was accelerating. He could clearly perceive that between each breath in the outside world, countless ages had passed within the cauldron. Yet this perception was not terrifying. Instead, it brought a strange tranquility, as if an invisible pair of hands were supporting him, guiding him, allowing him to drift serenely in the river of time. At the same time, the 3 primordial essences surged from all directions. The yin-yang essence transformed into black and white qi, coiling around him like 2 dragons swimming. The Qianquan essence turned into clear and turbid light, penetrating his limbs and bones, reshaping his sinews and meridians. The Wuxing essence manifested as a 5-colored wheel with the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, cycling in an endless loop, constructing a miniature 5-element system within his body. 3 essences, 3 laws, 3 powers. They were slowly merging with his original body, that innate, indestructible divine light. This process should have been painful, as the fusion of primordial essences was like carving into the soul, branding into the true spirit. But Yuanling felt no pain, for a gentler power was protecting him. The innate spiritual energy of the Qinkuan cauldron, like a soft curtain of light, wrapped around him, neutralizing all the shocks and tremors of the fusion process. Yuanling closed his eyes, allowing the process to unfold naturally. His consciousness wavered between clarity and haziness, and in that liminal state, he saw many visions. He saw an old man wielding black and white chi battling a towering demonic shadow, ultimately falling from exhaustion. He saw a Taoist manipulating the forces of clear and turbid, opening a small realm within the chaos, only to be struck down by a sword light that pierced heaven and earth. He saw a kind-eyed elder sitting cross-legged in the center of a five-colored wheel, smiling as he dissolved into specks of light that scattered across the sky. Yin Yang Laozu Qian Kuan Laozu Wu Xing Laozu. Their figures flashed through Yuanling's primordial spirit one by one, as if a legacy or a trust entrusted. The era of the three ancestors had ended, and their essences would find new life in Yuanling. After an unknown span of time, perhaps 10,000 years, perhaps 100,000, the fusion was finally complete. Yuanling's original body, that innate, indestructible divine light, had now fully merged with the three essences, transforming into a seal. The seal was square and solid, its entire form a deep purple gold. The seal's surface bore the patterns of the cosmos, with stars twinkling and the Milky Way meandering, as if the entire universe were condensed into that small square. Around the seal, the outer ring had the yin and yang qi flowing endlessly, black and white interwoven, cycling like a taiji diagram. The inner ring, meanwhile, contained the five elements in a cycle of mutual generation. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the moisture of water, the heat of fire, and the solidity of earth, each in its place yet interdependent. The entire seal was a unified whole, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominion over heaven and earth and all things. 48 innate restrictions complete and intact. The pinnacle of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. And at the very moment the seal was forged, Yuanling's form within the Qinkuan cauldron also underwent a transformation. That youthful figure, born from the innate, indestructible divine light, shed the last traces of immaturity and naivety under the tempering of the three essences. The youth, who had once been a mere 15 or 16, now bore the stature of a young man. Yuanling's form was slender and upright, with broad shoulders and a straight back like a drawn longsword. His cascading black hair, reaching his waist, drifted gently in the spiritual energy. His face still bore the starry brows and sword-like eyes, but the lines were more defined, the jawline sharper, carrying a composure honed by the passage of time. He wore a purple-gold Taoist robe embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. Under the glow of spiritual light, faint golden radiance shimmered across the fabric. A black silk sash cinched his waist, accentuating his transcendent and otherworldly aura. The youthful Yuanling now appeared as a young man, shedding the impetuosity of youth for an air of authority and calm. This was not merely the result of aging, but a transformation of his very foundation. After being personally refined by Hongjun, Daozu, Yuanling's foundation had undergone a qualitative change. From manifesting as an indestructible primordial spirit light, to possessing the body of a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, imbued with the essences of yin and yang, heaven and earth, and the five elements, his foundation now rivaled the most exalted primordial deities of the wilderness. The path to enlightenment was no longer an empty promise from his master, but a tangible possibility. The lid of the Qinkuan cauldron opened, and a purple-gold radiance burst forth, illuminating the entire Zixiao palace. The next moment the light converged, and Yuanling's figure appeared before the assembly. He held a purple-gold seal in his hand, draped in a purple-gold Taoist robe, with threads of law energy swirling around him. The laws of yin and yang, the five elements, and space intertwined around him, forming intricate Tao patterns that shimmered with profound mystery. His demeanor was utterly transformed. Previously, though handsome, Yuanling had carried the youthful naivety and unruliness of a boy. Now a natural and innate majesty emanated from his entire being, as if he were born to stand above, surveying the myriad beings. This was not the pressure of cultivation, but the inherent nobility of his essence. Yuanling took a deep breath, feeling the earth-shattering changes within him. His cultivation remained at the late golden immortal stage, unenhanced by the refinement of his body. The Tao ancestor had not elevated his power, for that was a path he must walk step by step himself. But his foundation was now entirely different. If before he was a house built on sand, now Yuanling was a hall rooted in solid rock. Though still at the same height, the limits of what he could bear were worlds apart, and in his hand, he now held a seal. Yuanling looked down at the object in his hand and probed it with his divine sense. Information about this spiritual treasure surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Yuanling Zhaohua seal. Quality supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Innate restrictions 48 complete and intact. The seal face bore the patterns of the cosmos and void, with yin and yang flowing around the outer ring and the five elements cycling within. This seal possessed three great powers. First, space stabilization. When the seal fell, the space within 10,000 li would be locked, rendering any spatial teleportation escape techniques or void ripping ineffective. Those trapped within would find no escape above or below. Second separation of yin and yang. The seal could evolve the two primordial energies dividing all things, or reverse yin and yang turning black into white. Under the law of yin and yang, existence and non-existence gave rise to each other, difficulty and ease complemented each other. Third fixation of the five elements. The cyclic power of the five elements could suppress all things of the five elements or harness their power to attack enemies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all under its control. When the three powers united, the seal's fall locked the laws of a realm, making that piece of heaven and earth Yuanling's private domain. Yuanling clenched the Yuanling Zhaohua, seal his heart, surging with emotion. This was his true body, not an external object, not a treasure bestowed by his grandmaster, but himself. This was the foundation of his existence, the source of his cultivation. As long as the seal existed, so did he. As strong as the seal was, so was he. Yuanling composed himself, stepped forward, and bowed deeply before Hongjun Daozu on the high platform. Disciple, thanks Grandmaster for your immense grace. His voice was steady and respectful, the sincerity in his tone unmistakable. Hongjun Daozu nodded, gently, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his deep eyes. He studied Yuanling, a rare smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you have inherited the essences of the three fellow Taoists, I shall also bestow upon you their legacy. Hongjun Daozu's voice remained calm, but his next word sent a shock through everyone present. Except for the Taiji diagram, which must remain with your senior uncle, all other spiritual treasures are here. Hongjun waved his hand. A beam of light flew from his sleeve and spread across the void. Over 30 spiritual treasures hung in midair like stars in the night sky, dense and dazzling. The spiritual light blazed, and the treasure aura soared, illuminating the entire Zixiao palace as if it were daylight. Yuanling's eyes widened, and for a moment he forgot to breathe. Even the three pure ones could not help but be moved, for they had never seen so many spiritual treasures appear at once. And Hao Yin, standing at the door, showed a rare glimmer of envy in his steady eyes. Hongjun Daozu's unhurried voice explained each treasure for Yuanling. The yin-yang mirror, a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Its mirror has two sides. The yang side brings life, and the yin side brings death. With its light, the yang side can heal injuries and dispel evil. The yin side can determine life or death in a single thought. An ancient bronze mirror floated before Yuanling, half white and half black. The white side warm as jade, the black side deep as an abyss. The five elements pagoda, a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. The pagoda has 5 levels, each corresponding to one element. Activating it can harness the 5 elements' power of heaven and earth to attack enemies, suppress 5 elements entities, and trap cultivators of 5 elements. A 5-story pagoda hovered forth, its body shimmering with 5 colors: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each occupying a level, mutually generating and overcoming in an endless cycle. The Qianquan diagram, a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Within the scroll lies its own heaven and earth, capable of trapping enemies, protecting the user, and evolving the myriad phenomena of the cosmos. A scroll unfurled, revealing mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. A true miniature world. 3 supreme primordial spiritual treasures, each enough to make a Great Golden Immortal fight desperately. And then came 9 high-grade primordial spiritual treasures. The yin-yang cauldron, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, can refine yin and yang energies, harmonize elixirs, and also serve as an offensive treasure. The yin-yang swords, a pair of high-grade primordial spiritual treasures, 1 male and 1 female, whose combined power doubles their might. The Qianquan ruler, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, measures heaven and earth, demarcates boundaries, and with a single strike can fix the cosmos. These 3 treasures each had unique characteristics, all masterpieces among high-grade items. The final 5 were even more special. The primordial 5 elements spirit pearls. Hongjun Daozu pointed to the 5 beads of different colors floating together. These are not 1, but 5 high-grade primordial spiritual treasures that form a set. The metal spirit pearl, wood spirit pearl, water spirit pearl, fire spirit pearl, and earth spirit pearl. When united, they can form the primordial 5 elements grand formation, with power rivaling that of a supreme treasure. The 5 spirit pearls each radiated with extraordinary brilliance. The golden spirit pearl shimmered with dazzling golden light, its sharp and piercing aura intimidating. The wood spirit pearl was verdant and dripping with vitality, bursting with life. The water spirit pearl was azure like the sea, with the force of tides surging beneath its surface. The fire spirit pearl was crimson like flame, with rolling waves of heat. The earth spirit pearl was yellow and dense, as steady as a mountain. The 5 pearls orbited each other, forming a self-contained whole, within which the power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, perpetually generating life. 3 top-grade primordial spirit treasures, 9 superior grade ones, plus a number of medium and low-grade primordial spirit treasures, totaling more than 30 pieces. These were all the legacies of Patriarch Yin-yang, Patriarch Qianquan, and Patriarch Wuxing. The 3 patriarchs had roamed across the Beast Calamity and the Longhan Calamity, and all the wealth they had accumulated was gathered here. Now Daozu Hongjun bestowed them all upon Yuanling. Disciple, thanks for the reward, Grandmaster. Yuanling's voice trembled slightly. He had never expected that besides obtaining the Qianquan cauldron and having his original form refined, there would be such a surprise. Indeed, choice was more important than effort. In the primordial wilderness, talent was certainly important and effort indispensable, but the most crucial elements were opportunity and background. Merely by taking Yuanshi as his master, he had received such generous rewards from Grandmaster Hongjun Daozu. Now Yuanling already possessed 6 top-grade primordial spirit treasures. The Jade Void Glazed Lamp, the Qingquan Cauldron, the Yuanling Zhaohua Seal, the Yinyang Mirror, the 5 Elements Tower, and the Qingquan Diagram. Among them, the Yuanling Zhaohua Seal and the Qingquan Cauldron possessed 48 primordial restrictions, making them the most supreme top-grade treasures. The others, though slightly inferior, each had over 40 restrictions, and in the primordial wilderness they were enough to stir up storms of blood and battle. 6 top-grade primordial spirit treasures, 9 superior grade ones, and a number of medium and low-grade ones. This fortune was far beyond even the Golden Immortals, and even most of the great Luo Golden Immortals could not compare. Take Yuanling's teacher Yuanshi for example. He had not yet obtained the Panga Banner, and Hongjun had not yet opened the treasure distribution cliff. The top-grade primordial spirit treasures in his possession were merely the Zhutian Qingyun and the Sanyu Rui. The Jade Void Glazed Lamp had already been bestowed upon Yuanling, and the central yellow flag of Wuji had not yet come into his hands. Thus, as Yuanling's teacher Yuanshi currently had only 2 top-grade primordial spirit treasures. Even after Hongjun distributed treasures, Yuanshi might not have more than Yuanling. Yuanling took each of these primordial spirit treasures into his primordial spirit to nurture them, his joy almost overflowing. But he did not forget one thing, a matter that had been on his mind all along. Yuanling raised his head, looked at Daozu Hongjun on the high platform, and shamelessly asked, "Grandmaster, I heard that the leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus transformed into the primordial 5-direction flags. Does Grandmaster still have any left?" The primordial 5-direction flags, the central yellow flag of Wuji, the eastern green lotus banner of precious color, the southern ground deserting flame banner, the western plain cloud boundary flag, and the northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. When the 5 flags united, they could form the primordial 5-direction great formation, said to be no less powerful than the immortal slaying sword formation, though it specialized only in defense. Just now Daozu Hongjun had bestowed the western plain cloud boundary flag upon Shi Wangmu, but that was only one of the 5 flags. The other 4 should still be in the Grandmaster's possession. Yuanling's original form, the Yuanling Zhaohua Seal, contained the origin of the 3 laws of space, Yinyang, and the 5 elements. If he could assemble the primordial 5-direction flags, set up the formation with the 5 flags, and use the Zhaohua Seal to suppress the formation's eye the power. Yuanling's heart raced just thinking about it. Upon hearing this, Daozu Hongjun found it both amusing and exasperating. He shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of affection. "You may all go now." He waved his hand grandly, as if shooing away a group of insatiable juniors. "A fortuitous opportunity is emerging on Kunlun Mountain, which is fated for you. Do not linger here any longer." Yuanling's heart tightened. A fortuitous opportunity on Kunlun Mountain. The fact that the Grandmaster himself had deigned to remind them meant it was no ordinary chance. He said no more and bowed respectfully. "Disciple takes his leave." The 3 pure ones also rose together and bowed to Daozu Hongjun. "Disciple takes his leave." Yuanshi stood up and looked at Yuanling, his gaze complex. Part pride, part relief, and part helplessness. Proud because his disciple had performed well before the Grandmaster and obtained such a great fortune. Relieved because Yuanling's original form, after being refined by the Grandmaster, was now comparable to any primordial divine with limitless future achievements. Helpless because this brat had just shamelessly asked the Grandmaster for the primordial 5-direction flags. His audacity was too great. Yuanshi reached out and grabbed Yuanling by the collar. "Let's go." His tone brooked no argument. He lifted Yuanling with force and strode out of the Zixiao Palace in long steps. Yuanling was dragged by the collar, his feet dangling, looking quite disheveled. He opened his mouth to say something, but meeting his master's "You'd better behave" look, he wisely shut up. Laozi and Tongtian followed behind, watching the scene, and exchanged smiles. Tongtian shook his head and laughed. "Second brother's disciple is really interesting." Laozi stroked his beard, non-committal, but the corner of his mouth clearly lifted slightly. At the entrance of Zixiao Palace, Haoyan and Yaoqi stood side by side. Yaoqi watched Yuanling being dragged out by the collar in his disheveled state, and couldn't help covering her mouth with a giggle. The girl's lively eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly in high spirits. Haoyan, in contrast, was much more composed. He nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the 3 pure ones. But his gaze lingered on Yuanling for a moment, or rather on the aura of the spirit treasures on Yuanling. In that gaze there was a fleeting envy and a fleeting despondency. The Zixiao Palace fell silent again. On the high platform, Daozu Hongjun sat cross-legged, watching the retreating figures of the 3 pure ones taking Yuanling away. Only he remained in the hall along with Haoyan and Yaoqi, standing at the door. Hongjun's gaze fell on Haoyan, and he remained silent for a long time. The youth in the pale gold Taoist robe had delicate features and a steady temperament. Though still young, he already bore a hint of the demeanor that would one day rule the 3 realms. At Hongjun's fingertips a purple glow flickered. It was the Hongming purple qi, the foundation of sainthood. What a pity. Hongjun sighed softly, his voice so low that only he could hear. Too young, unable to bear such a great responsibility. Hongjun glanced at Haoyan, his gaze containing both expectation and regret. The position of the Heavenly Emperor, if accompanied by the merit of creating the world, could also lead to sainthood. But Hao Yin was too young to bear that burden. Hongjun withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. In the Zixiao Palace, the chaotic energy flowed quietly. Yuanling Hao Yin. What a difficult choice. In the empty Zixiao Palace, a murmur of realization echoed. The Grandmaster's attendant Hao Yin was also Hongjuan's future nominal disciple, born from the transformation of a chaotic stubborn stone, undeniably a primordial divine. Yuanling, the first disciple of the third generation of the Xuanmen, was the personal disciple of Yuanshi of the Jade Purity. He had transformed from the primordial immortal light, and now took the form of the top-grade primordial spirit treasure, Yuanling Zhaohuaxiu, also a primordial divine. Both had the potential to attain the Tao, but the final choice still lay in the hands of the Grandmaster. The four left the Zixiao Palace and stepped into the Hundun. The Hundun beyond the 33 heavens was utterly different from the primordial world. There was no sky, no earth, no direction, no up or down. Only endless chaotic currents, surging and roaring. Those grayish currents seemed slow, but in fact contained terrifying power that could tear apart a Great Golden Immortal. Yuanling was held by the collar by Yuanshi, hanging in midair, watching the surging chaotic currents around him, feeling somewhat apprehensive. A cultivator at the late Golden Immortal stage was not weak in the primordial world, but before the Hundun, a Golden Immortal was no different from an ant. If not for the protection of his senior uncle and master, Yuanling would have been eroded by the chaotic chi of Hundun the moment he stepped into it, and his body and soul would have been destroyed. Fortunately, Yuanling had not come alone. Above Laozi's head, a pagoda slowly rotated, shedding tens of thousands of Xianhuang chi. The pagoda was entirely of Xianhuang color with 9 levels, each layer flowing with faint golden light of merit. The pagoda's body had no superfluous decorations, yet it exuded an aura of ancient simplicity and weight, as if it could suppress heaven and earth. The Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth. A post-celestial supreme treasure of merit. When Pangu created the world, 1/10 of the merit from creation fused with the Xianhuang Qi of Heaven and Earth, transforming into this pagoda. Once this pagoda was deployed, its user stood invincible, immune to all spells, and untouchable by all evils. It was hailed as the #1 defensive treasure of the primordial world, its value no less than that of a prenatal supreme treasure. At this moment, the Xianhuang Qi descending from the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth formed a huge light curtain enveloping the 3 pure ones and Yuanling. The chaotic currents of Hundun crashed against the light curtain like waves against a reef, scattering and unable to advance a single step. Yuanling looked at the pagoda above and sighed inwardly. His senior uncle Laozi usually kept a low profile, but his foundation was truly unfathomable. The four traveled through the Hundun, stepping on Xianhuang Qi with Yuanshi still holding Yuanling's collar, not letting go. As he walked, Yuanshi kept a stern face and said in a serious tone, "In the future, in front of your Grandmaster, do not be so reckless as to reach out and demand spiritual treasures." Yuanling, held by the collar, looked quite disheveled, but he obediently nodded and said with an innocent expression, "Disciple understands." Yuanling's tone was sincere, his attitude proper, as if he truly knew his mistake. Yuanshi nodded in satisfaction and released his grip. But what he did not know was Yuanling's true thoughts at that moment. "I know, but I'll dare to do it again next time." As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. With so many spiritual treasures in his Grandmaster's hands, even a little leak would be enough for him for a lifetime. Besides, he had only asked for the primal 5 directional flags, not something excessive. Well, maybe it was a bit excessive, but the Grandmaster didn't give them either. Yuanling secretly calculated next time he goes to the Zixiao Palace, he must find a better opportunity to probe his Grandmaster again. But these words Yuanling only dared to think in his heart. If he actually said it out loud, his master would probably hang him on the peak of Kunlun Mountain and whip him. Laozi walked at the front, his deep eyes flickering slightly, as if sensing something. After a moment, he spoke, his voice as calm as water. "Let's go. To Buzhou Mountain." Buzhou Mountain. Yuanling's heart stirred. This was the place where his Grandmaster had mentioned the opportunity lay. Laozi activated the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth, and the Xianhuang Qi transformed into a long rainbow carrying the four as they broke through the Hundun and flew toward the primordial world. Although they were the last group to leave the Zixiao Palace, the Tao Ancestor was one of their own after all. The Zixiao Palace was deep in the Hundun beyond the 33 heavens. Under normal circumstances, returning from the Zixiao Palace to the primordial world, even a Great Golden Immortal would have to trek through the Hundun for a long time. But the Tao Ancestor had clearly given the 3 pure ones a backdoor. After leaving the Zixiao Palace, they appeared directly at the edge of the Hundun. Before long, the four passed through the Hundun barrier and returned to the primordial world, their vision opening up. The sky was high, the earth vast, and spiritual energy surged like tides. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers spread out beneath their feet, with seas of clouds rolling and mountains like dark blue brows. And straight ahead, an indescribably majestic giant mountain pierced the clouds like a heaven-supporting pillar connecting the earth and the sky. Buzhou Mountain formed from the spine of the great god Pangu, the pillar of heaven and earth. This mountain was so high that clouds only lingered around its waist. This mountain was so vast that Yuanling could not see its edge even with all his eyesight. Buzhou Mountain was entirely bluish-black, its rocks as hard as iron covered with marks of time and scars of wind and frost. The mountain was steep and precipitous as if carved by knives and axes, exuding an aura of vastness and tragedy. Standing before Buzhou Mountain, Yuanling felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance. This was not a gap in cultivation but reverence for a level of existence, because this mountain was part of the great god Pangu. The expressions of the three pure ones also turned solemn. They were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, and Buzhou Mountain was transformed from Pangu's spine. In a sense, this mountain was connected to them by blood and flesh, the remains of their father god. The four landed on a relatively flat platform at the waist of Buzhou Mountain. Ahead there was nothing but jagged rocks and sparse spiritual herbs. But the three pure ones stood there quietly motionless, as if waiting for something. Yuanling stood behind Yuanshi, asking no questions, just waiting silently. He knew that an opportunity that made the three pure ones so serious must be extraordinary. Moreover, his grandmaster had personally said, "It is destined for you," so it could not be wrong. After a moment, streaks of rainbow light appeared at the edge of the sky. The first rainbow was the most dazzling, brilliant with golden light, like two blazing suns falling from the ninth heaven. The light converged, revealing two golden figures. The leader was a middle-aged man, tall in stature, with long golden hair flowing over his shoulders. His golden eyes were like two bright lamps, exuding an innate nobility and majesty. He wore a golden robe embroidered with the totem of the three-legged golden crow, so lifelike that it seemed ready to fly out of the robe at any moment. Dijuan, the young man following closely behind, had handsome features, a faint smile on his lips, seeming amiable, but deep in his golden eyes lurked a pride that looked down on the world. His aura was more restrained than Dijuan's, but Yuanling keenly sensed the terrifying power slumbering within him. Tai, future Dongwang Tai of the demon clan, wielding the Hundun bell, a being whose battle prowess reigns supreme in the primordial world. The two landed on the platform one after the other. Dijuan swept his gaze and saw the three pure ones already waiting there. He paused slightly, then smiled, stepped forward a few paces, and cupped his hands in greeting. Three fellow Taoist greetings. Tai also cupped his hands slightly, his posture a bit more casual than Dijuan's, but still showing proper etiquette. The three pure ones returned the greeting with smiles. Yuanshi wore a gentle smile, a completely different image from the cold and stern figure in the Zixiao Palace. After the exchange of pleasantries, Yuanling stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Senior Dijuan, Senior Tai." His voice was clear and neither humble nor arrogant. The gazes of Dijuan and Tai fell upon Yuanling, and a flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes simultaneously. They had seen Yuanling in the Purple Firmament Palace before, where he had merely been an inconspicuous golden immortal at the early stage, seated behind Yuanshi. But how much time had passed? Only 3,000 years, a mere blink of an eye for great Luo golden immortals like them. This youth had not only advanced from the early golden immortal stage to the late golden immortal stage, but more importantly, his aura and foundation were completely different from before in the Purple Firmament Palace. Previously, although Yuanling was also a manifestation of the primordial indestructible spirit light, his foundation was unstable and his aura was ethereal. But now Yuanling was surrounded by the power of laws, his aura steady and profound, exuding an aura that was not inferior to that of a primordial deity. Such a transformation could never be achieved through 3,000 years of arduous cultivation. Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, both seeing the same judgment in each other's eyes. This young man must have encountered an extraordinary fortune. "My unworthy disciple Yuanling, please forgive me for his unpolished manners, fellow Taoists." Yuanshi observed their reactions, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His tone carried a hint of modesty, yet anyone could discern the pride beneath that humble facade. Dijuan let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand. "Yuanshi, you are indeed fortunate." He then cast his gaze upon Yuanling, again scrutinizing him seriously. "I observe that the aura of our young friend Yuanling suggests that his innate talent might be no less than ours." These were not mere pleasantries. As a primordial deity born from the sun star, Dijuan's discernment was exceptionally sharp. He could see at a glance the extraordinary foundation of Yuanling. The smile on Yuanshi's face deepened, but he said, "You flatter me, Taoist Dijuan." Dijuan said no more. He reached into his sleeve and retrieved an object. It was a branch about a foot long, entirely of a reddish-golden hue, with faint flame patterns flowing along its surface. Although the branch had been severed from its main body, it still emanated a scorching heat, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. "This is a branch from the Fusang tree." Dijuan handed the branch to Yuanling, his tone casual, as if he were giving away an ordinary item. "Since you are a disciple of Taoist Yuanshi, you must have inherited his methods of artifact refinement. Consider this a token of our meeting. It may come in handy for your future artifact forging." Fusang tree. Yuanling's heart jolted. The Fusang tree was one of the 10 great primordial spirit roots born in the Sun Star and the dwelling place of the Golden Crow clan. A branch of the Fusang tree contained pure sun true fire power, making it a top-tier material for artifact refinement. Yuanling did not immediately reach out to take it. He first glanced at Yuanshi, who gave a slight nod without saying anything. Only then did Yuanling accept the Fusang branch with both hands and respectfully thank him. "Thank you, Senior Dijuan." Since Yuanshi did not forbid it, it meant he could accept it. Yuanling took it as his teacher's implicit approval. As the branch landed in his hand, a scorching wave of heat rushed over him. not daring to be careless with a thought. The Qianquan cauldron appeared in his hand. The small cyan-gray cauldron's mouth opened, and Yuanling carefully placed the Fusang branch inside. The Qianquan cauldron contained its own universe, making it perfect for storing such a spiritual object imbued with Sun True Fire. Dijuan and Tai's gazes fell upon the Qianquan cauldron, and their pupils constricted simultaneously. The Qianquan cauldron. Tai spoke first, his voice laced with undisguised shock. Although Dijuan remained silent, a look of astonishment also flashed in his golden eyes. The Qianquan cauldron was once the supreme treasure of Ancestor Qianquan. After the Dragon Han cataclysm, Ancestor Qianquan fell, and this supreme treasure was lost without a trace. They had once speculated that the Qianquan cauldron had fallen into the hands of Dao Ancestor Hongjun, and now it was confirmed. But what shocked them was not this. It was that the Dao Ancestor had actually bestowed the Qianquan cauldron upon Yuanling. Bestowing such a precious top-grade primordial spirit treasure upon a golden immortal. Dijuan and Tai swept their gazes over the three pure ones, lost in thought. Yuanshi still wore that calm and composed expression. Laozi's eyes were half closed as if he had seen nothing. Tontian had a faint smile on his lips, as if he were enjoying the spectacle. The reactions of the three pure ones further confirmed Dijuan's conjecture. The relationship between the three pure ones and the Dao Ancestor was probably not merely that of guests of the Purple Firmament Palace. However, these thoughts only flashed through Dijuan's mind. He did not dwell on them, or show any sign. As for greed, the thought never even crossed the minds of Dijuan and Tai. Dijuan possessed his companion spirit treasures, the River Map and the Luo Script, two top-grade primordial spirit treasures that excelled at divining celestial secrets and setting up formations to trap enemies. Tai, moreover, had his companion supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure that could suppress the primordial chaos, integrate offense and defense, and was the most top-tier treasure in the entire primordial world. They were already loaded with supreme treasures. How could they covet what others had? Moreover, Yuanling was a disciple of the three pure ones with a formidable background. If Yuanling were merely a wandering golden immortal with no support, it would be a case of an innocent man with a precious jade invites disaster. Dijuan and Tai suppressed the shock in their eyes, returning to their normal state, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another rainbow light flew in from the distance. That rainbow light was a vivid emerald green, carrying a soft and sacred aura entirely different from the blazing radiance of Dijuan and Tai. As the light faded, two figures emerged. The leading figure was a stunningly beautiful woman in green robes with peerless features and an ethereal demeanor. As she walked, it seemed as if 100 flowers followed her and 100 birds paid homage to the phoenix. She wore a long green dress embroidered with patterns of mountains, rivers, and plants, subtly resonating with the vitality of the entire primordial world. Nuwa. Behind her followed a middle-aged Taoist with a refined and gentle countenance. His gaze was always protectively at Nuwa's side, cautiously observing the surroundings. Fushi. The two siblings landed on the platform. Seeing the three pure ones and Dijuan and Tai already waiting, they paused slightly, then stepped forward, smiling and cupping their hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The others returned the greeting, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Nuwa's gaze swept over the three pure ones, finally settling on Yuanling, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Yuanling stepped forward again and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Senior Nuwa, Senior Fushi. Nuwa nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on Yuanling for a moment. A trace of surprise flickered in her clear, watery eyes. She and Fushi exchanged a glance, both seeing the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. Yuanling's aura was vastly different from before in the Purple Firmament Palace. Previously in the Purple Firmament Palace, Yuanling had appeared as a young boy of 15 or 16 with a pure but not powerful aura. Now Yuanling had transformed into a young man surrounded by the power of laws, and his foundation was so profound that it seemed to rival that of the primordial deities. There must be an extraordinary fortune behind this. However, Nuwa and Fushi were both wise, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. They merely nodded slightly and did not comment further. Yuanshi spoke at the opportune moment, his tone carrying that kind of modesty that made one want to hit him. My unworthy disciple Yuanling has made a fool of himself before the two Taoist friends. Dijuan and Tai's mouths twitched simultaneously. Earlier, Yuanshi had said the exact same thing to them. The same wording, the same tone, the same expression. Once could be modesty, but twice. That was clearly showing off. However, Dijuan and Tai couldn't say anything, only silently grumbling in their hearts. Taoist friend Yuanshi, your way of showing off is truly unpretentious. Nuwa and Fushi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. They merely smiled politely and said some pleasantries to Yuanling like, young friend Yuanling has extraordinary talent. As for offering a gift, Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances and tacitly avoided the topic. It wasn't that they were stingy, they simply had nothing decent to give as a gift. Dijuan and Tai were primordial deities born from the Sun Star, accompanied by supreme treasures from birth with abundant wealth. Although Nuwa and Fushi were also primordial deities, most of their accompanying spirit treasures and opportunities were yet to come. At present, they truly had nothing worthy to offer. They couldn't just pluck a blade of grass and give it to Yuanling, could they? That would be too rude. Therefore, not mentioning it was the best choice. After a moment, two more rainbow lights flew over from afar. One was a thick, earthy yellow, the other a warm, fiery red. The light faded, revealing two figures. The first person wore an earth-yellow Taoist robe with an honest face and a calm demeanor, standing like a majestic mountain, giving a sense of steadiness and reliability. Zhen Yuanzi. Behind him followed a Taoist in a red robe with a face like jade and a warm smile, like a piece of moist red jade evoking goodwill at first sight. Hongjun. The two landed on the platform. Seeing the others already present, they hurried forward to greet them. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhen Yuanzi cupped his hands in salute, and Hongjun followed suit beaming. The others returned the salutes, and another round of pleasantries ensued. As usual, Yuanshi introduced Yuanling with that same tone of modesty that made one want to hit him. My unworthy disciple Yuanling has made a fool of himself before the two Taoist friends. Yuanling stepped forward again and bowed. Greetings, Senior Zhen Yuanzi and Senior Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and remarked with emotion, young friend Yuanling has extraordinary talent. Taoist friend Yuanshi is truly fortunate. Hongjun also nodded and smiled. This disciple of Taoist friend Yuanshi will have boundless achievements in the future. After the pleasantries, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, and each took something from their sleeves. Zhen Yuanzi held 2 fruits in his hand. The fruits were about the size of an infant's fist, shaped like a baby, pure white, as jade, emitting a faint fragrance. Just one whiff of the aroma left one refreshed, as if even the primordial spirit was nourished. These are ginseng fruits. Zhen Yuanzi handed the 2 fruits to Yuanling, speaking calmly. In my 5 villages temple, there is a ginseng fruit tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, also known as grass return elixir. These 2 fruits are a gift as a meeting token. Yuanling accepted the 2 ginseng fruits, secretly marveling. Ginseng fruits of the supreme primordial spiritual root, could extend one's lifespan by 47,000 years each. But that was not the most important thing. The most important was that ginseng fruits contained fragments of the law of earth. After consuming them, one could comprehend the earth law and temper the physical body. Zhen Yuanzi gave 2 fruits at once, truly a generous gesture. After Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun also brought out his own gift. It was a piece of spiritual material the size of a fist, red as blood, with a faint aura flowing on its surface and faint flames flickering within. The spiritual material contained pure fire attribute spiritual energy and was of excellent quality. This is a primordial spiritual material I picked up in a volcano during my early travels in the primordial land. Hongjun handed the spiritual material to Yuanling with a warm smile. Yuanling accepted it with both hands and solemnly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Hongjun. He silently marveled that these future great powers were indeed extremely generous. Dijuan gave a fusang branch, Zhen Yuanzi gave ginseng fruits, and Hongjun gave a primordial spiritual material, each more precious than the last. Yuanling stored all these treasures in the Qinkuan cauldron for safekeeping, feeling delighted. At this moment on this platform of Buzhou Mountain, everyone had arrived. The 3 pure ones, Dijuan, Taiyi, Nuwa, Fushi, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun. 9 great Luo golden immortals representing the pinnacle of power in the primordial land. Yuanling stood behind Yuanshi, his gaze sweeping over every great power present, and he had already guessed what opportunity this place held. An opportunity that could attract so many great powers at once was undoubtedly extraordinary. And in his inherited primordial memories, there was indeed a famous opportunity on Buzhou Mountain, the primordial gourd vine. Just as Yuanling's thoughts were turning, white light suddenly flickered in the void ahead. The light was faint at first, like a single firefly in the dark night. But soon the light grew brighter and brighter, as if something was breaking out from the void like a cocoon. The 3 pure ones opened their eyes simultaneously. Dijuan and Taiyi, Nuwa and Fushi, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun also turned their gazes toward the source of the light. Crack! A faint sound as if something had shattered. The primordial array. A natural primordial array had been operating here all along, hiding the opportunity within so thoroughly that even the 3 pure ones could not peek into it in advance. Now the array finally dissipated on its own. The white light faded, revealing a spiritual root before everyone, a gourd vine, emerald green throughout with winding vines, and leaves so green, they seemed to drip, exuding dense primordial spiritual energy. On the vine hung 7 gourds of different colors and sizes, each emitting the aura of a primordial spirit treasure and of extremely high quality. The primordial gourd vine, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Yuanling thought to himself, indeed the opportunity on Buzhou Mountain is precisely this primordial gourd vine. 7 gourds, 6 of which were already ripe and 1 still gestating. At the moment the array dissipated, the 6 ripe gourds seemed to be drawn by some force, simultaneously detaching from the vine, transforming into 6 beams of light, each flying toward a different person. A purple gourd with purple light flowing and the deepest aura flew toward Laozi. A red gourd, fiery like flames and carrying a scorching aura, flew toward Hongjun. A yellow gourd, golden and brilliant like the sun, flew toward Taiyi. A golden gourd, radiant with golden light, holy and noble, flew toward Nuwa. A green gourd, verdant and full of vitality, flew toward Yuanshi. A cyan gourd, azure like the sea, profound and distant, flew toward Tongtian. 6 gourds, 6 beams of light precisely landed in the hands of the 6 people, as if destined by fate. As for the 7th gourd, the black one, it hung alone on the vine, still immature, clearly not yet ripe. Yuanling's gaze fell upon the black gourd, and a subtle tremor stirred within his heart. He parted his lips about to speak, but before he could utter a word, Nuwa had already acted first. She extended her hand and gently plucked the immature black gourd from the vine, then turned and walked toward Yuanling. This gourd vine and the 9 heavens primordial soil beneath it are fated to be with me. A gentle smile curved Nuwa's lips as she handed the black gourd to Yuanling, her voice soft and tender. This immature black gourd shall be given to you, young friend Yuanling. Yuanling hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yuanshi, who gave a slight, not a satisfied expression on his face. The fact that Nuwa proactively offered the black gourd to Yuanling earned her the utmost satisfaction from the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones cared little for the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens primordial soil beneath it. Though both were treasures, they were not worth the trouble of contention. Nuwa's voluntary giving of the black gourd to Yuanling not only benefited the younger generation, but also preserved the face of the 3 pure ones. Well, Laozi spoke a single word that conveyed his stance. Yuanshi and Tongtian both nodded in unison. Well, only then did Yuanling respectfully accept the black gourd and bow to Nuwa, saying, "Many thanks to Senior Nuwa." As the black gourd came into his hands, Yuanling swept it with his divine sense and gained an understanding. This black gourd was currently only a superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, but once fully matured it should reach the supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure level. Dijun Tai, Yijin Yuanzi, and Hongjun had no objections to this arrangement. They had each obtained their own fortuitous opportunities, and each matured primordial gourd was a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure, invaluable beyond measure. As for the gourd vine and the 9 heavens primordial soil beneath it, these held no special fate for them. Forcibly taking them would only bring misfortune. As for the immature black gourd being given to Yuanling by Nuwa, that was Nuwa's own decision, and none of them would say more about it. After all, getting into a fight with the 3 pure ones over an immature gourd would not be worthwhile. Each of them carefully stored their newfound treasures, exchanged farewells, and prepared to depart. Dijun and Tai left first, 2 golden rainbows shooting into the heavens and vanishing in an instant across the horizon. Nuwa and Fushi followed closely behind, a flash of cyan light, disappearing as quickly as it came. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were the last to leave. Before departing, Hongyun even turned back to smile at Yuanling and wave. Only the 3 pure ones and Yuanling remained on the platform. Yuanling cradled the black gourd in his hands, a slight expression of helplessness crossing his face. In truth, what he had wanted to say earlier was whether he could take the entire gourd vine back with him. Although the primordial gourd vine had already borne fruit once and was greatly depleted, it had not died. If cultivated properly, it might one day bear another batch of gourds. Even if the quality declined, they would still be primordial spiritual treasures. Moreover, Yuanling remembered that in the future Nuwa would use this very gourd vine and the 9 heavens primordial soil to create humanity. But there were still countless Yuanhui before Nuwa's creation of humanity, and leaving the gourd vine on Buzhou Mountain meant it would simply go to waste. If it could be brought back to Kunlun Mountain and watered with the 3 lights sacred water from the 8 treasures glazed crystal bottle in his master's hands, perhaps this black gourd could mature ahead of schedule or even restore the gourd vine's vitality. However, this thought merely flickered through Yuanling's mind before he abandoned it. Nuwa had already stated that this gourd vine and the 9 heavens primordial soil are fated to be with me. How could he bring himself to ask for them? Furthermore, Nuwa had just gifted him the black gourd. If Yuanling were to bring up the matter of the gourd vine again, it would be rather greedy and unseemly. Yuanling gazed at the black gourd in his hands, calculating silently in his heart. As a supreme grade primordial spiritual root, the primordial gourd vine produced 7 gourds, each with its own wondrous uses. Though this black gourd had not yet matured, as long as it was properly cultivated, it might one day become a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure. Let us go. Laozi spoke, his voice calm. Our fortune has been obtained, and we should return to Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded in agreement. After 3,000 years of listening to the Tao Lord at Purple Chiao Palace, the 3 pure ones had reaped enormous benefits. They had already been at the Great Golden Immortal complete stage, and after hearing the Tao Lord's teachings they had progressed even further. Now that their fortune had been obtained, upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, the 3 could enter secluded meditation to sever their triple corpse and make their assault on the quasi-saint realm. Yuanling stored the black gourd in the Qinkuan cauldron and followed behind the 3 pure ones, embarking on the journey back to Kunlun Mountain. Throughout the journey his mood was exceptionally joyful. This trip to Purple Chiao Palace had yielded harvests far exceeding expectations. His cultivation had broken through to the late golden immortal stage. His true form had been refined into a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure. He had obtained over 30 primordial spiritual treasures, and he had also casually acquired a primordial gourd, a branch of the Fusang tree, 2 ginseng fruits, and a piece of primordial spiritual material. Yuanling silently calculated the account in his heart, and his lips could not help but curve upward slightly. Yuanling raised his head to gaze at Kunlun Mountain ahead, already beginning to plan his next moves in his heart. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, his master uncles and granduncle would all be entering secluded meditation to sever their triple corpse, and he could not be idle either. The cultivation technique refactoring was complete, and he had attained an introductory level of the water Tao. Next he could choose a new Tao to comprehend. Yin Yang, the 5 elements space. He possessed the primordial sources for all of these, so comprehension would yield twice the result with half the effort. Those newly acquired spiritual treasures also needed to be refined one by one, and the black gourd needed to be helped mature sooner. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones did not linger. Yuanshi stood before the Sanqing Palace, turned to glance at Yuanling, his tone calm, yet unchallengeable. You shall cultivate on your own. Do not leave Kunlun Mountain until you have broken through to the Greater Golden Immortal realm. With those words, he swept his sleeve and stepped into the hall. Laozi and Tontian also returned to their respective caves. The gates of all three caves closed simultaneously. Restrictions activated spiritual light, flowing to isolate all external disturbances. The three pure ones had entered secluded meditation. They were to comprehend the great Tao taught by the Tao Lord, attempt to sever their triple corpse, and break through to the quasi-saint realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. Yuanling stood outside the Sanqing Palace watching the three elders depart. He had no intention of going out for tempering adventures. To be honest, he was extremely busy. More than 30 primordial spiritual treasures in his hands awaited his refinement of their prohibitions, each requiring massive amounts of time and effort. Merely inscribing the primordial spirit marks on these treasures was no easy task that could be accomplished in a day or two. His cultivation also needed to be consolidated. To break through from late Golden Immortal to Golden Immortal complete, though it was only one step, that step required a solid foundation permitting no carelessness. More importantly was the comprehension of the Tao. Yuanling returned to his own cave, sat cross-legged on the stone platform, closed his eyes, and began to sort out his current situation. He had now mastered the water Tao. Though it was merely the surface level and a preliminary entry, it was still far from sufficient. His true form, the Yuanling Zhaoshi seal, contained three major categories of Tao space, yin-yang, and the five elements. This was his greatest advantage and the foundation for his future attainment of the Tao. The five elements laws: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yuanling had only mastered water so far, leaving metal, wood, fire, and earth awaiting his comprehension. The yin-yang laws, encompassing all phenomena with their interplay of yin and yang, were no less profound than the five elements. The space laws, ranking among the supreme laws of the 3,000 great Taos, were far more challenging than the five elements and yin-yang. Biting off more than one can chew. Yuanling murmured to himself, yet a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. For anyone else, simultaneously comprehending so many laws would only result in mediocrity and failure. But Yuanling was different. His very essence was the embodiment of these laws, and he possessed an innate affinity with them. It was like fish born to swim or birds born to fly. Though Yuanling's comprehension of these laws was not inherent, it was still infinitely easier for him than for others. More importantly, the Yuanling creation seal was his own essence, not an external object. This meant Yuanling did not need to refine any restrictions to master all the prenatal restrictions within this top-grade prenatal spiritual treasure, unleashing its full might. As time passed, the 48 prenatal restrictions within the Yuanling creation seal would naturally merge with him. With each restriction fused, his understanding of the laws of space, yin-yang, and the five elements deepened. In other words, even if Yuanling did nothing but seclude himself in the Kunlun Mountains for cultivation, given enough time, he would inevitably break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Such was the potential of a supreme, prenatal sacred being. No, it should be said, such was the foundation personally forged by the Tao Ancestor. Yuanling took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him, and began to plan his subsequent cultivation order. He did not rush to refine the restrictions within those spiritual treasures. Although that was important, it was not the most urgent task. What Yuanling needed to do first was to comprehend the laws. The reason was simple: the spiritual treasures in his hands, except for the jade void glazed lamp, were all of space, yin-yang, and five elements attributes. Mastering the corresponding laws first, then refining the restrictions of these treasures would yield twice the result with half the effort. Conversely, refining the restrictions first and comprehending the laws later would be putting the cart before the horse. With his direction set, Yuanling hesitated no more and immersed himself in cultivation. In the cave dwelling, spiritual light shimmered, and the power of laws flowed like threads, gently swirling around Yuanling. While comprehending the laws, he also awaited the emergence of the three pure ones from seclusion. Time flowed like water, slipping away silently. In the cave, Yuanling sat cross-legged on the stone platform, motionless as a statue. Dust had accumulated on his body, and the color of his robes had dimmed from the erosion of years, yet his aura was several times more formidable than 10,000 years ago. Around him, five colors of light slowly revolved: golden sharpness, cyan vitality, blue moisture, crimson fervor, and yellow solidity. The power of the five elements formed a complete cycle around him, generating and overcoming each other in an endless rhythm. Beyond the five elements, black and white chi intertwined like two dragons, appearing and disappearing, ever-changing and unpredictable. A layer of intangible, formless spatial force enveloped everything, as if this small cave had become Yuanling's own domain. After thousands of years of arduous cultivation, the results were remarkable. Yuanling had successfully mastered the laws of space, yin-yang, and the five elements. But to call it mastery was not entirely accurate. Yuanling's comprehension of these three laws was like his understanding of the water law, only skin deep. The ocean of laws was vast and boundless. Yuanling had merely picked up a few shells on the beach. Yet even these superficial insights sufficed for now. Through the resonance of his essence with the laws, Yuanling forcibly comprehended these three types of law power and integrated them into his golden immortal Tao fruit. At this moment, though his level of law comprehension was not high, he excelled in variety. With the 5 elements, yin, yang, and space, 3 supreme laws in his possession, among all the golden immortals of the primordial world, he was likely unmatched. Of course, the true value of these 3 laws still needed enhancement. To truly master the power of laws, one needed to break through to at least the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. At that level, the laws would no longer be borrowed, but owned. During his comprehension of the earth law, Yuanling consumed the 2 ginseng fruits given by Zhen Yuanzi. The ginseng fruits contain pure earth origin essence, greatly beneficial for comprehending the earth law. After consuming the 2 fruits, Yuanling not only made rapid progress in understanding the earth law, but also advanced his cultivation from the late Golden Immortal stage to the peak Golden Immortal stage. He was now only a step away from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. However, Yuanling did not rush to break through. Though his foundation was solid, it was far from being flawless. The Tai Golden Immortal stage was a critical juncture. Condensing the 5 energies in the chest and forging the Tai Dao fruit required meticulous attention at every step. He decided to wait. Wait for the 3 pure ones to emerge from seclusion, wait until he had refined the restrictions in his spiritual treasures, and then find an opportune moment to break through. During his cultivation intervals, Yuanling also began refining the restrictions within those treasures. 3 terrifying auras of the utmost intensity suddenly erupted from the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Boom! The auras descended like 3 primordial mountains, suppressing all directions, or like 3 supreme divine swords piercing the heavens and severing the cosmos. The entire Kunlun Mountains trembled, and the spiritual beasts and birds in the mountains lay prostrate on the ground, shivering in fear. Yuanling was abruptly interrupted from his refining state, and the Qinquan cauldron in his hands nearly flew out. He opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment, first appearing then turning into wild joy. This aura was definitely from beings above the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Have my masters broken through? Yuanling murmured to himself, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. After 10,000 years of seclusion, the 3 pure ones had finally succeeded in severing their corpses and attained the quasi-saint realm. The 3 auras flashed, and then quickly withdrew as if they had never existed. But Yuanling knew that from this moment the landscape of the primordial world would change once again. The Daluo Golden Immortals and the 3 pure ones were no longer on the same level. As Yuanling pondered, the voice of Yuanshi sounded in his ear, calm and authoritative. Come to the 3 pure ones' hall immediately. Yuanling dared not delay. He stored the Qinquan cauldron into his primordial spirit, rose, straightened his robes, and left the cave, speeding toward the 3 pure ones' hall. His movement was much faster than 10,000 years ago. The threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm was within sight, and though he had not yet crossed it, his peak Golden Immortal cultivation, coupled with the empowerment of the laws, allowed him to fly at speeds far surpassing his peers. Before long, Yuanling arrived before the 3 pure ones' hall. He adjusted his attire and stepped inside. Within the hall, the 3 pure ones were already seated on their cushions. Compared to 10,000 years ago, their auras had undergone subtle changes. Laozi remained as aloof and composed as ever, his hair white as snow, his eyes half closed, as if no worldly matter merited a single glance. Yuanshi sat upright in the center, majestic and solemn, with an ineffable depth etched into his brow. His gaze fell upon Yuanling, seemingly tranquil, yet it pressed upon Yuanling with an invisible weight, the oppressive aura of a being from a higher plane of existence. Tongtian sat on the right, still radiating an air of heroic vigor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. But his aura had grown far keener than 10,000 years ago, like a divine sword unsheathed, its edge sharp and unmistakable. Though the 3 had suppressed most of their auras, Yuanling could still sense a vastness that surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Quasi-Sage. This was the Quasi-Sage realm. Yuanling stepped forward, briskly bowed with reverence, and spoke in a clear, sincere voice. Congratulations, Master Senior Uncles, on successfully severing the 3 corpses and breaking through to Quasi-Sage. Yuanshi nodded, slightly a hint of satisfaction in his smile. Sit. He flicked his finger, and a streak of spiritual light flashed. A cushion materialized before Yuanling. This position allowed Yuanling to hear the 3 elders' discourse clearly, yet shielded him from the oppressive pressure of their quasi-sage auras. A spark of understanding lit up in Yuanling's heart. He instantly grasped his master's intention. Suppressing the joy within him, he seated himself properly on the cushion, cross-legged, and gazed at the 3 pure ones with eager anticipation. The upcoming discourse was the true fortune he had awaited for 10,000 years. But Yuanshi did not begin the lecture immediately. Instead, he posed a question. Yuanling, do you know how much your Grandmaster values you? Yuanling's eyes lit up, and he blurted out. Master, has Grandmaster decided to bestow upon me the remaining 5 primordial banners from his possession. The 3 pure ones' hall fell into sudden silence, and Yuanshi's face darkened visibly. Ha ha. Tongtian was the first to lose composure, bursting into unrestrained laughter, rocking back and forth. His laughter echoed through the hall, causing the spiritual light on the ceiling to tremble. Second brother. Your disciple. Huh. So amusing. Tong Tian laughed so hard that tears nearly spilled, pointing at Yuanling while struggling to speak. Even Laozi, ever detached and serene, could not suppress a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting, slightly warmth flickering in his eyes. Only then did Yuanling realize what he had said. He gave an awkward laugh, lowered his head in embarrassment, and wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. In a moment of carelessness, he had let his true thoughts slip. Rebellious disciple. Yuanshi snorted coldly, his voice laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Shut your mouth. Yuanling shrank his neck, obediently closed his mouth, and dared not speak again. But in his heart he still muttered, wasn't Grandmaster hinting at that? If he wasn't going to give him the 5 primordial banners, then why ask, do you know how much your Grandmaster values you? That phrasing definitely sounded like a prelude to a gift. Of course Yuanling only dared to think this in his mind, he would never dare speak it aloud. Laozi chuckled softly, shook his head, and came to Yuanling's rescue. Yuanling, do you recall when your Grandmaster lectured on the path of the quasi-sage at the Zixiao Palace 10,000 years ago, and mentioned the matter of the 3 corpses unification? Yuanling lifted his head, staring blankly at his senior uncle Laozi. 3 corpses unification. Had the Tao Ancestor ever spoken of that? Yuanling strained to recall, but his mind was a blank except for the dazzling golden flowers that rained from the sky and the golden lotuses that burst from the earth. He remembered little else. Could he admit that throughout his 3,000-year stint at the Zixiao Palace, he had been a complete slacker? As a mere golden immortal, how much of those profound doctrines could he truly comprehend? Most of the time he had been too busy absorbing the spiritual energy from the golden flowers and lotuses to boost his cultivation. As for the key points and essentials the Tao Ancestor had taught, well, they went in one ear and out the other. He was there for the ride, nothing more. Laozi's sharp eyes saw through Yuanling's thoughts at once. He did not expose him, merely shook his head slightly, and explained calmly, the prerequisite for 3 corpses unification is the harmony of the origins of the 3 spiritual treasures used to sever the corpses. But to gather 3 primordial spiritual treasures with identical origins that can perfectly merge, how extraordinarily difficult that is. Laozi paused, his tone growing more serious. Most crucially, the difficulty of the 3 corpses unification step is no less than attaining enlightenment through the laws. Yuanling's eyes widened in shock. The difficulty of 3 corpses unification is comparable to enlightenment through the laws. Had the Tao Ancestor mentioned this at the Zixiao Palace? Well, he really was a terrible student. He had never paid attention in class. Yuanling lowered his head guiltily, avoiding Laozi's gaze. Laozi continued, my brothers and I possess the merits of creation, and with the right opportunity, we can attain enlightenment. But for you the path to enlightenment lies only through the laws, or the 3 corpses unification. He glanced at Yuanshi, who nodded in understanding, and said, when your Grandmaster refined the origins of Qiankuan Yin-Yang and 5 elements into your foundation, the Yuanling creation seal, he left behind a portion of those origins. Yuanling jerked his head up, his eyes wide as saucers. A portion of the origins left behind. That meant, indeed. Yuanshi took over, his tone steady. Once you break through to the peak of the Great Golden Immortal realm, you can use the origins left by Qiankuan Yin-Yang and 5 elements to sever the 3 corpses. Yuanling's heartbeat began to quicken. Although these 3 origins cannot merge directly, as they belong to different Daos, each can merge with your own foundation. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon Yuanling, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. The key to 3 corpses unification lies not in the fusion of the 3 corpses with each other, but in the fusion of the 3 corpses with your own foundation and your Tao. As the words faded, a profound silence enveloped the 3 Pure Ones hall. Yuanling sat on the cushion, his mind thundering as if struck by countless lightning bolts. He understood. Finally, he comprehended the profound intention of his Grandmaster Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Forging the Yuanling creation seal was not merely to elevate his lineage or to grant him a powerful innate treasure, it was to pave the way for his future enlightenment. The reason 3 corpses unification is so difficult is the natural barrier between the severed corpses and the original body. To achieve unification, one must find spiritual treasures of harmonious origins and cause the corpses to resonate with the body's origin. Tao Ancestor Hongjun's approach solved the problem at its root, making Yuanling's original body the home for the 3 corpses. The fusion of the 3 corpses with the original body rather than with each other. This path is smoother and more stable than the traditional 3 corpses unification. Yuanling's heart surged with ecstasy. He nearly leaped for joy. His Grandmaster had transformed his path to enlightenment from a narrow goat trail into a grand thoroughfare to the heavens. Tong Tian watched Yuanling's unrestrained delight, chuckled, and teased. Yuanling, once you achieve enlightenment through 3 corpses unification, you might even surpass your uncle in strength. You'd better work hard, or else you'll be left far behind. Yuanling gave an awkward smile, not daring to continue this line of conversation. Stronger than the uncle. He dared not say such a thing. Yuanshi shot a glare at Tong Tian, his gaze clearly saying, don't make jokes with the younger generation. He composed his expression and steered the conversation back on track, saying, enough, let's not dwell on this. Your cultivation is still far from the level of severing the corpse, it's too early to discuss such matters. He glanced at Yuanling and continued, your masters have broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Now we shall engage in a discourse on the Tao, which will also serve as a lecture for you. Yuanling, you may also take this opportunity to break through to the Great Golden Immortal realm. Yuanling's spirits lifted and he quickly straightened his posture, replying respectfully, "Yes, thank you, Master Uncle and Uncle." He took a deep breath, and with a thought 5 spiritual pearls flew out from his primordial spirit, landing in 5 positions around him. The gold spiritual pearl, wood spiritual pearl, water spiritual pearl, fire spiritual pearl, and earth spiritual pearl, 5 high-grade innate spiritual pearls, arranged themselves in the 5 elements positions, forming a miniature 5 elements formation. Dense 5 elements spiritual energy surged from the pearls, enveloping Yuanling. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The next moment 3 voices of the Tao sounded simultaneously. Lao Zi's voice was ancient and serene like a mountain spring flowing gently. Yuanshi's voice was steady and profound like the pulse of the earth reaching straight into the heart and soul. Tong Tian's voice was clear and impassioned like the clang of swords in the 9 heavens, stirring the primordial spirit. The 3 voices of the Tao intertwined, not interfering with each other, but complementing one another, creating a mysterious field of Tao resonance. In an instant, heavenly flowers rained down, golden blossoms drifting from the void. Earth surged with golden lotuses, petal upon petal rising from the ground. The celestial phenomena that appeared when the Tao Ancestor lectured were recreated in the discourse of the 3 pure ones. Although the scale and depth were far inferior to those of Tao Ancestor Hongjun, for Yuanling this was already a supreme opportunity. Yuanling's mind sank into the voices of the Tao, listening with rapt fascination. His cultivation had reached the peak of Golden Immortal, only a step away from Great Golden Immortal. This step he could have taken on his own, but it would have required a long time and a vast accumulation of spiritual energy. Now the celestial phenomena of the 3 pure ones discourse provided him with the best environment for a breakthrough. The spiritual energy within the golden flowers and lotuses was the essence of the Tao resonance, countless times purer than the ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it effortless to absorb. Yuanling, while listening to the voices of the Tao, guided the spiritual energy of the golden flowers and lotuses into his body. Simultaneously, the 5 elements spiritual pearls slowly rotated around him, and the 5 elements spiritual energy seeped into his 5 internal organs like threads of silk. The key to the Great Golden Immortal realm lies in condensing the 5 energies within the chest, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which correspond to fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. When the 5 energies are abundant and the 5 organs are stable, the Great Tao fruit is achieved. Yuanling had already grasped the rudiments of the 5 elements law, aided by the 5 elements spiritual pearls, and further empowered by the Tao resonance of the 3 pure ones discourse. This barrier was crossed with perfect ease. The heart belongs to fire. Fire element spiritual energy entered the heart, making the heart fire vigorous, but not blazing. The liver belongs to wood. Wood element spiritual energy entered the liver, making the liver wood lush, but not ostentatious. The spleen belongs to earth. Earth element spiritual energy entered the spleen, making the spleen earth heavy, but not stagnant. The lungs belong to metal. Metal element spiritual energy entered the lungs, making the lung metal sharp, but not harmful. The kidneys belong to water. Water element spiritual energy entered the kidneys, making the kidney water moist, but not flooding. The 5 energies each returned to their proper places, each performing their functions, forming a perfect cycle under the modulation of the 5 elements spiritual pearls. The 5 energies in the chest were successfully condensed. Yuanling's aura suddenly surged, and the threshold between Golden Immortal and Great Golden Immortal was effortlessly crossed by him. Great Golden Immortal early stage. With 10,000 years of accumulation, the opportunity of the 3 pure ones discourse, and the assistance of the 5 elements spiritual pearls. Under these threefold blessings, Yuanling's breakthrough was a natural progression, encountering almost no bottlenecks. But Yuanling did not hastily end his cultivation. The discourse of the 3 pure ones continued, and the golden flowers and lotuses kept pouring forth. Yuanling settled his mind, continuing to absorb the spiritual energy to consolidate his newly broken realm. The early Great Golden Immortal stage was only the starting point. He intended to push his cultivation as far as possible during this discourse. Time flowed through the voices of the Tao, and the discourse of the 3 pure ones passed in the blink of an eye. Another 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the voices of the Tao from the 3 pure ones resounded throughout Kunlun Mountain, with golden flowers and lotuses never ceasing. Yuanling, like a parched sponge, greedily absorbed everything. His cultivation steadily rose from the early Great Golden Immortal stage to the middle stage, and he faintly touched the bottleneck of the middle stage. In terms of law comprehension, the 5 elements law underwent a qualitative improvement when he broke through to Great Golden Immortal, advancing from superficial knowledge to initial mastery. Though still far from great accomplishment, it was no longer a state of only visible but unusable. As for the restrictions on those spiritual treasures, Yuanling also took time during his cultivation practice to refine a portion of them. The Qianquan cauldron and the Yushu glazed lamp had both been refined to the 18th restriction. The Yin-Yang mirror, 5 elements pagoda, and Qianquan diagram, 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, had, like the Yushu glazed lamp, completed the refinement of the first 12 restrictions. As for the high-grade and mid-grade spiritual treasures, Yuanling had only imprinted them with his spiritual mark and had not yet had time to refine them deeply. In the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, the voices of the Tao ceased abruptly. The golden flowers dissipated, the golden lotuses vanished, and the hall returned to clarity. The Three Pure Ones ceased their discourse, each withdrawing their power. Yuanling also awoke from his cultivation, letting out a long breath of turbid air. In his deep eyes, there was now more steadiness and confidence than 10,000 years ago. With the cultivation of the middle Great Golden Immortal stage, the laws of space, yin-yang, and 5 elements had all been initiated. With over 30 innate spiritual treasures in his possession, Yuanling was no longer the mere Golden Immortal who needed to be sheltered under his master's wings. Yuanling raised his head, looked at the Three Pure Ones, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master Uncle and Uncle, for imparting the Tao." Yuanshi nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This disciple had finally not disappointed his expectations. "Enough." Yuanshi's voice was calm and authoritative. "The discourse is concluded. You may return to your own cultivation. After one Yuanhui, we shall go to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao." Yuanling acknowledged, stood up, and prepared to leave. As he reached the hall's entrance, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and seemed to hesitate as if wanting to speak, but stopping. Yuanshi frowned and asked, "Is there something else?" Yuanling hesitated for a moment, then tentatively inquired, "Master, about the matter of the 5-sided innate flags." "Get lost." Without a word, Yuanling turned and ran. Behind him came the hearty laughter of Tong Tian, and even a rare chuckle from Lao Zi. Yuanling ran out of the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, stood amidst the clouds of Kunlun Mountain, and glanced back at the majestic palace, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Middle Great Golden Immortal Stage 6 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures in his possession, over 30 spiritual treasures at his side, and 3 laws imbued within him. The great Tao was radiantly bright. Yuanling took a deep breath, turned, and flew toward his own cave dwelling. His white robes fluttered, and his purple gold Tao robe shimmered in the sunlight. The wind of Kunlun Mountain stirred his sleeves and long hair, carrying the fragrance of spiritual energy. Within the grotto of Kunlun Mountain, time flowed like water, and another 10,000 years slipped away in silence. Yuanling sat cross-legged on the stone platform, surrounded by shimmering spiritual light, with strands of Tao principles weaving through the air like threads of silk, enveloping him in a hazy aura of the way. By his side, one spiritual treasure after another appeared and vanished in turn. Each one, after being refined, turned into a beam of light that sank deep into the depths of his primordial spirit. 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, tedious and interminable. The innate sacred beings do not give rise to inner demons. This is one of the greatest distinctions between them and later-born cultivators. Their primordial spirits are pure, their foundation stable, making it difficult for outer demons to intrude. Yet prolonged seclusion in cultivation still brings weariness, not physical fatigue, but a draining of the spirit. Day after day, refining restrictions, year after year, contemplating the Tao principles. Even the most patient cultivator sometimes yearns to step out and behold the world beyond. Yuanling was no exception. On this day, he refined the final restriction within the 5 elements pagoda, at least the part he was capable of refining at his current level. As a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements pagoda contained 45 innate restrictions. With his cultivation at the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, Yuanling could only refine the first 24 at most. Yet 24 restrictions sufficed to unleash most of the treasure's power. He drew the 5 elements pagoda into his primordial spirit, exhaled a long breath of stale qi, and opened his deep, profound eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within them. "Time to go out and explore," Yuanling murmured to himself, rising to his feet. After the Tao Ancestor's lecture concluded, he had cultivated almost continuously for 30,000 years, 10,000 comprehending the Tao principles, 10,000 listening to the Three Pure Ones' discourses, and 10,000 refining treasures alone. Though his cultivation remained at the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, his Dharma power had become more condensed, his Tao principles more stable, and he had refined most of the restrictions within his spiritual treasures. With the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal cultivation, 6 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and the full power of his original body, the Yuanling creation seal, Yuanling silently calculated his combat strength. Below the Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm, he should have no opponents. As for Daoyuo Golden Immortals, he would have to tread carefully. Yuanling left the grotto, riding the wind toward the Sanqing Hall. Along the way, the scenery of Kunlun Mountain remained as majestic as ever: spirit springs, cascading waterfalls, exotic flowers, and rare herbs, immortal cranes, and spiritual deer. Everything as usual. Yet 10,000 years had made the spiritual energy here seem even richer. The Sanqing Hall soon came into view. Yuanling landed before the hall, straightened his robes, and stepped inside. Inside the hall, the 3 Pure Ones sat cross-legged on their cushions, each immersed in cultivation. Lao Zi's eyes were half closed, as if asleep. Yuanshi sat upright like a bell, majestic and imposing. Tong Tian sat cross-legged, a faint sound of sword hums emanating from his surroundings. Yuanling stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master, to senior uncle, and to junior uncle. Yuanshi opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Yuanling, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. 10,000 years. This disciple had not wasted them. What brings you to see me, eh? Yuanshi's voice was calm and steady. Yuanling replied truthfully, Master, my cultivation has now reached the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, and I have refined most of the restrictions within my spiritual treasures. I wish to journey through the primordial world to gain experience. He paused, then added, the path of cultivation cannot be pursued solely by closing the doors. I wish to go out, see the vastness of the primordial world, and hone my practical combat skills. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi did not reply immediately, but exchanged a glance with Laozi and Tongtian. Laozi nodded slightly, saying nothing. Tongtian then laughed. Second brother, your disciple speaks sense. Keeping him cooped up in Kunlun Mountain is no solution. Let him go out and explore. Young people should venture forth. Yuanshi pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Go ahead. He waved his hand, his tone casual, but his next words carried great weight. If a Great Golden Immortal gives you trouble, remember to mention my name. Yuanling's heart warmed. Just as he was about to express his thanks, Yuanshi continued. As for those below, Great Golden Immortal. With the Yuanling creation seal in your possession, they are no match for you. These words were spoken lightly, yet they exuded an unshakable confidence. Yuanshi's confidence was not unfounded. Yuanling's original form was the Yuanling creation seal, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with 48 complete innate restrictions. Under normal circumstances, to fully refine all the restrictions of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, one needed to break through to the Great Golden Immortal or quasi-sage realm. Even a Great Golden Immortal could not fully refine it, let alone a Great Golden Immortal. But Yuanling was different. The Yuanling creation seal was not merely his spiritual treasure, it was his original body. The original body and the primordial spirit were one and the same, inseparable. This meant Yuanling did not need to refine any restrictions to unleash the full power of the Yuanling creation seal. 48 restrictions fully activated. A gap of one major realm was not an insurmountable chasm when faced with an absolute advantage in spiritual treasures. A cultivator at the peak of Great Golden Immortal, if lacking a sufficiently powerful spiritual treasure to counter, it could only be suppressed by the Yuanling creation seal. As for Great Golden Immortals, once a Great Golden Immortal attained the fruit of the Tao, it was eternally solidified, transcending the river of time, leaping beyond past, present, and future. The true self was unique, immune to all calamities. That was a realm of another order, not one that could be crossed by spiritual treasures alone. Hence Yuanshi's words, if a Great Golden Immortal gives you trouble, remember to mention my name. Those you can defeat, fight them yourself. Those you cannot, mention my name. Such was the confidence of the first disciple of the three pure ones. Disciple understands. Yuanling replied respectfully. Go then. Yuanshi waved his hand and closed his eyes. Yuanling bowed once more to the three pure ones, then turned and left the Sanqing Hall. As he stepped through the doorway, he took a deep breath and gazed toward the vast world beyond Kunlun Mountain. Clouds coiled around the peaks, mountains, and rivers unfurled like a painting. The primordial world was immense, and he had yet to truly witness it. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanling's mouth. He leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of purple golden light, flying out beyond Kunlun Mountain. His robes fluttered, youthful spirit soaring. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Yuanling did not rush to set a destination. The primordial world was too vast, so vast that even a Great Golden Immortal could spend a lifetime and never traverse every corner. Opportunities lay hidden among mountains, rivers, and lakes, within secret realms and grotto heavens, in ancient ruins veiled by innate formations. Where should he seek fortune? As Yuanling flew, he pondered his next goal. Mount Buzhou was a fine choice. It was formed from Panga's spine, the center of heaven and earth, a convergence of spiritual veins. Who knew how many innate spiritual treasures and heavenly materials lay hidden there? 30,000 years ago, they had plucked the innate gourd from that very place. Perhaps other opportunities had yet to emerge. The Four Seas were also excellent options. The East Sea held the legacy of the Dragon clan, the West Sea bore ancient battlefields, the North Sea possessed the profound ice secret realm, the South Sea brimmed with volcanic spiritual veins. The seas were vast, teeming with countless opportunities. Yet Yuanling reconsidered and felt something amiss. Though Buzhou Mountain and the Four Seas were excellent destinations, many would flock there. With so many Great Golden Immortals, watching a mere Great Golden Immortal like him, even with a spiritual treasure at his side, would only be seeking trouble by joining the fray. Forget it, let fate take its course. Yuanling made up his mind and ceased to plan his route deliberately, instead flying by instinct. His original body had merged with the essence of Qiankuan Laozu, granting him a natural affinity for spatial laws. This affinity manifested not only in cultivation, but also in his perception of opportunities. At times he could vaguely sense that something in a certain direction was drawing him toward it. This feeling was profound and ineffable, yet Yuanling trusted his intuition. As he flew, Yuanling paused occasionally. Sometimes he discovered a rare, innate spiritual essence in a mountain stream, plucking it casually and placing it into the Qiankuan tripod to nurture. Other times he picked up a piece of fine, innate spiritual material from a riverbed, stowing it away for future artifact refinement. As for innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots, he encountered none. Such treasures of that caliber were rare and could not be found lying about casually. But even these spiritual essences and materials were enough to satisfy Yuanling. Though such items existed in Kunlun Mountain, they were considered treasures in the outside world, and Yuanling had been in seclusion cultivating, never finding the time to gather them. A century passed quietly in this manner, spent traveling and seeking treasures. One day Yuanling halted on a desolate plain. This plain was utterly different from the places he had passed before. There were no plants, no birds or beasts, no streams. No sign of life whatsoever. The earth was gray-black and cracked like a tortoise shell. A faint aura of death permeated the air. The wind swept across the wilderness, raising dust and emitting a low, mournful howl like the lament of the dead. This place was once a battlefield. Yuanling's gaze swept across the plain, and he made a judgment in his mind. The Beast Tribulation, or the Dragon Han Tribulation. Whichever it was, this land had its vitality destroyed in the Great War, becoming a barren wasteland. Countless kalpas had passed, and while other parts of the primordial world had long recovered, this place remained lifeless. But the reason Yuanling stopped was not the plain itself, but what he sensed. The moment he stepped onto this wilderness, a faint, elusive attraction came from ahead. It felt as if something was calling out to Yuanling, guiding him, telling him, "Come, I am here." Yuanling closed his eyes, unleashing his divine sense fully. Spatial laws swirled around his body, allowing him to perceive subtle fluctuations undetectable by ordinary cultivators. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto a spot not far ahead, a faint spatial node. Had Yuanling not grasped even the rudiments of spatial laws, he would never have detected this node. The node was hidden, extremely deeply covered by a nearly dissipated innate formation. Ordinary cultivators passing by would only see a barren plain and never give it a second glance. But Yuanling was no ordinary cultivator. This must be the place, he murmured to himself. With a thought, the Yuanling creation seal flew out from his primordial spirit and hovered before him. The purple gold seal bore cosmic patterns on its surface, with yin and yang revolving on the outer rim and the 5 elements cycling within. All 48 innate restrictions were fully activated, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominion over heaven and earth. Yuanling raised his hand and gently pushed. The Yuanling creation seal left his grasp, swelling abruptly in the void. The seal, originally the size of a fist, instantly transformed into a massive stamp about a zhang square. Purple gold light illuminated the surroundings, and the power of laws surged like a tidal wave. "Descend," Yuanling shouted in a low voice. The Yuanling creation seal, carrying immense force, slammed fiercely toward the spatial node. A crisp crack sounded as if something had shattered. The innate formation covering the spatial node was already on the verge of dissipation. The erosion of countless kalpas had reduced its power to less than 1/10 of its original. This strike of the Yuanling creation seal was the final straw. The formation shattered, exposing the spatial node, and a beam of light surged out from the node, illuminating the entire plain. After the light faded, a tree had appeared on the plain, making Yuanling's eyes widen. It was a pine tree, a massive pine with a thick trunk twisted like a coiled dragon, its bark dark brown and covered with the marks of time. From the trunk, 5 enormous branches extended in 5 directions, each of a different color: cyan, red, white, black, and yellow. The 5 colors were distinct, each occupying its own direction. Upon the branches, pine needles clustered like tufts, each emitting a faint spiritual light, interweaving into a brilliant rainbow-like cloud. Deep within the canopy, pine cones of the 5 colors could be faintly seen hanging from the branches, exuding an enticing fragrance. Yuanling was stunned. His innate heritage surged wildly in his mind, and soon he found information matching the tree before him, the 5-needle pine. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. As a supreme innate spiritual root, it was born from the great Tao of the 5 elements and grew by nurturing the primordial essence of void. The 5-needle pine was no less precious than the mother peach tree or the ginseng fruit tree. Yuanling strode forward and circled the 5-needle pine, growing more excited with each step. The 5 branches, distinct in cyan, red, white, black, and yellow, each bore the Tao resonance of the corresponding element. As these resonances flowed, wisps of spatial power surged, even tearing tiny fissures in the surrounding void. Yuanling gasped at the sight of those spatial cracks. This 5-needle pine was even more precious than he had imagined. Detailed information about the 5-needle pine surfaced in his mind. It bloomed once every 30,000 years, bore fruit once every 30,000 years, and matured once every 30,000 years. A full cycle took 90,000 years, and each season yielded only 50 pine cones. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each accounted for 10 cones. Each of these 50 cones was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Swallowing even one could refine the physical body, condense a single-element spiritual physique, and be equivalent to tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Within each cone also lay a fragment of fine spatial essence, which could subtly broaden a cultivator's consciousness and sharpen their perception of void laws. If one could gather all 5 elemental cones and consume them together, the effect would be even more astonishing. Immediate 5 chi, facing the origin, assisting a Great Golden Immortal to break through bottlenecks and awakening a rudimentary ability for void teleportation. Though it was only a rudimentary level for a Great Golden Immortal, it was already a heaven-defying ability. And this was only the effect of the cones. The needles of the five-needle pine contain the dual power of the five elements in space, allowing them to be forged into top-tier innate weapons or used to set up a five-element void lethal killing formation. A set of flying swords refined from five-needle pine needles would certainly be of high grade. The trunk, bark, and roots, none were ordinary. From the roots to the branches and leaves, from the cones to the needles, the entire five-needle pine was a mobile treasure trove. Fortune. A fortune beyond measure. Yuanling's voice trembled with excitement. The 10 primordial spiritual roots. Each one was a peerless treasure that would even tempt future sages. He had encountered the primordial five-needle pine during his arduous training in the primordial wilderness, and it was unclaimed. Such luck was simply heaven-defying. After the initial thrill, Yuanling swiftly calmed himself. The immediate priority was how to take possession of this five-needle pine. He could not leave the pine where it stood. Though the place was remote, it would eventually be discovered by other cultivators. By then, not only would he lose the pine, but he might also find himself in danger. He had to take it away at once. Yuanling began to consider methods of containment. The first that came to mind were the five-element spirit pearls. These 5 top-grade primordial spirit pearls each contained a small world within. The gold spirit pearl housed a sharp metallic realm, the wood spirit pearl, a vibrant realm of life, the water spirit pearl, a moist aqueous realm, the fire spirit pearl, a blazing inferno, and the earth spirit pearl, a heavy earthen domain. But the problem was that the 5-element spirit pearls were 5 separate spiritual treasures, not a single integrated entity. The five-needle pine was born from the 5 elements' great Tao. Its 5 branches embodied all 5 elements, forming a perfect cycle within the tree. If you were to place it into a single-element pearl space, say the wood spirit pearl alone, the elemental cycle would be broken and the quality of the five-needle pine would inevitably suffer. This was not what Yuanling wanted. Since the 5-element spirit pearls would not work, he had to consider other spiritual treasures. He took stock of the treasures in his possession. The Qiankuan Cauldron, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, contained a world of its own and could indeed accommodate the five-needle pine. However, the world inside the Qiankuan Cauldron was of a chaotic nature devoid of elemental distinctions. While it would not break the five-needle pine's elemental balance, it was hardly suitable for its growth. The Yushu glazed lamp, another top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, had a predominantly fire-attributed space, unsuitable. The yin-yang mirror, the Qiankuan map. None of them worked either. Yuanling's gaze finally settled on the 5 Elements Tower. The 5 Elements Tower, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, was one of the legacies left by the 5 Elements Ancestor. The tower had 5 floors, each corresponding to 1 elemental law. Within it formed a self-contained small world, filled with 5 elements' spiritual energy. Although the tower's primary functions were suppression and defense, and the quality of its elemental energy was inferior to that of the specialized 5-element spirit pearls, it was barely sufficient for housing the five-needle pine. Most importantly, the 5 Elements Tower was a complete integrated artifact. Though only one treasure, it contained the full power of the 5 elements. If the five-needle pine were placed inside, the elemental cycle would not be broken and the pine's quality would remain intact. This one will do. With a thought, Yuanling summoned the 5 Elements Tower from his primordial spirit. The 5-story pagoda hovered above the 5-needle pine, slowly rotating. Its body shimmered with 5 colors: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each occupying a level, mutually generating and overcoming in an endless cycle. Yuanling formed hand seals, activating the tower's containment power. The base opened, and a powerful suction enveloped the 5-needle pine. The giant pine began to tremble, its roots slowly pulling free from the earth, dragging up clumps of soil and rock. The 5 multicolored branches swayed in the wind, as if bidding a final farewell. Yuanling carefully controlled the strength of the suction, fearing to damage this precious spiritual root, though even with his current power, he could not have done so. The 5-needle pine rose slowly into the air, shrinking until it transformed into a beam of 5-colored radiance that vanished into the 5 Elements Tower. Yuanling extended his divine sense into the small world within the tower, confirming that the 5-needle pine had settled securely. Its roots had re-established themselves in the tower's earth, its 5-colored branches spread out, as before, and the 5 elements' spiritual energy circulated within the tower, resonating with the pine's elemental Tao rhythm. Done. Yuanling breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew the 5 Elements Tower into his primordial spirit, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He then carefully examined the surroundings, ensuring no opportunity was left behind. Every pine needle and cone that had fallen from the 5-needle pine was gathered, not even a piece of bark was spared. Certain that nothing remained, Yuanling clapped his hands and prepared to leave. But just then a voice filled with greed thundered from afar like a bolt of lightning. Junior, leave the opportunity behind. Yuanling spun around sharply, his gaze piercing toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged Taoist in black robes flew over from the distance, moving with incredible speed, closing in on Yuanling's location in mere breaths. The Taoist had a gaunt face, a hooked nose, and triangular eyes. His gaze was fixed intently on Yuanling, or more precisely on the spot where Yuanling had just stored away the 5 Elements Tower. Greed, undisguised greed. Yuanling's heart sank. He covertly extended his divine sense to gauge the middle-aged Taoist's cultivation. Early Great Golden Immortal. Yuanling frowned. Early Great Golden Immortal. For him at his current stage this was an awkward level. If it were a perfected Great Golden Immortal, Yuanling was confident he could easily suppress him using the Yuanling creation seal. The full power of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure was not something cultivators of the same realm could withstand. But a Great Golden Immortal was different. A Great Golden Immortal once proven is eternally proven. They transcend the river of time, leaping beyond past, future, and present. The true self is unique, indestructible, through countless culpas. This was not merely a realm advancement, it was a transformation of the very essence of life. Even a cultivator at the early Great Luo stage had already grasped true law power and walked their own Tao. The gap between a Great Golden Immortal and a Great Golden Immortal could not be easily bridged by spiritual treasures alone. What made Yuanling even more wary was that he could not discern the origin of this middle-aged Taoist. The primordial wilderness was vast with many innate deities, but they were divided into good and evil. The most representative were Tao Ancestor Hongjun and Demon Ancestor Luo. The Taoist before him had a gloomy aura with faint black mists swirling around him, clearly not a benevolent figure. Yuanling took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension, and looked at the middle-aged Taoist with a composed expression. He stepped forward, slightly cupped his hands, and spoke in a steady, courteous tone. "Fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of Yuqing Realm, a successor of Pangu's 3 Pure Ones. Courtesy before force, avoid fighting if possible." It wasn't that he couldn't win, but that there was no need. He had just obtained the 5-needle pine, and was thinking of finding a safe place to study this spiritual route thoroughly. He really didn't want to get entangled with a Great Golden Immortal here. If it came to a fight, Yuanling at least had ways to survive and make the Great Golden Immortal perish, but it would come at a cost. The middle-aged Taoist halted his steps, watching Yuanling warily from a distance. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The reputation of the 3 Pure Ones was known to all in the primordial wilderness. Born from Pangu's primordial spirit guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, their strength was unfathomable. Offending a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones was hardly a wise move. But what if this brat was bluffing? The middle-aged Taoist's gaze swept over Yuanling, searching for any sign of deception. As a Great Golden Immortal, the middle-aged Taoist had encountered far too many juniors who bluffed by invoking their master's names. They would shout, "My master is so-and-so," but were merely nominal disciples, or perhaps had only attended a few sermons. "You claim to be a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. What proof do you have?" The middle-aged Taoist did not rashly attack, yet he did not leave either, his tone laced with probing. Yuanling had long anticipated this move. With a flick of his hand, the jade void glazed lamp appeared in his palm. The glazed palace lantern, crystal clear and translucent, contained the eternal spirit flame quietly burning at its wick, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The aura of a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure was released without any concealment. "This is the spiritual treasure bestowed by my master Yuanshi of Jade Pure, the jade void glazed lamp." Yuanling's tone was calm as he stared directly at the middle-aged Taoist. "Fellow Taoist, if you do not believe me, you are welcome to come and test it." The appearance of the jade void glazed lamp caused the middle-aged Taoist's pupils to contract sharply. A supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, and furthermore a personal item of Yuanshi Tianzun. To bestow such a treasure, this disciple's status in the heart of Yuanshi Tianzun could not be low. The middle-aged Taoist's expression shifted repeatedly: greed, hesitation, fear, dread. All sorts of emotions flickered across his face. In the end, fear prevailed. He suddenly retreated several steps, his face dramatically changed, and he hastily said, "Fellow Taoist, I was never here." With these words, he turned and left. A black rainbow light shot into the sky, vanishing at the horizon in the blink of an eye. Moving with such speed, it seemed like he was fleeing for his life. Yuanling stood in place, looking in the direction the middle-aged Taoist had departed, a look of surprise on his face. He just left. A Great Golden Immortal, scared off by his name. Yuanling had thought he would at least need to waste more words, perhaps even inevitable a fierce battle. He had even prepared to activate the Yuanling creation seal, a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure fully under his control. If it self-destructed, its power would be no less than that of a quasi-saint's self-destruction. At that time, the Yuanling creation seal would be damaged, and Yuanling himself would become weakened, but primordial spiritual treasures contain the primordial indestructible spiritual light. Neither Yuanling nor his original body, the Yuanling creation seal, could ever die unless the primordial indestructible spiritual light was completely extinguished. In the end, the other party simply fled. Is my master's reputation really that effective? Yuanling muttered to himself, feeling a bit emotional. He thought it over carefully and gradually understood the reason. The status of the 3 Pure Ones in the eyes of the beings of the primordial wilderness was far higher than he had imagined. The 3 Pure Ones of Pangu, born from Pangu's primordial spirit, formed from the clear chi of the heaven opening. They were the orthodox lineage of Pangu, the most noble innate divinities of the primordial wilderness. Moreover, the 3 Pure Ones were one. When one flourished, they all flourished, and when one suffered, they all suffered. Offending any one of the 3 Pure Ones was equivalent to offending all three. 3 Great Golden Immortals at perfection. No, now they were already quasi-saints. Who in the primordial wilderness could afford to provoke them? Furthermore, the 3 Pure Ones had another background. They were the direct disciples of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Although this matter was not public among the circle of great Luo Golden Immortals, there were some rumors. The three pure ones were not to be trifled with, and neither were their disciples. The middle-aged Taoist, a great Luo Golden Immortal at the early stage, was already considered a regional powerhouse in the primordial wilderness, but such cultivation was utterly insignificant before the three pure ones. If he had truly harmed Yuanling, the three pure ones would investigate, and even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. So he chose the wisest course, to simply run as if he had never been there. Having understood this, Yuanling's reverence for his master deepened. It seems the saying, under a big tree one enjoys the shade, applies everywhere. Yuanling shook his head and stopped thinking. He took one last look at this wasteland, confirming that no other cultivator was approaching, then leaped into the air, transforming into a purple-gold rainbow light and flying toward the distance. The five-needle pine was already in hand, so the rest of the journey could be more leisurely. As he flew, Yuanling calculated his next plans in his mind. The five-needle pine was one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots, its value immeasurable. But he had not yet decided how to use it. Should he transplant it to Kunlun Mountain or keep it in the 5 Elements pagoda for cultivation? When should the pine cones be harvested? Should the pine needles be refined into a set of flying swords first? These questions needed careful consideration. But there was no rush, he still had plenty of time. Yuanling curled the corners of his mouth slightly and accelerated forward. The purple-gold rainbow light cut through the sky, vanishing into the sea of clouds. Behind him, the wasteland returned to its deathly silence. Only the five-needle pine, which had stood for countless eons, was no longer there. After 100 years of training in the primordial wilderness, Yuanling had gained a great deal. Although he had not yet experienced a real battle, because that great Luo Golden Immortal fled so fast that he didn't even have time to fully activate the Jade Void glazed lamp. Yet the gains of this century were enough to make any great Luo Golden Immortal, even a quasi-saint, green with envy. Yuanling's greatest gain was naturally the supreme grade primordial spiritual root, the five-needle pine. One of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots, an unparalleled treasure born from the 5 elements, great Tao, and the origin of the void. The value of this spiritual root could not be measured in spirit stones. If it were to appear in an unclaimed land, even great Luo Golden Immortals and quasi-saints would fight to the death for it. Besides the five-needle pine, Yuanling had also verified one thing: the prestige of the 3 pure ones of Pangu was indeed useful in the primordial wilderness. That great Luo Golden Immortal who intended to kill him for his treasure after Yuanling produced the Jade Void glazed lamp and proclaimed his affiliation with the 3 pure ones fled faster than a rabbit. This showed that in the minds of primordial wilderness cultivators, the name of the 3 pure ones was a talisman powerful enough to deter most ill-intentioned individuals. Of course, Yuanling also understood that this talisman was not omnipotent. When faced with true desperados or cultivators who bore grudges against the 3 pure ones, invoking the name might backfire. But at least at this stage, the reputation of the 3 pure ones was still very effective. In the following 100 years, Yuanling wandered aimlessly across the primordial wilderness. With no clear goal, no fixed route, everything was guided by instinct. He followed a faint, elusive feeling in his heart, stopping and going, collecting various spiritual treasures he encountered along the way. Sometimes it was a primordial spiritual essence on a barren mountain, sometimes a primordial spiritual material in a spirit river, sometimes a low-grade primordial spiritual root in a secret realm. Although these things were not as valuable as the five-needle pine, they accumulated over time and became a considerable fortune. Yuanling found that his luck was almost absurdly good. For others trekking through the primordial wilderness for 100 years, encountering 1 or 2 primordial spiritual objects was already considered fortunate. But in this century, the frequency with which he encountered spiritual objects was astonishing. He made gains almost every few years. Although the primordial spiritual treasures were only of low or middle grade, he had obtained several. Although the primordial spiritual roots were not high in grade, he had collected quite a few. As for primordial spiritual essences and materials, they were countless. The space inside the Chinquan cauldron was nearly full. Yuanling initially found it peculiar, but upon deeper reflection, he grasped the underlying principle. It was the fortune. He possessed 6 supreme primordial spiritual treasures: the Jade Void glazed lamp, the Cosmic Cauldron, the Yuanling Creation Seal, the Yin-Yang Mirror, the 5 Elements Pagoda, and the Cosmic Map. Each supreme primordial spiritual treasure possessed the power to suppress fortune. With 6 stacked together, coupled with a supreme primordial spiritual root, the five-needle pine, the fortune upon him was so formidable that even some quasi-saints might pale in comparison. Fortune begets luck, luck begets opportunities. This was the most fundamental and truthful principle of the primordial wilderness. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, guided by an inexplicable intuition, Yuanling arrived at the foot of a colossal mountain, so vast it defied description. Gazing upward, the peak pierced the clouds, vanishing into the 9th heaven with no end in sight. The mountain's body was entirely dark cyan, as if carved by blades and split by axes, exuding an aura of vastness and somber majesty. Mount Buzhou. Standing at its base, Yuanling gazed upon the pillar of heaven formed from Pangu's spine, a surge of inexplicable emotion welling within him. The direction of the opportunity he sensed pointed precisely here, yet he had not anticipated that his destination would be Mount Buzhou. It seems fate has bound me to this mountain. Yuanling murmured softly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The first time he visited Mount Buzhou, he had followed the Sanqing and plucked the primordial gourd, but that was merely a fortuitous gain. The second time he came alone, seeking an opportunity that belonged solely to him. Once I obtain this opportunity, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain. Having made up his mind, Yuanling strode toward Mount Buzhou. Though it was the pillar of heaven imbued with the residual might of the great god Pangu, it did not deliberately oppress cultivators. Only those harboring ill intentions or seeking to damage the pillar would suffer its suppression. Yuanling naturally was not among them. He ascended the mountain with light steps, as if strolling through his own private garden. The spiritual energy on Mount Buzhou was several times denser than elsewhere in the primordial wilderness, growing ever more abundant as he climbed. The mountain was carpeted with spiritual plants, exotic flowers, and rare herbs everywhere, and occasionally nascent spirit beasts darted among the rocks. Yuanling did not linger along the path, but pressed straight toward the calling in his heart. The opportunities on Mount Buzhou were surely more abundant than those on the primordial earth. This was the center of the world, the convergence of spiritual veins, where countless primordial spiritual treasures and celestial materials had gestated over eons. Indeed, within a decade of entering Mount Buzhou, Yuanling sensed a spatial node. The node was hidden behind a steep cliff veiled by a natural primordial formation. Had Yuanling not grasped the rudiments of spatial law, he would never have detected its existence. Another primordial spiritual treasure. Standing before the node, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. I hope it is not of lower grade. With that, he produced the Yuanling creation seal. The purple golden seal trembled faintly in his palm, all 48 primordial restrictions fully activated. Any spatial node he could perceive was his destined opportunity, and the power of the Yuanling creation seal was sufficient to shatter most primordial formations he might encounter. The seal flew out, expanding to the size of a zhong, and struck with the weight of 10,000 jun. Crack! The formation shattered, the radiance dissipated, and Yuanling stood frozen, utterly stunned. Before him appeared not a primordial spiritual treasure, but a waterfall. A waterfall formed entirely of pure spiritual energy. The cascade plunged from the cliffside, its murmur echoing, yet it was not water, but primordial spiritual liquid, spiritual energy condensed to an extreme liquefied. At the base of the waterfall lay a small pool filled with milky white spiritual liquid from which ethereal mist rose, refracting into a spectrum of rainbow colors under the sunlight. A waterfall of spiritual mist. Yuanling exclaimed in delight, his voice trembling slightly. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven formed from Pangu's spine, connected heaven and earth, suppressed the earthly elements. It possessed an incredibly defying function, converting chaotic spiritual energy into primordial spiritual energy. Chaotic spiritual energy, the primal energy before the separation of heaven and earth, was violent and hard to absorb. But after being transformed by Mount Buzhou, it became the purest primordial spiritual energy, nourishing the entire primordial wilderness. Within Mount Buzhou, at the densest concentrations of spiritual energy, the energy liquefied into primordial spiritual liquid, gathering into springs, flowing into streams, and even forming waterfalls. The waterfall of spiritual mist before him was formed exactly thus. What did this mean? It meant that Yuanling had found a perfect place for secluded cultivation. The primordial spiritual liquid here was pure, containing no impurities, and could be directly absorbed and converted into mana. One day of cultivation here equaled a year elsewhere. Yuanling suppressed his excitement and began to set up formations. First, he retrieved the 5 elemental spirit pearls from his primordial spirit. 5 superior grade primordial spirit pearls following the Shangqing formation inheritance imparted by his uncle Tongtian. He arranged a 5 elements concealment grand formation around the waterfall. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements cycled endlessly. Once the formation was completed, the celestial secrets of the outside were completely masked. Even a great Golden Immortal passing by, unless scrutinizing carefully, would hardly detect its existence. But Yuanling felt it was not enough. He then produced the 5 elements pagoda, a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, a 5-story pagoda that suppressed the 5 elements. The pagoda settled into the formation's its 5-colored body, rotating in resonance with the 5 elemental spirit pearls, amplifying the entire formation's power severalfold. Yuanling nodded with satisfaction. The 5 elements concealment grand formation, deployed with 5 superior grade primordial spirit pearls and anchored by a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Such a configuration would remain undetectable unless a quasi-saint level powerhouse deliberately probed. On Mount Buzhou, quasi-saints were few and far between, and even if one existed, they were unlikely to happen upon this seemingly unremarkable cliff and investigate it. Yuanling stepped into the formation and arrived beneath the waterfall of spiritual mist. The milky white spiritual liquid cascaded down the cliff, splashing mist that dampened his robes. The dense spiritual energy washed over him, causing every pore of his body to open in relaxation. Yuanling sat cross-legged on a stone platform beneath the waterfall, letting the liquid wash over his body. He did not rush to begin cultivation, but first retrieved the pine cones of the 5-needle pine from his primordial spirit. The 5-needle pine bore 50 cones per season, 10 for each of the 5 elements. When he obtained the pine, he had harvested all the right cones. These cones had been carefully preserved in the cosmic cauldron, their spiritual energy undiminished. Yuanling took out a golden pine cone, a metal element cone, and swallowed it. The cone entered his stomach, transforming into a sharp, pure stream of spiritual energy that surged into his meridians. Fragments of the metal law shimmered in his primordial spirit, deepening his understanding of the metal element. Next, a cyan cone, wood element. A blue cone, water element. A red cone, fire element. A yellow cone, earth element. 5 cones, each representing a different element, were consumed in sequence. 5 streams of spiritual energy converged within Yuanling's body, the 5 elements generating each other, forming a perfect cycle. Yuanling guided this energy through the celestial cycle, simultaneously absorbing the primordial spiritual liquid from the waterfall with all his might. Cultivation had officially begun. Time in the cave passed without measure. Cultivation knew not the years. The Lingwu waterfall cascaded behind Yuanling, its milky white spiritual liquid ceaselessly flowing into the pool, only to be absorbed and refined by him. His body was like a parched sponge, greedily devouring all the spiritual energy around him. One by one, the pine cones of the Wuzhen pine were consumed by him. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements alternated in an endless cycle. With every additional pine cone, he took his comprehension of the 5 elements' laws, deepened his mana, grew more robust, and his cultivation advanced another step toward the perfection of the Great Golden Immortal realm. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. The water level of the Lingwu waterfall gradually descended from its initial surging torrent to a trickling stream. The spiritual liquid in that small pool decreased inch by inch, while Yuanling's aura climbed day by day. Mid-stage Great Golden Immortal peak. Late-stage Great Golden Immortal. Late-stage Great Golden Immortal peak. Each breakthrough was accompanied by a further harmonization of the 5 elements' laws and a further consolidation of his mana. 20,000 years. For 20,000 years, Yuanling had not left this waterfall. When the last drop of spiritual liquid was absorbed and refined, when the last pine cone of the Wuzhen pine was consumed, Yuanling finally opened his eyes. In those eyes, a 5-colored radiance flashed and then faded into profound stillness. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, which shot out like an arrow 3 feet away, producing a faint sound of air breaking. Yuanling stood up and stretched his limbs. After 20,000 years in seclusion, all the spiritual liquid of the Lingwu waterfall had been absorbed, and all 50 pine cones of the Wuzhen pine had been consumed. His cultivation had broken through all the way from the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal to the perfection of the Great Golden Immortal realm. Only one final step remained before the Great Golden Immortal realm. Yuanling sensed the surging mana within him, feeling deeply satisfied. 20,000 years, from mid-stage Great Golden Immortal to perfection. This speed was absolutely top tier within the primordial world. Though innate divinities were gifted with extraordinary talents, cultivation was never a matter of instant success. For an ordinary innate divinity, advancing from mid-stage Great Golden Immortal to perfection required at least 100,000 or even several 100,000 years of arduous cultivation. Yet Yuanling had achieved it in only 20,000 years. The Lingwu waterfall had played an indispensable role. It was the innate spiritual liquid transformed from Pangu's spine, utterly pure and absorbed without any hindrance. The pine cones of the Wuzhen pine were equally vital. They were spirit fruits born by one of the 10 great innate spirit roots, each containing fragments of the 5 elements' laws and space laws. Consuming one could offset tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Fortune was also crucial. Without his powerful fortune, Yuanling could never have found this Lingwu waterfall on Buzhou Mountain, nor could he have encountered the Wuzhen pine in the primordial world. The combination of these 3 factors had forged this astonishing 20,000-year progress. Yuanling looked up at the dried cliff face of the waterfall, a pang of emotion stirring within him. This Lingwu waterfall had existed on Buzhou Mountain for untold kalpas, accumulating an immeasurable volume of spiritual liquid. Now it had been entirely consumed by him alone, a fitting use of its resources. As for the pine cones of the Wuzhen pine, they ripened once every 90,000 years with 50 cones per harvest. Yuanling had long since plucked all the mature pine cones from the Wuzhen pine. To await the next batch of ripe cones, he would have to wait at least 60,000 years. 60,000 years later would be roughly the time of the second lecture at the Purple Firmament Palace. By then he should already be a Great Golden Immortal. Great Golden Immortal. Yuanling murmured to himself, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. Great Golden Immortal. Transcending time and space beyond reincarnation, with the 3 flowers converging at the crown, the 5 qi returning to the origin, the clear understanding of one's own Tao, and the firm stabilization of the Tao fruit. That was the realm countless cultivators dreamed of attaining. But before breaking through to Great Golden Immortal, Yuanling had one more task to accomplish to lay a solid foundation. Yuanling had no wish to be like those cultivators with unstable foundations who rushed into Daluo and could only achieve a 5 or 6 grade bloom, their achievements limited. He intended to achieve a 9-grade bloom when he condensed the 3 flowers above the crown. He wanted to leave his imprint in the past, present, and future when his Daluo Tao fruit transcended the river of time. This was the true Daluo, transcending everything eternal and indestructible. By cultivating step by step, I should be able to break through to Great Golden Immortal before the second lecture at the Purple Firmament Palace. Yuanling calculated in his heart, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His original plan had been to break through to the perfection of Great Golden Immortal before the second lecture at the Purple Firmament Palace, and then while listening to the Dao Ancestor's sermon, seize the opportunity to successfully advance to Great Golden Immortal. But plans could not keep pace with changes. Who could have imagined his luck would be so good? First encountering the Wuzhen Pine, then discovering the Lingwu Waterfall. Now Yuanling had already achieved the perfection of Great Golden Immortal. All that remained was to cultivate, naturally condense the 3 flowers above the crown, and smoothly step into the Yuo realm without needing to wait for the second lecture at the Purple Firmament Palace. Yuanling withdrew his thoughts, retrieving the 5 elements spirit pearls and the 5 elements pagoda back into his primordial spirit. The 5 elements concealment array was lifted and the sunlight from outside streamed down, illuminating his face. After 20,000 years of seclusion, his appearance had not changed much. He still looked like a young man with star-like brows and sword-like eyes, a composed bearing. But his eyes were far deeper than 20,000 years ago, as if they harbored a starry sky. A trace of dust had settled on his purple golden Taoist robe, but it did not diminish his charm. Yuanling straightened his robes and stepped out of the cliff that had once served as his secluded retreat. The journey on Buzhou Mountain was not yet over. The Lingwu Waterfall was merely the first opportunity he had found. Buzhou Mountain was so vast, so towering. Who knew how many innate spirit treasures and heavenly materials and earthly treasures lay hidden upon it? He still had plenty of time to explore. Yuanling continued to ascend Buzhou Mountain. Another 100 years passed. Buzhou Mountain was immense. From its foot to its summit, every place might conceal opportunities. Yuanling walked and paused occasionally, stopping to pick some spiritual essences or to break through already loosened innate formations to claim the treasures within. Though he had not encountered another heaven-defying opportunity, like the Lingwu Waterfall, the scattered gains added up to a considerable bounty. One day Yuanling arrived at the middle section of Buzhou Mountain. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than at the foot, and the mountain terrain was even more precipitous. Clouds and mist coiled around the mountainside, obscuring the upper part of the mountain in a haze, revealing it only in glimpses. As Yuanling walked, he suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras flying toward him from afar. Those auras blazed like the sun, vast and imposing, carrying a pressure that could not be ignored. He looked up and saw 2 golden streaks of rainbow light sweeping across the 9 heavens at an astonishing speed, about to pass overhead in the blink of an eye. Yet the next moment the 2 streaks of light abruptly veered back and landed before him. The light receded, revealing 2 golden figures. The one in front was middle-aged, tall in stature, with long golden hair cascading over his shoulders. His golden eyes were like 2 blazing suns, and his entire being exuded an innate nobility and majesty. Dijuan. The other was a young man, handsome in appearance, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed easygoing, but deep within those golden eyes lurked a pride that looked down upon the world. Tai. The 2 stood before Yuanling. Dijuan gazed at him with a smile, yet a flicker of barely concealed shock flashed in his eyes. So it is the young friend Yuanling. I thought I might have mistaken you. Dijuan's voice was hearty, but his tone carried unmistakable surprise. 50,000 years ago they had first met at Buzhou Mountain. At that time Yuanling followed the 3 pure ones, his cultivation merely at the late Golden Immortal stage, the lowest among all in the Zhixiao Palace. Now 50,000 years later Yuanling's cultivation had reached the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. 50,000 years, from late Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal perfection. This speed of cultivation far surpassed their own progress in those days. Dijuan inwardly sighed with admiration. While Yuanling's extraordinary talent and deep fortune played a part, the more crucial factor was the changing times. When the first batch of innate sacred beings emerged, it coincided with the beast calamity. The heavenly Tao had not yet fully gestated, the laws were hidden and obscure, and cultivation relied entirely on groping in the dark, making progress naturally slow. Now the heavenly Tao had already emerged, though not yet fully manifested. Yet the difficulty of cultivation had diminished immensely compared to those ancient days. Yuanling had been born into favorable times. Moreover, with the 3 pure ones backing him and the spiritual treasures bestowed by the Tao Ancestor, his rapid cultivation progress was only to be expected. Greetings, Senior Dijuan, Senior Tai. Yuanling stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His divine sense stealthily extended, sensing the auras of Dijuan and Tai. Then he bowed again, his tone sincere. Congratulations to both seniors on breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Dijuan nodded with a smile and waved his hand, saying, the 3 pure ones must have already broken through to quasi-saint long ago. It is all thanks to the Tao Ancestor's guidance, who imparted the method of severing the 3 corpses. Yuanling smiled faintly and did not respond. The 3 pure ones had indeed broken through to quasi-saint long ago, likely even earlier than Dijuan and Tai, but there was no need to bring that up. He knew it, and that was enough. Tai stood aside, curling his lips, ignoring Yuanling's congratulations entirely. That had always been his nature. He showed no courtesy to those he deemed irrelevant. Yuanling did not mind, for the future mightiest being beneath the saints had every right to be arrogant. Dijuan glanced at Tai, but said nothing. Instead, he turned to Yuanling, his tone gentle. My brother and I intend to visit Taoist friends Fuxi and Nuwa to engage in discourse on the Tao. Would the young friend care to join us? 4 quasi-saints discussing the Tao. Yuanling's heart stirred, and he gladly accepted. Though he had already reached the perfection of Great Golden Immortal and had his own insights into the great Luo Tao, listening to the discourse of quasi-saints would still greatly benefit him. Especially since Fuxi excelled in deducing the celestial mechanisms Nuwa in the Tao of creation, while Dijuan and Tai each possessed their own unique great Tao. 4 quasi-saints, 4 great Taos, enough to grant him immense enlightenment. Thank you for the invitation, senior. I am honored to accept. Dijuan smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and waved. A golden rainbow light enveloped Yuanling, carrying him as they soared into the sky. Tai followed closely behind. The rainbow light pierced the heavens, flying beyond Buzhou Mountain. The Tao fields of Fuxi and Nuwa were not on Buzhou Mountain itself, but in a blessed land of spiritual mountains to the south of it. Dijuan traveled on the light, his speed tremendous. Wrapped in the rainbow glow, Yuanling watched the mountains and rivers below recede rapidly and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. A quasi-saint was a quasi-saint. Even the most ordinary flight far surpassed the speed of a Great Golden Immortal. Yuanling secretly resolved to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible and then strive for the quasi-saint realm. In the vast primordial world, the strong reigned supreme. He had no desire to remain forever the youngster, sheltered under others' wings. To the south of Buzhou Mountain, in a blessed land of spiritual peaks, clouds and mists swirled spiritual energy, dense and thick. This mountain, though not as towering and majestic as Buzhou Mountain, possessed a unique charm of serene elegance. Rare flowers and exotic herbs covered the slopes, spiritual springs and cascading waterfalls were everywhere. Occasionally a celestial crane spread its wings across the sky, and a spiritual deer wandered through the woods. Halfway up the mountain, an ancient cave dwelling was built against the cliff. Before the cave, a path of green jade steps led the way, flanked by 2 unknown spiritual trees, whose branches rustled, casting dappled shadows. 2 figures stood silently before the cave. The first was a middle-aged Taoist, his face refined and scholarly, his demeanor gentle and warm. He wore a plain Taoist robe embroidered with patterns of mountains, rivers, plants, and trees, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. A faint smile played on his lips, and his eyes exuded a calm wisdom. This was Fuxi. Beside Fuxi stood a stunning woman in green, her beauty peerless, her aura ethereal. Her clear water-like eyes were slightly raised, carrying a hint of impatience. She wore a long green dress embroidered with patterns of 100 flowers, and as she moved it seemed as if a fragrance of blossoms accompanied her. This was Nuwa. Fuxi was full of enthusiasm, eagerly looking forward, his gaze frequently scanning the sky, as if awaiting an important guest. His mood was excellent. The results of his celestial divination filled him with anticipation for the upcoming meeting. Nuwa, standing beside him, was a stark contrast. She crossed her arms, lightly tapping one toe on the ground, her lips slightly pouted, her eyes brimming with annoyance. Her gaze occasionally darted to the sky, but not to see if the guests were arriving. Rather, she was wondering why they hadn't come yet. Come quickly, say what you need to say, and leave so she could return to her cultivation. Just 2 3-legged golden crows, what's so special about them? Nuwa muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Fuxi to hear. Fuxi's smile froze for a moment, then he let out a helpless sigh. He leaned in, lowering his voice, and spoke earnestly. Little sister, when Brother Dijuan arrives, please be a bit more courteous. They are here to visit, not to fight. Who are you making that face for? I know. You're so annoying. Nuwa rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, a gesture so practiced it was clearly not the first time. Though she agreed verbally, the expression on her face plainly said, I'll try. Fuxi looked at his sister and sighed inwardly again. To others, Nuwa was an innate sacred being, a guest of the Zixiao Palace, a future saint. Dignified, noble, holy, the embodiment of every beautiful word. But in Fuxi's eyes, this little sister was a complete female devil. Though she cultivated the Tao of creation, radiating vitality and gentleness, her temper had nothing to do with the word gentle. She loved to fight, and she struck hard. Fuxi recalled the scenes of being chased by his sister and felt a pang of fear. He, the dignified elder brother, had no dignity in front of his sister. He simply could not defeat Nuwa. This was not modesty, but the truth. The Tao of creation appeared harmless, but Nuwa could wield the power of creation in extraordinary ways. Creation and destruction were 2 sides of the same coin, and Nuwa was exceptionally gifted in this regard, never holding back when she fought. Fuxi sometimes wondered to himself, could this truly be my sister? Did something go wrong during her transformation? Of course, he dared only to think such things in his heart, never daring to voice them aloud. Fuxi shook his head, casting aside these errant thoughts as he returned his attention to matters at hand. He raised his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes carrying a profound meaning. In the heavenly secrets he had divined, Dijuan might well emerge as the protagonist of the next karmic cataclysm. These 2 words, karmic cataclysm, carried immense weight within the primordial chaos. The beast calamity, the dragon phoenix cataclysm, each karmic cataclysm brought devastation beyond measure. Countless cultivators of great divine power perished, and numerous innate divine beings were reduced to ashes. Yet the karmic cataclysm also represented supreme opportunity, a monumental chance for one to prove the Tao and ascend. During the beast calamity, the dragon phoenix and Qilin tribes rose to dominance, becoming the masters of the primordial chaos. During the dragon phoenix cataclysm, the Patriarch Hongjun attained enlightenment and became a saint, emerging as the foremost saint of the primordial chaos. Each karmic cataclysm saw a new batch of supreme beings rise to prominence, standing at the pinnacle of their era. What Fu Shi beheld in the heavenly secrets was Dijuan's silhouette. As for the Eastern King Father whom the Patriarch Tao had appointed as the leader of male immortals, Fu Shi considered him merely a pile of dry bones, a fleeting bloom that would soon wither. Though the Patriarch Tao had granted him a title and spirit treasures, the true protagonist of a karmic cataclysm could never be appointed through mere decrees. A genuine protagonist of the karmic cataclysm must forge their path through blood and fire, must cultivate their own power, their own faction, their own destiny. What did the Eastern King Father possess? An empty title, a dragon-head cane, and nothing more than a throng of immortal cultivators who refused to heed his commands. Fu Shi held no faith in the Eastern King Father. His confidence lay firmly with Dijuan. Dijuan was an innate divine being born from the sun star with profound origins and immense destiny. Tai's companion supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, was itself a supreme treasure, offensive and defensive in unity, capable of suppressing destiny itself. With the two brothers united, possessing the Hichu Luoshu to divine the heavenly secrets, their prospects were limitless. If he could assist Dijuan in becoming the protagonist of the karmic cataclysm, Dijuan would surely gather the destiny of the primordial chaos and achieve enlightenment. And as one of the founding ministers, Fu Shi himself would have hope of attaining the Tao. As for danger, if one learns of the Tao in the morning, they may die contentedly by evening. If achieving sainthood were possible, what was there to fear in death? Even if defeat ultimately came, it would merely mean returning earlier to the sea of true spirit, awaiting the next boundless kulpa, before entering the cycle of reincarnation once more. Fu Shi's fantasies were beautiful, and his calculations ran deep. Yet what he did not know was that his divination was incomplete. How could the secrets of a karmic cataclysm be so easily fathomed? Fu Shi had glimpsed only Dijuan's figure, but failed to perceive the overwhelming colossus standing opposite him, the descendants of Pangu, the 12 ancestral shamans. Each ancestral shaman possessed the combat prowess of a cultivator with great divine powers. United, the 12 could deploy the great divine catastrophe formation, summoning the true form of Pangu himself, its might sufficient to devastate heaven and earth. More critically, the ancestral shamans bore the merit of cosmic creation. When Pangu split the heavens and earth, his body transforming into all things, his descendants carried Pangu's bloodline and inherited his legacy. To slay an ancestral shaman was to invite karmic retribution. Severe karma could halt one's cultivation entirely, summon heavenly tribulation, or even result in being struck down directly by the Tao itself. Unless the ancestral shamans brought ruin upon themselves, staining themselves with boundless karma, whoever slayed an ancestral shaman would suffer the backlash of heavenly law. Could the heavenly court of the Yaozu truly prevail? Impossible. The best outcome conceivable was mutual destruction. None of this did Fu Shi know. At the horizon's end, a rainbow light tore through the void. The rainbow light blazed like the sun, vast and magnificent, leaving the clouds it passed tinted golden in its wake. Within that radiance traveled three figures, Dijuan, Tai, and Yuanling, whom Dijuan carried along. The rainbow light descended before the cave dwelling. As the radiance faded, Dijuan and Tai stepped forward while Yuanling followed behind. Fu Shi and Nuwa advanced to greet them. Fu Shi beamed with joy, clasping his hands and greeting, "Distinguished friends Dijuan and Tai, our respects to you." Nuwa also gave a slight nod. Though her expression fell short of warmth, at least she refrained from rolling her eyes. Fu Shi's earlier admonition had indeed taken some effect. Dijuan and Tai returned the gesture. Dijuan smiled. "We presume upon your hospitality without prior notice. I hope our friends will not take offense." Fu Shi hastily waved his hand. "Nonsense, nonsense. Your friend Dijuan is too modest. Please do come in." At this moment, Nuwa's gaze passed beyond Dijuan and Tai, falling upon Yuanling behind them. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Young friend Yuanling, how come you are accompanying these two friends?" Yuanling stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Greetings to Senior Nuwa and Senior Fu Shi." He straightened himself, explaining, "During my wanderings on Mount Buzhou, I chanced upon Seniors Dijuan and Tai. Having incurred their generosity, they brought me along on this journey." Dijuan added with a smile, "When passing Mount Buzhou, I sensed young friend Yuanling's aura and invited him to join us. As a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, fate has bound him to my brother and me." Fu Shi's gaze fell upon Yuanling's, surprise flickering in his eyes before transforming into delight. A true gold immortal at the great perfection stage. In merely 50,000 years, advancing from the late gold immortal stage to the great perfection of true gold immortals. Such cultivation speed was truly staggering. Yet Fu Shi soon came to terms with it. Yuanling was a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, their sole inheritor. Such rapid cultivation was only to be expected from one of his standing. What delighted him was not Yuanling's cultivation, but his identity, the sole disciple of the Three Pure Ones. Fu Shi's mind raced. That Dijuan had drawn Yuanling to his side meant Dijuan shared a favorable connection with the Three Pure Ones. Yuanling was the primary disciple of Yuanzhu and the chief disciple of all three Pure Ones. His influence before the three Pure Ones far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine, if they could win over the three Pure Ones through Yuanling. Fu Shi's heart burned with fervor as though the dawn of victory in the karmic cataclysm already lay within sight. The three Pure Ones, manifestations of Pangu's original spirit, stood among the most supreme of innate divine beings. Having now broken through to the quasi-saint realm, their power ran deep and unfathomable. If the three Pure Ones sided with Dijuan, what suspense could remain in the outcome of the karmic cataclysm? The more Fu Shi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his smile growing ever brighter. His gaze toward Yuanling was akin to beholding a rare treasure beyond price. "Young friend Yuanling, do come in, please do come in." Fu Shi called out with warm hospitality, his enthusiasm exceeding even that shown toward Dijuan. Yuanling, somewhat bewildered by this fervor, offered a polite smile and followed the group into the cave dwelling. The interior of the cave dwelling far exceeded its exterior in spaciousness, evidently expanded through magical means. The stone walls were smooth as mirrors carved with enigmatic Tao patterns that emanated a soft spiritual glow. In the center of the dwelling stood a stone table surrounded by several meditation cushions. Upon the table rested several plates of spiritual fruits with spiritual energy swirling like mist. The five took their seats upon the cushions, Fu Shi occupying the host position with Nuwa beside him. Dijuan and Tai sat as guests on the opposite side, while Yuanling took his seat beside Dijuan. Fu Shi lifted the spiritual tea from the table, personally pouring for Dijuan and Tai, then refilled a cup for Yuanling, his attentiveness most unbecoming of one of such quasi-saint magnificence. Fu Shi congratulated fellow Taoist Dijuan. "I heard that you and fellow Taoist Tai have broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Congratulations and felicitations." Dijuan smiled and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist Fu Shi, you flatter me. The joy is mutual. I observe from your and your sister's aura that you have also severed a corpse and broken through to quasi-saint." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Yuanling sat to the side, quietly drinking spiritual tea, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept over the several great powers present. Yet in his heart he was pondering another matter. The eager look in Fu Shi's eyes gave him a vague hint of what was to come. Fu Shi intended to assist Dijuan in becoming the protagonist of the tribulation. This was evident from Fu Shi's attitude toward Dijuan. It was not the ordinary courtesy between fellow Taoists, but a wager and investment. Fu Shi was betting that Dijuan would win. Yuanling lowered his gaze to the clear spiritual tea in his cup, shaking his head inwardly. Unfortunately, Fu Shi had bet wrong. Could Dijuan become the protagonist of the tribulation? Yes. The demon clan's heavenly court would indeed become the ruler of the primordial world, amassing immense fortune and fate. But becoming the protagonist of the tribulation did not guarantee victory. The beast tribulation. The beast clan was also the protagonist. What was the outcome? The beast emperor Sheni fell. The beast clan was nearly annihilated, and the remnants fled to the edges of the primordial world, never to rise again. The Dragon Han Tribulation, the Dragon Phoenix, and Qiling clans were also protagonists. What was the outcome? All three clan chieftains perished. The clans were severely crippled, and they withdrew from the stage of the primordial world forever. Being the protagonist of a tribulation did not equate to being its victor. In many cases, the protagonist was merely a sacrifice. In Yuanling's memory, the fate of the demon clan's heavenly court would be no better than that of the beast clan or the three great clans. The Wuyao War left both sides devastated. Dijuan and Tai fell. The demon clan's heavenly court was destroyed, the 12 ancestral sorcerers were nearly wiped out, and the Wu clan never recovered. There were no winners. Or rather, the only winner was the heavenly Tao. After the tribulation, the heavenly Tao became more perfect, and the order more stable. But Fu Shi did not know this. He saw only the fortune on Dijuan and the potential of the demon clan's heavenly court, but failed to see the opponents standing opposite Dijuan. Moreover, even if the demon clan's heavenly court defeated the Wu clan, what then? The very name demon clan's heavenly court was problematic. Since when could the heavenly court be named after a single clan? The heavenly court belonged to the heavenly Tao, to all living beings. It was not the private property of one race. Dijuan and Tai identified themselves as the demon clan, branding the heavenly court with that mark. This very act was a path to self-destruction. The heavenly Tao would not allow one clan to dominate alone, nor would it allow the primordial world to become the private possession of a single race. The beast clan had been such, the Dragon Phoenix and Qiling clans had been such, and the demon clan would be no exception. This was the overarching trend, immutable. Yuanling shook his head inwardly, but he said nothing. What could he say? Tell Fu Shi you have bet on the wrong horse. Dijuan cannot win. Fu Shi would not believe it, and there was no need to say it. Everyone had their own path to walk, their own karma to bear. Fu Shi chose to assist Dijuan. That was his own choice. As an observer, Yuanling only needed to focus on his own affairs. He lifted the spiritual tea, took a gentle sip, his gaze calm as still water. In the cave-dwelling, Fu Shi and Dijuan continued their conversation in a harmonious atmosphere. Nuwa occasionally interjected a word or two. Her attitude, though not warm, at least did not undermine the proceedings. Tai was taciturn, quietly drinking his tea, occasionally lifting his eyes to scan the cave's furnishings, his expression unreadable. Yuanling sat at the farthest seat, a faint smile on his face, listening quietly, awaiting the four quasi-saint great powers to begin their discourse on the Tao. The upcoming discussion among these quasi-saints would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his breakthrough to the Great Golden Immortal. As for those thoughts about the Tribulation Dejuan and the Demon Clan's heavenly court, Yuanling suppressed them deep within his heart, not dwelling on them further. That was not his concern for now. What he needed to do was listen to the Tao cultivate and break through to the Great Golden Immortal. The Tribulation. That was a matter for the distant future. Dejuan and Fushi were exceptionally cordial, chatting with great animation. One addressed the other as fellow Taoist Fushi, the other as fellow Taoist Dejuan. They exchanged pleasantries and laughed freely as if they were long-lost brothers. Yuanling sat at the last seat, watching these two great powers act, as if they regretted not meeting sooner, and felt a certain awkwardness in his heart. Wasn't this a bit too enthusiastic? He glanced subconsciously at Nuwa and Tai, and found that their expressions were also somewhat unnatural. Nuwa's brows were slightly furrowed, the smile on her lips still present, but somehow forced. Tai was expressionless, a faint hint of impatience flickering in his golden eyes. Finally Nuwa could no longer hold back. Her voice clear and crisp, she spoke with a smile, interrupting the endless pleasantries between Dejuan and Fushi. I heard that fellow Taoist Tai possesses the Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure, and has comprehended the laws of time and space. Why don't we engage in a discourse on the Tao? What do you think? That is exactly my intention. Tai sat upright, disregarding that Dejuan and Fushi were still conversing, and began to speak directly. Tao sounds flowed from his mouth, like the clash of metal and stone, like the resonance of bells and drums. In an instant, extraordinary phenomena emerged. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden blossoms falling from the void. Earthly lotuses surged, layer upon layer of petals rising from the ground. Marvelous phenomena appeared frequently, the Tao rhythm permeating the air, enveloping the entire cave, dwelling in a radiant light of peace. Nuwa was not to be outdone as she quickly began to speak, expounding on her Tao of creation. Her voice was gentle as a spring breeze, yet brimming with vibrant vitality, forming a wondrous resonance with Tai's laws of time and space. Dejuan and Fushi exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness in both their eyes. Neither could prevail over their younger sibling. One could not defeat his brother, the other could not defeat his sister. At home, they had not a shred of elder brother's authority. Dejuan sighed inwardly. Tai was perfect in every way except for being too opinionated. As an elder brother, he had always offered suggestions rather than commands to Tai. Fortunately, despite his strong will, Tai still respected his elder brother, unlike some people's younger sister. Dejuan's gaze flickered imperceptibly toward Fushi, whose expression was now quite subtle. He desperately wanted to stop Nuwa, but did not dare. He wished to join the discourse, but was not yet prepared. He sat there like an actor forcibly dragged onto the stage, awkward and at a loss. Dejuan looked at Fushi's predicament, and secretly felt relieved that Tai was more obedient, unlike Nuwa, who would not hesitate to beat her elder brother. This was something Dejuan took comfort in. As for how Dejuan knew that Fushi was often beaten, one could tell from Fushi's attitude. The cautious, treading on eggshells demeanor he displayed in front of Nuwa was clearly a conditioned reflex from long-term domestic violence. Fortunately, both Dejuan and Fushi were quasi-saint great powers, not ordinary cultivators, and the primordial world had no such thing as long underwear. Otherwise, Fushi might have worn his long underwear backwards in front of Dejuan to express his sincere feelings for him. Dejuan gathered his thoughts, cleared his throat, and began to expound upon his Tao of the sun. His voice was resonant as a great bell, like the blazing sun filling the sky and illuminating all things. Upon seeing this, Fushi hurriedly followed suit, relating his Tao of deduction. His voice was as warm and smooth as jade, like a murmuring stream, neither hurried nor restless. For quasi-sages, four great Taos intertwined and clashed within the cave abode, with the resonance of the Tao flowing and extraordinary phenomena unfolding. Yuanling's eyes widened in astonishment as his gaze fell upon Tai opposite him. Is this still merely a quasi-sage? Tai was not expounding some ordinary Tao, but rather the supreme principle of time and space. Time and spatial laws fused into one transcendent path. Time and space stood among the foremost of the 3,000 great Taos. Each alone was enough to consume an entire lifetime in contemplation, yet Tai had somehow united them both. A sudden realization struck Yuanling. Tai may have never walked the path of severing the three corpses. He had broken through to quasi-sage via the laws by the path of establishing the Tao through force. Establishing the Tao through force required no severing of corpses. One need only comprehend the laws to a certain threshold to break through. In the Tao Ancestor system, this breakthrough was known as the Primordial Golden Immortal. Same rank as the quasi-sage, yet a different path. Tai had walked precisely this path. Yuanling marveled inwardly. No wonder Tai was recognized as one of the most formidable combatants in the primordial world. With the Chaos Bell, a supreme innate treasure, gracing him, and the laws of time and space in his grasp, it would be extraordinary if such a being were not overwhelmingly powerful. Yet Yuanling had no mind for such thoughts now, for he had noticed something far more significant. Golden flowers and golden lotuses were continuously drifting down from the void. Yuanling spared no thought for anything else. He immediately set his jade pure celestial art into motion, absorbing the spiritual energy and Tao resonance within these golden flowers and lotuses with all his strength. These were precious treasures. At the Purple Firmament Palace, when the Tao Ancestor preached, golden flowers and lotuses had appeared as well, but his cultivation then was far too low and his absorption efficiency paled in comparison to the present. Now at the peak of his Great Golden Immortal cultivation, Yuanling absorbed these golden flowers and lotuses countless times faster than back then. He immersed himself wholly in cultivation. The four quasi-sages debating the Tao was a rare opportunity. Though they were not preaching specifically for his benefit, as the sole junior present, the four great powers would temper their teachings somewhat, at least avoiding excessive profundity that he could not comprehend. 3,000 years. The debate on the Tao endured for 3,000 years. When the final words of the Tao fell silent, the sky, filled with golden flowers and lotuses, shattered in unison, dissolving into shimmering motes of spiritual light that vanished into the air. Yuanling opened his eyes filled with regret. 3,000 years was far too short. Had he been able to cultivate in such an environment for 30,000 years, he might have dared attempt a breakthrough to Great Golden Immortal after the debate concluded. Yet such thoughts were mere fantasy. The three pure ones had taught him for 10,000 years because he was Yuanshir's disciple Dijun, and the others were not his elders. A gentle smile graced Fu Shi's face as his gaze settled on Tai, his tone carrying genuine admiration. Friend Tai, he possesses extraordinary talent to have chosen the path of establishing the Tao through laws. Establishing the Tao through laws. This path of force was one whose difficulty all present understood profoundly. Within the Purple Firmament Palace, the Tao Ancestor himself had declared that proving the Tao through force was supremely arduous, requiring great perseverance, wisdom, and fortuitous destiny. Among the 3,000 great powers, virtually none had chosen this path, not from lack of desire but from fear. Establishing the Tao through force was simply too difficult to the point of despair. Yet Tai had chosen precisely this path not because he was unaware of its hardships, but because he possessed the means to walk it. The Chaos Bell, a supreme, innate treasure. The Chaos Bell, one of the three great supreme, innate treasures, suppressed the primordial chaos and commanded time and space. With such a supreme treasure at his side, Tai Yi's comprehension of the laws of time and space far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Where others climbed the path of self-strengthening step by step with excruciating difficulty, Tai Yi ascended upon a heavenly ladder. Though not effortless, it was infinitely faster than the struggles of others. This was the foundation of his confidence. Tai Yi's expression was calm, his tone placid, yet carrying unyielding certainty. The Tao Ancestor's method of severing the three corpses is exquisitely profound, but those who learn from me shall live, while those who merely imitate me shall perish. The path of establishing the Tao through laws suits me far better. Those who learn from me shall live, while those who merely imitate me shall perish. Yuanling absorbed these words deeply. The Tao Ancestor's method of severing the three corpses was indeed a grand celestial path, but it was the Tao Ancestor's path, not his own. Blindly copying another would never make one the Tao Ancestor. Everyone must find their own Tao. Yuanling quietly committed this to heart. Hearing this, Fu Shi offered a slight smile and said nothing more. Dijun rose to his feet, adjusted his robes, and glanced between Fu Shi and Yuhua with courteous propriety. Esteemed friend, since our debate on the Tao has concluded, my brother and I shall take our leave. He paused, then added, we have other companions to visit, so we will not disturb your cultivation further. Fu Shi hurriedly rose, intending to detain Dijun, but before he could speak, Yuhua beside him had already responded. May you travel safely, esteemed friends. Yuhua's voice was clear and bright, her smile pleasant, and her courtesy impeccable. Yet that was all. No entreaty to remain, no additional pleasantries. Her words were crisp and efficient, translating plainly to farewell, no need to see us out. A flicker of surprise crossed Dijun's eyes, followed by a light chuckle and a shake of his head. He had long heard of Yuhua's aloof nature and distaste for social obligations, and today's encounter proved her reputation entirely deserved. Nevertheless, Dijun was not one to dwell on petty slights. He offered a slight nod to Fu Shi and Yuhua, then glanced toward Yuanling before he and Tai Yi transformed into twin arcs of golden light and soared skyward. The Golden Crow's rainbow transformation technique moved as swiftly as streaming radiance, vanishing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Silence settled over the cave dwelling as Yuanling blinked, his expression profoundly bewildered as he watched the direction where Dijun and Tai Yi had departed. Wait, both of you are leaving, but what about me? I came here with Dijun, and now you're departing. What am I to do? Yuanling turned to glance at Fu Shi and Yuhua, his mind racing through calculations. Fu Shi wore a warm smile, seeming eager to keep him. But Yuhua, that smile appeared somehow unsettling. Never mind, best to depart while he could. Yuanling hurriedly rose to his feet, clasping his fists in greeting. I am deeply grateful to both esteemed seniors for your teachings. This junior has benefited immensely and must now take his leave. As he turned to depart, Yuhua's voice rang out from behind him, warm and smiling, yet carrying an inscrutable undertone. Why the rush to depart, young friend Yuanling? Yuanling paused mid-step and turned around. Yuhua remained seated upon her meditation cushion, her dark green robes like distant mountains, a half-smile playing upon her breathtaking features. Her gaze rested upon Yuanling, those clear pools of water now shimmering with an unfathomable light. Amusement. There was certainly a trace of it, but mingled with something else, something resembling scrutiny. Yuanling felt a bit uneasy under Nuwa's gaze. He instinctively recalled his performance during the discussion of Tao. He had sat properly listening to the Tao, dutifully absorbing the golden flowers and lotus, never interrupting, never moving, and even holding his breath. He hadn't made any mistakes, had he? Seeing Yuanling's expression of confusion, mixed with caution, Nuwa's smile deepened. She had clearly observed that during the four quasi-saints' 3,000-year discourse on Tao, when Yuanling cultivated the aura of his laws, could not be concealed. The auras of the 5 elements law, space law, and yin-yang law circulated around him. Although each was only at the entry level, practicing 3 laws simultaneously was rare among Great Golden Immortals. More precisely, it was extremely rare. Most cultivators at the same realm would be considered accomplished if they mastered 1 law. Those who mastered 2 were few and far between, and those who mastered 3. In all her long years, Nuwa had never seen such a case. This greatly increased her interest in Yuanling, but she had stopped him not solely out of curiosity. Nuwa chuckled lightly. A flash of light in her hand and 2 spirit pearls materialized out of thin air, 1 black, 1 white, floating above her palm, slowly rotating. The black spirit pearl was deep as an abyss, as if it could devour all light. The white spirit pearl was pure as snow, emitting a soft and holy radiance. The 2 pearls resonated with each other, black and white intertwining with a subtle Tao resonance of yin-yang, mutual generation, and hardness, softness, complementarity, flowing within. Little friend Yuanling, you cultivate the yin-yang law, so you must be quite interested in this spiritual treasure I hold in my hand, right? Her voice was light, but it precisely struck Yuanling's heart. Yuanling's gaze fell upon the 2 pearls, and his pupils slightly contracted. Primordial spirit pearls. Upper grade primordial spiritual treasures. Moreover, they were yin-yang attribute upper grade primordial spirit pearls. He already possessed the 5 elements spirit pearls: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 upper grade primordial spirit pearls complete in all 5 elements. Each of those 5 pearls alone was already an upper grade primordial spiritual treasure. When combined into a formation, their power rivaled that of a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure. And the 2 yin-yang spirit pearls before him were in no way inferior in quality to the 5 elements spirit pearls. Yuanling subtly extended his divine sense, and in Nuwa's presence he perceived the number of restrictions on the 2 pearls. Fully 36 primordial restrictions. The peak of upper grade primordial spiritual treasures, only a step away from supreme grade. But before he could say anything, Nuwa made a new move. She gently brought her hands together, and the 2 black and white spirit pearls simultaneously rose, slowly approaching each other above her palm. At the moment the black and white pearls met, they did not collide or repel. Instead, they naturally merged together. Black and white interweaved, yin and yang fused. A dazzling flash of light passed, and the 2 upper-grade primordial spirit pearls disappeared, replaced by a brand-new spirit pearl. Slightly larger than before, its body was a chaotic color with black and white qi circulating endlessly within. The Tao resonance was several times richer than before. Nuwa held the new pearl in her palm, and said casually, "These 2 yin-yang spirit pearls can merge into a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the yin-yang pearl, containing 43 primordial restrictions." Yuanling's eyes instantly lit up. Not an upper-grade primordial spiritual treasure, a supreme-grade one. After the 2 upper-grade pearls merged, they directly crossed that threshold and became a true supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. 43 primordial restrictions. Though not as many as the few supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures in Yuanling's possession, it was still a supreme-grade treasure. And most importantly, this was a yin-yang attribute spiritual treasure. Among the 3 laws Yuanling currently mastered, the space law and 5 elements law were aided by the 5 needle pine for comprehension, with their understanding far surpassing that of the yin-yang law. The space law was nourished by the spatial origin within the 5 needle pine, and the 5 elements law also had the 5 elements Tao resonance from the pine. Only the yin-yang law lacked a dedicated auxiliary spiritual treasure. Although the jade void glazed lamp also contained the basic yin-yang law, that was not its core, and the effect was limited. Although the yin-yang mirror was a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, its main function was the way of life and death, which still differed from the pure yin-yang law. This yin-yang pearl, however, was a pure yin-yang attribute supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, whose assistance in comprehending the yin-yang law was incomparable to any other treasure. Yuanling's heart stirred, deeply stirred, but his face betrayed nothing. He merely smiled slightly, and said calmly, "Junior already has suitable spiritual treasures. I dare not covet Nuwa Senior's treasure." Despite his words, his gaze never left the yin-yang pearl. Nuwa watched Yuanling's expression, clearly wanting yet pretending to be composed, and couldn't help but purse her lips. "Little rascal, you sure can put on an act. How boring." Nuwa directly disassembled the yin-yang pearl, turning it back into 2 pearls, 1 black and 1 white, and toyed with them in her palm. She tilted her head and asked with a teasing tone, "You really don't want this treasure? These are 2 upper-grade primordial spiritual treasures that can merge into a supreme-grade one, you know." She drew out her words exactly like someone teasing a child, Little friend Yuanling, if you miss this chance you'll never have another chance. Oh, her tone and expression were the very image of a bad woman flirting with an innocent young man. Yuanling swallowed hard. He truly wanted it, but he also knew that in the primordial wilderness there was no such thing as a free lunch. Nuwa would not give away such a precious treasure for nothing. Yuanling probed cautiously, "May I ask what conditions are required for Nuwa Sr. to bestow this treasure upon me?" He had already prepared to be bled dry. The value of the Inyang spirit pearls was clear. Whatever conditions Nuwa set would not be excessive. As long as it wasn't too outrageous he could consider it. Nuwa did not answer immediately. Instead she put away the Inyang spirit pearls and fell into thought. Fushi sitting nearby could not help but speak up after seeing his sister's behavior. "Little sister, if you want to give the treasure to little friend Yuanling, just give it to him directly. Why tease him like this?" He truly couldn't bear it anymore. Nuwa clearly wanted to give it, yet she insisted on pretending to be negotiating a business deal. Wasn't that just making things difficult for the boy? "Shut up." Nuwa frowned, turned her head, and shot Fushi a sharp glare. Fushi immediately shrank his neck, sheepishly closed his mouth, and turned away, pretending he had seen and heard nothing. He knew his little sister all too well. In the eyes of others, Nuwa was a primordial divine being, dignified, noble, and holy, the embodiment of all beautiful words. But in Fushi's eyes this sister was simply a complete she-devil. He still remembered that year when for saying one wrong word he was chased and beaten by Nuwa for 300 years. Full 300 years, from the eastern sea to the western desert, from the southern wilderness to the northern abyss. He ran fast, but Nuwa chased even faster. In the end he had to admit his mistake, apologize, and sign several unequal treaties before Nuwa's anger subsided. Thus when Nuwa said, "Shut up," Fushi truly dared not speak further. He even scooted aside, attempting to diminish his presence. Seeing Fushi turn his head away, Nuwa nodded in satisfaction and redirected her gaze toward Yuanling. She indeed intended to gift the Inyang spirit pearls to Yuanling, for she trusted her elder brother's deductions. Though he could not defeat her in combat, he was remarkably skilled in unraveling the mysteries of destiny. Whatever Fushi spoke generally came to pass, just as he had foreseen her desire to give the Inyang spirit pearls to Yuanling. Moreover, Fushi had previously mentioned to her that Yuanling's future was boundless, not only in cultivation but also in status. As the first disciple of the Three Pure Ones and the first disciple of the third generation of the Xuanmen, this identity would carry immense weight in the future primordial era, far beyond common imagination. Fushi had not deduced Yuanling's status as the first disciple of the third generation of Xuanmen, but he had calculated that Yuanling's fortune was extraordinarily vast, second only to the Three Pure Ones among the great powers of the Zixiao Palace. Nuwa wished to give the Inyang spirit pearls to Yuanling for two main reasons. The first was the strength and potential Yuanling had displayed. From their first meeting at Zixiao Palace until now, roughly 55,000 years had passed. 55,000 years. For primordial divine beings, this span was but a fleeting moment. Some great powers would spend even longer in a single seclusion. Yet in that very 55,000 years, Yuanling had transformed from a youth at the early Golden Immortal stage into a young man at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. 55,000 years. He had crossed an entire major realm and more. If Yuanling had recklessly broken through without regard for his foundation, he could have even attempted to reach Duo Golden Immortal by now. Such a cultivation speed astonished even Nuwa. She too was a primordial divine. When she first took form, she was also at the early Golden Immortal stage. How long had it taken her to advance from early Golden Immortal to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal? Exactly 5 Yuanhui. 1 Yuanhui is 1.9600 years, so 5 Yuanhui amounted to over 600,000 years. Of course, this was partly due to the environmental factors. When Nuwa came into being, the heavenly Tao had not yet emerged, and the laws were obscure. Cultivation relied entirely on groping in the dark, naturally progressing slowly. Yuanling, however, was born in a favorable era. The heavenly Tao had already manifested, laws were gradually becoming clear, and cultivation was incomparably easier than in those ancient days. Yet, even so, advancing from Golden Immortal to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal in 55,000 years was an astonishing rate. This was due to the improved environment, Yuanling's own formidable fortune, and the fact that the Tao Ancestor had personally forged his physical form. Nuwa's gaze fell upon Yuanling, and she sighed inwardly. Yuanling's fortune stemmed from his identity, the disciple of Yuanshi and the first disciple of the Three Pure Ones. But what Nuwa did not know was that Yuanling held another identity, the first disciple of the third generation of the Xianmen. This identity granted him fortune and immense opportunities. His Grandmaster Hongjun personally forged his physical body, merging the origins of the Qiankuan Ancestor, the Yinyang Ancestor, and the Five Elements Ancestor into it, creating the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, Yuanling Creation Seal, with 48 innate restrictions. This eliminated any bottlenecks for Yuanling in comprehending the laws. Ordinary cultivators always encountered various obstacles, insufficient enlightenment, lack of opportunities, unstable foundations, but Yuanling had none of these issues. His physical form was a vessel of the laws, he had an innate affinity with them. The bottleneck from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal was overcome with the aid of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls. During his cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the 5 Needle Pine helped him comprehend the laws and condensed the 5 Qi in his chest, while the spirit mist waterfall provided spiritual energy to refine his mana. With layers of enhancement, Yuanling achieved his current cultivation. But the foundation of it all was the physical form forged for him by the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Niwa distinctly remembered Yuanling's appearance at Zhixiao Palace. Born from the primordial indestructible divine light, his foundation was deep, but he was devoid of any laws, making him the weakest among golden immortals. If Yuanling's physical form had remained the primordial indestructible divine light, he would likely still be struggling at the golden immortal stage, pondering how to break through to Tai golden immortal. It was the Tao Ancestor's act of forging that fully unleashed his potential. The second reason Niwa wanted to give the Yin-Yang spirit pearls to Yuanling was his identity. Like the other great quasi-sage powers, Niwa speculated that the relationship between the three pure ones and the Tao Ancestor was unusual. The 6 cushions in Zhixiao Palace, 3 of them occupied by the three pure ones, was no coincidence. Yet speculation lacked concrete evidence. But that was utterly irrelevant, for whether or not the three pure ones were connected to the Tao Ancestor, it would not hinder their future attainment of the Tao. Such was the weight of the most formidable second-generation science of the primordial era. The three pure ones were the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, each possessing 1/10 of his merit from the creation of the world. Bearing the name of Pangu's three pure ones, they carried the fortune of Pangu and the legacy of the creation. Those with great fortune and merit could become sages. The three pure ones were the perfect embodiment of this maxim. Niwa knew in her heart that the three pure ones would surely attain sainthood, and before that she wished to secure a path of retreat for Fushi. Fushi intended to enter the Great Tribulation and assist Dijun in attaining the Tao. As his younger sister, Niwa could not stop him. She had tried. Even beating him up did not change his mind, as she had tested it, and it was utterly futile. Fushi appeared gentle and refined, but deep down he was stubborn to the core. Niwa had reasoned with him, scolded him, and fought him, all to no avail. Since she could not stop him, she had to find a way to protect him within the tribulation. The three pure ones were the best shield. If Fushi encountered danger in the tribulation, and the three pure ones were willing to lend a hand, he might have a chance to turn misfortune into good fortune. But why would the three pure ones save Fushi? They were not related by blood, nor bound by friendship. Thus Niwa needed an intermediary, someone who could speak on her behalf before the three pure ones. Yuanling was that intermediary. He was the first disciple of the three pure ones, the senior personal disciple of Yuanshi Tianzun. Though he could not represent the three pure ones as a whole, he could represent Yuanshi, and Yuanshi could represent the three pure ones. As long as Yuanling was willing to help and put in a good word before the three pure ones, the debt of gratitude would be established. Niwa had calculated clearly in her mind, but she did not rush to speak. She was contemplating how to exchange the Yin-Yang spirit pearls for a promise from Yuanling that his master would be willing to protect her elder brother in the next Great Tribulation. This was no trivial matter. The Great Tribulation was perilous, and no one wished to become embroiled easily. Although Niwa had offered a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure as a bargaining chip, she was uncertain whether Yuanling would agree. Moreover, she could not be too direct. Being too straightforward would turn the matter into a mere transaction, draining it of human sentiment. What Niwa desired was a debt of gratitude, not a transaction. After all, a transaction only requires weighing pros and cons, while a debt of gratitude involves deeper considerations. Thus, she needed to find the right phrasing, one that would convey her intention to Yuanling without appearing overly utilitarian. Niwa pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Little friend Yuanling, this humble Taoist has a favor to ask. Her tone was far more solemn than before, and her clear, limpid eyes gazed earnestly at Yuanling. Yuanling was slightly startled, then composed himself, and said, "Please, esteemed elder, do tell." Niwa took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "My elder brother Fushi is determined to enter the Great Tribulation and assist Taoist friend Dijun in attaining the Tao. I cannot dissuade him, nor can I stop him." She paused, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes, and said, "The Great Tribulation is perilous, and I cannot always be by his side. If Fushi should face danger in the tribulation, I hope that the three pure ones would extend their aid." Yuanling fell into deep thought. He understood Niwa's intention. She was seeking an insurance for Fushi. In the Great Tribulation, life and death were uncertain, and Fushi's entry into it would surely bring more peril than safety. Niwa, as a sister, could not bear to watch her brother court death, so she sought protection from the three pure ones. Yuanling was the one to bridge this connection. Yuanling did not answer immediately. He was contemplating. This matter was neither simple nor difficult. If Fushi truly faced danger in the Great Tribulation, would the three pure ones be willing to intervene? That depended on the situation. If it were a trivial favor, the three pure ones might not mind granting it, but if it meant risking their own safety to save him, no one would agree. Although Yuanling knew full well that Fushi would eventually become the heavenly emperor, the foremost of the three sovereigns of humanity, how could he articulate this, and who would believe him? Yuanling could not make decisions on behalf of the three pure ones, but he could convey Niwa's request to them. This much he could do. As for whether the three pure ones would agree, Yuanling thought for a moment and said, "Esteemed elder Niwa, this junior can relay this matter to my master, my senior uncle, and my junior uncle, but I cannot make any promises on their behalf." Niwa, far from being disappointed, broke into a smile and said softly, "That is enough." Her hand glowed with light, and the Yin-Yang spirit orbs appeared once more. She handed the 2 orbs to Yuanling, her tone light. Consider this pair of yin-yang spirit orbs as my token of gratitude. Whether the 3 pure ones agree or not, the orbs are yours. Yuanling gazed at the 2 orbs, but did not reach out to take them. Esteemed elder, this is improper. What is improper about it? Nuwa cut him off, pressing the orbs directly into Yuanling's hands, her tone brooking no refusal. Just take them. I never reclaim what I have given. Holding the 2 warm, smooth orbs, sensing the yin-yang Dao resonance flowing within them, Yuanling's heart churned with mixed emotions. Since Nuwa had spoken so plainly, refusing would only seem pretentious. Then this junior shall accept them with gratitude. Yuanling bowed respectfully and stored the yin-yang spirit orbs into his primordial spirit. Nuwa nodded with satisfaction. Fushi, seated to the side, had remained silent throughout. Watching his sister secure a contingency for him, he felt both touched and helpless. Touched because despite her usual fierceness, she always worried about his safety. Helpless because he was after all a great cultivator at the quasi-saint level, yet in his sister's eyes he was still someone in need of protection. Yuanling accepted the orb, sat for a while longer, exchanged a few pleasantries with Nuwa and Fushi, then took his leave. This time Nuwa did not detain him. Yuanling stepped out of the cave, leaped into the air, and continued climbing Buzhou Mountain. His mind was a whirl of thoughts. The yin-yang spirit orbs gifted by Nuwa were a great treasure, but also a heavy trust. He had promised Nuwa to convey the matter to the 3 pure ones. Whether they agreed or not was beyond his control. Yuanling shook his head, casting aside these distractions, and sped up as he flew toward Buzhou Mountain. His training was not yet over. There were still many opportunities awaiting him on Buzhou Mountain, and breaking through to the Great Golden Immortal realm was his most urgent priority. Nuwa stood at the entrance of the cave, watching Yuanling depart into the distance. Fushi stood behind her, hesitating. Little sister, shut up. Fushi fell silent. Nuwa withdrew her gaze, turned, and walked back into the cave, leaving Fushi alone, bewildered in the wind. The wind blew, carrying the mist of distant mountains. Fushi sighed, shook his head, and followed her back into the cave. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yuanling stood atop Buzhou Mountain, gazing down at the boundless, vast primordial continent below. This was the highest point of heaven and earth, the summit of the pillar that held the sky, formed from the spine of Pangu. From here clouds surged beneath his feet, mountains rolled like waves, rivers meandered like silk ribbons, and the 4 seas lay embedded like mirrors upon the earth. Further in the distance, the chaotic void, gray and indistinct, merged with the sky. The fierce wind howled, billowing Yuanling's purple gold Taoist robe, his long hair streaming in the wind, his radiant eyes reflecting the vastness of heaven and earth. In this moment, a surge of pride swelled within Yuanling, as if all creation were in his grasp, as if the sun, moon, and stars lay beneath his feet. He could not help but think of his master Yuanshi Tianzun, the future founder of the Chan Sect, who was at that moment seated in the Kunlun Mountains, perhaps cultivating or refining artifacts. And his disciple, now standing atop Buzhou Mountain, overlooking the myriad beings, had come from a mere golden immortal, just transformed in Kunlun, to a perfected Tai golden immortal bearing 6 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the first disciple of the 3 pure ones. In over 50,000 years he had walked a path that would have taken others tens of kalpas to traverse. Yuanling took a deep breath, about to descend the mountain to continue seeking his fortune. Buzhou Mountain was vast, and there were still many treasures hidden within. Suddenly his fate violently trembled within him, like a placid lake struck by a boulder, sending ripples of alarm in all directions. Yuanling's primordial spirit throbbed fiercely in his sea of consciousness, and a sharp pain pierced his true spirit. This was fate's warning, heaven's omen. Danger was imminent. Yuanling's pupils constricted, and his mana instantly boiled. The 5 elements pagoda flew out from his primordial spirit, hovering above his head, casting a cascade of 5-colored curtains to shield him. The Yuanling creation seal also appeared in his palm. The purple gold seal trembled slightly, all 48 innate restrictions activated, ready to strike at any moment. The next moment, a deafening roar descended from the heavens. Roar. The sound was like 10,000 thunders, shattering several rocks on the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Yuanling looked up and saw a massive black shadow diving down from the clouds at speed, like a meteor falling from the sky. The shadow lunged straight at Yuanling, jaws wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, a foul wind, and stench assaulting his senses. Yuanling's face darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. Beast! How dare you act so insolently? His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, carrying an unassailable majesty. At the same time, he finally discerned the true form of the intruder. It was a colossal toad. No, calling it a toad would be doing it far too much justice. The monster's bulk rivaled that of a small mountain, its entire body a deep verdigris hue. Its skin was cratered with tumorous growths, each weeping black pus that radiated a nauseating stench. Its limbs were short and stout, webbed feet ending in claws as sharp as blades. Its eyes were turbid and jaundiced, devoid of pupils. Only a dead, chaotic void stared back. Most revulsive of all was its maw, split nearly to the ears, capable of tearing its own body in two when agape. Within that monstrous mouth lay no tongue, only concentric rings of razor-sharp teeth stacked like the blades of a grinding machine. A feral beast, and one at the Daluo Jinxian realm no less. A flicker of contempt crossed Yuanling's eyes. Were it a true Daluo Jinxian, he might have exercised greater caution. For a Daluo Jinxian's attainment was eternal, transcending the river of time itself, a chasm no mere spiritual treasure could bridge. But feral beasts were different. They were beings born from the remnants and resentment of the Hundun demonic gods. They possessed no wisdom, only instinct, no divine spirit, only a chaotic primal soul. Feral beasts could not think, could not cultivate. They could only rampage, destructively seeking to annihilate the Honghuang world. They were cancers upon the Honghuang world, enemies of the heavenly Tao. Thus slaying such beasts earned one virtue and fortune from the heavenly Tao, a reward for those who purged the world of its scourges. Though this Daluo Jinxian tier feral beast radiated power comparable to a true Daluo Jinxian, it was not one in truth. It had not transcended the river of time, had not attained the Tao fruit. It was merely a beast draped in power without cultivation. Such an opponent, Yuanling feared it not. Descend. Yuanling barked, and the Yuanling Zhaoxia seal launched from his palm, expanding violently in the void. In an instant the fist-sized seal transformed into a colossal inkstone span of 3 meters, bathing the surroundings in purplish gold radiance. Upon the seal's surface cosmological void patterns seemed to awaken. Constellations rotated, the Milky Way coiled, while the outer ring churned with yin-yang qi, and the inner seal enclosed the 5 elements in perpetual generation. 48 innate prohibitions activated at full power. All the latent might of this top-tier primordial spiritual treasure erupted without reservation in that moment. The toad feral beast seemed to sense danger, but its intelligence was too crude to comprehend evasion. Its massive jaws lunged toward Yuanling, those stacked fangs resembling a grinding machine in motion. The Yuanling Zhaoxia seal descended with 10,000 jun of force. Boom! The thunderous impact shook earth and mountains. The seal struck the beast's crown with pinpoint accuracy. Its skull deformed instantly under the crushing weight, verdigris blood spraying everywhere, a foul stench permeating the air. The feral beast emitted its final wail before its entire body exploded, not flattened but pulverized into mere flesh paste. A Daluo Jinxian tier feral beast boasted flesh as formidable as the Wu tribes. Yet to withstand a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure in direct combat required the physique of an ancestral Wu. A feral toad devoid of both wisdom and cultivation stood no match against the Yuanling Zhaoxia seal. As the crimson mist dissipated, only a verdigris stain and a turbid fist-sized pearl remained on the ground. That was the beast's inner core, harboring residual power of the Hundun demonic gods, suitable for forging artifacts or refining pills. With a gesture, Yuanling collected it into his storage, then withdrew the Yuanling Zhaoxia seal back into his divine sense. Just then a slender ray of golden light descended from heaven, striking precisely between Yuanling's brows. Virtue. This was the heavenly Tao's reward for slaying the feral beast. Yuanling felt the virtue merge into his body, warming him like a cup of hot tea on a winter's day. The power of virtue circulated through his meridians, tempering his magical power and nurturing his divine sense. Though modest in quantity, its purity was unmatched. Not bad, not bad. A faint smile graced Yuanling's lips as a thought arose. He had originally intended to explore Mount Buzhou further for other opportunities before returning to Kunlun Mountain to seclude himself and break through to Daluo Jinxian. But now, Yuanling's eyes brightened. Right? I can hunt feral beasts. Though the feral beast tribulation had passed, and their kind had suffered catastrophic losses in that great war, they were not entirely extinct. Feral beasts were born from Hundun demonic god remnant. They could never be wholly eradicated as long as the chaos endured. In the Honghuang starry expanse, in the frozen wastes deep within the northern continent, in remote desolate corners, feral beasts still lurked. Among them were no shortage of Daluo Jinxian tier existences. In ancient times, under the Beast Emperor Shun Ni's command, there stood the 4 great feral beasts, Taoya Hundun Qiongqi and Taowu. Taotai fell to the ancestral dragon's hand Hundun, to the primordial phoenix's Qiongqi, to the first Qilins. 3 of the 4 great beasts had perished in the feral beast tribulation. Only Taowu remained alive. Legend held that after the tribulation, Taowu fled deep into the northern continent, hiding beneath the ice plains, clinging desperately to life. Given Taowu's bloodline, even without breaking through to Hunyuan Jinxian, it would surely possess a complete Daluo Jinxian cultivation base. If only he could hunt Taowu. Yuanling shook his head, dismissing the fanciful notion. A feral beast at the peak of Daluo Jinxian was beyond his current capabilities. Speaking of hunting, it was doubtful he could even escape its maw. However, Daluo Jinxian early to mid-tier feral beasts were manageable challenges. To the Starry Realm, Yuanling decided. The Honghuang Starry Expanse was vast and boundless, one of the primary refuges for surviving feral beasts. Far from the Honghuang mainland with scarce visitors, it was the perfect hunting ground for accumulating virtue. As for returning to Kunlun Mountain for seclusion, bah, what use was seclusion when hunting monsters leveled up so much faster? Just as Yuanling prepared to depart, his steps faltered. Standing atop Mount Buzhou, his gaze grew profound as a thought crossed his mind. Was there another way to obtain virtue besides hunting feral beasts? While slaying feral beasts did yield virtue, the efficiency was abysmal. A single Daluo Jinxian tier beast rewarded but a wispy thread of merit. How long would it take to accumulate enough for a breakthrough? Was there a method to gain substantial virtue in one stroke? Yuanling closed his eyes in contemplation, rapidly sifting through his innate inheritance. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, brilliance flashing within. Creating characters. In the future, Dijun would establish the Yao race, and Kunlun would invent Yao script, amassing vast virtue to become the Yao Patriarch, ranking alongside the Yao 4 emperors above the 10 great Yao sages. If Yuanling created a script for all races of Hongwang to use, achieving the feat of unified writing, the heavenly Tao would inevitably bestow virtue. Kunlun gained virtue sufficient to split his incarnation by creating Yao script for merely one race. If Yuanling devised a universal script for all races, wouldn't the virtue be far greater? The more Yuanling pondered, the more excited he grew. No longer hesitating, he leaped skyward, transforming into a purplish-gold rainbow streak, hurtling toward Kunlun Mountain. His heart yearned eagerly for home. Within less than a century, Yuanling had returned to Mount Kunlun. A purple-golden rainbow streaked across the sky, plunging into the depths of the mountain. The spiritual beasts and birds that dwelled there sensed the familiar aura and made way for him. Yuanling headed straight for the Three Pure Ones Hall. Inside, the Three Pure Ones were each seated cross-legged on meditation cushions, cultivating. Laozi sat with his eyes slightly closed, the primordial yellow aura swirling around him, as if he was one with the heavens and earth. Yuanshi sat upright like a bell, exuding an innate majesty, his white jade immortal light shimmering. Tontian was seated cross-legged, his sword intent palpable, as if a divine blade might burst forth from within him at any moment. Yuanling strode forward quickly and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets master, senior uncle, and junior uncle. The Three Pure Ones opened their eyes simultaneously. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon Yuanling, sweeping over him with a trace of satisfaction. Your recent journey of cultivation has yielded no small gains. His voice was steady, laced with approval. Good, the perfection of the Great Golden Immortal realm, with a stable foundation and solid divine power. Before the second sermon of the teacher, you should be able to break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Beside him, Laozi and Tongtian also opened their eyes, appraising Yuanling. Laozi's gaze was calm as water. He nodded slightly, but said nothing, yet the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. Tongtian was far more direct. He chuckled, little junior nephew, 20,000 years unseen, advancing from mid-stage Great Golden Immortal to perfection. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have gained many opportunities outside. Yuanling smiled, but inwardly he was anxious. He was eager to voice his idea of creating writing, yet he held back and replied respectfully. Disciple was fortunate. At Buzhou Mountain, I encountered a waterfall of spiritual mist and obtained a spiritual root to aid cultivation, which allowed me to progress somewhat faster. A waterfall of spiritual mist. Tongtian raised an eyebrow. That is a rare treasure. Such a waterfall at Buzhou Mountain appears only once in 10,000 years. Encountering it is indeed a great fortune. Yuanling nodded in agreement, then shifted his tone and cut to the chase. Master, during this journey, a sudden idea came to me. Yuanshi nodded slightly. Speak. Yuanling organized his thoughts, striving to make his words clear. All beings of the primordial world, excluding the innate creatures like us. The innate sacred ones who are born with the inheritance of the innate Tao script. The myriad races of the primordial world each have their own racial scripts, the dragon script, the phoenix script, the Qilin script. Each race has its own writing, mutually unintelligible. He paused, a glint flashing in his eyes. Your disciple wishes to create a universal script for the primordial world akin to the innate Tao script, but more accessible to be called the postnatal Tao script. This script will favor no race, adhere to no particular Tao. It will serve merely as a tool for recording information and disseminating knowledge. If all the myriad races of the primordial world can use the same script, information can flow, knowledge can be shared, and the civilization of the primordial world will surely be greatly elevated. Yuanling looked at Yuanshi expectantly. Master, if your disciple does this, will I obtain merit? In the Three Pure Ones Hall, silence fell for a moment. Yuanshi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. His disciple not only knew about cultivation, but also pondered the matter of merit, and sought to benefit the beings of the primordial world. Such a breadth of mind and vision. Truly worthy of being his personal disciple, Yuanshi of the Jade Pure. This idea of yours is good. Yuanshi nodded in approval, but then his tone changed. But the postnatal Tao script. You are only a Great Golden Immortal. Even if you invent a script, why would the myriad beings of the primordial world use it? Yuanling's expression stiffened. Yuanshi continued, you have your thoughts, others have theirs. You think the postnatal Tao script is convenient, but the Dragon Clan considers their dragon script equally convenient. Why should they abandon dragon script and adopt yours? Yuanling opened his mouth, but found no words to reply. Yuanshi was right. A script is not about who creates it better. The key is whether anyone promotes it, recognizes it, and is willing to use it. He was just a Great Golden Immortal. If he said, everyone use my script, who would pay him any heed? At that moment, Tontian spoke up, chuckling with a teasing tone. Yuanling, if I were the Dragon Clan, I would say that dragon script should be the universal script of the primordial world. What do you think? He paused, smiling. After all, dragon script already exists, no need to create a new. How convenient and effortless. Yuanling's face stiffened, then he gave an awkward smile. How had he forgotten that? A script is not about being newer or more complete. The key is whether people use it and recognize it. In the future, when Kunlun created the demon script, it was only because Jun, as the demon emperor, promoted it under the authority of the demon court that the myriad demon races were willing to adopt it. Only then did Kunlun gain merit and fate, becoming the master of the demon race. Without Jun's support, even if Kunlun created the most magnificent script, it would merely be self-admiration. And Yuanling, did he have the support of the three pure ones? Yes. But could the influence of the three pure ones in the primordial world be enough to make all races abandon their scripts and adopt his postnatal Dao script? Yuanling was uncertain. Just then the silent Laozi spoke. His voice was calm as water, yet carried an unshakable steadiness. Yuanling, go back and create the script. Leave the rest to us. That single sentence struck Yuanling like heavenly music. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brightened abruptly. Right? How could he have forgotten his own background? His master senior uncle and junior uncle were the three pure ones of Pangu, the most revered innate sacred beings in the primordial world. If they proclaimed the postnatal Dao script in the name of the three pure ones, even if not all races adopted it, at least most would be willing to try. And if the three pure ones were not enough, he still had his grandmaster, Dao Ancestor Hongjun, the sage of the heavenly Dao, the foremost saint of the primordial world. The heavenly Dao had not yet fully emerged. The Dao Ancestor was the sole spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, wielding unimaginable authority. In the future, Hongjun would merge with the heavenly Dao, becoming virtually the Dao itself. If Hongjun acknowledged the postnatal Dao script, it would be equivalent to the heavenly Dao's recognition. Sages were the spokespersons of the heavenly Dao, a script recognized by the heavenly Dao. Who could say it was not good? Who could say it was unusable? Yuanling grew more excited, wishing he could start creating the script immediately. He bowed respectfully to the three pure ones, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Disciple thanks Master Senior Uncle and Junior Uncle. Disciple will take my leave now. With that, Yuanling turned and strode out, his steps light and his robes fluttering. Yuanshi watched his retreating figure, shook his head slightly, but wore a hint of a smile. Tong Tian laughed. This little junior nephew certainly has a lot of ideas. Creating a script. Who would have thought of that? Laozi said nothing, merely closed his eyes and resumed cultivation, but the corner of his mouth had clearly risen into a slight arc. Yuanling strode swiftly out of the Sanqing Hall and flew toward his cave dwelling. Along the way, his mind was consumed with the conception of the postnatal Dao script. The characters could not be too complex lest they prove difficult to popularize, nor too simplistic lest they fail to bear sufficient information. Ideally, they should be based on the prenatal Dao script, simplifying its form while preserving its essence so that even postnatal beings could master them with ease. As for the specific strokes, structure, pronunciation, these would require gradual refinement. Yuanling landed before his cave dwelling, pushed open the door, and entered. Everything within remained as he had left it: the stone platform, the meditation cushion, the spirit spring, all present and unchanged. The air was perfumed with a faint aura of spiritual energy, serene and tranquil. Yuanling sat cross-legged on the stone platform, closed his eyes, and began to envision the postnatal Dao script in his mind. Creating characters was a monumental task, not to be taken lightly. He needed to calm his heart and think deeply. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual light flickered and spiritual energies swirled in a hazy mist. Yuanling sat cross-legged on the stone platform, his brows slightly furrowed. At times he nodded, at times he shook his head, and at times he traced a few strokes in the void with his finger. Those traces lingered in the air for a moment before dissolving into spiritual light. Meanwhile, in the Sanqing Hall, the three pure ones were also discussing something. Yuanshi spoke in a low voice. The matter of creating characters is no trivial affair. If it succeeds, the merits will be boundless. If it fails, it will merely be a waste of some effort. Since Yuanling has this idea, we shall support him. Laozi nodded. Good. Tong Tian laughed. Once Yuanling has created the script, we shall announce it to the primordial world in the name of the three pure ones. Let's see who dares to refuse us. Face. The three pure ones exchanged smiles. Thus the matter was settled. As for those who might disagree, they would be eliminated. Under the might of their power, none among the myriad beings of the primordial world would dare defy them. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual light swirled in a haze. Yuanling sat cross-legged on the stone platform, and before him hovered a small bluish-gray cauldron, the supreme grade prenatal spirit treasure, the Qingkuan Ding. The mouth of the cauldron slightly opened, and billowing prenatal spiritual energy rose from within like threads of silk. Beside Yuanling lay a heap of abundant prenatal spirit materials, radiant in myriad colors and dazzling with spiritual light. These materials were the spoils of his travels and training. Some gathered while roaming the primordial world, others scavenged from Mount Buzhou. Originally, Yuanling had intended to keep these materials for forging artifacts after his cultivation had advanced. But plans changed, and the urgency of creating characters compelled him to deploy these resources ahead of schedule. What he intended to do was simple in words, but exceedingly intricate in execution: create characters, then forge them into treasures. Not merely writing characters, but refining each character into a spirit treasure. The postnatal Dao script, designed by Yuanling, comprised a total of 129600 characters, exactly matching the number of 1 Yuan Hui. Although others who created characters merely spoke them aloud, channeling the power of the heavenly Dao and infusing merits to form postnatal meritorious spirit treasures, or even postnatal meritorious supreme treasures. The two creators of characters were respectively the future demon master Kunlun and the human race's ancestor of writing Songjia. The former was a great adept of quasi-sage cultivation, while the latter belonged to the race that was the protagonist of that era. Even though Yuanling possessed a formidable background and abundant fortune, he was merely a Great Golden Immortal. Reporting to the heavenly Tao and proclaiming to the primordial world would likely not be so simple. Thus Yuanling conceived a brilliant plan to forge the 129600 characters into spirit treasures. When all these treasures emerged together, their power would be astonishing. Each character would be refined into a low-grade postnatal spirit treasure, with the treasure's form being the shape of the character itself. Strokes agile character structure square. Every character would be an independent spirit treasure. 129600 low-grade postnatal spirit treasures. The very number made one's scalp tingle. But Yuanling had calculated carefully. Given his current level of artifact forging aided by the Qianquan Ding, mass-producing low-grade postnatal spirit treasures was feasible. Although it would be time-consuming, he was not short of time. As for why he did not use the Qianquan Ding to reverse these characters from postnatal back to prenatal, there were two reasons. First, the Qianquan Ding's ability to revert postnatal treasures to prenatal required consuming its own fortune. Though Yuanling was blessed with abundant fortune, he could not sustain the consumption of 129600 spirit treasures. Such a short-sighted act would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He would not do it. Second, how could the vessel of the postnatal Tao script be a prenatal spirit treasure? The postnatal Tao script, as its name implies, was a postnatal script meant for postnatal beings to use. It did not require the grade of a prenatal spirit treasure, nor the might of a prenatal spirit treasure. It only needed to be useful. The 129600 low-grade postnatal spirit treasure characters, when combined, would form a complete set of postnatal spirit treasures. Yuanling estimated that the set's grade would be at least a supreme grade postnatal spirit treasure and might even reach the level of a postnatal supreme treasure. A postnatal supreme treasure plus the merits possibly gained from creating the script. This was a deal that incurred no loss. As for the matter he had promised Nuwa at Mount Buzhou, Yuanling had not yet informed the three pure ones. Not because he had forgotten, but because the time was not ripe. Creating the script was the urgent task and merits were the paramount priority. Though the task entrusted by Nuwa was important, it could wait until the script creation was concluded. After all, there were still tens of thousands of years before the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace, let alone the distant war between the demon and Wu tribes. Yuanling took a deep breath, picked up a piece of prenatal spirit material, and cast it into the Qianquan Ding. Within the cauldron, prenatal fire blazed fiercely. The material melted, refined, and took shape inside the cauldron. Yuanling formed hand seals with both hands, tracing the character shape he had designed beforehand, with his divine sense within the cauldron. This was the character Heaven. The strokes were concise, the structure square. It possessed the charm of the prenatal Tao script, yet was more accessible and easier to understand. Heaven, supreme, vast, encompassing all. This character needed to convey that boundless, majestic feeling. The Qianquan Ding trembled lightly, and a beam of light flew out from the cauldron, landing before Yuanling. It was a palm-sized character Heaven, in a pale golden hue with smooth strokes and dignified structure, radiating a faint postnatal spiritual light. Though its grade was not high, it exuded an aura of solemn antiquity. A low-grade postnatal spirit treasure, completed. Yuanling picked up this Heaven character, extended his divine sense into it, and examined it carefully. Confirming no issues, he nodded with satisfaction, stored the Heaven character into his primordial spirit, and picked up the next piece of material, casting it into the Qianquan Ding. The character Earth. The character Human. The character Sun. The character Moon. One by one, characters were born within the Qianquan Ding, transforming into character-shaped spirit treasures, which Yuanling stored into his primordial spirit. Within the cave dwelling, only the sound of the cauldron's fire and the faint rustle of Yuanling's sleeves as he formed hand seals could be heard. Forging artifacts was an extremely tedious task, and mass-producing treasures of the same grade was the most tedious of all. Each character had to undergo multiple processes: smelting, quenching, shaping, engraving, and consecration. A single mistake would ruin all previous efforts. But Yuanling was not impatient. He had all the time he needed. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10, 100, 1,000. The spirit materials in the Qianquan Ding diminished, while the character treasures in Yuanling's primordial spirit increased. As days turned into years, a millennium quietly slipped away. While Yuanling immersed himself in the refinement of characters beyond the Kunlun Mountains on the vast primordial land, an earth-shattering event was unfolding. At the coast of the eastern sea, the Great Immortal Island lay hidden. This island, deep in the eastern sea, was shrouded by a primordial grand formation, making it inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. The island brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, exotic flowers, and rare herbs carpeting the ground, spiritual springs, and cascading waterfalls everywhere, with pavilions and towers arranged in exquisite harmony, a true paradise on earth. This was the domain of Dongwengong, the sovereign of male immortals. On this day, the three pure ones arrived together. 3 rainbow lights flew from the horizon and halted outside Great Immortal Island. Laozi, with the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda above his head, enveloped the 3 pure ones in a descending Xianhuang Qi, rendering them impervious to all spells. Yuanshi stood with his hands behind his back, dignified and solemn. Tongtian was at the rear, his gaze sweeping over the scenery of Kunlun Island, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Dong Wenggong, having long sensed the presence of the three Pure Ones, personally led a retinue of attendants out of the island to welcome them. He was clad in a resplendent golden robe adorned with a purple gold crown and carried a dragon-headed staff at his waist. His entire being exuded the aura of a quasi-saint. His handsome features bore a confident smile, and he seemed like a rising sun brimming with vitality. Esteemed brothers of the three Pure Ones, this humble one pays his respects. Dong Wenggong bowed with clasped hands, his tone warm and cordial, as if greeting old friends not seen for years. The three Pure Ones returned the greeting. Yuanshi remained expressionless. Laozi's gaze was as calm as water. Only Tongtian let his eyes linger on Dong Wenggong for a moment longer, a trace of envy flashing within. What Tongtian envied was not Dong Wenggong himself, but the position he held, the sovereign of male immortals, commanding all male cultivators in the primordial world, gathering fortune to attain the Tao. A true man should be like this, Tongtian thought to himself. Dong Wenggong guided the three Pure Ones through the primordial grand formation into Kunlun Immortal Island. The island's beauty grew even more exquisite. Spiritual plants everywhere, celestial birds dancing, and cultivators in splendid robes moving about in all directions. The gaze of the three Pure Ones swept over these cultivators, their judgments varied. Laozi's eyes remained as calm as water, as if all this was beneath notice. In his view, Dong Wenggong, the sovereign of male immortals, was merely a banner the Tao Ancestor had casually raised, destined to be toppled by the wind. A flicker of sarcasm passed through Yuanshi's eyes. If not for his disciple Yuanling, he would never have come to see a decrepit relic like Dong Wenggong, the Tao Ancestor's appointed sovereign of male immortals. It sounded grand, but in truth it was nothing but a mirage. Which true great power in the primordial world would heed Dong Wenggong's commands? Tongtian, however, looked at the cultivators and spiritual plants on the island, a gleam of excitement shining in his eyes. 10,000 immortals paying homage. Those four words took root in Tongtian's heart. The group entered the grand hall resplendent with gold and intricate carvings. For golden pillars were entwined with lifelike dragon reliefs. The hall was adorned with exquisite furnishings, white jade steps, gold brick floors, and flowing spiritual light. Dong Wenggong took his seat at the head, dismissing the attendants. Only Dong Wenggong and the three Pure Ones remained in the hall. With burning eyes fixed on the three Pure Ones, Dong Wenggong got straight to the point. May I ask, esteemed brothers of the three Pure Ones, have you come to my Kunlun Immortal Island to join me in governing the primordial world? Before they could answer, he continued, his tone growing more excited. The Tao Ancestor has chosen me as the sovereign of male immortals. I intend to follow the example of the ancient Dragon Phoenix and Qiling clans, gathering the primordial world's fortune to attain the Tao. He stood up, arms outstretched, as if already envisioning the day he would become a saint. I plan to establish a celestial court based on Kunlun Immortal Island. When that time comes, I shall be the celestial emperor, and the three of you may serve as the three patriarchs of the celestial court, advancing side by side with me. Three patriarchs of the celestial court, advancing side by side. Dong Wenggong's eyes were full of expectation, as if he were certain the three Pure Ones would accept his invitation. Yuanshi barely suppressed his inner displeasure, holding back from an open confrontation. He took a deep breath and spoke in a calm but unwavering tone. Dong Wenggong, my brothers, and I have no interest in joining your celestial court. The smile on Dong Wenggong's face froze for an instant, but soon returned to normal. Just as he was about to speak, Yuanshi continued. However, we can offer you a fortuitous opportunity. Dong Wenggong raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Please enlighten me, brother Yuanshi. Yuanshi nodded slightly and said unhurriedly, you may establish the celestial court and summon the scattered cultivators of the primordial world to join. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. My disciple Yuanling is concerned for the beings of the primordial world. He sees that the transmission of heritage among the myriad races is difficult and thus wishes to create a post-celestial Tao script, a universal script for all races to use. At that time, you as the master of the celestial court can command the court to adopt the post-celestial Tao script and spread it throughout the primordial world. Yuanshi's gaze met Dong Wenggong's directly. In this way, you can both enhance the fortune of your celestial court and benefit all beings, a twofold gain. Is that not excellent? A flicker of emotion passed through Dong Wenggong's eyes. Post-celestial Tao script, a universal script. If, as Yuanshi claimed, this script could be accepted and used by all races, it would indeed greatly strengthen the celestial court's fortune. Strong fortune leads to advancement in cultivation. Advancement in cultivation brings the hope of attaining the Tao. Moreover, this was a fortuitous opportunity delivered by the three Pure Ones themselves. Why refuse it? But a thought suddenly flashed through Dong Wenggong's mind. If he himself created the post-celestial Tao script rather than using Yuanling's work, wouldn't the merit belong to him as well? Once this thought arose, it spread like wild grass. Dong Wenggong's gaze flickered as he began to calculate. Taoist friend, do not mislead yourself. An aged and calm voice sounded. Laozi stepped forward, just one step. Yet the temperature in the entire hall dropped several degrees. The three Pure Ones released their auras simultaneously. Laozi's aura was vast and unfathomable, like an abyss. Yuanshi's was majestic and imposing, suppressing all directions. Tongtian's aura was sharp as a sword, its edge fully exposed. The three quasi-saint auras intertwined, enveloping the entire hall, and Dong Wenggong himself. Dong Wenggong's mouth twitched, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was tempted to say, "I'll create the script myself, no need for your disciple," but he dared not. The three pure ones were a force of nature in the primordial world. Born from the primordial spirit of Pangu and formed from the pure chi of the skies, opening each carried a tenth of the merit of world creation. What did that mean? It meant the three pure ones could kill anyone they pleased. Any karmic debt from killing was easily offset by the merit of world creation. Moreover, ordinary beings were no match for the three pure ones. In terms of combat power, the combined strength of the three pure ones was second only to the Tao Ancestor Hongjun in the primordial world. As for the great powers who could defeat the three pure ones together, there were a few during the Dragon Han calamity, such as Demon Ancestor Luoho and the Yinyang Qingquan and Five Elements Patriarchs. But those were either dead or long vanished. Now the only one still alive and capable of defeating the three pure ones together was probably the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. And Dong Wenggong happened to suspect that the three pure ones were connected to the Tao Ancestor, so he dared not. Offending the three pure ones meant offending the Tao Ancestor. If he offended the Tao Ancestor, could he still remain the sovereign of male immortals? Dong Wenggong drew a deep breath, his expression shifting from uncertainty to docile humility. "I understand." He bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful. "Thank you, three pure ones, for your guidance, which will enhance the fortune of my immortal court." Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction upon seeing Dong Wenggong's submission, his tone growing much gentler. "I hope brother Dong Wenggong will soon establish the immortal court." Yuanshi's voice was mild, as if the one who had just unleashed oppressive pressure was not him. "We three brothers shall return to Kunlun Mountain now. Farewell, three pure ones." Dong Wenggong personally escorted the three pure ones out of Penglai Immortal Island, watching the three rainbow lights vanish into the horizon. Then his countenance darkened. Though the three pure ones had come to bestow upon him an opportunity, the post-celestial Tao script indeed could enhance the immortal court's fortune. Being forced to accept such kindness infuriated Dong Wenggong inwardly. He, the foremost of male immortals, the sovereign of all male beings in the primordial wilderness, appointed by the Tao Ancestor, had to humble himself before the three pure ones. How utterly unjust. Standing atop Penglai Immortal Island, Dong Wenggong's robes billowed in the sea breeze. His gaze fixed on the distance was inscrutable. After a long while he smiled faintly and murmured to himself, "It has been tens of thousands of years since the Tao Ancestor's first sermon. I have rallied so many fellow cultivators, it is time to establish the immortal court." He turned and walked back into the grand hall. Inside lay Zay, the great god King Pan, the ancestor, the old man of Dark Een, and the pure sun wanderer, guests from the purple firmament palace, were awaiting him. All of them were great Golden Immortals, whom Dong Wenggong had recruited through various means after the first sermon at the purple firmament palace. Dong Wenggong swept his gaze around, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Dijuan was acting, Fushi was acting, all the great powers were acting, and Dong Wenggong was no exception. He had not focused solely on cultivation. After severing a corpse to break through to the quasi-saint realm, he began traveling across the primordial wilderness, rallying other great powers who had listened to the sermons at the purple firmament palace. The cultivation time he had sacrificed was negligible in his eyes. Advancing from early quasi-saint to mid-quasi-saint without a great opportunity might not even budge for several eons. Rather than arduous cultivation, it was better to gather fortune. When fortune came, cultivation would naturally ascend. Dong Wenggong firmly believed this. 1,000 years later, everything was ready. On that day, auspicious clouds gathered above Penglai Immortal Island, and purple chi came from the east. Dong Wenggong, clad in an imperial robe, holding a dragon head staff, and wearing a pure sun sword at his waist, stood at the island's highest point. Behind him stood Lei Zhe, the great god King Pan, the ancestor, the old man of Dark Een, and the pure sun wanderer, a host of great Golden Immortals. Further away, thousands of cultivators knelt in dense ranks. Dong Wenggong gazed up at the firmament, his voice like a great bell resounding through heaven and earth, heavenly Tao above. His voice pierced the clouds, reaching the 9 heavens, proclaiming to the entire primordial wilderness, "I, Dong Wenggong, appointed by the Tao Ancestor as the foremost of male immortals in the primordial wilderness, now sensing the chaos among all beings, hereby establish the immortal court on Penglai Immortal Island, named the Purple Mansion." He raised his hand and waved, and 2 spiritual treasures soared into the sky, a sword of pure yang and a dragon head staff. 2 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures hovered above Penglai Immortal Island, radiating brilliant light, illuminating the 4 directions. Let the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, the pure sun sword and the dragon head staff, suppress the fortune of the immortal court. All beings in the primordial wilderness who aspire to the great Tao and revere the mandate of heaven may enter my Purple Mansion Immortal Court. I am the immortal emperor of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, destined to govern the order of heaven and earth and enlighten all beings. As his words fell, the heavenly Tao resonated. A vast Tao sound echoed through the cosmos like 10,000 bells chiming in unison, like mountains roaring and seas surging. Above Penglai Immortal Island, auspicious clouds churned, purple chi-pervaded, celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses emerged. Auspicious signs appeared, and merit descended. The immortals behind Dongwon Gong all knelt in unison, their voices shaking the wilds. We pay homage to the immortal emperor. The sound shook the four fields, and their spirit soared to the clouds. Shi Wangmu, the foremost of female immortals alongside Dongwon Gong, was atop western Kunlun, responding to Dongwon Gong's summons. She too gazed up at the firmament, her voice clear and penetrating, resounding through heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above. I, Shi Wangmu, appointed by the Tao Ancestor as the foremost of female immortals in the primordial wilderness, now sensing the chaos among all beings, wish to join the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, becoming the Queen Mother of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. She raised her hand and waved, and two spiritual treasures soared into the sky. One was an ancient bronze mirror, its surface deep and profound, faintly revealing the flow of time. The supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, capable of glimpsing past and future, guarding the fabric of time and space. The other was a plain-colored banner embroidered with cloud patterns and immortal cranes radiating a soft and holy light. The supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the western plain-colored cloud banner, impervious to all evils and immune to all spells. Let the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures, the Kunlun mirror and the western plain-colored cloud banner, suppress the fortune of the immortal court. The two supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures hovered above western Kunlun, their spiritual light brilliant, echoing the pure sun sword and dragon head staff on Penglai Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea. A thick beam of golden merit light descended from heaven like a golden waterfall, pouring onto Penglai Immortal Island. The golden merit light was divided into several portions, the largest, about 50%, merged into Dongwon Gong's body. Dongwon Gong's aura surged. He had already severed his good corpse and broken through to the early quasi-saint realm tens of thousands of years ago. Now catalyzed by the merit, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Peak of early quasi-saint. Only one step away from severing the second corpse and breaking through to mid-quasi-saint. 30% of the merit flew toward western Kunlun and merged into Shi Wangmu's body. Shi Wangmu's status in the immortal court was naturally slightly inferior to Dongwon Gong's, for he was the immortal emperor, while she was only the queen mother. Nor did she make the grand vow to govern the order of heaven and earth and enlighten all beings as Dongwon Gong had done. That would be too risky. Success would be glorious, but failure would bring eternal doom. Thus she received only 30% of the merit. Yet even so, it was enough to make Shi Wangmu's aura surge, approaching Dongwon Gong's level. The remaining 20% of the merit scattered. Part flew toward the beings of the primordial wilderness who had joined the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. Leze, the great god King Pan, the ancestor, the old man of Dark Een, and the pure sun wanderer, guest from the Purple Firmament Palace, shared 10% of the heavenly Tao merit. These great Luo golden immortals were originally a distance away from the quasi-saint realm, but with this merit's blessing they might be able to sever a corpse and break through to quasi-saint before the second sermon at the Purple Firmament Palace. Even if they couldn't, they would at least touch the threshold of quasi-saint. The final 10% of the merit was equally divided among the thousands of cultivators of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. Although the merit each received was small for these scattered cultivators, it was a windfall from heaven. Many broke through on the spot, their cultivation realms surging. On Penglai Immortal Island, jubilation reigned. After absorbing the heavenly Tao merit, Dongwon Gong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp, the threshold of mid-quasi-saint was right before him, awaiting only a moment of opportunity to cross it. He looked upon the immortals kneeling at his feet, and heroic spirit swelled within him. The immortal court was established and fortune had gathered. Next he would gather the scattered cultivators of the primordial wilderness, expand his power, and accumulate more fortune. When the fortune reached its zenith, that would be the day of Dongwon Gong's enlightenment. Kunlun. Zhuangmu stood atop the Kunlun peak, gazing toward the eastern sea. The Kunlun mirror slowly revolved behind her, while the western plain cloud banner rustled fiercely in the wind. She sensed the surging power of merit within her body, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. 3/10 of the merit. Though less than Dongwon Gong's share, it was sufficient. She had no need to flaunt like Dongwon Gong, no need to proclaim grand vows, no need to stand at the forefront of the storm. All she required was to cultivate steadily, drawing upon the fortune and merit of the immortal court to elevate her cultivation step by step. As for attaining the Tao, that was a matter for the distant future. Now the landscape of the primordial wilderness was shifting quietly. The establishment of the Zifu Immortal Court marked the end of the era where every cultivator tended their own affairs, ushering in a new epoch of factional strife. Dongwon Gong had stepped onto the stage, the first to brave the unknown, yet countless eyes were fixed upon him from the shadows. Dijuan Tai Fuxing Yuwa Zenyuanzi Hongyun Kuanping Mingi. Some among them scoffed, some watched, some gathered strength in secret, and others had already begun to act. The prelude to the great calamity had already begun. Meanwhile, within the cave dwelling on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanling remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding beyond. He was engrossed in forging characters, shutting out the world, as one by one the character's spiritual treasures emerged from the Qinkuan cauldron. Of the 129600 characters, only a small portion had been completed. 5,000 years later on Kunlun Mountain. In the cave-dwelling Yuanling sat cross-legged on a stone platform, exhaling a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. After millennia of painstaking effort, he had finally completed the monumental project. The postnatal Dao characters, exactly 129600, in number matching the number of a Yuanhui. Each postnatal Dao character was a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure, varied in form, with strokes vivid, and infused with shimmering spiritual light. They floated silently within Yuanling's primordial spirit, arranged in a profound order, resonating with one another like a starry sky of words. The innate spiritual materials Yuanling had gathered during his travels through the primordial wilderness were now entirely depleted. The spiritual flame within the Qinquan cauldron had died out, and the light in the cave-dwelling dimmed, yet Yuanling's heart was radiant. It was done. He rose, straightened his robes, and gathered the 129600 Dao characters into his primordial spirit, then strode out of the cave-dwelling. The breeze of Kunlun Mountain brushed against his face, carrying the fragrance of spiritual energy. Yuanling took a deep breath, rose with the wind, and flew toward the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, the Three Pure Ones had already sensed Yuanling's presence and awakened from their cultivation. Yuanling entered the hall, stood before them, his face brimming with pride. Master, Grandmaster, and Uncle, your disciple has fulfilled his duty. The postnatal Dao characters are complete. His voice was clear, carrying an unmistakable sense of self-satisfaction. Yuanshi nodded slightly and extended his hand. Yuanling focused his mind, and the 129600 Dao characters flew out from his primordial spirit, converging above Yuanshi's palm. Those characters' spiritual treasures revolved and spiraled within the mustard space of Yuanshi's palm, like a resplendent river of stars, interweaving spiritual light and permeating the rhythm of the Dao. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon those Dao characters, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had originally thought Yuanling had merely created a set of symbols, a system of writing, nothing more. He had never expected this disciple not only to create characters, but also to refine each one into a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure, 129600 spiritual treasures. Though they were merely low-grade acquired spiritual treasures, the sheer number, the scale of the endeavor, the ingenuity behind it surpassed Yuanshi's expectations. Yuanshi exchanged glances with Laozi and Tongtian beside him, their eyes meeting in silent communication. Since the three brothers had taken form after the tribulation of fierce beasts, countless ages had passed, and they had remained inseparable, their minds attuned. Even without words, Laozi and Tongtian understood Yuanshi's intent. Tongtian laughed heartily and spoke first. Second brother, why not let me have Yuanling as my disciple? What do you think? His eyes filled with admiration, half joking and half serious, he added. This lad really suits my taste. He creates characters and then refines each one into a spiritual treasure. Such a mind, such perseverance. TSK. Silence. Before Yuanshi could respond, Laozi spoke first. The white-haired elder, usually calm and aloof, now showed a rare hint of eagerness. Laozi stroked his beard and said sternly, Tongtian, have you no sense of seniority? I, your elder brother, have yet to take a disciple. You should have second brother yield Yuanling to me. Tongtian was taken aback. He had only been joking, but now the elder brother seemed genuinely covetous of this nephew disciple. He looked at Laozi's face, usually unruffled, but now clearly displaying the words, I want one too, and couldn't help but laugh again. Elder brother, didn't you always advocate for tranquility and non-action, avoiding entanglement of karma? Taking a disciple surely invites karma. Laozi cast a calm glance at Tongtian and replied in a steady, unyielding tone, taking a disciple is taking a disciple, karma is karma. When the time is right, one must take. Tongtian was about to retort, but Yuanshi had had enough. His face darkened, and he said irritably, Yuanling is my disciple. Neither of you will take him. Yuanshi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Standing below, Yuanling watched the three elders squabbling over him, his heart touched yet amused. He was moved that he held such great weight in the hearts of the three pure ones, but amused that his grandmaster and uncle were so unguarded in their eagerness to claim him. Yuanshi glared at Laozi and Tongtian, and when they fell silent, he nodded in satisfaction. He turned back to Yuanling and said solemnly, Disciple, you may now announce to the heavenly Dao and proclaim to the primordial wilderness that you have created the postnatal Dao characters. Yuanling's heart leaped with joy, and he was about to respond, but Yuanshi changed his tone. However, the merit bestowed by the heavenly Dao will be determined by your contribution. Yuanling pricked up his ears. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon the swirling characters' spiritual treasures, and his voice grew serious. If you merely create the postnatal characters, the merit you receive will be equivalent to what Dongwangong obtained for establishing the Zifu Immortal Court. But if you offer these 129600 postnatal Dao characters to the heavenly Dao, allowing them to merge with the Dao's origin and be taught by the heavenly Dao to all beings of the primordial wilderness, the merit you will gain will rival or even surpass the entire merit of establishing the Zifu Immortal Court. When Dongwangong founded the Zifu Immortal Court, he himself obtained 5/10 of the merit. Zhuangmu received 3/10, and the remaining 2/10 were shared among the immortals of the court. Yuanling's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had heard. Could this really be done? Offer the characters' spiritual treasures to the heavenly Dao and let it teach them to all beings. Master, why is that? Yuanling asked in confusion. Why would offering the Tao characters yield more merit than simply creating them? The old man spoke, his voice plain but incisive. One of the reasons for the chaos among the myriad races of the primordial era is the lack of communication between them. The Dragon clan uses Dragon script, the Phoenix clan uses Phoenix script, the Qilan clan uses Qilan script. Each race has its own writing, making it difficult to communicate, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts. If the post-celestial Tao script can be popularized, it will allow the myriad races to understand each other, reduce disputes, and promote integration. The old man looked at Yuanling, his gaze profound. More importantly, the post-celestial Tao script also serves to mend the flaws of the primordial era, akin to completing the heavenly Tao. Compared to the slow evolution of the heavenly Tao itself, if you offer these 12960 Tao scripts to the heavenly Tao, integrating them into its essence, the heavenly Tao can emerge more swiftly. Yuanling suddenly understood. Creating writing was a feat of creation. Contributing writing was a feat of mending the heavens. The former was from nothing to something. The latter was sacrificing self for the Tao. Comparing the two, the latter naturally bore greater merit. Disciple understands. Yuanling respectfully bowed to the old man, then to Yuanshi. Thank you, master, for your guidance, and thank you, senior uncle, for your clarification. Yuanshi looked at him with a smile, his eyes filled with gratification. Go. Yuanshi waved his hand, his tone light and assured. The post-celestial Tao script is ready to emerge. Yuanling took a deep breath, turned, and walked out of the Three Pure Ones hall. The sunlight outside fell upon his purple gold Tao robe, making it shimmer brilliantly. Standing on the platform before the hall, Yuanling gazed up at the firmament. With a thought, the 12960 Tao scripts flew out from his primordial spirit, swirling around him like a sea of characters radiant with spiritual light and suffused with Tao resonance. However, with his cultivation at the peak of Great Golden Immortal, he could not fully unleash the power of these script treasures, nor could he manifest them simultaneously across the primordial era's sky. He needed help. In the Three Pure Ones hall, Yuanshi stood up and walked slowly out, standing behind Yuanling. Laozi and Tongtian followed, flanking Yuanshi on the left and right. Yuanshi raised his hand and waved gently. A vast power of a quasi-saint surged into the sea of characters, causing all 12960 Tao scripts to tremble simultaneously, unleashing an unimaginable force. Connected by their origins as one entity under the impetus of Yuanshi's divine power, they transformed into a brilliant river of characters, spiraling upward straight into the nine heavens. Seizing the moment, Yuanling stepped forward, looking up at the sky, his voice like a great bell resonating through heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above. The sound pierced the clouds, reaching the nine heavens, proclaiming to the entire primordial era. I, Yuanling, disciple of the Jade Pure Primordial Lord, perceiving the chaos of inheritance among the myriad races of the primordial era, have specially created the post-celestial Tao script, totaling 12960, matching the number of a single Yuan Hui. The 12960 Tao scripts swirled around him, each character radiating a faint spiritual light like stars in the night sky. Today the merit is complete. I hereby report to the heavenly Tao and inform all living beings. From now on, inheritance will be facilitated, benefiting the entire primordial era. Yuanling's voice grew louder and more majestic, as if he were not speaking alone, but on behalf of the heavenly Tao. May the heavenly Tao and all living beings witness this. As the words fell, heaven and earth fell silent. The next moment, on Kunlun Immortal Island, Dong Wanggong sat in the main hall of the Immortal Court, handling state affairs. His divine sense covered the entire island. Every movement in the primordial era could not escape his perception. When Yuanling's voice resounded through heaven and earth, Dong Wanggong suddenly looked up. He had been waiting for this day for 5,000 years. Dong Wanggong rose solemnly, walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and responded to Yuanling's proclamation with a voice like a great bell. All members of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court shall abandon their previous scripts. Henceforth, for all inheritance, the post-celestial Tao script shall be used. His voice also resounded through heaven and earth, intertwining with Yuanling's proclamation. As the first great quasi-saint power to establish a faction in the primordial era, Dong Wanggong's response on behalf of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court carried immense weight. The heavenly Tao began to respond. Above the nine heavens, the wind and clouds changed. Deep in the chaos within the Purple Cloud Palace, on the high platform, Tao Ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes. Those profound eyes pierced through the chaos, through the 33 heavens, and landed on Mount Kunlun. He saw Yuanling, saw the 12960 Tao scripts around him, and saw the painstaking effort and wisdom contained within those script treasures. Hongjun nodded slightly. The next moment, a figure in a purple robe appeared above the nine heavens. The figure's face was indistinct, merged with the heavenly Tao, surrounded by purple chi with a condensed Tao resonance. The moment he appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth congealed, and the breath of all living things held still. Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the first sage of the primordial era. Though not yet merged with the heavenly Tao as the sole heavenly Tao sage, since the heavenly Tao had not yet fully emerged, he could act on behalf of the Tao. Tao Ancestor Hongjun glanced down at Yuanling on Mount Kunlun, then at the 12960 Tao scripts. He gently waved his sleeve, and a sage's power descended from the heavens, enveloping those script treasures, lifting them from Yuanling's side. The 12960 Dao scripts transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the 9 heavens, forcibly integrated into the essence of the heavenly Dao by Hongjun's sage power. This was the true meaning of contributing the scripts. It was not Yuanling himself transmitting the scripts to all beings. How many could a Great Golden Immortal reach? Nor was it the heavenly Dao taking these scripts on its own. How could the formless and intangible Dao take them? It was the Dao Ancestor who acted using his sage power to merge these script treasures into the essence of the heavenly Dao, uniting the Dao and the scripts. From then on, the post-celestial Dao script became part of the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao became the vessel of the post-celestial Dao script. All beings need only comprehend the heavenly Dao to grasp the scripts. This was the true transmission from the heavenly Dao to all living beings. Yuanling watched the script treasures vanish into the sky, a sense of loss welling in his heart. After all, he had refined them one by one, pouring in untold effort. But more than that, there was a relief of having fulfilled his mission. The scripts had returned, the rest was up to the heavenly Dao. Above the 9 heavens, the figure in the purple robe spoke. Approved. One word like a heavenly decree resounded throughout the primordial era. At that moment, all living beings in the primordial era, whether golden immortals or mortal ants, dragon clan or phoenix clan, flora and fauna or spirits, felt that supreme authority. Dao Ancestor Hongjun had personally approved the post-celestial Dao script. Then a majestic power descended from the heavens, projecting Yuanling's image onto the sky of the primordial era. His face, his posture, the river of characters swirling around him. All were magnified to the extreme, so that every living being in every corner of the primordial era could see clearly. Countless great powers looked up, their gazes complex. Countless beings looked up, their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment, Yuanling's name was etched into the history of the primordial era. A myriad of auspicious celestial lights descended in profusion. Purple chi stretching 30,000 miles, golden flowers dancing in the sky, and golden lotuses surging forth from the earth. A vast Dao resonance echoed through heaven and earth like 10,000 bells chiming in unison, or like mountains roaring and seas raging. Then an immensely colossal torrent of heavenly Dao merit descended from the heavens. The magnitude of that merit far surpassed what Dongwangong had obtained when he established the Zifu Immortal Court. Golden light illuminated the entire Kunlun Mountain, illuminating 10,000 miles in all directions. The merit torrent, like a golden waterfall, cascaded down from the 9 heavens, hurtling straight toward Yuanling. But in the instant the merit torrent descended, it first split apart. 3 extremely slender streams of golden merit light separated from the torrent and flew in 3 directions. One stream flew toward Yuanshi Tianzun. He had assisted Yuanling in activating the post-heavenly Dao script, unleashing the power of the 12960 script spirit treasures to their utmost, a contribution that could not be overlooked. One stream flew toward Dongwangong. He had responded on behalf of the Zifu Immortal Court, promising that all members of the Immortal Court would adopt the post-heavenly Dao script, thereby pioneering the script's dissemination. One stream flew toward Hongjun Daozu. He had integrated the post-heavenly Dao script into the origin of the heavenly Dao, completing the most crucial step. 3 streams of merit, each with its own master. Dongwangong's stream of merit was the first to enter his body. On Punlai Immortal Island, Dongwangong sensed the power of merit surging into him, and a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. But he did not pause. Instead, while the lingering resonance of the merit power remained, he took out his dragon head staff and began his attempt to sever a corpse. The evil corpse. He had long stood at the peak of the early quasi-sage stage, lacking only a catalyst to sever the second corpse. The stimulus of merit was precisely that catalyst. Dongwangong let out a low shout, using the dragon head staff as his vessel to sever his evil corpse. A stream of black chi burst from his body, transforming into a figure that closely resembled Dongwangong's appearance, but was filled with a ferocious aura. The figure solidified in the void for an instant, then was taken back by Dongwangong. The evil corpse had been severed. Dongwangong's aura surged, breaking through from the early quasi-sage stage directly to the mid-quasi-sage stage, severing the second corpse, the foremost in the primordial world. On Punlai Immortal Island, the numerous immortals prostrated themselves, hailing the immortal emperor. Dongwangong stood atop the island, feeling the surging Dharma power within his body, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time he had not only responded to the request of the 3 pure ones, but also secured an opportunity for himself. With the merit in hand and the evil corpse severed, he was now the foremost under the Dao Ancestor. Meanwhile, the other 2 streams of merit also fell into the hands of Yuanshi and Hongjun respectively. Yuanshi Tianzun raised his hand to receive that stream of merit, glanced at it, then gently tapped it. That stream of merit transformed into a beam of golden light and flew toward Yuanling. Hongjun Daozu did the same. He received the merit, didn't even look at it, flicked his finger, and that stream of merit also flew toward Yuanling. The merit of the 2 great powers, not a single bit missing, was all ceded to Yuanling. But this was not yet the end. The enormous torrent of merit finally descended upon Yuanling himself. However, Hongjun Daozu intervened once more. He flicked his finger, and a beam of purple golden light fell from the heavens, striking the torrent of merit. That beam of light, like an invisible pair of scissors, severed the connection between the merit torrent and Yuanling's physical body. The merit torrent did not merge into Yuanling's body. Instead, it transformed into a golden light and sank deep into his primordial spirit. Not absorption, sealing. The merit was hidden in the deepest recesses of Yuanling's primordial spirit, fused with his origin, just like the heaven-opening merit within the bodies of the three pure ones, slumbering dormant, waiting for the day it would truly be needed. Yuanling stood frozen in place. He had originally planned to take advantage of the merit's descent to break through to the Great Golden Immortal realm. He had already prepared, waiting only for the merit to enter his body so that he could smoothly breach that bottleneck. Yet the Grandmaster's move directly disrupted his plan. The merit had been given to him, but he was not allowed to use it. Yuanling looked up blankly toward the purple-robed figure in the nine heavens. But Tao Ancestor Hongjun vanished after completing this act, as if he had never appeared. Yuanling could only turn his head to look at Yuanshi, his eyes filled with confusion. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at his disciple's bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile. He stepped forward, patted Yuanling on the shoulder, and said in a gratified and kindly tone, "The amount of merit you earned from creating the post-heavenly Tao script far exceeds my expectations. More than even Dongwingong's merit from establishing the Zifu Immortal Court." He paused, then continued, "What your Grandmaster did just now is because he doesn't want you to be over-hastily nurtured." Yuanling frowned. Over-hastily nurtured? Exactly. Yuanshi nodded. If you were to absorb such a vast amount of merit to boost your cultivation, you might soar to the heavens overnight, directly breaking through to the Great Golden Immortal perfection. Yuanling's eyes lit up for a moment, but Yuanshi's next words immediately calmed him down. But the price would be that your foundation becomes hollow, your dharma power untempered by countless refinements, your comprehension of the laws insufficient, and your vision and mental state unable to keep pace with the surging cultivation. Yuanshi looked at Yuanling, his gaze stern. These problems will hinder your future breakthrough to quasi-sage, and may even leave you unable to advance for the rest of your life. Yuanling's heart tightened. He understood. Merit was a good thing, but even good things must not be used recklessly. Using merit to enhance cultivation is like feeding an ordinary person an immortal pill. They might become a celestial immortal in 3 days, but their foundation would be hollow, their dharma power borrowed, and they would never truly comprehend that realm. Such a person, upon reaching a higher realm, would find that they could go no further. Not because of a lack of talent, but because the foundation had not been laid properly. Therefore your Grandmaster sealed that merit within your primordial spirit origin. Yuanshi's tone became relaxed. That merit hidden within your origin still cannot be used now, but it can still enhance your fortune. In the future, when you sever the three corpses or merge them to break through to the Hunyuan Great Golden Immortal or become a sage, you can draw upon this merit to aid you. Yuanling exhaled a turbid breath, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating. Was he disappointed? A little. After all, seeing a mountain of gold before him that he could not spend would make anyone feel disappointed. But he also understood that his Grandmaster and Master were acting for his own good. Taking shortcuts may seem fast, but in truth it is slow. Ascending to the heavens in one step may seem exhilarating, but in truth it is ruinous. With his current potential and foundation, even without this merit, he could still break through to the Great Golden Immortal before the Tao Ancestor's second sermon. Steady and solid, advancing step by step. This is the true path. Disciple understands. Yuanling respectfully bowed to Yuanshi, then made a distant bow in the direction of the purple-robed figure who had already vanished from the nine heavens. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Thank you for your grace, Grandmaster. Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction. Tontian walked over, grinned, and patted Yuanling on the shoulder, saying, "Little nephew, those 129600 characters of yours are truly a grand gesture." Laozi also came over, showing a rare smile. Yuanling, the merit of creating characters, and the virtue of mending the heavens. You have done well. The eyes of the three pure ones fell upon Yuanling, filled with deep gratification. On Kunlun Mountain the sunlight was just right. Merit like a sea sealed within the body. Fortune like a rainbow gathering above the head. The post-heavenly Tao script had become a settled matter. What followed was waiting. Waiting for the Tao script to spread across the primordial world, waiting for all living beings to accept and use these characters, waiting for the heavenly Tao to become even more complete through these characters. And Yuanling himself would continue his cultivation. Perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, only one step away from the Great Golden Immortal. Time flies, years pass like a shuttle. There are less than 1,000 years remaining until the Tao Ancestor's second sermon. On this day at the summit of Mount Kunlun, Yuanling sat cross-legged on the highest boulder, his robes fluttering and long hair flowing in the wind. His aura flickered, now blazing like the scorching sun, now as faint as a dying candle in the wind. Most eerily, his form would at times become solid, at times ethereal, as if he were about to merge with the Tao and dissolve into heaven and earth at any moment. This was the precursor to breaking through to the Tao Golden Immortal realm. Not far away, the three pure ones watched from afar. Laozi remained expressionless, but his slightly narrowed eyes never strayed from Yuanling. Tontian crossed his arms, wearing a relaxed expression, yet his eyes also held a hint of gravity. As for Yuanshi, his gaze was filled with worry. He spoke slowly, his voice so low that only Lao Zi and Tong Tian beside him could hear. Yuanling has not even been in existence for a single Yuanhui. A Yuanhui is 129,600 years. No, to be precise, since Yuanling took form it has been just over a single Yuanhui, but even counting the extra years it is far from enough to compare with the other innate divinities of the primordial wilderness. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon Yuanling, his tone complex, from the early Golden Immortal stage to now attempting to break through to Dayuo Golden Immortal. He has only used a single Yuanhui. Tong Tian understood his elder brother's meaning and smiled. Second brother, are you worried that Yuanling's foundation is unstable? Yuanshi did not reply, merely nodding slightly. The Dayuo Golden Immortal is not the Tai Golden Immortal. A Tai Golden Immortal condenses the 5 Qi in the chest and forges the Tai Dao fruit. Although it is not easy, it is ultimately a path that can be followed. As long as one has enough talent, enough opportunity, and enough time, it will happen naturally. But the Dayuo Golden Immortal is different. One who attains Dayuo transcends time and space, and does not fall into reincarnation. Once the Dayuo Dao fruit is achieved, it is, once proven, eternally proven. Present in the past, future, and now, with the true self as the sole constant, indestructible, through countless kalpas. This is not a quantitative change, but a qualitative one. It is the transformation from a drop of water in the river of time to an independent existence that leaps out of the river. Breaking through to Dayuo Golden Immortal requires comprehending enough power of the laws, not the superficial understanding of before, but true mastery. In the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal stages, comprehension of the laws can be merely knowing the how, knowing how to use them, and achieving effects that is sufficient. But not for the Dayuo Golden Immortal. The Dayuo Golden Immortal must internalize the laws, fuse the laws with the Dao fruit, and thereby elevate the Dayuo Dao fruit. Only then can one transcend the river of time. Specifically, one must comprehend 1/10 of a single great law of the Dao, using it to entrust the Dayuo Dao fruit. Then one can transcend the river of time and step into the Dayuo Golden Immortal realm. After breaking through, each minor realm advancement requires comprehending an additional 1/10 of the primordial power. Dayuo Golden Immortal initial stage, comprehension of 1/10 of the law. Dayuo Golden Immortal middle stage, 2/10. Dayuo Golden Immortal late stage, 3/10. Dayuo Golden Immortal perfection, 4/10. To break through to Quasi-Saint, also known as Hunyuan Golden Immortal, using the power of laws, one must comprehend 5/10 of the law's power. And this is only the initial stage of Quasi-Saint. Quasi-Saint middle stage, 6/10. Quasi-Saint late stage, 7/10. Quasi-Saint great perfection, 9/10. When a single law is comprehended to 10/10, 100% perfect and complete, then one can prove the Dao through power and break through to Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. This path is long and arduous. From Tai Golden Immortal to Dayuo Golden Immortal is merely the first great hurdle. What Yuanshi worries about is that Yuanling is too hasty. Having taken form less than a single Yuanhui ago, how dare he assault the Dayuo Golden Immortal realm, which other Dayuo Golden Immortal did not cultivate for several Yuanhui, tens of Yuanhui, before painstakingly reaching this step. Although Yuanling possesses a true body personally refined by the Dao Ancestor, the 5-needle pine, to assist in comprehending laws, the spirit mist waterfall, to provide spiritual energy and the blessings of merit and destiny. Has his foundation truly been stabilized? Has he truly mastered his laws? Yuanshi did not know. He could only wait. On the boulder, Yuanling closed his eyes. He did not need to deliberately do anything. The opportunity to break through to Dayuo Golden Immortal had ripened. The Dayuo Dao fruit had already condensed within his body. Only the final step remained. To entrust the Dao fruit to the river of time. No, entrust is not accurate enough. It should be transcendence, to let the Dao fruit leap out of the river of time, no longer bound by the river. Yuanling's consciousness slowly sank into a mystical realm. His perception left his physical body, left Mount Kunlun, left the primordial wilderness, extending toward an indescribable direction. It was a river, a boundless, beginningless, endless river. The water was not water, it was time. Each wave in the river was a single moment. Every tributary was a possibility. Every whirlpool was a strand of causality. Past, present, future. Everything was here. Yuanling's consciousness stepped into the river of time. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented insignificance. The river of time was too vast, and he was too small. He was like a grain of sand on the riverbank, a drop of water in the river, insignificant, fleeting. But he did not retreat. His Dayuo Dao fruit trembled within him, emitting a faint golden light that protected his consciousness, preventing him from being swept away and lost by the mighty force of the river of time. Yuanling steadied his mind and began to walk in the river of time. He did not deliberately head in any direction, nor did he try to touch anything. He simply walked aimlessly. He knew he could not act recklessly. The river of time was the order personally established by the great god Pangu. Any attempt to alter the past or pry into the future would invite unpredictable consequences. He only needed to walk until the Dao fruit itself found the opportunity for transcendence. As he walked, Yuanling suddenly stopped. He saw a figure, a giant standing at the end of the river of time, towering between heaven and earth, his body as majestic as a mountain. Chaotic chi swirled around him, his eyes were like the sun and moon, his breath like wind and clouds. In his hand, he held a massive axe. The blade of the axe gleamed with a frigid light, and its body was carved with profound Tao patterns, the marks of the creation of heaven, the imprints of the genesis of the world. Beneath the giant's feet, countless shadowy figures were suppressed. Those shadows struggled, roared, and howled at the end of the river of time, but could not break free. Some were humanoid, some were bestial, and some had no fixed form, but without exception they all exuded the aura of chaotic demons. The great god Pangu. Yuanling's breath stopped. He had seen Pangu, the supreme being who split the heavens and earth and transformed his body into the myriad things. Pangu is not dead. No, saying Pangu is not dead is inaccurate. Pangu's body transformed into the myriad things of the primordial wilderness, his primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones, his essence blood transformed into the 12 ancestral witches, his spine transformed into Mount Bujo. Pangu's true spirit presided over the end of the river of time, suppressing those chaos fiend gods. When he split heaven and earth, Pangu slaughtered the majority of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods, yet their true spirits could never be completely extinguished. If left unsealed, they would gradually reform with the passage of time, and once again threaten the primordial world. Thus Pangu remained stationed here, using his true spirit to suppress those restless fiend god souls, and his body to uphold this very heaven and earth. Yuanling stood within the river of time, gazing at Pangu from afar. He did not approach, nor did he attempt to communicate. He knew that was a presence he should not disturb. Yuanling withdrew his gaze and continued forward. The river of time stretched beneath his feet, without end and without beginning. He did not know how long he had walked. Here time had lost all meaning. It might have been an instant, or perhaps hundreds of millions of years. He simply kept walking aimlessly. Gradually Yuanling felt a sense of fatigue, not of the body but of consciousness. The river's current was invisible, yet omnipresent. It would not attack you, would not harm you, but it would make you lose your way, making you forget who you are, forget where you came from, forget where you are destined to go. Yuanling felt his consciousness growing vague, his memories slipping away, his personality dissipating, his sense of self unraveling. He seemed on the verge of becoming part of the river of time itself. All those people, things, and matters he once held dear had grown distant and indistinct. Kunlun Mountain. Master. Senior brother. Junior uncle. Those names echoed within his mind, growing ever fainter, ever farther away. Yuanling continued walking. His supreme Tao fruit had seemingly vanished without warning. No, it had not disappeared, it had merged into the river of time. The bond between him and his Tao fruit grew ever weaker. He was about to lose himself entirely. At that moment a spark of spiritual radiance erupted violently within the depths of his consciousness. That radiance was pure and brilliant like the first ray of light at the dawn of chaos. It did not come from the outside world, but from Yuanling's own origin, from the core of his innate, indestructible spiritual light. The spiritual light illuminated his consciousness, dispelling the mist of the river of time. Yuanling suddenly snapped awake. He looked down at his hands, or rather at his consciousness form. Those hands were gradually solidifying, no longer ethereal and insubstantial. His supreme Tao fruit had without warning returned to his body. No, not merely returned. The Tao fruit had thoroughly merged with him, inseparable and indivisible. He no longer needed to entrust his Tao fruit to the river of time, because he had already transcended. Yuanling raised his head and gazed toward the end of the river of time. Great god Pangu still stood there, suppressing the souls of those chaos fiend gods. Pangu seemed to sense something and turned his head slightly, casting a glance in Yuanling's direction. Yuanling wished to bow in respect, but in the next instant his consciousness was thrust out of the river of time. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanling sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, his aura flickering between presence and absence, as if he were about to dissolve into the Tao at any moment. The endless years within the river of time amounted to nothing more than an instant within the primordial world. The 3 pure ones dared not disturb him and could only watch from afar. Yuanshir's brows grew increasingly furrowed. Suddenly Yuanling's entire body trembled. That fluctuating aura abruptly condensed, no longer drifting and uncertain, but becoming steady and profound. His figure, which had seemed poised to dissolve into the Tao itself, grew substantial once more. Yuanling opened his eyes entirely different from before. In his previous gaze there had been galaxies and oceans, the flowing of cosmic laws, but it was still ultimately the eyes of a mortal, filled with emotion, with fluctuation, with the pride and fervor of youth. But now those eyes carried something new, transcendence. Not coldness, not heartlessness, but transcendence, as if he had ascended to a higher plane, looking down upon his former self. The voice of the great Tao resonated from Yuanling's lips. Though soft, it clearly spread throughout all of Kunlun Mountain, reaching 10,000 li in every direction. Spiritual beasts and divine birds among the mountains prostrated themselves upon the ground, as if paying homage to something sacred. The illusions of past lives were chains upon my soul, severing bonds of karma, to shatter the web of tribulation. The light of my original spirit suddenly dawned, and today I finally know that I am I. As the Tao's voice fell silent, Yuanling rose to his feet. With a single step forward, in that one step alone, 3 golden flowers simultaneously bloomed above his head. Those 3 golden flowers were no ordinary condensation of spiritual light, but were formed from pure law power itself, with the 5 elements laws as their root, the spatial laws as their bone, and the yin-yang laws as their soul. 3 flowers converge at the crown. 9 ranks of blossoms. Each rank of the 9 golden flowers represented an ultimate resonance of the Tao. This was no forced cultivation of the 3 flowers, but a natural celestial phenomenon that formed after the Tao fruit achieved transcendence. Great Golden Immortal. 1 proof, eternal proof. From this moment forth, Yuanling was no longer a single drop within the river of time. He had stepped beyond its flow. Past, future, and present. He was everywhere yet traced no footprints. The true self alone endures invincible through 10,000 kalpas. Yuanling stood upon the peak of Kunlun Mountain, drew a deep breath, let the mountain wind brush his face, and embraced the spiritual energy into his chest. He felt the vast mana within him like an ocean, the seamless circulation of 3 laws perfectly harmonious within his body, and the profound mystery of his great Luo Dao fruit merging inseparably with his true spirit. Great Golden Immortal early stage. He had done it. From the moment he took human form, barely 1 yuan cycle had passed since he broke through from early Golden Immortal to perfect Tai Golden Immortal, and now to early Great Golden Immortal. He had walked a path that others might traverse across several, or even dozens of yuan cycles without ever reaching. Yuanling turned and looked toward the 3 pure ones not far away. He strode forward, stopping before Yuanshi, and bowed deeply. This disciple has not failed master's expectations. I have successfully broken through to Great Golden Immortal. His voice was steady, neither humble nor arrogant, yet carried a heartfelt gratitude. Yuanshi looked at the disciple before him, his heart stirred with countless emotions. Worry. It had long since dissolved into nothingness, leaving only pride, only relief, only the deep satisfaction of knowing my disciple rivals none. Yuanshi reached out and helped Yuanling rise, patting his shoulder. Good. Yuanshi spoke only a single character, yet within that word lay countless unspoken sentiments. Tongtian let out a hearty laugh, strode over, and punched Yuanling lightly on the shoulder, saying, "Little nephew, you are extraordinary. How long did it take you to reach Great Golden Immortal? Your senior uncle here never achieved such speed in his day." Laozi also approached, a rare smile gracing his face. He looked at Yuanling, his gaze deep and filled with satisfaction. Qualifications for attaining the Tao. These 4 simple words were the highest praise Laozi could offer. Just then a pink figure descended from the heavens. The young girl wore a pink gown, her hair styled in twin buns, her face as lovely as blooming peach blossoms, her large bright eyes full of liveliness and clarity. She was none other than Yuanshi, the youthful attendant at the side of the Tao Ancestor. Her steps were light and sprightly, her skirt hem fluttering in the wind like a butterfly in mid-dance. "Senior brother Sanqing, nephew Yuanling." Yuanxi's voice was crisp and melodious, carrying the lively cheerfulness of a young girl. She trotted over to Sanqing, her small face brimming with smiles. Sanqing gave a slight nod acknowledging the greeting. Yuanling, on the other hand, bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Master Yuanshi." Yuanshi waved her hand, signaling him to dispense with formalities. Her gaze lingered on Yuanling for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. There was surprise, envy, and a faint, indescribable sense of urgency. "The master sent me to deliver something to nephew Yuanling." Yuanshi withdrew an object from her sleeve and handed it to Yuanling, saying, "He said it is a reward for your breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm." She pouted, her small face etched with reluctance. She had been enlightened by the master during the beast tribulation, and her time of emergence was not much later than that of Sanqing. Yet so long had passed, and her cultivation had only reached the late Golden Immortal stage. As for Yuanling, he had transformed into human form less than a single yuan hui ago, yet he had already broken through to the early Golden Immortal stage. At this rate, before long, even my cultivation might be inferior to yours. Nephew, have you consumed some celestial herb or treasure? How is it that you cultivate so quickly? Yuanshi couldn't help muttering. Yuanling gave an awkward smile, unsure how to answer. Yuanshi did not press the matter, she simply pursed her lips and handed him the object. It was a spear. The shaft was entirely pitch black, about 12 feet long, etched with profound Tao patterns with faint dark red light flowing within. The spearhead was 4-sided, gleaming with a chilling light, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. The moment the spear appeared, even Sanqing, who possessed quasi-saint cultivation, felt a sharp stab in their primordial spirit. The pain came suddenly and vanished just as quickly, but the sensation of a blade at their backs lingered long. Sanqing's pupils simultaneously contracted. Tongtian was the first to react, exclaiming, "Sheni's god-slaying spear." His voice was laced with scarcely concealed shock. Laozi and Yuanshi also stared in astonishment at Yuanshi, at the black spear in her hand. The god-slaying spear, an ultimate innate spiritual treasure, transformed from the root of the chaos green lotus, was the foremost killing treasure of the primordial world. The origin of this spear alone could fill a history of the primordial era. The chaos green lotus was a chaos supreme treasure. It could not withstand the might of Pangu's creation and shattered. The leaves became the pristine 5-directional banners, the petals turned into the 4 lotus platforms, the seed pod transformed into the Qingquan cauldron, and the stem became the god-slaying spear. During the beast tribulation, the beast emperor Sheni was born with this spear. He swept across the primordial world, striking terror into countless innate deities. After Sheni fell, the god-slaying spear fell into the hands of demon Ancestor Luoho. During the conflict between Tao and Demon, Luoho used this spear to wreak havoc in the primordial world, slaughtering countless beings. When the Dragon Han Tribulation ended, Luoho transformed into the Demon Realm, and the God-slaying spear came into the possession of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Now this infamous killing treasure was bestowed upon Yuanling by the Tao Ancestor. Among the many innate spiritual treasures of the primordial world, aside from a few supreme innate treasures, the most precious of the ultimate innate spiritual treasures were those transformed from the Chaos Green Lotus. And among these treasures, the 4 lotus platforms, the Yuqing Cauldron, the God-slaying spear, and the pristine 5-directional banners were considered the cream of the crop, their value far surpassing ordinary ultimate innate spiritual treasures. The 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus accompanied Demon Ancestor Luoho as he transformed into the heavenly demon realm, its whereabouts unknown. The 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus was currently in the hands of Tao Ancestor Hongjun and would later be granted to Jin. The 12-grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus was in the possession of Ancestor Mingyi, suppressing the fortune of the Blood Sea. The 12-grade Purifying White Lotus was still missing, not yet manifested. Of the 4 lotus platforms, 3 had already emerged. Only the Purifying White Lotus awaited its fated owner. The pristine 5-directional banners, the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, the Southern Earth Descending Flame Banner, the Western White Cloud Banner, and the Northern Primordial Water Controlling Banner, could be combined to form the pristine 5-directional Grand Formation. But their preciousness was still inferior to that of the Yuqing Cauldron and the God-slaying spear. The Yuqing Cauldron could suppress fortune, revert the post-celestial to the primordial, and nurture the indestructible primordial light. As for the God-slaying spear, its killing power was no weaker than the Panga Banner, a supreme innate treasure. Although the God-slaying spear could not be used to suppress fortune, that was of little consequence. For killing the God-slaying spear was the foremost in the primordial world. Yuanling stared at the black spear, his eyes shining like 2 stars. Uncle Master Yao Qi, is the Grand Master truly bestowing the God-slaying spear upon me? His voice trembled slightly. Yao Qi nodded her little head, her tone carrying a hint of matter-of-factness. The Master said you are the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the mystic sect, and you possess great fortune, great destiny, and great merit. Thus the God-slaying spear is granted to you for your protection. After a pause, she added, the Master also said that although you have many spiritual treasures, they are all adept at defense, suppression, or possess peculiar functions. Not a single one is a pure killing ultimate innate spiritual treasure. Yuanling was filled with immense excitement. Yao Qi was right. The 7 ultimate innate spiritual treasures on him. The Yuanling creation seal, the Yuqing Cauldron, the 5 elements pagoda, the Yushu glazed lamp, the Yin-Yang mirror, the Yuqing diagram, and the Yin-Yang pearl. Each had their own marvelous uses. But their common characteristic was that they were all defensive, suppressive, or auxiliary in function. The Yuqing Cauldron specialized in creation, the 5 elements pagoda in suppression, the Yushu glazed lamp in detection, the Yin-Yang mirror in life and death, the Yuqing diagram in trapping enemies, and the Yin-Yang pearl in harmonizing yin and yang. Not a single one was a pure killing treasure. And the God-slaying spear exactly filled this void. With the God-slaying spear, Yuanling's combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Unless a quasi-saint great adept appeared, no one in the primordial world would be a match for him. Early Deluo Golden Immortal stage. No, even a late stage or perfection stage Deluo Golden Immortal, without an ultimate defensive spiritual treasure to protect them, would be felled by a single spear thrust before the God-slaying spear. Yuanling took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement. He turned and bowed deeply toward the 9 heavens above, his voice solemn and devout. Disciple Yuanling bows in gratitude for the Grandmaster's boundless grace. Then with both hands he accepted the God-slaying spear from Yao Qi. As the shaft touched his hands, it felt cold and heavy. A metallic coldness, yet within its depths a faint heat seemed to flow. That was killing intent, the killing intent accumulated by the God-slaying spear over countless culpas. But at this moment that killing intent held no hostility toward Yuanling. For he was the one appointed by the Tao Ancestor, the new master of the God-slaying spear. A wisp of divine sense extended from Yuanling's primordial spirit, imprinting a mark upon the God-slaying spear. The spear shaft trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if in response. It was done. Yuanling stored the God-slaying spear into his primordial spirit. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the 3 flowers gathered atop his head. The Yuqing Cauldron, the 5 elements pagoda, and the Yin-Yang pearl floated above the 3 flowers, each radiating spiritual light of a different attribute. The God-slaying spear joined them, its pitch-black shaft forming a stark contrast with the radiance of the 3 treasures. Within his primordial spirit, there were also Yuanling's other treasures, the Yushu glazed lamp, the Yin-Yang mirror, the Yuqing diagram, the Yuanling creation seal, and those medium-grade and low-grade innate spiritual treasures that were not yet fully refined. Yuanling's sea of consciousness had now become a veritable exhibition hall of spiritual treasures. Having completed her task, Yao Qi did not hasten to leave. She turned to face the 3 pure ones, a solemn expression gracing her youthful face. 3 senior brothers, there are only 800 years remaining before the Venerable One's second sermon. The Venerable One has decreed that the seats in the Purple Cloud Palace remain unchanged, but this time the 3 senior brothers must journey to the palace on their own, The Venerable One will no longer send anyone to escort you. Laozi nodded slightly, his tone calm. Troubling you to deliver the message, junior sister. Yaoqi shook her little head. No trouble at all. Laozi produced a gourd from his sleeve. The gourd was purple, its surface flowing with faint spiritual light, but it was not the innate purple gourd plucked from Buzhou Mountain in days past. It was merely a superior grade acquired spiritual treasure. This is the 7-turn golden elixir. I recently refined a gift for you, junior sister. Laozi handed over the gourd, his tone casual, as if offering an ordinary trinket. Yaoqi's eyes lit up instantly. 7-turn golden elixir. Laozi's alchemy skills were unparalleled in the primordial world. Oh, every pill he refined was a priceless treasure. Thank you, senior brother Laozi. Yaoqi accepted the gourd, beaming with joy. She immediately opened the stopper, tipped out a pill, and popped it into her mouth, crunching it with satisfaction, her small face brimming with contentment. Then, remembering her business, she hastily tucked the gourd into her sleeve. 3 senior brothers, I shall take my leave now. Yaoqi clasped her hands in salute to the 3 pure ones, then winked at Yuanling, adding, I must still open the gates with Hao Tian. I cannot be late. The maiden produced a jade talisman from her sleeve and gently crushed it. In the moment the talisman shattered, a surge of spatial energy enveloped her, and her pink-robed figure flickered in place before vanishing entirely. The 3 pure ones and Yuanling watched her depart. Yuanshi withdrew his gaze, looked at Laozi and Tongtian, and said, We should set out as well. Laozi nodded, about to speak. Suddenly the sound of the great Tao descended from the heavens, resounding across the primordial world. The voice came not from a single direction, but from all corners of heaven and earth, from all living beings, from the very source of the heavenly Tao. Each word, like a celestial decree, was clearly imprinted in the depths of every being's soul. In the Kunlun Mountains, the 3 pure ones and Yuanling halted simultaneously. It was Di Jun's voice. Heavenly Tao above. I, Di Jun of the Sun Star, seeing the chaos of all living beings in the primordial world, now wish to unite the myriad tribes, establish the demon clan, to quell the conflicts among the myriad races. Among the myriad races of the primordial world, all beings with intelligence may become demons. I vow to open the path of demons and enlighten the demon clan. With the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell and the superior grade innate spiritual treasure Hichu Luoshu, I shall suppress the fate of the demon clan. Di Jun's voice paused, then grew more solemn and majestic. I, Di Jun, am the demon emperor. Another voice followed, clear and sharp. Tai E's, I Tai E am the eastern emperor of the demon clan. Then 2 more voices sounded in succession. Fu Shi's voice warm as jade. I, Fu Shi, am the Shi emperor of the demon clan. Nu Wa's voice clear as a phoenix's cry. I, Nu Wa, am the Wa empress of the demon clan. 4 voices, 4 vows intertwined, echoing across every corner of the primordial world. At the same time on the sun star, 10,000 beams of golden light burst forth. The figures of Di Jun, Tai E, Fu Shi, and Nu Wa were reflected in the heavens above the primordial world like 4 suns blazing in the sky. Behind them, the phantom images of the myriad demon tribes flickered. Countless races, countless beings. The heavenly Tao resonated. Merit descended. A thick beam of golden merit light fell from the sky, splitting into 4 portions, landing upon the 4. Di Jun, as the demon emperor leading the clan, received the most merit. The moment that golden light of merit merged into his body, Di Jun's aura surged wildly. He severed his evil corpse and broke through to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Tai, he received merit, but did not sever a corpse. He followed not the path of severing the 3 corpses, but the path of enlightenment through laws. Yet the power of merit was equally beneficial to him. His law power underwent a transformation under the catalysis of merit, and his comprehension of the laws of space and time leapt from 40% to 50%. Mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Nu Wa and Fu Shi received less merit, yet it was enough to place them on the threshold of severing the 2nd corpse, only waiting for an opportunity, such as the 2nd sermon of the Tao Ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace, to sever their evil corpses and step into the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. The news of the demon clan's establishment swept through the primordial world like a hurricane. On Primordial Immortal Island, the face of Dong Wang Gong turned ashen. The Purple Mansion Immortal Court had been established merely a few thousand years, yet the demon clan had followed close behind. Moreover, the demon clan's lineup was far more splendid than the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. Di Jun, Tai E, Fu Shi, Nu Wa, 4 quasi-saints. Not to mention the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell in Tai Yi's possession. Though the Purple Mansion Immortal Court boasted great powers like Shi Wang Mu and the great god Lei Zhe, its top-tier combat strength was a notch below that of the demon clan. Dong Wang Gong took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. At least, the Immortal Court was established thousands of years earlier, its foundation is laid. The demon clan, however strong, may not shake the court's roots. He consoled himself thus, but the gravity in his eyes could not be concealed. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, Yuanling stood dumbfounded beside the 3 pure ones. Staring at the 4 fading figures in the sky, his mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a word for a long time. He had not expected that his creation of the post-heaven Tao script, which with the help of the 3 pure ones had hastened the birth of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, it would trigger a chain reaction causing the demon clan to appear prematurely as well. In the original trajectory, it was only after the second sermon in the Purple Cloud Palace that Di Jun would establish the Demon Clan. Then Dong Wang Gong would found the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. The Wu clan would emerge, the Heavenly Court would be established, and Di Jun would become the Heavenly Emperor. Everything was in chaos. But upon second thought, Yuanling found it unsurprising this was what was meant by the grand trends cannot be altered, but minor details can. What were the grand trends? It was the occurrence of culpas aside from the ultimate culpa, which must inevitably come. Nothing was immutable. But as for minor details, who came first, who came later, who gained more merit, who received fewer opportunities, all these could be changed. The Purple Mansion Immortal Court had come early, and the Demon Clan had also come early. As for how the future would unfold, Yuanling shook his head and ceased to dwell on it. That was a matter of heavenly fate, not something for him, a newly breakthrough, Great Golden Immortal, to worry about. Yuanshi Tianzun withdrew his gaze, his voice calm, revealing neither joy nor displeasure. I did not expect that Dong Wang Gong, Di Jun, and Tai Yi would temporarily take the lead. Flowing water does not strive to be first, but what it contends for is an endless, ceaseless flow. Laozi smiled faintly, his gaze profound and far-reaching. He and his two brothers were also on the verge of a breakthrough. At their teacher's second sermon, they could sever the second corpse and step into the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Beyond that, they would formally become disciples of the teacher and receive their own supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the 4 immortal slaying swords. The day those 3 supreme treasures were in hand would be the moment the 3 pure ones truly dominated the primordial world. Teacher, Grandmaster, Uncle Master. Yuanling's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with guilt. The 3 pure ones simultaneously looked at him. Yuanling scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, saying, "Disciple, has one thing I forgot to tell the 3 masters." Yuanshi raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Just say it directly." Yuanling took a deep breath and recounted the matter from beginning to end. When I was out training before, I listened to the debate of Senior Diju and Senior Tai, Senior Nuwa, and Senior Fushi at Buzhou Mountain. After the debate, Seniors Dijuan and Tai left first. Senior Nuwa kept me alone and gifted me a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Yinyang Pearl. He paused and added, that Yinyang Pearl is formed from the fusion of 2 high-grade, innate spiritual pearls containing 43 innate prohibitions, which greatly benefits my comprehension of the Yinyang laws. Yuanshi frowned slightly, but said nothing. Senior Nuwa did not gift me the Yinyang Pearl without conditions. Yuanling's voice lowered a few notes. She hopes that I convey a request to the 3 masters in the future great calamity. If Senior Fushi encounters danger, I hope the 3 masters can lend a hand to save him. After finishing, Yuanling lowered his head, waiting for the response of the 3 pure ones. Yuanshi nodded slightly, his tone calm, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Since the Yinyang Pearl is useful to you, then saving Fushi is fine. No hesitation, no bargaining, not even a condition mentioned. Yuanling raised his head, his eyes full of gratitude. He knew that his master agreed to this not because of any friendship with Fushi, but because the Yinyang Pearl was useful to Yuanling. That's all. As for the Great Tribulation, karma, Yuanshi didn't take them seriously at all. In the future Fengshan calamity, Yuanshi once said that Yun Zongzi as a blessed immortal would not be touched by the Great Calamity. And when it comes to merit and fortune, who in the primordial world can compare to the 3 pure ones with the merit of creation? With the merit of creation on them, they are immune to all calamities and untouched by all evils. A mere calamity, the 3 pure ones were not afraid at all. Alright, let's set off. Laozi stood up, his voice as calm as water. The 3 pure ones and Yuanling left Mount Kunlun and stepped into the chaos. Laozi, with the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth Xianhuang above his head, let the Xianhuang Qi descend, enveloping the 4 of them, making them invulnerable to all laws. Yuanling followed behind Yuanshi, extending his divine sense, feeling the wild and primordial power in the chaos. 800 years passed quietly in the chaos. Outside the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 great beings sat cross-legged in the chaotic void, each occupying a position silent and still. 800 years ago, the 3 pure ones and Yuanling stepped into the chaotic world and found the location of the Zixiao Palace in less than 100 years. They did not rush to enter, but found a spot outside the palace, sat down, and waited quietly. This waiting lasted more than 700 years. One after another, great beings from all over the primordial world arrived. Some were travel-worn, clearly having suffered much in the chaos. Others were calm and steady, obviously familiar with the way. But no matter how they arrived, once at the Zixiao Palace, everyone quieted down, each found a place to sit with no noise or disputes. The 800-year deadline had arrived. Outside the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 great cultivators gathered. At a glance, the scene was magnificent and spectacular. Among them, the best were all at the quasi-sage level, about 100 people. These were the most supreme beings in the primordial world, standing at a height countless cultivators dreamed of. The rest were all Golden Immortals, mostly at the great perfection or late stage of Golden Immortal, with profound auras and perfect mastery of laws. Among all these great beings, the one with the lowest cultivation was Yuanling, who was only at the early stage of Golden Immortal. Although Yuanling had already broken through to Golden Immortal, among the 3,000 great beings, this cultivation was indeed the lowest. However, Yuanling didn't care. His combat power was never measured by cultivation level. Carrying 8 supreme innate spiritual treasures, including the god-slaying spear, a supreme killing treasure, he was confident to fight even a Daluo Golden Immortal at the great perfection. Dang! A distant sound of a golden bell echoed through the chaos, piercing everyone's mind. The gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. The 3,000 great beings filed in orderly. No one scrambled, no one crowded. In the Tao Ancestors dojo, no one dared to act recklessly. In the hall, 6 meditation cushions were still placed at the front, their positions unchanged. The 3 pure ones occupied the first 3 seats, Nuwa the 4th, Jane the 5th, and Juni the 6th. Everyone took their seats one by one, moving gently, afraid to make any extra noise. Yuanling still sat behind Yuanshi. After a moment, Jane and Junti arrived belatedly. The two walked in quickly from outside, looking hurried with traces of chaotic chi on their robes, clearly having been delayed in the chaos. They hurriedly found their cushions, sat down in the 5th and 6th seats, and let out a long breath. Junti glanced at Nuwa sitting in the 4th seat, then at the 3,000 great beings behind, a flash of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, the cushions were still there. On the high platform, the figure of Tao Ancestor Hongjun appeared. He still looked the same, wearing a chaotic Taoist robe, his face blurred, merged with the heavenly Tao. Purple chi swirled around him, his Tao rhyme condensed, as if he were the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao were him. This time I will lecture on the quasi-sage Tao. Hongjun spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. The quasi-sage Tao. From the early stage of quasi-sage to the great perfection of quasi-sage, from the method of severing the corpse to the fusion of the 3 corpses, from law comprehension to the sublimation of the Tao fruit. The Tao Ancestor's voice was like heavenly music, each word turning into a golden lotus that bloomed and dissipated in the hall. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, myriad rays of light, purple chi, filled the hall. Miraculous phenomena unfolded, Tao rhyme permeated. The 3,000 great beings were entranced, their minds immersed in the great Tao. Although Yuanling was already a Daluo Golden Immortal, he still dared not slack off in such an occasion. He fully activated the Yuqing Immortal art, absorbing the Tao rhyme and spiritual energy from the golden flowers and lotuses, while imprinting every word spoken by the Tao Ancestor deep in his primordial spirit, to be slowly comprehended later. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Tao sound faded, the miraculous phenomena subsided. The Zixiao Palace returned to clarity, but the auras of the people in the hall were no longer the same as before. 3,000 years of listening to the Tao brought gains far exceeding everyone's expectations. Yuanling's cultivation broke through from the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal to the middle stage. Although it was only a small realm improvement, his law comprehension had a qualitative leap. The 5 elements law increased from 20 to 25, the space law from 15 to 20, and the yin-yang law from 10 to 15. 3,000 years, 3 laws advancing simultaneously. This speed was absolutely astonishing among Daluo Golden Immortals. The gains of others were even more remarkable. Those great beings who had been stuck at the great perfection of Daluo Golden Immortal for many years suddenly had their minds opened during the Tao Ancestors lecture, severed their corpse on the spot, and broke through to quasi-sage. Among the 3,000 great beings, over 100 newly ascended to the quasi-sage level of great supernatural powers. And those mighty beings who were already quasi-sages advanced at an equally rapid pace. Fuxi Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West, and other great powers who entered the Great Tribulation all severed their second corpses, breaking through to the mid-stage of quasi-sagehood. Though the 3 pure ones did not enter the tribulation, they too successfully severed their second corpses and broke through to the mid-stage of quasi-sagehood. Although Dong Wenggong Dijun and Tai had already broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-sagehood outside Zixiao Palace, this lecture on the Tao further stabilized their realms, bringing them another step closer to the late stage of quasi-sagehood. The great powers Mingyizhen, Yuanzi, and Hongyun, though they had yet to sever their second corpses, stood right at the threshold, mere steps away from crossing over. Perhaps after returning to Honghuang and cultivating for a few or dozens of eons, they would naturally break through as circumstances aligned. Within Zixiao Palace, spiritual auras surged, and the resonances of the Tao flowed ceaselessly. Among the 3,000 mighty beings, all had made progress. Upon the high platform, Tao Ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. He spoke, his voice still devoid of joy or sorrow, yet laden with unquestionable authority. Though I am a saint of the heavenly Tao, after this 3rd lecture on the Tao, I shall merge my physical form with the Tao and take up residence within it to preside over all things. Silence fell upon the hall. Every present attendee fully understood the weight of those 4 words, merging one's body with the Tao. It meant the Tao Ancestor would blend into the heavenly Tao, becoming its voice, its embodiment, perhaps even the Tao itself. The Xianmen lineage requires successors to carry forth the great Tao. Hongjun's gaze grew profoundly deep. Today, I shall select disciples and establish lineages distributing the Hongmeng purple chi. As his words faded, Hongjun raised his hand and drew inward from the void. 7 strands of dreamlike purple mist drifted slowly from the depths of chaos, hovering in midair within the Zixiao Hall. This purple chi was no mundane smog or fog. It was at once condensed and dispersed. As it shifted, faint rivers of stars swirled within, and runes of the great Tao flickered unpredictably in the depths of its radiant glow. A faint but pervasive chaos pressure permeated the entire Xixiao palace, as though these were not merely 7 strands of gas, but 7 slumbering primordial deities. Among the 3,000 mighty beings in the hall, every innate spiritual treasure around them hummed and trembled in unison. From the deepest chambers of their primordial spirits, an instinctive impulse to kneel and submit arose. It was not fear but reverence, a profound awe for the very source of the great Tao, the Hongming purple qi. This was the elusive treasure that all beings in Honghuang had longed for since time immemorial. The credential ordained by the heavenly Tao to become a saint, the innate foundation required to attain Hunyuan perfection. Should a cultivator lodge a single strand within their soul, their primordial spirit could anchor itself to the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao endured, so too would they remain indestructible. Even if their physical form perished and their Tao vanished, they could still rely on the heavenly Tao to reconstitute their spiritual radiance, leap beyond the cycle of reincarnation, and escape the annihilating calamities of countless eons. Within the purple qi dwelt the primordial resonances of the great Tao. Cultivators who nurtured themselves alongside it would comprehend heavenly laws with half the effort and double the results. The eons of blind, arduous cultivation would be spared, and piercing through inner demons or evading tribulation kills would become trivial matters. Yet possessing the Hongming purple qi did not guarantee ascension to sainthood. One still required meritorious deeds, fortuitous circumstances, and the harmonious alignment of heaven, earth, and humanity. But without it, one could never become a saint of the heavenly Tao. At most, relying on immense luck, unyielding perseverance, and extraordinary fortuitous opportunities, they might reach the pinnacle of a Hunyuan Great Golden Immortal. All eyes in the hall were locked fiercely upon the 7 strands of purple qi, breathing heavy gazes burning with fervor. Dong Wenggong spoke first, his voice respectful, yet urgent. May I ask, Tao Ancestor, what precisely is the Hongming purple qi? Dong Wenggong asked what he already knew, yet no one deemed it impertinent, for every soul present yearned to hear the Tao Ancestor confirm it with his own lips. Tao Ancestor Hongjun's gaze swept over the hall, his voice calm, yet resonating with absolute weight. The Hongming purple qi is the foundation of the great Tao. Only by obtaining it can one verify and attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Can verify and attain a saint of the heavenly Tao. 6 words, echoing like 6 bolts of divine thunder, shattered the silence within Xixiao Palace. Every one of the 3,000 mighty beings felt their very souls tremble. Hongjun's gaze settled upon the 3 pure ones seated at the foremost row. Taiqing, Laozi, Yuqing, Yuanshi, Shangqing, Tongtian. All 3 straightened their spines in unison. You are innate sacred beings forged from Pangu's primordial spirit, burdened with the great merit of splitting heaven and earth. Your karmic ties to my Tao root run deepest. Will you enter my discipleship as my direct disciples? The 3 pure ones bowed their heads, their voices ringing out in perfect unison across the great hall. This disciple willingly accepts the master's grace and pays homage to the Tao Ancestor. Hongjun gave a slight nod and raised his hand, pointing gently downward. 3 strands of Hongming purple qi drifted down from above, each sinking directly into the foreheads of the 3 pure ones. Their auras surged abruptly, and the instant the purple qi entered their bodies, their connection to the heavenly Tao became clearer than ever before. Those heavenly secrets that had once been shrouded in obscurity, those aspects of the great Tao that had defied comprehension, all sharpened into vivid clarity under the bestowal of the Hongming purple qi. Hongjun continued conferring titles upon the 3 pure ones. Laozi shall take precedence. He is hereby bestowed the title Taiqing Dao Tianzun. Laozi bowed deeply. I thank my master. Yuanshi follows in second place, bestowed the title Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun. Yuanshi bowed. I thank my master. Tongtian ranks last, bestowed the title Shangqing Lingbao Tianzun. Tongtian bowed his head, his voice thick with barely concealed excitement. I thank my master. Having conferred the titles, Hongjun swept his hand forward. 3 supreme treasures materialized from the void, their spiritual radiance, blazing Tao resonances permeating the air. The Taiji diagram, interwoven with black and white cycling through yin and yang, hovered before Laozi. The Pangu banner, wreathed in chaos energy, bore the faint imagery of heaven splitting upon its surface, hovering before Yuanshi. The Zhuxian formation chart, and the 4 swords of Zhuxian, 4 killing blades circling the chart, their sword intent fierce and oppressive, filling the entire hall with an aura of slaughter, hovered before Tongtian. 2 innate supreme treasures, plus the premier killing formation in all of Honghuang, forged from 5 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Every pupil in the hall contracted sharply, breaths hitched in unison. Hongjun's voice remained indifferent. These 3 treasures shall be the foundation upon which you establish yourselves and attain sainthood. The 3 pure ones bowed again, each retrieving their respective supreme treasure. A deathly silence settled over the hall. The gazes of the 3,000 mighty beings rested upon the 3 pure ones, brimming with profound complexity. Envy, jealousy, reverence, resentment. All tangled together, yet not a single voice dared to speak. Direct disciples of the Tao Ancestor, bearing the merit of heaven-splitting, wielding innate supreme treasures. The future of the 3 pure ones needed no speculation. Hongjun turned his head and looked toward the 4th seat, where Nuwa sat. Nuwa lifted her chin slightly, meeting Hongjun's gaze. You are an innate sacred being destined to accrue immeasurable merit in the future. Your karmic affinity has arrived. Enter my discipleship as my final direct disciple. The final direct disciple. Nuwa rose to her feet, knelt with profound respect, and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. This disciple Nuwa pays homage to the master. Hongjun raised his hand, and a single strand of Hongming purple chi drifted into Nuwa's forehead. Immediately afterward, 2 spiritual treasures materialized from the void. A scroll depicting mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, all contained within, resembling a genuine microcosm. It was the Shanha Sheiji diagram, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. A crimson embroidered ball entirely red with exquisite patterns radiating a soft and joyous light. It was the crimson embroidered ball, also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. These 2 treasures shall serve as your protective supreme treasures. Nuwa accepted the spiritual treasures and bowed again. I thank my master. By this point, Hongjun had accepted 4 direct disciples and bestowed 4 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. The attendees in the hall gazed toward the high platform where 3 strands of Hongmeng purple chi remained. They still held a chance to attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao. 3 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. Everyone's heart hung in suspense. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, preparing to bow and speak, when someone moved even swifter than them. Disciple Yuanling pays respects to the ancestral master. A clear, melodious voice rang through the hall. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see the young head disciple of the Xian sect's 3rd generation rise from behind Yuanshi Tianzun, walking to the center of the hall and kneeling reverently. Yuanling raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute. As the head disciple of the Xian sect's 3rd generation, I humbly implore the ancestral master to bestow the Hongmeng purple chi and protective supreme treasures. In an instant, Zixiao Palace fell into absolute silence. The eyes of 3,000 great cultivators fell upon Yuanling in unison. Such audacity from this young man. The ancestral master had just accepted direct disciples and distributed the Hongmeng purple chi, yet he dared to step forward and make demands. Had he lost his mind? But Yuanling thought differently. He had conviction. He was the head disciple of the Xian sect's 3rd generation, the sole heir of the 3 pure ones. Since the ancestral master accepted direct disciples, do the disciples of those direct disciples count as legitimate Xian sect lineage? Are they considered the ancestral master's spiritual grandchildren? If the Xian sect only possesses 1st generation disciples with no 3rd generation continuation, how can this lineage persist? Therefore, Yuanling believed that requesting the Hongmeng purple chi was not presumption, but a reasonable petition. Upon the high dais, ancestral master Hongjun's gaze fell upon Yuanling, then shifted to the 3 pure ones. That gaze lingered on Yuanshi for a moment, clearly carrying a hint of helplessness, as if to say, is this the fine disciple you have cultivated? Yuanshi remained silent, head bowed, yet in his heart, he secretly harbored hope. What if? What if the master truly grants it? The silence in the hall stretched for a moment before Hongjun spoke, his voice tinged with helplessness, yet more so with the indulgence of an elder toward a junior. Yuanling, you are a direct disciple under Yuqing Yuanshi, thus becoming the head disciple of the 3rd generation of my Xian sect. He paused. I grant you 1 strand of Hongmeng purple chi. As the words fell, a wisp of purple chi descended from the heavens and merged into Yuanling's brow. Yuanling's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly obtained the Hongmeng purple chi? Happiness arrived so suddenly that Yuanling was completely dazed. Yet he quickly composed himself, kowtowing, disciple, thanks the ancestral master. Then Yuanling raised his head again, shamelessly adding, I also humbly request protective supreme treasures from the ancestral master. The 3 pure ones suppressed their laughter with effort, their shoulders trembling slightly. Others may not have understood, but could they possibly not know? The master had not only refined Yuanling's true form, the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure Yuanling Zhaohua seal, but also bestowed supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures, such as the Qiankuan Cauldron, Shirshan Spear, 5 Elements Pagoda, Yin-Yang Mirror, and Qiankuan Diagram. Beyond these, there were numerous high-grade, innate spiritual treasures along with substantial quantities of middle and lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures in Yuanling's possession outnumbered those held by most Quanqing present. Did he still have the audacity to ask for more? Yet Yuanling thought differently. Who could ever have too many spiritual treasures? Upon the high dais, Hongjun fell into silence, gazing at Yuanling with a complex expression, as if observing an insatiable, mischievous child. After a long while he sighed, waving his hand. 4 treasures materialized from the void, 4 banners positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. The eastern Qinglian Bao's banner, its azure hue, like verdant mountains, with flowing lotus patterns. The southern Lidi Yongguang banner, crimson, as flame, with flickering firelight. The central Wui Xinghuang banner, thick and earthen yellow with xanthous qi descending. The northern Xianyuan Kongshui banner, ink black and abyssal with ethereal water vapor coiling. All 4 banners were supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Hongjun's voice emerged, tinged with helplessness. The western Susi Yunjia banner among the 5 heavenly banners has already been bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West. These remaining 4 supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures shall serve as your protective armament. Yuanling's eyes sparkled like twin stars. The 5 heavenly banners. The 5 heavenly banners he had longed for were finally his. Though not a complete set, with the western Susi Yunjia banner in the Queen Mother of the West's possession, Having 4 banners combined with his own Qinquan cauldron and 5 elements pagoda, constructing the innate 5 elements great formation was certainly feasible. When the opportunity arose to exchange for the Western Susi Yunjia banner from the Queen Mother of the West, the 5 banners united. Yuanling gleefully gathered the 4 banners kowtowing, disciple thanks the ancestral master. In Zixiao Palace, the 3,000 great cultivators were all astounded. The ancestral master's favoritism toward Yuanling exceeded everyone's imagination. Hongmeng Purple Qi 4 supreme grade innate spiritual treasures. This generous bestowal even surpassed what the ancestral master had granted his direct disciples. Niwa gazed at the Shanghai Sheiji diagram and red embroidery ball she had just acquired, then glanced at Yuanling's 4 banners, suddenly feeling her own spiritual treasures were far less appealing. Witnessing Yuanling's successful approach, others in the hall turned their fervent gazes toward the 2 remaining strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi suspended in the air. We implore the ancestral master to bestow the Hongmeng Purple Qi. A chorus of pleading voices filled the hall, with Jin and Zhuanti being the most demonstrative, directly breaking into tears. Zhuanti beat his chest and stamped his feet, tears streaming down his face, his voice wailing, "Ancestral master. We too were born in the barren lands of the West with spiritual veins completely destroyed and resources scarce. Having traversed countless miles on this perilous journey to seek the Tao, enduring untold hardships solely to receive the ancestral master's teachings and enlighten the beings of the Western realm." Jane cooperated, his face contorted in misery, weeping silently. Their performance surpassed even their first lecture in dedication and emotional impact. Ancestral Master Hongjun observed Jane and Zhuanti, and after a contemplative pause finally spoke. "Jane, Zhuanti, you two harbor grand aspirations and possess unparalleled perseverance." He continued, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "Since such is the case, this humble one shall accept you both as registered disciples." Jane and Zhuanti were overjoyed, kowtowing in gratitude. "Disciples pay homage to the master." Hongjun raised his hand, and 2 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi drifted into their bodies. Immediately following, 2 spiritual treasures descended from the heavens. A golden lotus 12-petaled, radiant with golden light, with meritorious virtue Qi flowing. That was the 12-petaled merit golden lotus, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, falling into Jane's grasp. A pestle entirely golden with overwhelming augmenting power. That was the Jiaqi divine pestle, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, descending into Zhuanti's possession. "These 2 treasures shall serve as your protective artifacts." Jane and Zhuanti bowed once more. "Thanks be to the master." At this point, all 7 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi had been completely distributed. 4 strands were granted to direct disciples, the 3 pure ones, and Yuwa. 2 strands were given to registered disciples, Jane and Zhuanti. 1 strand was bestowed upon the head disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xian Sect, Yuanling. In Zixiao Palace the matter was settled. Some rejoiced, some were disappointed, some were resentful, some were envious. Yet no one dared question the ancestral master's decision. Ancestral Master Hongjun's gaze swept across the assembled cultivators, his voice devoid of joy or sorrow. "This lecture concludes. You may depart as you wish. After 1 Yuan Hui, this humble one shall deliver the final lecture." As the words faded, the figure upon the high dais gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Zixiao Palace returned to its original serene stillness. The 3,000 great cultivators within the hall lingered for a long while, unwilling to disperse. Yuanling knelt upon the meditation cushion, sensing the wisp of purple Qi gently circulating within his brow, merging seamlessly with his nascent soul. A myriad of emotions stirred within his heart. Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of the great Tao. Yuanling's expression was dazed. He truly possessed a wisp of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Although he was merely a golden immortal, far from becoming a sage, and although he still needed merit, opportunity, and countless years of accumulation. But at least, he had obtained the ticket to becoming a heavenly Tao sage. Yuanling took a deep breath and stood up. The 3 pure ones also rose, preparing to leave. Yuanshi glanced at Yuanling, his gaze extremely complex, containing pride, helplessness, and a hint of astonishment that said, "You kid really dared to ask for it." "Let's go," said Yuanshi. "Yes, master." Yuanling obediently followed, exiting the Zixiao Palace. Behind them, the doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly closed. After 1 Yuan Hui, the final sermon would be given. Before that, the primordial world would surely be turbulent. Outside the Zixiao Palace, chaos surged. The moment the 3 pure ones stepped out of the palace, their hearts were filled with urgency. Having obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of the great Tao, why would they linger outside, instead of hurrying back to contemplate it? "Go!" Laozi was succinct. Above his head, the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda emitted cascading Xianhuang aura, enveloping the 4 of them. The 3 pure ones and Yuanling transformed into a rainbow light, breaking through the chaos and rushing toward the primordial world. The return journey was much faster than the trip there, not because the road had shortened, but because the 3 pure ones were eager to return home. With their mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation fully activated, they moved so swiftly that they even carved a passage through the chaotic Qi. They were different from Yuanling, who was merely a minor mid-stage golden immortal, while they were great cultivators at the mid-stage quasi-saint level. Moreover, the 3 pure ones possessed the merit of creation. As long as they comprehended the opportunity to become sages and then triggered the merit of creation within them, they could attain enlightenment and become sages. As for Yuanling, the difficulty of his future enlightenment was basically the same as that of Jane and Zhuanti, and even inferior to Nuwa. Nuwa would create humans to become a sage, and the merit from creating humans was so immense that it could directly elevate her to a heavenly Tao sage. The two sages of the West had neither the merit of creation nor the merit of creating humans. Even after establishing their sects, they still needed to borrow merit to become sages. Yuanling's situation was similar, and he was not even a quasi-saint yet, so how could he speak of enlightenment? Within less than 100 years the four returned to Mount Kunlun. In the Three Pure Ones' hall, spiritual light lingered, and Tao rhythms flowed. The Three Pure Ones each took their seats while Yuanling stood in the hall, awaiting his master's instructions. The gaze of Yuanshi Tianzun fell upon Yuanling, and his tone was calm. Yuanling, your master, your senior uncle, and your junior uncle are about to go into seclusion to comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Will you seclude yourself with us, or go out to train? Yuanling hesitated not at all, saying, Master, I intend to go to West Kunlun to seek the senior Queen Mother of the West to exchange for the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag, and then. He paused, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, go to the primordial continent to train. Yuanling, even if he went into seclusion, now could only comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Qi, refine his mana, and sense the laws. However, he had broken through to Golden Immortal over 3,000 years ago, and not long ago had reached the mid-stage Golden Immortal. In a short time, it was almost impossible for Yuanling to advance further. It could be said that before the Tao Ancestor's third sermon, even if the power of the laws Yuanling mastered grew stronger, he could not refine his mana to the level sufficient to break through to the late-stage Golden Immortal. Moreover, the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag was something he had been longing for. Only this one flag was missing from the 5 primordial directional flags. If he didn't obtain it, there would always be a knot in his heart. Therefore, Yuanling planned to first refine the prohibitions of his spiritual treasures, then exchange with the Queen Mother of the West for the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag, and finally go out from Mount Kunlun to train. Yuanshi nodded slightly. He did not give Yuanling any instructions. This disciple no longer needed his constant concern. With mid-stage Golden Immortal cultivation, 12 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures on him, including the God-slaying spear, a supreme killing artifact. As long as no quasi-saint appeared, Yuanling could go anywhere in the vast primordial world. Then you may go. With that, Yuanshi's figure flickered, and he vanished along with Laozi and Tongtian beside him. In the Three Pure Ones' hall, only Yuanling remained. He stood still, gazing at the empty cushions, silent for a moment, then turned and walked out of the hall, heading toward his own cave. Although he said he would go to West Kunlun, Yuanling did not intend to set off immediately. He had too many spiritual treasures on hand, many of which he had not yet refined. Previously, he had been busy creating characters, breaking through to Golden Immortal, attending sermons at the Zhixiao Palace. One thing after another, and the progress of refining the prohibitions of those spiritual treasures had fallen severely behind. Now that he had rare leisure, it was a good time to go into seclusion for a while and catch up on the backlog. Yuanling returned to his cave, sat cross-legged on a stone platform, closed his eyes, and sank his divine sense into his primordial spirit, beginning to inventory the spiritual treasures in his possession. With his mid-stage Golden Immortal cultivation, being able to refine a primordial spiritual treasure to 36 prohibitions was already his limit. To refine more prohibitions, 37, 38 up to 48, he would need to break through to quasi-saint. That was not something that could be done overnight. There was no rush. Yuanling closed his eyes and began to seclude himself to refine treasures. Inside the cave, spiritual light lingered and treasures revolved. The Qianquan cauldron floated before him, the god-slaying spear circled above his head, the 4 flags stood in 4 directions, and the Yushu glazed lamp illuminated the cave. One by one, the treasures radiated brilliant light under Yuanling's mana. One prohibition after another was refined. Yuanling's divine sense was like a key, unlocking the locks of those primordial prohibitions one by one. The process was tedious, but he delighted in it. 10,000 years passed in an instant. In the cave, Yuanling slowly opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and a trace of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. The results of the 10,000-year seclusion were fruitful. Except for his original body, the Yuanling creation seal, Yuanling had refined all other primordial spiritual treasures once, such as the Qianquan cauldron, the god-slaying spear, the central G earth apricot yellow flag, the eastern green lotus treasure flag, the southernly ground flame flag, and the northern Xian Yuan water control flag. These 6 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, each with 48 primordial prohibitions, Yuanling had refined to 36 prohibitions. Although far from complete refinement with his current cultivation, 36 primordial prohibitions was already the limit. The remaining prohibitions would have to wait until he broke through to quasi-saint. The Yushu glazed lamp, the Yin-Yang mirror, the 5 elements tower, and the Qianquan diagram. These 4 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, Yuanling had also refined to 36 primordial prohibitions. Among them, the Yushu glazed lamp had 46 primordial prohibitions, while the Yin-Yang mirror, the 5 elements tower, and the Qianquan diagram each had 45. There was also the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang pearl, with 43 primordial prohibitions. This treasure was quite special. It was formed by the fusion of two superior-grade primordial pearls, each with 36 prohibitions, which Yuanling had already fully refined. When they merged into the Yin-Yang Pearl, the 43 prohibitions were already of the same origin as Yuanling's divine, since requiring no additional refinement, and were in a state of complete control. The Yin-Yang Pearl was also the only top-grade primordial spiritual treasure that Yuanling had fully refined. Apart from these 12 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, Yuanling also possessed a special treasure born from a supreme-grade innate spiritual root, a black gourd from the innate gourd vine on Buzhou Mountain. This gourd currently possessed the quality of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, but as it was nurtured by a supreme-grade innate spiritual root, it held the potential for further evolution. Yuanling had never refined it. Instead, he treasured it within the Qiankuan cauldron, nourishing it with innate spiritual energy, awaiting the day of its transformation. In the primordial world, there was almost no precedent for a top-grade innate spiritual treasure evolving into a supreme-grade one. However, the black gourd was different. It was not an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, but a treasure born from a supreme-grade innate spiritual root. With proper cultivation, it might indeed mature into a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure in the future. Yuanling was not in a hurry. He had all the time to wait. Apart from the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, Yuanling also possessed a batch of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The 5 elements spirit beads, 5 beads, each with 36 restrictions, all fully refined. The Yin-Yang Cauldron, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with 36 restrictions, fully refined. The Yin-Yang Swords, a pair of male and female swords, each with 36 restrictions, fully refined. The Qiankuan Ruler, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with 36 restrictions, fully refined. All top-grade innate spiritual treasures were fully refined. As for the medium-grade and low-grade innate spiritual treasures, Yuanling could not even be bothered to count them. Their existence served more to complete certain formations or to play a role in specific occasions. Yuanling stood up and stretched his limbs. The spiritual energy in his cave dwelling had become much thinner due to his cultivation, but the Kunlun Mountains outside were abundant with spiritual energy, so he was not worried. Time to go to the western Kunlun. Yuanling murmured to himself, his gaze turning westward. The Queen Mother of the West Dao Field was in the western Kunlun, which along with the 3 pure ones Kunlun Mountain belonged to the same Kunlun Mountain range, but one was in the east and the other in the west, separated by a great distance. With Yuanling's cultivation at the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal, flying there would not take much time. However, he did not rush off immediately. He first went to the 3 pure ones hall, which was empty. The 3 pure ones were still in seclusion, comprehending the Hongmeng purple qi. The hall doors were tightly shut, and all restrictions were fully activated. Yuanling bowed respectfully outside the hall, bidding farewell. Then he turned and left, transforming into a purple golden rainbow light that flew toward the western Kunlun. After 10,000 years of seclusion in the cave, the journey to the western Kunlun was now imminent. The western plain color cloud banner, the 5th innate banner he had longed for, was finally within his grasp. The western Kunlun, as the western section of the Kunlun Mountain range, the ancestor of all mountains, differed from the majestic grandeur of the Kunlun Mountain, where the 3 pure ones Dao Field was located. The scenery of the western Kunlun was more serene and exquisite. The mountain ranges undulated like dragons and serpents winding through the peaks. Among the peaks, white clouds swirled and spiritual springs and waterfalls were visible everywhere. Strange flowers and rare herbs carpeted the mountain slopes, while spiritual beasts and immortal birds roamed leisurely, exuding an aura of tranquil harmony. Yuanling rode a cloud, his purple golden rainbow light slowly converging above the western Kunlun. He halted outside the protective mountain formation, straightened his robes, and spoke in a clear and respectful voice. "Senior Queen Mother of the West, your junior, Yuanling, seeks an audience." As his words fell, ripples appeared in the void before the formation. A figure stepped out from the ripples, graceful, dignified, and majestic. It was a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate features and brows like painted strokes. Her jet black hair was coiled high on her head, secured by a jade hairpin. She wore a plain-colored long dress embroidered with cloud patterns and immortal cranes at the hem. A light golden silk sash around her waist accentuated her graceful figure and transcendent aura. But Yuanling's gaze lingered on her only for a moment before he noticed something unusual. The Queen Mother of the West figure appeared somewhat illusory. Not the kind of illusory that comes from insufficient cultivation or unstable incarnation, but a deeper, more mysterious emptiness. She stood there clearly in sight, yet it felt as if she did not belong to this time and space, or as if she did not exist in the primordial world. Surprise flickered in Yuanling's eyes. He understood the Queen Mother of the West had not only severed her second corpse and broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-sage, but her comprehension of the laws of the Tao had also reached an extremely profound level. Moreover, the law she had comprehended was one of the supreme laws, the law of time. Yuanling guessed this in his heart, but did not show it on his face. The Queen Mother of the West's gaze fell upon Yuanling, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "You are too courteous, fellow Taoist Yuanling." Her voice was soft yet grand, like a mountain spring or a spring breeze. "Fellow Taoist possesses the Hongmeng purple qi bestowed by the Tao Ancestor, marking you as a destined sage. You and I may address each other as fellow Taoists." Destined sage. Yuanling understood the weight of those 4 words. The Hongming purple qi was the foundation for attaining sainthood, with the purple qi one had the possibility of proving the Tao. Although this possibility still required countless opportunities and the accumulation of merit in the eyes of all beings in the primordial world, those who possessed the Hongmeng purple qi were already considered future sages, as certain as a nail driven into a board. Yuanling did not stand on ceremony. He made his salutation anew, fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West. Well said. The Queen Mother of the West smiled and nodded. With a wave of her hand, a portal opened in the protective mountain formation. Please enter, fellow Taoist. Yuanling stepped through, and the Queen Mother of the West led him along a mountain path toward her Tao field, the Jade Palace Immortal Abode. Along the way, she introduced the scenery of the western Kunlun, her tone casual and natural, as if entertaining an old friend she had not seen for years. Yuanling responded politely, but in his heart, he was calculating how to broach the subject of requesting the Western Plain color cloud banner. Before long, the two arrived at the Jade Palace Immortal Abode. The Immortal Abode was situated at the highest point of the western Kunlun, built entirely of white jade with carved beams and painted rafters and flowing spiritual light. On either side of the palace gate, 2 spiritual trees swayed gently, bearing glittering spiritual fruits that emitted a faint fragrance. Stepping inside, the interior was even more spacious than it appeared from outside. The hall was simply and elegantly furnished, not as resplendent as Dongwengong's Penglai Immortal Island, but possessing a charm that returned to simplicity. Several white jade tables were arranged tastefully, upon which sat plates of innate spiritual fruits, their spiritual energy swirling. The Queen Mother of the West took her seat at the head, and Yuanling sat down in the guest seat. A female cultivator at the Golden Immortal of the Great Luo stage walked out from a side hall dressed in a blue robe with a delicate and comely face and light footsteps. She carried a pot of spiritual tea poured for both of them, arranged the spiritual fruits on the table more neatly, then stepped back and stood respectfully with her hands at her sides. The Queen Mother of the West picked up the spiritual tea, took a gentle sip, then set down the teacup. Her gaze fell upon Yuanling, and her tone, though calm, went straight to the heart of the matter. Fellow Taoist Yuanling, you have come to visit me at the Western Kunlun. I presume it is for my Western Plain color cloud banner. 10,000 years ago, in the Zixiao Palace, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun had bestowed 4 of the 5 innate square banners upon Yuanling, and the Queen Mother of the West, who had been present, had seen it clearly. 4 banners were already in Yuanling's possession. The 5th was in her hands. What else could Yuanling's visit to the Western Kunlun be for? Yuanling did not dissemble. He nodded. Indeed. He paused, his gaze sincere as he looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Would fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West be willing to part with it? Queen Mother of the West chuckled softly, offering no direct answer, but instead posing a question in return. What would friend Yuanling offer in exchange for a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure bearing 48 primordial seals? This question Yuanling had long contemplated. Yet contemplation aside, he had never found an answer. Of his 12 supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, the Yuanling creation seal was his primal treasure and could not be given away. The Qinquan cauldron was a gift from his Sect ancestor and could not be offered. The god-slaying spear bestowed by his Sect ancestor as an ultimate artifact of destruction was even more inviolable. The 4 heavens innate flags he needed to assemble into a complete set. Giving one away would render the entire collection meaningless. The Jade Void Luminous Lantern was a bestowal from his master and could not be given. And the Yin-Yang Mirror, the 5 Elements Pagoda, the Qinquan Map, the Yin-Yang Pearl. Each of these spiritual treasures served a unique purpose, playing an irreplaceable role in his comprehension of the laws and his cultivation advancement. Moreover, exchanging a superior grade innate spiritual treasure for a supreme grade one was entirely impractical. Queen Mother of the West was no fool. The value of a single supreme grade treasure could not be matched by 10 superior ones. The supreme grade innate spiritual root known as the 5-needle pine was vital to Yuanling's comprehension of the 5 elements and space laws. One of the foundations of his cultivation, absolutely not something to be traded away. Yuanling fell silent, calculating within his heart, only to discover he possessed nothing that could be exchanged for the Western Plain colored Cloud Realm flag. It was not that he lacked precious items, but rather that he could not bear to part with any of them. Taking a deep breath, Yuanling resolved to approach the matter differently. During the next tribulation, I swear by the names of Pangu and the 3 pure ones that you shall not fall. What say you, friend Queen Mother of the West? He spoke not merely of the 3 pure ones, but of Pangu and the 3 pure ones together. The weight of those 4 characters was such that none in the primordial world would dare slight them. Queen Mother of the West extended her fair hand, plucked a spiritual fruit from the table, and placed it in her mouth, chewing gently. Swallowing the fruit, she dabbed the corners of her lips with a silk handkerchief, then turned her gaze to Yuanling, a hint of inexplicable amusement lingering in her eyes. During the next tribulation, I shall not fall. Her tone was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Yuanling frowned. He knew well enough that Queen Mother of the West would not fall. In his memory, she had indeed survived both the Wuyao Tribulation and the investiture of the Gods Tribulation, living on into the distant future. But that was his foresight as a transmigrator. On what grounds could Queen Mother of the West be so certain? Once a tribulation commenced, calamity energy would fill the world, obscuring the workings of heaven. Even quasi-saint experts would find their minds swayed by the tribulation's influence lost amidst slaughter and desire. So many mighty beings had presumed they could emerge unscathed from a tribulation only to meet their end and dissipate their Tao. What right did Queen Mother of the West have to claim she would not perish? Yuanling's gaze fixed upon Queen Mother of the West's face, attempting to glean an answer from her expression. As though reading his confusion, Queen Mother of the West spoke softly. Though I have joined the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. She paused, her tone carrying an intriguing undertone. Yet should a great war arise in the future, even if the Purple Mansion Immortal Court should fall, I shall not intervene. Yuanling's perplexity deepened. In the primordial world, nearly all cultivators held the philosophy of hear the Tao in the morning, die peacefully in the evening. The opportunity to attain the Tao lay within reach. Even a sliver of hope was worth risking one's life for. Tribulations were perilous, yes, but they were also opportunities. Victory would bring fortune upon one, boundless merit, and the prospect of Tao attainment. Defeat meant nothing more than returning to the true spiritual sea of the great Tao, awaiting reincarnation after countless culpas. Lord Dongwang had chosen to gamble everything. Dijun and Tai Yi had chosen to gamble everything. Fushi had chosen to gamble everything. All understood the perils of tribulation, yet all had chosen to enter the fray. But Queen Mother of the West. She had joined the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, yet claimed she would not intervene. What manner of thing was this? A figurehead? A mere talisman? Noticing the confusion on Yuanling's face, Queen Mother of the West let out a soft laugh, her smile composed and self-assured, as though all things were under her control. Friend Yuanling need not be so puzzled. She lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the froth, her tone calm, yet carrying an unquestionable certainty. If Lord Dongwang prevails in this tribulation, I, as Queen Mother of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, shall naturally share in the fortune of the primordial world's sovereign with him. She paused, setting down her teacup, her gaze as tranquil as still water. If he should falter, I shall not be implicated either. Spoken so lightly as though discussing a matter of trivial consequence. Beholding Queen Mother of the West's serene countenance, Yuanling felt a subtle stir within his heart. This leader of all immortal maidens was far deeper than he had imagined. Seeing Yuanling fall silent, Queen Mother of the West made no hurry, raising her spiritual tea to take another sip. She set down her teacup and spoke softly. Friend Yuanling, might well consider what you could offer in exchange for my Western Plain-colored Cloud Realm flag. Yuanling picked up a primordial spiritual fruit from the table, placed it in his mouth, and chewed gently. The flesh was sweet and brimming with spiritual energy, yet his mind was elsewhere entirely. He was wondering what else he could present. Primordial purple chi. Unlikely. It had been bestowed by his Sect ancestor, the very foundation of his path to sainthood. Even if offered a primordial ultimate treasure in exchange, Yuanling would never part with it. Spiritual treasures. Yuanling could not bear to part with those either. Each was like a piece of his heart, and losing any would feel like a grievous loss. The five-needle pine. Even more unthinkable. It was the very root of his cultivation, essential to his comprehension of the five elements and space laws. Yuanling finished the spiritual fruit, wiped his hands, and rose to his feet. I have troubled you, friend, Queen Mother of the West. His tone was calm, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. Among the treasures in my possession, none can serve as exchange for the Western Plain-colored Cloud Realm flag. I shall take my leave. Queen Mother of the West made no attempt to detain him, offering a slight nod. Safe travels, friend. I shall not see you out. Yuanling turned and walked toward the palace gates. He did not walk hastily, yet his steps were remarkably resolute. Queen Mother of the West remained seated at her principal position, watching his silhouette disappear beyond the palace gates. Within the Jade Palace, silence once again reigned. Queen Mother of the West lifted her teacup but did not bring it to her lips. Her gaze drifted through the palace gates, toward the distance, lost in thought. Both hearts harbored a measure of regret. Yuanling's regret stemmed from his insufficient strength. Had he been a quasi-saint at this moment, the Western Plain-colored Cloud Realm flag would have been yielded by Queen Mother of the West regardless of her willingness. He would have seized it, plundered it. Tribulation was upon them, and who had the leisure to reason with her? Yet it was a pity he was merely a mid-stage Great Golden Immortal. Had he been one of the three pure ones, a direct disciple of the Tao, ancestor, a being standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world, Queen Mother of the West, even however unwilling, would have meekly presented the flag into his hands. Not for any other reason, but simply to forge a bond of goodwill. Yet alas, he was but a disciple of Yuanshi, not Yuanshi himself. Even more lamentably, the three pure ones were in seclusion, comprehending the primordial purple chi. He could not disturb his master over a single flag. As the leader of all immortal maidens established by Tao Ancestor Hongjun, Queen Mother of the West, though the title carried considerable pretense, held a nominal authority that made it genuinely difficult for the three pure ones to coerce her. Thus Yuanling could only depart, unwilling yet with no alternative. What she Wangmu regretted, however, was another matter. She regretted that Yuanling was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzun. If Yuanling were not a disciple of the three pure ones, lacking that background and that strand of Hongmeng purple chi, today the one seated in the Jade K Immortal Palace would not be a Taoist friend, but a corpse. The Hongmeng purple chi is the foundation of the great Tao. Shi Wangmu possessed no purple chi. With her origins, her opportunities, and her merits, attaining the Tao was nearly impossible. But what if she could obtain a strand of Hongmeng purple chi? Even if taken from another, even if it brought karmic sin, as long as it allowed her to become a sage, everything would be worth it. Yuanling was merely a junior who had just broken through to the Great Golden Immortal realm, yet he carried a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. What a temptation this was. Shi Wangmu was not without desire, but she dared not act. Not because Yuanling was powerful. A mid-stage Great Golden Immortal meant nothing before her mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation. She dared not make a move because behind Yuanling stood the three pure ones and the Tao Ancestor. To harm Yuanling would be to provoke the three pure ones, and to provoke the three pure ones would be to challenge the Tao Ancestor. Shi Wangmu knew her own worth well. She did not even have the qualification to face the Tao Ancestor directly. If she truly killed Yuanling, the three pure ones would likely dispose of her with ease. Thus she could only regret that Yuanling was not a rootless wanderer, regret that strand of Hongmeng purple qi did not belong to a rogue cultivator. Shi Wangmu let out a soft sigh and set down her teacup. What a pity, she murmured, though it was unclear whether she referred to the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner or the Hongmeng purple qi. No one answered in the hall. Only the mountain wind outside rustled the leaves of the spirit trees, producing a soft whisper. Yuanling left the Jade K Immortal Palace, stepped out of the mountain protecting Grand Formation, and paused in midair above West Kunlun. He turned to look back at the celestial palace built of white jade, his gaze calm, but tinged with a trace of unwillingness. The Western Plain Cloud Realm banner, the last of the primordial 5 directional banners, lay within that palace in the hands of Shi Wangmu. Yet he could not obtain it. Yuanling withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and cast aside these distracting thoughts. The matter of the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner was not urgent. He was still young, and there was time. Once the three pure ones emerged from seclusion, once his master broke through to quasi-saint late stage, quasi-saint great perfection, or even attained sagehood, by then he could negotiate with Shi Wangmu. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanling's mouth, a meaningful expression. He leaped into the air, transforming into a purple-gold rainbow light, and flew eastward. The journey to West Kunlun, though failing to obtain the banner he desired, was not without gain. At the very least, he had seen through Shi Wangmu's stance, nominally aligned with the immortal court, yet taking no action, incurring no karma, winning regardless of the outcome. Such scheming, such depth of character was worth learning from. The rainbow light streaked across the sky, gradually fading into the distance. West Kunlun shrank behind him, eventually becoming a mere brushstroke of color between heaven and earth. After leaving West Kunlun, Yuanling flew toward the eastern sea, intending to seek the legendary 3 immortal islands, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. These 3 immortal islands, formed from fragments of chaos, drifted in the crevices of chaos deep within the eastern sea, visible only to those with destiny. Penglai Island had already been claimed by Dong Wanggong, becoming the foundation of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. But Yingzhou and Fangzhong still lay hidden within chaos, undiscovered by any. These 2 islands were what Yuanling sought. To find even one of them would be an immense harvest. The reputation of the 3 immortal islands stood firm. Formed from chaos fragments, their spiritual veins were rich, their heavenly treasures abundant, no less than Mount Kunlun. Arriving at the eastern sea, Yuanling slowed his pace. He no longer flew in a straight line, but drifted across the sea surface, stopping and starting sometimes east, sometimes south, like a rootless duckweed adrift on the wind. His divine sense expanded to its fullest, the law of space flowing around his body, perceiving every subtle fluctuation on the sea surface. The 3 immortal islands hid within the crevices of chaos, obscured by a primordial formation that concealed their heavenly secrets. They were invisible to the naked eye, undetectable by divine sense, and beyond the reach of deduction arts. Only those who had mastered the law of space could perceive the spatial nodes hidden deep within the void. Yuanling happened to be proficient in the law of space. Though not to an extremely profound degree, his 2/10 comprehension sufficed to sense the existence of most spatial nodes. The sea wind howled, waves surged. Yuanling drifted across the eastern sea for hundreds of years, finding nothing. He was not discouraged. Hundreds of years might be a lifetime for mortals, but for a Great Golden Immortal it was but a snap of the fingers. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Yuanling's drift across the eastern sea transformed from a short-term exploration into a long-term wandering. He traversed every corner of the eastern sea, yet after 5,000 years, he still found nothing. Yuanling began to wonder if his luck had run out. 10,000 years passed. Yuanling stood on an unnamed immortal island, the sea breeze stirring his robes, his long hair flying in the wind. His gaze looked into the distance. Sea and sky merged into one, boundless and endless. He began to waver, not doubting the existence of the 3 immortal islands. They must be somewhere in the eastern sea, of that Yuanling was convinced. What he wavered over was he wasting his time? 10,000 years, a full 10,000 years, and he had found nothing. Let alone the 3 immortal islands, he had not even encountered a decent opportunity. He had picked up a few pieces of acceptable primordial materials, but compared to the time he had invested, this meager gain was nothing. A thought flashed through Yuanling's mind: to go to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan ruled the 4 seas and knew the eastern sea like the back of their hand. If he asked them about the 3 immortal islands, perhaps he would gain something. But this thought had barely risen before Yuanling suppressed it. If he truly obtained information about the 3 immortal islands through the Dragon Clan, it would mean incurring a karmic debt to them. What was the Dragon Clan situation now? The losers of the Dragon Han catastrophe, burdened with immense karmics in the entire clan, was on a downward trajectory. Though their foundation remained, Zhu Long, the elder brother of ancestral dragons, still lived, and Qinglong Mengzhang Xinjuan, who guarded the four poles of heaven and earth, still existed. The Dragon Clan was entangled in sin, their fortune waning. Whoever touched them would be cursed. Yuanling did not want any involvement with the Dragon Clan. He already had enough spiritual treasures and enough resources. 12 supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures, 1 supreme-grade primordial spiritual root. With such a foundation, even if Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island held great opportunities, could they possibly surpass the Hongmeng Liantian ruler and the Yellow Middle Plum? The Hongmeng Liantian ruler was a postnatal merit supreme treasure on par with the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. The Yellow Middle Plum, the foremost among the 10 primordial spiritual roots, bloomed once in a Yuanhui, fruited once in a Yuanhui, and ripened once in a Yuanhui, producing 9 fruits each time. Consuming a single Yellow Middle Plum fruit, even a mortal born with no cultivation could directly attain the Great Golden Immortal realm. Though the bloom would be only 3 grades and the Dao fruit illusory, it would still be a true Great Golden Immortal. Yet Yuanling knew in his heart that it was unrealistic. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler had not yet emerged, and the Yellow Plum Li was nowhere to be seen. Though the opportunities on the 3 immortal islands were precious, they likely fell short of that level, at most offering supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures or supreme-grade innate spiritual roots. Oh well. Yuanling stood atop the immortal island, letting out a soft sigh. If I gain it, it is my fortune. If I lose it, it is my fate. Since I am not destined for the 3 immortal islands, I shall depart. He cast one last glance at the vast expanse of the eastern sea, then leaped into the air, transforming into a rainbow light that flew toward the primordial continent. He arrived brimming with anticipation and left with serene detachment. Such was the state of mind of a golden immortal, able to take things up and let them go. Yuanling had been flying over the sea for less than 10 years when, just as he was about to leave the eastern sea region and could already see the coastline of the primordial continent ahead, he suddenly halted. The rainbow light stopped abruptly in midair, and Yuanling hovered above the sea's surface, his expression exceedingly complex. The scene before him was no different from any other sea area he had passed. Vast calm waters, shimmering reflections, seabirds circling low, and the occasional fish leaping above the surface. Though it appeared empty in his perception of spatial laws, there was an extremely subtle spatial node not far ahead. That node was concealed so deeply that had he not roamed the eastern sea for over 10,000 years, honing his perception of spatial fluctuations to the utmost, he would never have detected it. Truly, where mountains and rivers, and there is another village of willow trees and blooming flowers. Yuanling murmured, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already given up, yet it had come to him on its own. That spatial node was obscured by a primordial formation, its celestial mechanism chaotic and beyond deduction. Had Yuanling not been proficient in spatial laws, and happened to pass by, even another 10,000 years of searching would have been in vain. This destiny is rightfully mine. Yuanling chuckled softly, no longer hesitating. With a thought, the Yuanling creation seal flew out from his primordial spirit and hovered before him. The purple golden seal trembled slightly, all 48 innate restrictions activating, exuding an overwhelming aura that could suppress heaven and earth. At the same time, the 5 element spirit pearls flew out from Yuanling's body. 5 superior-grade, innate spirit pearls slowly rotating behind him, each radiating spiritual light of a different color. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements cycled, generating and overcoming each other. The 5 element spirit pearls were not only used for forming arrays, but also provided Yuanling with an inexhaustible supply of magical power. The innate spiritual energy within the 5 small worlds was converted into usable magical power through the 5 element cycle, ensuring he would not worry about depleting his energy during prolonged battles. Yuanling took a deep breath and channeled his full power into the Yuanling creation seal. After breaking through to the golden immortal realm, his method of driving the seal had undergone a qualitative transformation. When he was a Tai golden immortal, he could only drive it with brute force, using it to smash opponents. Now he could empower it with laws. Spatial law merged into the seal's spatial might, yin-yang law into its yin-yang differentiation, and the 5 elements law into its 5 element suppression. With the infusion of 3 laws simultaneously, the Yuanling creation seal's power surged several-fold. Fall. Yuanling commanded in a low voice. The Yuanling creation seal left his hand, expanding rapidly in the void into a massive seal about 10 feet square. Its purple golden light illuminated the sea surface, and the cosmic void patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, with stars drifting and the Milky Way winding. The colossal seal slammed down with immense force onto that spatial node. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The Yuanling creation seal hammered down repeatedly like a pile driver. Each impact was accompanied by a tremor in space, as if the entire eastern sea trembled slightly. 5 strikes, 10 strikes, 20 strikes. Crack! A sharp, clear sound rang out, piercingly loud over the empty sea. The primordial formation shattered. The barrier that had concealed it for countless eons finally succumbed under the bombardment of the Yuanling creation seal, dissolving into fragments of spiritual light that dissipated into the air. The hidden celestial mechanism now manifested between heaven and earth. Yuanling did not hesitate. He activated spatial law, and with a flicker, he vanished from the spot. The next instant he stood within the Yingzhou Immortal Island. The spiritual energy here was so dense that with one breath every pore of his body seemed to open. The spiritual energy condensed into a faint mist in the air, refracting into a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. The quality of this island's spiritual energy surpassed even that of Kunlun Mountain. Yuanling landed and surveyed his surroundings. The Yingzhou Immortal Island was not large, spanning only 10,000 li, but every inch of land was covered with spiritual plants. Innate spiritual roots were everywhere, though most were of low or medium grade. But the sheer number. Yuanling estimated roughly that within his line of sight alone there were no fewer than 100 innate spiritual roots. Innate spiritual materials were scattered all over the ground, some of such excellent quality that even Yuanling couldn't help but take a second look. At the center of the island stood a low hill, and atop it a faint glow of treasures emanated, drawing Yuanling's gaze. Yuanling did not rush to gather the spiritual materials and roots. He closed his eyes, fully extending his divine sense to cover the entire island. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of joy flashing within them. He had found the boundary steel. The boundary steel was the foundation of the 3 immortal islands. Refining it meant refining the entire island, preventing outsiders from deducing its location or entering its space without the owner's permission. Yuanling's form flickered, and he appeared atop the hill at the center of the island. An ancient stone stele stood there, about 10 feet tall, grayish-green in color, engraved with 2 ancient Tao characters. Yingzhou. Yuanling placed his hand on the stele, his divine sense probing into it. There was no resistance, no prohibitions, as if the stele had been waiting for its master. The refining process went unexpectedly smoothly. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the stele had established a connection with Yuanling's primordial spirit. Everything within the Yingzhou Immortal Island, mountains, rivers, spiritual plants, spiritual materials, even every grain of sand, appeared in Yuanling's perception. The Yingzhou Immortal Island now belonged to Yuanling. He withdrew his hand and let out a long sigh. Instead of immediately gathering the island's treasures, he first used spatial law to set up several layers of concealment arrays around the island. Though the power of these arrays paled in comparison to the original primordial formation, they were enough to shield the island from the perception of most golden immortals. He would reinforce them later when he had time. Having done this, Yuanling turned his attention to the true core of the island. In his perception, there was a place on the Yingzhou Immortal Island where the spiritual energy concentration far exceeded other areas, and the treasure light there was so intense it nearly solidified. That was the center of the island, a valley surrounded by hills. Yuanling activated spatial law, and with a flicker he appeared above the valley. Then Yuanling was stunned. Below was a lake, its waters clear and transparent, yet under the sunlight they shimmered in 3 different colors. Gold, silver, and purple. The 3 colors interwove, rippling with light, a breathtaking sight. That was no ordinary lake water, it was the legendary 3-light divine water. The golden light was sunlight divine water, the silver was moonlight divine water, and the purple was starlight divine water. The 3-light divine water, the foremost spiritual water of the primordial chaos. A single drop could revive the dead and restore flesh to bones, making it a supreme treasure for healing and nurturing spiritual roots. And here was an entire lake, its surface dotted with white lotuses of various sizes arranged in a graceful disorder. The largest one lay at the center of the lake, its petals white as snow, crystalline and translucent, radiating a faint light of world purification. Its aura was pure and sacred, as if it could cleanse all impurities of the world. The 12-product pure world white lotus. A supreme innate spirit treasure. Yuanling's breath stopped for a moment. The 12-product pure world white lotus, transformed from a seed of the chaos green lotus, was named alongside the 12-product merit golden lotus, the 12-product karma fire red lotus, and the 12-product world-destroying black lotus as the 4 great lotus thrones. The world-destroying black lotus had followed demon ancestor Rahu into the heavenly demon realm, its whereabouts unknown. The merit golden lotus was in the possession of the Tao ancestor, who had since bestowed it upon Jin. The karma fire red lotus was in the hands of Mingi, suppressing the fortune of the blood sea. The pure world white lotus had never appeared in the world. So it was here on Yingzhou Immortal Island, in this lake, where the 3-light divine water converged, quietly waiting for countless eons. Around the largest white lotus were other lotus thrones. 3 9-product pure world white lotuses with slightly smaller petals and slightly dimmer spiritual light, yet still top-grade innate spirit treasures. 6 6-product pure world white lotuses, mid-grade innate spirit treasures. 12 3-product pure world white lotuses, low-grade innate spirit treasures. These lotus thrones were all transformed from the seeds of the 12-product pure world white lotus, nurtured from its origin. Under the nourishment of the 3-light divine water, they grew from seeds into lotus thrones. Those 9-product, 6-product, and 3-product pure world white lotuses would no longer bear seeds. They were offspring of the pure world white lotus, but offspring could not reproduce. Unless one day the origin of the 12-product pure world white lotus grew strong enough to bear seeds again, then more pure world white lotuses could be cultivated, but they would at most reach the 9-product level. And that pool of 3 light divine water was the nourishment for the pure world White Lotus. Yuanling snapped out of his shock, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Another supreme, innate spirit treasure. He stepped forward a few paces to the edge of the lake and gently beckoned. The 12-product pure world White Lotus rose from the lake's surface and drifted slowly toward Yuanling, water droplets sliding off its petals, shimmering with 3 colors in the sunlight. The White Lotus landed in his hand, warm and smooth as jade, cool as water. Yuanling probed it with his divine sense, imprinting his primordial spirit mark. The 24 innate restrictions were refined in an instant. A Great Golden Immortal could refine the first 24 innate restrictions of an innate spirit treasure. With Yuanling's cultivation at the Great Golden Immortal level, refining the first 24 restrictions could be accomplished in a single instant. But the next 12 innate restrictions from the 25th to the 36th would require time to slowly grind away. As for the final 12 restrictions, that was a domain only a quasi-saint could touch. Yuanling absorbed the 12-product pure world White Lotus into his body, letting it float above his 3 flowers. The White Lotus stood alongside the Qinquan Cauldron, the 5 Elements Tower, and the Yin-Yang Pearl, the 4 spiritual lights interweaved in a dazzling display. Then Yuanling's gaze fell upon the lake. 3 light divine water. A whole lake of 3 light divine water. The value of this substance was no less than that of a supreme, innate spirit treasure. Yuanling pondered for a moment and made a decision. He took out the 5 Elements Tower and retrieved the 5-needle pine from within. The 5-needle pine, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, was born from the great Tao of 5 elements and pregnant with the origin of the void. Although it could survive in the small world of the 5 Elements Tower, that was ultimately not the most suitable environment for it. The spiritual energy quality of Yuqing Immortal Island was even higher than that of Mount Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains, and there was also this lake of 3 light divine water. Yuanling transplanted the 5-needle pine beside the lake, letting its roots penetrate the spiritual soil by the shore. Then he manipulated the 3 light divine water in the lake, drawing out a stream to irrigate the roots of the 5-needle pine. The branches and leaves of the 5-needle pine swayed gently, as if breathing joyfully. The spiritual light on its needles became brighter than before, with 5 colors flowing and Tao resonance permeating the air. Over 20,000 years ago, before Yuanling broke through to Great Golden Immortal, which was before the Tao ancestors' second sermon, the pine cones of the 5-needle pine had ripened once again. Yuanling had picked those pine cones at that time. Now nearly 30,000 years had passed, and the 5-needle pine had blossomed once more. In another 60,000 years, it would bear another batch of pine cones. Yuanling nodded in satisfaction. With this lake of 3 light divine water, the 5-needle pine had firmly taken root on Yuqing Immortal Island. Having done all this, Yuanling prepared to leave Yuqing Immortal Island. He took nothing except the 12-product pure world White Lotus. Yuqing Immortal Island was his private garden. Leaving things on the island was no different from keeping them on his person. Although he had wandered the Eastern Sea for 10,000 years, Yuanling had successfully found Yuqing Immortal Island, obtained the 12-product pure world White Lotus, along with a lake of 3 light divine water and a supreme-level Tao field. Yuanling even wondered whether, after leaving Yuqing Immortal Island, he should continue searching for Fangzhong Immortal Island. But after a moment's thought, Yuanling dismissed the idea and murmured, "As a future heavenly Tao saint, it shouldn't be too much to take on 2 disciples, should it? Next, it's time to go find those 2 little ones." As for why 2, not 3 or 1, it was because Yuanling already had candidates in mind. The 2 posthumous children of Yuan Feng, the first innate peacock and the first innate roc. Others might not know the details of these 2 divine birds, but Yuanling was well aware. In the future tribulation of the investiture of the gods, the one hailed as the first under saints, Kongxian, was this peacock. The 5-color divine light could sweep away all things. Even the Taoist Randang was defeated by him. If not for the personal intervention of the Taoist Junti, the entire Western Qi army would never have crossed Golden Rooster Ridge. And that rock was the future Yui Xian among the myriad immortals of the Jia sect. During the tribulation of the investiture of the gods, he was subdued by the Taoist Randang, with his prayer beads becoming Randang's mount and disciple. Although his reputation was not as resounding as Kongxian's, he was far from ordinary. With his wings spread, he could cover 90,000 li. His physical body was formidable, and his magical power was profound. Kongxian and Yui Xian, brothers from the same mother, yet they walked 2 completely different paths. Kongxian refined the innate 5 elements qi that accompanied his birth into his own body, transforming it into the great divine power of the 5-colored divine light. Within the 5 elements, nothing could escape being swept away, exhausting the ultimate of 5 elements transformations. Such insights, such boldness, truly rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As for Yui Xian, he was somewhat wasteful of his gifts. The innate yin-yang qi that accompanied his birth was a primordial origin no weaker than the power of the 5 elements. If he had refined it into his own body, he could at least have cultivated a great yin-yang divine power, whose might would not be inferior to the 5-colored divine light. Yet he insisted on refining the yin-yang qi into a postnatal spirit treasure, the yin-yang qi bottle. Thinking of this, Yuanling couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. What a pity, what a lament. Yuanling stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed southward, as if piercing through the boundless void to fall upon the land where the primordial phoenix had perished. As a future heavenly Tao sage, I am filled with great compassion. How could I allow a promising youth like Yui Xian to squander his talent? Yuanling muttered to himself with utter seriousness, yet the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a faint, barely perceptible smile. I must take him as my disciple and discipline him rigorously. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if wholly concerned for Yui Xian's future. As for the hidden thought of recruiting a future powerhouse as a disciple early to strengthen the third-generation ranks of the Chan sect, that was a different matter entirely. The more Yuanling pondered, the more he found his idea utterly brilliant. Kong Xian's potential went without saying. During the investiture of the god's calamity, even the 12 golden immortals had to look up to him. Unless a saint personally intervened, none among the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect could rival him. If he could take Kong Xian as his disciple and nurture him, while the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect would have a formidable presence. And though Yui Xian was not as exceptional as Kong Xian, he was still quite capable. With proper guidance to refine the innate yin and yang qi anew, even if he could not reach Kong Xian's heights, he would not fall far behind. At that time, this pair of brothers, as third-generation disciples of the Chan sect and fourth-generation disciples of the Xian sect, would surpass their own uncles, the renowned 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, in strength. Yuanling could not help but laugh aloud at the mere thought of that scene. His master, the Primordial Heavenly Venerate, had always valued origins and talent. If he knew that Yuanling had taken on 2 such disciples, surely he would be gratified, would he not? But then, Yuanling reconsidered his master's dignified face and felt that gratified might not be quite accurate. Envious was more likely. Although Kong Xian and Yui Xian were what the Primordial Heavenly Venerate called moist-born, egg-hatched, fur-clad, horn-wearing beings, they were not post-heavenly creatures, but rather pre-heavenly ones. The Primordial Heavenly Venerate valued origins, and the sons of the Primordial Phoenix, along with the pre-heavenly beings born of the 5 elements Qi and Yin-Yang Qi, should surely catch his eye. It is decided. Yuanling withdrew his thoughts, his tone resolute. Next I shall go to the southern continent to seek out Kong Xian and Yui Xian. He cast one last glance at Kunlun Immortal Island. The lake of 3 light divine water shimmered with tricolor ripples under the sun. The branches of the 5-needle pine swayed gently in the breeze, and the pure world, white lotus, floated serenely on the water's surface. Everything was in order, awaiting only his return. Yuanling deployed layer upon layer of formations around Kunlun Immortal Island, using the 5-needle pine as the array core to completely seal off the island's aura. Unless a quasi-sage level powerhouse deliberately searched, it would be utterly impossible to discover this place. Finally, he activated the boundary stone concealing Kunlun Immortal Island within the chaotic interstice. On the sea, the island's silhouette gradually faded as if it had never existed. Outside Kunlun Immortal Island, the void trembled slightly. Yuanling's figure stepped out from the chaotic interstice, his purple golden Taoist robe fluttering gently in the sea breeze. Having just set up the formations on the island and hidden the entire realm deep within chaos, his mood was excellent, a trace of a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. But the moment his feet touched the sea surface, a voice sounded from behind him. "Fellow Taoist, stay a moment." The voice was unhurried, carrying a hint of amusement and casualness, as if greeting an old friend reunited after a long separation. Yet Yuanling did not let down his guard. In the primordial world, the 4 words, "Fellow Taoist, stay a moment," had never been auspicious. The one who called you might not be a fellow Taoist, and staying might not be a good thing. Yuanling turned his head, and a cold gleam had already thrust toward his chest. It was a spear, its tip pitch black like ink, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Where the spearhead passed, space shattered, leaving behind crack-like black fissures. That thrust was both swift and ruthless, without any warning, aiming to take a life. Yuanling's pupils contracted slightly, but his body did not move. The laws of space swirled around him like invisible threads, weaving him into the fabric of the surrounding space. In the instant the spear thrust forward, Yuanling's body tilted slightly, not to dodge, but to shift. The space beneath his feet seemed to shorten by an inch, yet also lengthen by a foot. The spear, clearly aimed at his chest, missed him by a hair's breadth at the moment of contact. The tip grazed his robe, and the force of the wind tore the sea behind him, raising a 100-foot wave. Yuanling emerged unscathed, standing in place without even moving his feet. "Fellow Taoist, you are truly ruthless." He chuckled lightly, his tone as calm as if the spear thrust had been no more than a gentle breeze. His gaze fell upon the attacker, leisurely appraising him. It was a young Taoist appearing about 27 or 28, with a slender build, a stern countenance, and narrow sharp eyes like a hawk's. He wore an ink-black Taoist robe embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, faint spiritual light rippling. Great Golden Immortal perfection. Yuanling, sensing the other's aura, felt a slight tremor within. A gap of 2 minor realms at the Great Golden Immortal level was no trifling matter. For Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals, crossing realms to fight was child's play, but Great Golden Immortals were different. A mid-stage Great Luo mastered 2/10 of a law, while a Great Luo at perfection mastered at least 4/10, a chasm in strength. But Yuanling's expression betrayed nothing, remaining as composed and indifferent as ever. He had comprehended 3 types of laws simultaneously. 20,000 years ago, attending the sermon at the Purple Firmament Palace, he had grasped the 5 elements law to 2/10 and the space law to 2/10. Although he had comprehended the yin-yang law the least at 1/10 and 5 parts with all 3 laws unleashed, though he was only a mid-stage Great Luo, he might not be weaker than a late-stage Great Luo. Combined with a full set of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, unless a quasi-sage great power intervened, no one could match Yuanling. The young Taoist, having missed with his spear, showed no annoyance. Instead, he withdrew his weapon and stood, a smile spreading across his face. That smile was warm and courteous, as if the one who had just ambushed him was not him. I am the 7th Divine General of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, Yuanshi. Greetings, fellow Taoist. He cupped his fists in a salute, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant, his tone tinged with self-satisfaction. The title of 7th Divine General of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court was enough to make the vast majority of cultivators in the East Sea region give way. Upon hearing this name, Yuanling was silent for a moment. You are worthy of the surname Yuan. He spoke, his tone flat, but every word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. Not because he himself bore the surname Yuan. Yuanling was a name he had chosen upon his transformation, unrelated to family lineage. Rather, it was because this man had struck first with a sneak attack, then introduced himself, as if that spear thrust had been merely a greeting. Yuanling disliked such conduct, and more importantly, he knew full well that this person's intentions were hostile. Yuanshi Divine General seemed not to detect the sarcasm in Yuanling's words, or perhaps he did, but pretended not to. He remained smiling, his gaze sweeping over Yuanling before finally settling on the empty sea behind him. That was where Yingzhou Immortal Island once stood. When Yuanling broke the innate grand formation of Yingzhou Immortal Island, the commotion was subtle, yet the fluctuations of heavenly secrets and spiritual energy were still detected by those with keen perception. Penglai Immortal Island of Zifu Immortal Court was located in the East Sea, and Yuanshi, as the 7th Divine General of Zifu Immortal Court, happened to be patrolling nearby. He surmised that Yuanling must have just entered one of the other 2 immortal islands. Penglai was already under the possession of Zifu Immortal Court, leaving Yingzhou and Fangzhong as the remaining 2. Whichever island Yuanling had entered, its value was immeasurable. Yuanshi Divine General rejoiced inwardly. As long as he presented this immortal island to the immortal Emperor Dongwangong, he would gain even more fortune from the immortal court. With fortune blessing him, cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort, and severing the corpse to break through to quasi-saint would no longer be an unattainable dream. As for Yuanling, he was merely a wandering cultivator at the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal. Just kill him. Although Yuanshi Divine General could not see through Yuanling's origins, nor sense the aura of his spiritual treasures, it was because the fortune of those top-grade innate spiritual treasures was so overwhelming that it completely concealed Yuanling's own presence. But he did not care. In the East Sea, Zifu Immortal Court was the heavens, and he, Yuanshi, was the executor of heavenly justice. I see that you fellow Taoists possess no ordinary talent. Why not offer the opportunity you just obtained to the immortal emperor, join my Zifu Immortal Court, and share in its fortune? Yuanshi Divine General's voice remained gentle, but the smile had vanished from his narrow eyes. His meaning was clear: hand over the immortal island and join the immortal court. That was the path to survival. Refuse, and it would be the path to death. Yuanling looked at Yuanshi Divine General's face, which bore an expression of, I'm thinking of you, and couldn't help but laugh. It was not a cold laugh nor a sneer, but genuinely amused laughter. That spear strike just now, was it to test my depth? Yuanling asked. Yuanshi Divine General did not answer, only smiled. After testing, you deemed me nothing more than an ant at mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, so you changed your mind, and want me to offer treasures and pledge allegiance. Yuanshi Divine General still did not answer, but his smile said it all. Yuanling shook his head and sighed. What a pity. What is a pity? A pity that your test was wrong. Before his words faded, Yuanling moved, giving Yuanshi Divine General no time to react. Above his head, the 5 elements pagoda flew out, its 5-colored radiance, cascading like a waterfall, enveloping the void for 100 li in radius. The power of the 5 elements cycled and generated each other, suppressing all. This was one of the core abilities of the 5 elements pagoda, 5 elements suppression. In his left hand, the jade void glazed lamp lit up with a glazed colored flame, dancing at the wick, radiating the oppressive might of primordial spiritual flame. The karmic, cleansing golden fire, foremost among the 4 heavenly fires, specialized in vanquishing evil and burning all things. In his right hand, the Yuanling creation seal materialized, an aubergine golden seal, slowly rotating in his palm, with all 48 innate restrictions activated. The laws of space, yin-yang, and the 5 elements intertwined, radiating an overwhelming aura capable of suppressing heaven and earth. 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures unleashed simultaneously. Though not fully armed, he still possessed the god-slaying spear, the universe cauldron, the 4 innate banners, the yin-yang mirror, the universe diagram, the yin-yang pearl, and other spiritual treasures that he had not yet used. Yet the might of 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures was already sufficient for Yuanling to fight above his level. Yuanshi Divine General's pupils constricted sharply. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and 3 of them. How could a cultivator at the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal possess 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures? Although Yuan Sha Divine General was at the consummate stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, a top-tier powerhouse below the quasi-saint and great divine ability wielders, he had not attended the Dao lectures at the Zhixiao Palace 20,000 years ago, because he had only joined Zifu Immortal Court after the Dao Ancestor's second sermon. He joined Zifu Immortal Court not only to enjoy its fortune, but also because over 20,000 years ago Dong Wanggong had led many innate deities of Zifu Immortal Court to the Zhixiao Palace, including even those at the late stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. But he, a cultivator at the consummate stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, had been denied the opportunity to go to the Zhixiao Palace, and thus could not hear the Dao Ancestor expound the great Dao. Countless thoughts flashed through Yuan Sha's mind, but Yuanling gave him no time to think. Descend. Yuanling uttered a low shout, and the Yuanling creation seal left his hand rapidly expanding in the void into a massive seal, about a zhang in circumference. An aubergine golden light illuminated the sea surface, and the patterns of the cosmos and void on the seal seemed to come alive with stars rotating and the Milky Way winding. The laws of space, the five elements, and yin-yang poured into it simultaneously, and the power of the Yuanling creation seal surged to its peak. The massive seal descended upon Yuan Sha Divine General with the force of 1,000,000 Jun. Yuan Sha Divine General's expression changed, but as a powerhouse at the consummate stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, he reacted swiftly. He shook the Void Annihilation Spear in his hand, its tip black as ink, fully activating the law of destruction, and thrust it fiercely toward the Yuanling creation seal. Where the spear tip passed, space shattered, and all things returned to nothingness. The Void Annihilation Spear was a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure forged from the primordial essence of heaven-splitting void-rending and the innate indestructible divine light, containing 36 innate restrictions, making it a top-tier existence among high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Where the spear tip passed, all things returned to nothingness, annihilating all forms and energy. A thrust shattered space and broke all dharma restrictions. But high-grade, after all, was only high-grade. The Yuanling creation seal was top-grade and moreover the cream of top-grade, with 48 complete innate restrictions empowered by 3 fundamental laws, and being Yuanling's very essence, it could unleash its full power without any refining. Spear and seal collided. Boom. A deafening roar shook space, the sea surface exploded and 100 zhang waves surged outward. Yuan Sha Divine General's face drastically changed. His Void Annihilation Spear in its clash with the Yuanling creation seal had actually fallen into the inferior position. That aubergine golden seal seemed to weigh 1,000,000 Jun, its suppressing force like the collapse of heaven and earth pressing down on his Void Annihilation Spear until it trembled with a buzzing sound, and the destructive power on its tip was nearly scattered. How could a cultivator at the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal unleash the full power of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure? Yuan Sha Divine General could not fathom it, but there was no time to think as the primordial spiritual flame surged toward him. Glazed-colored flames surged from the jade void glazed lamp, transforming into a sea of fire that swept toward Yuan Sha Divine General. The karmic, cleansing golden fire, foremost among the 4 heavenly fires, specialized in vanquishing evil and burning all things. Yuan Sha Divine General was greatly alarmed and tried to evade, but the suppressing force of the Yuanling creation seal firmly locked onto him, preventing him from escaping. He could only activate his Taoist robe, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, which emitted an ink-black spiritual light enveloping him. The sea of fire engulfed him, the primordial spiritual flame scorching his protective spiritual light, and the ink-black light rapidly dimmed within the glazed-colored flames. The restrictions of the Taoist robe shattered one by one in the frantic consumption, emitting piercing wails. Yuan Sha Divine General felt his organs ablaze, his primordial spirit searing with agony, as if the flames were igniting from within his body. "You're asking for death," he roared with murderous intent blazing in his eyes. How could he, the 7th Divine General of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, a great ultimate golden immortal at perfection, be suppressed to such a degree by a mere mid-stage great ultimate golden immortal? He no longer held back. He fully activated the Su Mie Divine Spear, unleashing the law of destruction to its utmost, and thrust it at the Yuanling creation seal, intending to send this vexing seal flying. But Yuanling reacted faster. The moment Yuan Sha Divine General was suppressed, Yuanling flipped his left hand, causing the jade void glazed lamp to vanish, replaced by a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained not water, but a liquid essence shimmering with 3 colors, the 3 radiance, divine water. When the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, the 3 primal sources, converged, they formed the divine water of creation, capable of neutralizing all poisons, dispelling baleful energy, purifying karmic fire, breaking curses, calming inner demons, and cleansing the Tao heart. It could revive the dead, restore flesh and bone, heal shattered souls, mend the foundations of the Tao and cracks in the laws, and stabilize a cultivator's realm. But when separated, each type was a deadly poison of the primordial wilderness. Sunlight, divine water with its golden radiance, contained a poison that could erode blood essence, corrode the flesh, and drain life force, in severe cases causing the body to rot and the spirit to perish. Moonlight, divine water shimmering with silver light, held a poison that could corrode the primordial spirit, erode consciousness, and in dire cases shatter the spirit and scatter the soul. Starlight, divine water glowing with purple light, harbored a poison of voidness that could devour true spirit, erode the sea of consciousness, and damage the cultivator's primal spiritual essence, in the worst cases causing the true spirit to dissolve and suffer eternal ruin. Yuanling uncorked the bottle and splashed the purple starlight, divine water, toward Yuanshi Divine General. The water transformed into a mist of purple that merged into the sea of eternal fire, silently penetrating Yuanshi's protective spiritual light. The poison of voidness was a bane to the true spirit. Yuanshi's primordial spirit trembled violently. His true spirit felt as if something had bitten it, causing excruciating pain. It was a pain from the very source of being, not of the flesh, not of the primordial spirit, but of the true spirit, a direct assault on the foundation of existence. I am the 7th Divine General of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. How dare you kill me? Yuanshi Divine General finally panicked, sensing the threat of death. He was a great ultimate golden immortal at perfection beyond the river of time, with a unique true self immune to countless calamities. That was the pride of the great ultimate golden immortal. But the threat he now felt came from the fundamental level. The poison of voidness in the purple mist was devouring his true spirit. Yuanling did not reply. He put away the jade void glazed lamp and instead produced a spear. It was a pitch-black spear 12 feet long, covered in dark red Tao patterns like dried blood vessels. The spearhead was four-sided, gleaming coldly as if it could pierce anything in the world. The moment it appeared, the temperature within 100 miles plummeted. It was not coldness but a fear that seeped into the bones, a primal terror from the instinct of living beings, a raw shudder at slaughter, death, and annihilation. The god-slaying spear, the companion supreme treasure of the beast Emperor Shun and I during the calamity of beasts, the deadly weapon of the demon ancestor Luo, who, and now Yuanling's killing tool. Yuanling grasped the spear, and without any superfluous moves or flashy actions, simply hurled it. The god-slaying spear turned into a streak of black light, tearing through space, piercing the sea of fire, and flying straight toward Yuanshi Divine General's chest. The black spearhead sank into Yuanshi's chest and emerged from his back. Yuanshi's body stiffened, his eyes shifted from terror to bewilderment, then to emptiness. The baleful energy of the god-slaying spear rampaged through his body, devouring his vitality, his primordial spirit, and his true spirit. 5 forces. The poison of voidness, the power of slaughter, the law of destruction, the end of death, and the severance of causality, erupted simultaneously, erasing him from the deepest level of existence. His flesh disintegrated, turning into specks of spiritual light, like fireflies on a summer night. His primordial spirit shattered, the fragments of consciousness accumulated over countless eons dissolved into nothingness in the baleful energy of the god-slaying spear. His true spirit dissipated, the imprints left on all timelines, past, future, and present, were severed by a single thrust of the spear. A great ultimate golden immortal transcends the river of time, with a unique true self immune to countless calamities, but only in the absence of the god-slaying spear. Capable of killing a saint, how could it fail to slay a great ultimate golden immortal? Innate treasures are embodiments of the laws. The god-slaying spear's 5 fundamental laws, slaughter, cessation, death, severance of causality, and voidness, were each born to end existence. Not even the indestructible spiritual light of innate treasures, let alone a great ultimate golden immortal, could withstand it. Yuanshi Divine General's body completely vanished, leaving no blood, no remains, as if he had never existed. Only the mid-grade innate treasure Tao robe on his body, and the Sumye Divine Spear remained at the spot. As for the treasures Yuanshi had stored in his primordial spirit, since they contained no innate treasures or indestructible spiritual light, they were naturally annihilated by the divine might of the god-slaying spear. The Tao robe was somewhat damaged by the eternal fire and the residual might of the god-slaying spear, but its indestructible spiritual light still remained. It could be restored by nourishing it with innate spiritual energy. The Sumye Divine Spear was intact, its 36 innate restrictions faintly trembling, as if mourning the fall of its master. Yuanling waved his hand and collected both treasures. The Sumye Divine Spear felt heavy in his hand, its shaft cold, with a faint power of destruction surging within. Yuanling probed with his divine sense, perceived the restrictions within, and nodded to himself. This spear was a top-tier superior grade innate treasure, not only with all 36 restrictions intact, but also imbued with the essence of the law of destruction, a rare and formidable killing weapon. Though he had no use for it now, with the god-slaying spear other killing treasures became redundant. He could keep it to bestow upon a disciple in the future or exchange for other treasures. The Tao robe, though damaged, would become a decent mid-grade innate treasure after restoration, also worth keeping. Yuanling stored both treasures in his primordial spirit, clapped his hands, and felt much better. 2 innate treasures for free, not a bad deal. As for whether the death of Yuanshi Divine General would invite retaliation from the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, Yuanling did not take it to heart. Although the calamity had not yet officially begun, the Wu clan had not yet emerged, and the heavenly mechanism could still be divined. But with his multiple superior grade innate treasures suppressing his fortune and the merit from creating characters sealed deep within his primordial spirit, his fortune was so immense and his merit so profound that they sufficed to obscure the heavenly mechanism. Not even Dong Wang Gong, nor even Fu Shi himself, who was skilled in the art of divination, could deduce that Yuanling had killed Yuanshi Divine General. Such were the benefits of merit and fortune. Yuanling could now be considered a blessed immortal, though he could not compare to the three pure ones, who could kill anyone they wished. In the primordial wilderness, few could surpass him in the depth of blessed fortune. The 12 ancestral Wois do not cultivate the immortal Tao and fall outside the scope of fortune and virtue. True immortals. Among the remaining innate divine beings, the three pure ones rank first, while Yuanling would approximately claim the fourth position. Yuanling retracted his thoughts, glanced at the spot where Marshal Yuanshi had vanished, and shook his head. Zifu Immortal Court. The seventh divine general. He murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Nothing more than dry bones in a tomb. Yuanling leaped upward, transforming into a purple-gold ray of light as he continued toward the southern continent. Though the battle was brief, it gave him a clearer understanding of his own combat strength. Even at the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation, one could achieve no more under the suppression of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Of course, Marshal Yuanshi was merely the seventh divine general of Zifu Immortal Court, and his strength was hardly among the elite, even among those who had reached the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation. Should he encounter those veteran innate divine beings, powerhouses at the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation, who wielded top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the battle would likely prove far less effortless. Yet Yuanling felt no urgency. He was still at the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation, with ample time for growth ahead. Once he reached the peak and equipped himself with 12 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, by then even a quasi-saint wielding great divine abilities would be no foe he could not contest. The ray of light pierced through the sky, growing ever more distant. Above the sea, colossal waves gradually subsided, and spatial rifts slowly healed. All returned to as it was before, as though the battle had never occurred. Only Ingzhou Immortal Island, floating silently in the depths of chaos, waited for its master's next return. Leaving the eastern sea behind, Yuanling turned his course and sped toward the southern region. His objective was clear: the Buddhish volcano to the south. Kong Xian and Yui Xian, as posthumous sons of Yuan Feng and princes of the Phoenix clan, would either remain at their birthplace or reside at the Phoenix clan's main base at Buddhish volcano. Yuanling's purpose was to take these two future powerhouses under his tutelage. Yet deep within, he understood this matter might not proceed smoothly. If the brothers had not yet emerged from their birthplace, considerable complications would arise. Innate divine beings who had not yet been born were shielded by the heavenly Tao from revealing their fortune, their traces concealed by innate formations. They could not be found with mere effort. Just as Yuanling himself had been. Though he had taken human form atop Kunlun Mountain, neither the three pure ones had detected him before his emergence. Though Kong Xian and Yui Xian were not innate divine beings, they were sons of Yuan Feng, who had absorbed the primordial five elements Qi and the primordial yin-yang dual energies to give birth to them. They belonged to the highest echelon of innate life forms. Before her demise, Yuan Feng had erected suppression arrays to veil their fortune from heavenly calculation. Even with Yuanling's capabilities, he could not deduce their precise whereabouts. Therefore, he could only rely on fortune henceforth. He would head to Buddhish volcano first, and if the Phoenix clan's main base yielded no results, he would simply have to wait for them to emerge on their own. Yuanling traveled southward at a steady pace, his ray of light slicing through the heavens. He was in no hurry, for a Daluo Golden Immortal, several hundred years passed in the blink of an eye. Rather than racing furiously along the path, it would be more pleasant to journey leisurely, observing the surroundings along the way, perhaps even encountering some fortuitous opportunity. However, barely a century into his journey, Yuanling sensed something unusual. Someone followed behind. Not stealthily, for that person did not conceal his aura. Indeed, one might say he trailed openly behind Yuanling. Yet whenever Yuanling paused to identify him, that person's presence would vanish without a trace, as though he had never existed at all. After this repetition several times, Yuanling grew somewhat impatient. He hovered midair, turned around, and his calm gaze swept over the empty void behind him. "Friend Baze, if you have come seeking this humble one, why hide your presence?" The moment the words fell, ripples stirred in the void. A white-clad figure emerged from the ripples, a young man dressed in white robes, his face as fine as carved jade, his eyes bright as stars. Silver-white hair cascaded down to his waist, fluttering gently in the wind. His smile was as warming as a spring breeze, instilling instant fondness in all who beheld him. He seemed no innate divine being at all, but rather a refined and elegant mortal scholar. "This humble one has employed divination for 100 years solely to meet you, friend Yuanling." Baze's voice carried a gentle warmth laced with measured respect, neither servile nor aloof. Yuanling observed the young man in white robes before him, his heart stirring slightly. Baze, the future leader among the 10 great demon sages of the demon clan, the strategist of the demon heavenly court, a mastering the arts of divination, knowing the names, origins, and weaknesses of all things and sentient beings. Legend held that nothing under heaven escaped Baze's knowledge. He too was an innate divine being born during the catastrophe of ferocious beasts, yet his Tao did not lie in slaughter, but in divination, strategy, and assistance. Baze's cultivation matched that of Marshal Yuanshi. Both had reached the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal. Yet this perfection differed from that perfection. Though bearing the same 5 words, the meaning behind them varied enormously between different individuals. Marshal Yuanshi had reached the peak of Great Golden Immortal, yet it was an ordinary attainment. His comprehension of the laws exceeded merely 40%, relying on commonplace destructive laws, placing his combat prowess at only middling among his peers. Baize was different. His peak of Great Golden Immortal was earned through genuine cultivation. Long before the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace, he had already attained this realm. Now with the breakthrough to quasi-saint via flesh shell severing, perhaps merely one step away. Should Baize and Yuanshi clash, Baize killing his opponent would require no more effort than Yuanling had exerted in his earlier battle. Indeed, it might even prove easier, for Baize excelled in divination. Before Yuanshi could even make a move, Baize would already have calculated every tactic he employed. Yuanling met Baize's gaze and inquired, "What brings you here, friend Baize? Pray speak plainly." Baize offered a slight smile and answered directly, "His Majesty the Demon Sovereign dispatched me to invite you, friend Yuanling, to join our demon clan." Upon hearing this, Yuanling fell silent for a moment. He had already guessed the purpose of Baize's visit the instant he appeared. Dijun was aggressively consolidating the myriad tribes of the demon clan, amassing fortune and merit in preparation for the impending catastrophe. Yuanling bore the primordial purple chi of the great Tao upon himself, carrying immense fortune, profound merit, and extraordinary opportunities. As a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, and the foremost third-generation disciple of the Xianmen lineage, how could Dijun resist the urge to win him over? Yuanling chuckled lightly and countered, "I am a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, and the foremost third-generation disciple of Xianmen. I possess the primordial purple chi, the foundation of the great Tao. As a future saint of the heavenly Tao, why should I join the demon clan?" Baize remained unruffled, his smile unchanged. "Friend Yuanling, your senior sister-in-law Nuwa, as the closed-door disciple of the Tao Ancestor, has likewise become the Queen Nuwa of our demon clan, has she not?" Yuanling was slightly taken aback. Baize's words indeed struck at the core of the matter. Nuwa was the junior martial sister of the Three Pure Ones, the direct disciple of the Tao Ancestor, bearing the primordial purple chi upon herself. She too would attain sainthood in the future. If she was willing to join the demon clan and become its sovereign, why could Yuanling, as Nuwa's junior nephew, not do the same? Baize, seeing that Yuanling remained silent, continued, "The demon emperor has said that if fellow Taoist Yuanling is willing to join our demon clan, there are 2 identities for you to choose from." He raised one finger. "The first is the Prime Emperor. You can become the 5th sovereign of our demon clan, on par with the Eastern Emperor, the Shi Emperor, and the Hua Emperor, with status equal to the demon emperor." After a pause, Baize raised a second finger and said, "The second is the Demon Master. You created the post-natural Tao script benefiting all beings, and can become the teacher of all demons, overseeing the education and transformation of the demon clan." Baize withdrew his fingers, his tone growing more solemn. "The Demon Emperor has also promised that if fellow Taoist Yuanling is willing to join the demon clan, the Eastern Emperor's chaos bell can be lent to you for a Yuanhui, a cosmic cycle of enlightenment." Yuanling's expression finally shifted. The Prime Emperor, the 5th sovereign of the demon clan, on equal footing with Dijun. The Demon Master, the teacher of all demons, in charge of education and enlightenment. Either of these 2 identities carried immense weight. Not to mention the Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure that suppresses the chaos and controls time and space. If he could comprehend it for a Yuanhui, even just touching the laws of time and space within the Chaos Bell, the benefits for Yuanling would be immeasurable. Yuanling himself had cultivated the law of space. Even if he did not contemplate the law of time within the Chaos Bell, merely focusing on the law of space for a Yuanhui would be enough for him to break through to the perfection of the Great Golden Immortal realm. The conditions offered by Dijun were indeed generous, far better than the treatment given to Kun Peng in the original timeline. Originally, Kun Peng was merely the Demon Master. Although his status was revered, it was far inferior to the 4 emperors. Yet in Dijun's offer to Yuanling, there was not only the Demon Master, but also the Prime Emperor, the 5th Emperor, alongside Dijun. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge the weight of being a heaven-ordained sage. In his heart, Yuanling was actually somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why he could become the so-called heaven-ordained sage. This title sounded impressive, but upon closer examination, it seemed to lack any solid basis. He did not possess the heaven-opening merits of the Three Pure Ones, nor the creative fortune of Nuwa, and certainly not the boldness of Jian and Zhuanti to make great vows. All he had was a strand of Hongmeng purple chi bestowed by the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. However, the mere fact that the Tao Ancestor granted him the Hongmeng purple chi meant that the Tao Ancestor acknowledged his potential to become a sage. Yuanling knew in his heart that his Grandmaster would not casually give such a precious item to an unworthy person. Since Hongjun had given it to him, it meant that in Hongjun's eyes he had the potential and qualifications to become a sage. Thinking this, Yuanling stopped worrying. Whether it was chosen by the heavenly Tao or the Tao Ancestor, the purple chi was on him. That was an unchangeable fact. As for the title of heaven-ordained sage, let them call him that, it was not a loss for him anyway. Yuanling's thoughts drifted to another direction. He recalled that in the original trajectory of the primordial world, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun had distributed 7 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. 6 were given to the 6 heaven-ordained sages, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jian, and Zhuanti. The remaining one, the one that escaped, was obtained by Honyun. That one that escaped appeared to be a fortune but was actually a death warrant. Hongyun obtained the Hongmeng purple chi but lacked the destiny to become a sage. He was coveted and hunted by many great powers and ultimately perished with his body and Tao extinguished, and even that strand of purple chi disappeared without a trace. In this timeline, however, everything was different. The Tao Ancestor did not claim that the last strand of Hongmeng purple chi was the one that escaped, nor did he let it drift away on its own. He simply waved his hand and bestowed all 7 strands of Hongmeng purple chi, 4 to his direct disciples, 2 to his nominal disciples, and 1 to the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xianmen Mystic Gate. Every strand of the 7 purple chi had an owner, and Hongyun did not receive any Hongmeng purple chi. Thinking of this, Yuanling felt somewhat conflicted. He knew Hongyun, a warm-hearted old good man, who treated others sincerely, without any guile. In the Zixiao Palace, he had even given up his meditation cushion to Zhuandi. The vast Zixiao Palace had only 6 cushions in the front. As a primordial sacred being, how could Hongyun not know that there was a great opportunity within them? However, Jie'in and Zhuandi of the West, after the end of the Tao Demon War, had done their utmost to repair the spiritual veins of the West, hoping to revive the West. From the perspective of the Western beings, these two could indeed be considered sages. It was out of compassion for the Western beings that Hongyun gave up his cushion to Zhuandi. In the original timeline, because Hongyun possessed the Hongmeng purple chi, he was coveted and hunted by many great powers. Kunpeng resented him for giving up the cushion, robbing him of the opportunity that should have been his. Mingyi coveted the purple chi on him, and there were even others watching in secret. Hongyun's ultimate fate was one of the greatest tragedies in the primordial world. Now that Hongyun no longer had the Hongmeng purple chi, most of the reasons for hunting him had disappeared. However, Yuanling was not sure if this meant Hongyun would be safe. Kunpeng would most likely still resent him, not because of the purple chi, but because of the cushion. That seat in Kunpeng's eyes represented the opportunity to become a sage. Hongyun gave up the 6th seat, and Jie'in snatched the 5th seat from Kunpeng. In Kunpeng's view, the instigator of all this was Hongyun. If Hongyun had not given up his seat, how could Zhuandi have gained an inch? If Hongyun had not given up his seat, how could Kunpeng have been driven off his cushion? This resentment had nothing to do with the Hongmeng purple chi or becoming a sage. It was about a grudge stuck in Kunpeng's heart that he could never swallow. So Hongyun might still face trouble. However, without the Hongmeng purple chi as the flesh of Tang Sanzang, a tempting target, the pursuit against him should not be as fierce as in the original timeline. Kunpeng alone, or perhaps a few others who had grudges with Hongyun, might not be something Hongyun could not handle. Yuanling shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Hongyun was Hongyun, and he was himself. Everyone has their own destiny, everyone has their own karma. He was not Hongyun's talisman, nor was he Hongyun's lifeline. He could only hope that the old good man would have a good ending. But in any case, the fact remained that the Hongmeng purple chi was now on Yuanling, and he was still facing the demon clan's courtship. What Dijun valued in Yuanling was not only his strength, his status, and his spiritual treasures, but also this strand of purple chi on him. A future sage was worth any price to win over. Baizhe quietly watched Yuanling, waiting for his response. Yuanling pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Please thank the Demon Emperor for me, fellow Taoist Baizhe, but I have no intention of entering the calamity." He did not intend to join the demon clan. Not because the demon clan was bad, nor because Dijun's conditions were insufficient, but because he was a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones and the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xianmen. His roots were in Kunlun Mountain, not in the Sun Star. His path was in the Xuanmen, not in the demon clan. Moreover, Yuanling was well aware of the outcome of the Wu Yao calamity. Both sides would suffer mutual destruction. Joining the demon clan now might bring temporary glory, but when the calamity arrives, it would lead to eternal damnation. I am a man of a free and easy disposition, unaccustomed to constraints, and have long been accustomed to the life of a carefree wanderer. The Demon Emperor's kind offer I humbly decline. Yuanling's words were tactful, but his attitude was resolute. Baizhe let out a sigh, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. He had long known that the possibility of Yuanling joining the demon clan was slim. Even Yua's joining had been orchestrated through Fushi's mediation, and she was merely a nominal member, not involved in the clan's actual affairs. Without an insider, like Fushi backing him, how could Yuanling easily agree? Yet since Dijun had sent him, Baizhe had to at least make the attempt. Very well, it seems our demon clan lacks the fate to be with you, Taoist. Baizhe clasped his hands, his tone still gentle. I take my leave. He did not linger to press the matter, nor did he say more. Baizhe was not some ignorant lackey like Yuansha. He was one of the 3,000 guests at the Zixiao Palace, seasoned and well-informed, knowing full well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Yuanling's identity was crystal clear to him. A disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xuanmen, bestowed with the Hongmeng purple chi by the Tao Ancestor himself, and credited with the merit of creating characters. Setting aside his identity, the immense merit of character creation within him alone was enough to deter any ill-intentioned individual. Below the quasi-saint level, who would dare to touch someone with such great merit? That would invite the Zixiao divine thunder. Above the quasi-saint level, who would dare to harm the Tao Ancestor's grand disciple? As for Bai Zhe himself, though he was a great Golden Immortal at perfection, only one step away from severing the corpse, Yuanling had used the Qianquan Cauldron before Dijun and Tai on Buzhou Mountain, and had received 4 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures from the Dao Ancestor at the Zixiao Palace. Bai Zhe was aware of all these tidings. Unless a quasi-saint great power intervened, no great Golden Immortal could breach the defenses of the Qianquan Cauldron and the 4 primordial banners. Though proud, Bai Zhe was not foolish, so he departed. He left decisively and resolutely, without a shred of greed for Yuanling's Hongming purple qi. Yuanling watched Bai Zhe's figure vanish into the void, then withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. The undying volcano in the south still lay ahead. Bai Zhe's appearance was but a minor interlude. Though it had cost him some time, Yuanling paid it no heed. The journey that followed was surprisingly smooth. No one blocked his path, no ambushes, not even a single extra soul encountered. Yet Yuanling did not quicken his pace, for as he flew, he suddenly sensed a stroke of fortune. He halted, followed the pull of intuition, and discovered a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure nestled in a crevice of a barren mountain. Though its grade was unremarkable, the treasure took a peculiar form. A bell. When shaken, its sound could unsettle the mind and spirit, lending it some utility. Yuanling pocketed it with delight and resumed his journey. Less than a century later, he sensed another opportunity. This time, it was a low-grade primordial spiritual root, hidden in a secluded valley guarded by a golden immortal level ferocious beast. To say it was guarding might be inaccurate, for the beast had discovered the root, but could not break the primordial formation surrounding it. Yuanling took out the Zhaohua seal, slew the beast, shattered the primordial formation, and claimed the root. Another century passed, and another low-grade primordial spiritual treasure appeared. Another century, a mid-grade primordial spiritual root. Another century, a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Yuanling realized that his luck seemed to have improved since his time on Yingzhou Immortal Island. Though the grades of these treasures and roots were not high, at most mid-grade, their sheer number was overwhelming. Yuanling traveled in fits and starts, picking up over a dozen items along the way. Many a little makes a mickle, it was no small fortune. After all, they were free for the taking. Why not take them? Yuanling thought, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Thus another 1,000 years slipped by. When Yuanling finally caught sight of the crimson horizon of the southern undying volcano in the distance, he paused to first tally his gains. During this period, the primordial spiritual treasures and roots he had picked up along the way had reached triple digits, over 100 pieces. Though most were low-grade, with only a dozen or so mid-grade and none high-grade, the number itself was astonishing. Many great Golden Immortals might never accumulate so many primordial spiritual treasures in their entire lifetimes. Yuanling glanced at the bountiful collection within his primordial spirit, then looked at the distant crimson sky, silently marveling. Karma and fortune were indeed mysterious. He had done nothing but travel, yet opportunities came knocking unbidden. Was this the weight of the merit of character creation and the suppression of fate by top-grade spiritual treasures? Yuanling shook his head, dismissing the thought. He straightened his robe, concealed the aura of his treasures, and flew toward the southern, undying volcano. The crimson sky drew nearer, and the air grew steadily hotter. Ahead lay the fallen grounds of Yuanfeng, the last bastion of the Phoenix clan, the homeland of Kong Xian and Yu Yixian. Yuanling took a deep breath and stepped into that expanse of crimson sky. The southern undying volcano under a crimson firmament was a stretch of undulating volcanic mountains. This was once the nest of Yuanfeng, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, the former imperial court of the avian race. Countless eons ago, the Phoenix clan soared from here, ruling the skies, sharing the primordial world with the Dragon and Qianling clans. In those days, the Phoenix clan was in its glory. 100 birds paid homage to the Phoenix, all foul bowed in submission. A single Phoenix cry could shake heaven and earth. Now that splendor was no more. The glory of the 3 clans dissipated with the Dragon Han calamity. Compared to the vast Dragon clan of the 4 seas, who possessed the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure Dragon Gate, and could transform aquatic creatures into lesser dragons to continuously replenish their bloodline. The Phoenix clan's situation was far grimmer. Though phoenixes could be reborn through nirvana, it required immense time and countless opportunities. The success rate of nirvana for ordinary Phoenix clan members was far inferior to Yuanfeng's near certainty. The Phoenix clan lacked a blood-making mechanism like the Dragon Gate, so they declined. When Yuanling set foot on the territory of the undying volcano, he could clearly feel the sorrow permeating this land. The surviving members of the Phoenix clan mostly dwelled in the deep secret realms of the volcanoes, detached from worldly affairs, untouched by karma. Bearing the karmic burdens of their clan, they eked out a precarious existence on the fringes of the primordial world. But Yuanling was not here to visit the Phoenix clan. He came to see another person, or rather a divine lord. As he neared the outer perimeter of the undying volcano, a maiden in a red dress stepped out from the void and approached him. The maiden was clad in a red gown, its hem embroidered with flame patterns. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of crimson, her eyes blazed like fire, and the law of fire coiled around her like wisps, almost solidifying into actual flames that danced and leaped around her. Her features were delicate and spirited, bearing the youthful vitality unique to a maiden, yet subtly exuding an innate nobility. The maiden in the red dress walked up to Yuanling, bowed respectfully, and said in a clear voice, "Senior Yuanling, my father sent me to welcome you here." With a single glance, Yuanling perceived the girl's cultivation, the late stage of Golden Immortal. Moreover, there was no trace of karmic sin upon her. Among the descendants of the losers in the Dragon Han Cataclysm, this was exceedingly rare. Most members of the Phoenix clan bore varying degrees of karmic sin, the causal debts left by the War of the Three Tribes, the heavenly Tao's reckoning for the sins of war. Yet this maiden before him was as pure and clean as a blank sheet of paper. Coupled with her addressing father, Yuanling quickly deduced her identity, the daughter of the four celestial poles of the south, the Vermilion Bird Lingguang Divine Lord. The Vermilion Bird, one of the four celestial numen, guards the south, commands the flames of heaven and earth, and governs the season of summer. Lingguang Divine Lord is the revered title of the Vermilion Bird, standing alongside the azure dragon Mingzhong, the white tiger Jianbing, and the black tortoise Jiming as the four celestial poles. After the Dragon Han Cataclysm, the three tribes declined. Ancestral Dragon suppressed the sea eyes of the four seas, Ancestral Phoenix suppressed the immortal volcano, and Primordial Qilin merged into the veins of the primordial land. And the four celestial numen, the four innate divine beings, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, each transformed into the four celestial poles, becoming part of the order of the primordial land, thereby eliminating the karmic sin of their respective races. Though the White Tiger and Black Tortoise were not members of the Dragon Phoenix or Qilin clans, the White Tiger was the strongest race under the Qilin, and the Black Tortoise was the strongest under the Dragon. They too had been stained by the karmic sin of the Cataclysm and needed to dissolve it in this way. Though the four celestial numen held exalted positions, they were thus bound to their respective directions, unable to leave or intervene in the affairs of the primordial land. Yuanling nodded slightly and said courteously, "Since it is an invitation from Lingguang Divine Lord, I would trouble you, young friend, to lead the way. Senior, please follow me." The maiden transformed into a crimson rainbow and flew deep into the immortal volcano. Yuanling followed closely, two rainbows one after the other piercing through layers of volcanic ash and heat waves, venturing into the core region of the immortal volcano. The southern wasteland, the sea of blazing wind and fire. This was the deepest part of the immortal volcano and the secret realm of the Vermilion Bird clan. The sea of fire stretched endlessly, crimson magma surging like tides, scorching waves billowing forth. The temperature here was enough to instantly incinerate any cultivator below the golden immortal realm into ashes. But to Yuanling, this heat was insignificant. Amid the sea of fire, a grand cosmos flickered in and out of visibility. The ancestral land of the Vermilion Bird clan was hidden within this grand cosmos. The maiden guided Yuanling through the portal of the grand cosmos, entering a crimson heaven and earth. Here the sky was red, the earth was red, and even the spiritual energy was red. Pure fire attributed energy, dense to the extreme, almost condensing into liquid. Not far ahead, a young man with red hair stood amidst the sea of fire. His features were handsome, his eyes as crimson as blood, and his red hair flew in the fiery wind like a burning banner. He wore a red robe embroidered with the Vermilion Bird totem, so lifelike it seemed ready to fly off the garment at any moment. Around him the laws of fire flowed like tides, almost solidifying into substance. Where he stood, even space was slightly distorted by the scorching heat. The southern Vermilion Bird, Lingguang Divine Lord. A Hunyuan Golden Immortal. That is a great being of the quasi-sage level in the system of severing corpses. As one of the four celestial poles, Lingguang Divine Lord also held a heavenly Tao fruit position connected to the fate of the primordial land. Yuanling stepped forward a few paces, bowed respectfully, and said in a clear voice, "Junior pays respects to Lingguang Divine Lord." "Fellow Taoist Yuanling, you are too polite." Lingguang Divine Lord chuckled, his voice warm and casual. His gaze fell upon Yuanling, scanning him from head to toe, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "You possess the foundation of the great Tao, the primordial purple Qi, and are destined to become a heavenly Tao saint. We may address each other as fellow Taoists. There is no need for such formality. A starving camel is still larger than a horse." Though the three innate tribes had declined, Lingguang Divine Lord remained a great being of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. As one of the four celestial poles, he held a heavenly Tao fruit position, sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth, and shining with the sun and moon. It was not surprising that he knew Yuanling possessed the primordial purple Qi. Yuanling did not stand on ceremony. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Lingguang." "Excellent." Lingguang Divine Lord nodded with a smile, quite pleased with Yuanling's straightforwardness. He paused and came straight to the point. "I invited you to the southern wasteland, sea of blazing wind and fire, at the behest of Ancestral Phoenix." Ancestral Phoenix. Yuanling was slightly startled at the name, then frowned. Ancestral Phoenix. Did she not fall in the Dragon Han Cataclysm? Now her true body suppresses the southern immortal volcano. How could she entrust you with this matter? Lingguang Divine Lord explained calmly and unhurriedly. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal is immortal and indestructible, let alone a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He paused and continued. After the War of the Three Tribes, though Ancestral Phoenix was severely wounded and her true body shattered, she did not completely perish. The Phoenix clan possesses the power of Nirvana rebirth. As the progenitor of the phoenixes, ancestral phoenixes, nirvana power far exceeds that of ordinary phoenixes. However, her true body must suppress the southern immortal volcano, so she cannot leave. Thus she entrusted me to meet with you on her behalf. Yuanling nodded, understanding dawning in his heart. So that was it. Ancestral Phoenix was not dead, or at least not completely dead. She used her true body to suppress the immortal volcano while her primordial spirit underwent nirvana rebirth deep within the volcano. This process would require an extremely long time, but as long as the volcano did not extinguish Ancestral Phoenix, would never completely vanish. Thinking of this, Yuanling asked another question that had piqued his curiosity. And Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Chaos, are they also alive? Lingguang Divine Lord explained, Ancestral Dragon's true body suppresses the sea eyes of the four seas, so naturally, he is also alive. His situation is similar to Ancestral Phoenix. His true body suppresses his primordial spirit slumbers awaiting the right moment. Lingguang Divine Lord paused, a note of emotion creeping into his tone, but Primordial Chaos is different. To completely dissolve the karmic sin of the Chaos clan, his true body has merged into the veins of the primordial land, and his true spirit has returned to the great Tao's true spirit ocean. He has truly fallen. Yuanling was silent. 3 clan leaders, 3 fates. Ancestral Dragon suppressed the sea eyes awaiting the time. Ancestral Phoenix suppressed the volcano undergoing nirvana rebirth. Primordial Chaos sacrificed himself to the Tao dissipating between heaven and earth. Every sip and every bite was predetermined. Lingguang Divine Lord withdrew his thoughts, his gaze once again falling on Yuanling, his tone turning solemn. Ancestral Phoenix asked me to summon you to the southern wasteland sea of blazing wind and fire for the sake of her 2 offspring. Yuanling's spirits lifted, finally the main subject. Lingguang Divine Lord continued, during the war of the 3 tribes, Ancestral Phoenix was gravely wounded. Just then the innate 5 elements Qi and the innate Yin and Yang Qi entered her body, and she gave birth to 2 offspring. Those 2 children are now about to be born. Yuanling was inwardly delighted, but kept his expression calm, listening quietly. Though they are innate beings not as powerful as us innate divine beings who transform at the golden immortal level, they are born with the accompanying innate 5 elements Qi and innate Yin and Yang Qi. Their talent is no less than that of many innate divine beings. Lingguang Divine Lord's gaze fell upon Yuanling, carrying a hint of expectation. Taoist Yuanling, as the future heaven-ordained sage, the laws you cultivate include the 5 elements law and the yin-yang law. Therefore Yuanfeng hopes that you will take her 2 offspring under your tutelage. Yuanling's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a fortunate coincidence? Had he not traveled thousands of li from the eastern sea to the southern immortal volcano precisely for Kongxian and Yu'Xian? He had initially planned to search by chance along the way, never expecting that before he could even speak the other party would offer the disciples to him. Well, Yuanling immediately nodded, his tone carrying a hint of eagerness. Since they are Yuanfeng's offspring possessing the innate primordial 5 elements Qi and primordial yin-yang Qi, even as innate beings they may not be inferior to innate divinities. I am willing to accept these 2 disciples. He spoke decisively, and without a moment's hesitation. However, as soon as Yuanling finished speaking, Lingguang Divine Lord shifted the topic with a smile. Taoist, do not be hasty. He pointed to the red-robed maiden beside him and introduced, this is my daughter, Zhuli, born from the primordial vermilion bird origin. Although she is an innate being, her potential is no less than that of any innate divinity. Zhuli, within less than 1 yuan hui after birth, advanced from the early stage of mystic immortal to the late stage of golden immortal. Taoists consider taking her as a disciple as well. Upon hearing this, Yuanling could not help but laugh. Was this a buy 2 get 1 free deal? Or had Lingguang Divine Lord long decided to also place his daughter into the Jade Pure lineage? Yuanling's gaze fell upon Zhuli, reassessing her late golden immortal cultivation born less than 1 yuan hui ago. This cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Many innate divinities within the span of a single yuan hui only reached the mid or late stage of golden immortal. Yet Zhuli had attained the late golden immortal stage, fully demonstrating her extraordinary talent and profound foundation. As for Yuanling, born 150,000 years ago, advancing from early golden immortal to mid-Dayuo golden immortal, that could only be said to be a different circumstance. After all, his fortune was too immense, and through serendipitous opportunities his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Yuanling glanced at Zhuli, who was looking at him with eager eyes. Those crimson eyes were full of anticipation, like a child awaiting some important verdict. Yuanling pondered for a moment, then smiled. Since she is the offspring of Taoist Lingguang, if young friend Zhuli is willing to enter my tutelage, I naturally welcome her. Unlike Kongxian and Yu'Xian, these 2 phoenix princes, though legitimate heirs of Yuanfeng and renown, were innate beings rather than innate divinities, and thus did not bear the immense karmic burden accumulated by the Phoenix clan during the Dragon Han calamity. In this regard, their origins were far purer than those Phoenix clan members burdened with karma. Yet pure as they were ultimately only extraordinarily talented innate beings, not innate divinities, who took form as golden immortals. The gap between innate beings and innate divinities was like that between rough jade and a carved jade vessel. Rough jade holds potential, but requires later polishing, while innate divinities are born finished products. However, Yuanling never believed that origin determined everything. Origin was the starting point, not the finish line. Many examples from the future timeline suffice to prove this, such as that vice leader of the Chan sect, Randang Taoist. Randang was one of the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, of veritable innate divinity. Although Randang Taoist only attended the Tao Ancestor's third sermon, missing the previous two, due to certain reasons, the weight of the term innate divinity was not diminished in the slightest. His origin, his foundation, his innate inheritance. None could be compared to by ordinary cultivators. Yet in the God-sealing calamity, this innate divinity was overwhelmed by Kongxian. When the five-colored divine light swept down, Randang's innate spiritual treasures were swept away, his magic tools confiscated, and his entire prowess rendered useless. A guest of the Purple Cloud Palace facing a peacock born of an innate being had no means of resistance. Kongxian was not an innate divinity. He was merely a peacock, a posthumous child of Yuan Feng, an innate being. Yet he defeated Randang Taoist with utter ease. Besides Kongxian, there were many such examples within the Jie sect. The four personal disciples of the Jie sect, Duo Bao Taoist, Jin Ling Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, and Gue Ling Holy Mother, were all not innate divinities, but innate beings by origin. Yet their strength all surpassed Randang's. Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect, also an innate being, struck with his whip such that no one among the Chan sect immortals dared to face him. In the end, had it not been for Lu Yu's plot using the 7 arrows with a straw man, Randang and the others would have had no way to deal with him. Yun Shao, an innate being, once wielded the Chaos Golden Dipper, capturing all the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, severing their 3 flowers above the head, and sealing the 5 chi in the chest. Even the treasures of Jade Void Palace could not save them. How did these people's origins compare to Randang Taoists? Yet none of them were weaker than Randang. Thus Yuanling never underestimated innate beings. In his view, origin was merely the starting line, not the finish line. He had seen too many examples of innate divinities losing at the starting line. Zhu Li was also an innate being, but she differed from Kongxian and Yu Yixian. Zhu Li's father was Lingguang Divine Lord, one of the 4 celestial extremities, possessing the heavenly Tao throne and governing the southernly fire. As Lingguang Divine Lord's offspring, Zhu Li was born bearing the fortune of the 4 celestial extremities, the positional power granted by the heavenly Tao to the 4 spirits, an integral part of the cosmic order. With such fortune, as long as Zhu Li did not fall midway or accumulate immense karma, it was nearly a certainty that she would achieve the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm by following the path of cultivation step by step. Not a possibility, but a certainty. Such was the power of fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li was overjoyed and immediately knelt, her voice clear and resounding. Disciple, Zhu Li pays respects to master. With that bow, the master-disciple bond was sealed. Yuanling gazed at the maiden kneeling before him, his heart filled with emotion. Though Zhu Li was an innate being, her potential was no less than that of any innate divinity. As Lingguang Divine Lord's offspring, Zhu Li was born with the fortune of the 4 celestial extremities. As long as she did not fall in the future, achieving the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm was almost a certainty. Whether she could attain the Tao of the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, that would depend on fate. Not to mention Zhu Li, even Yuanling himself with the primordial purple chi in his possession was not entirely confident of achieving sainthood, let alone the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. The gap between the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal and the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal was not a door, but a mountain. The mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, having severed the 3 corpses or mastering 50% of a law, could be called a quasi-saint. The mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, having attained sainthood, lived as long as heaven and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. The difference between the two was like that of a firefly versus the bright moon, incomparable. From Yuanling's current perspective, among the great quasi-saint powerhouses in the primordial world, those truly capable of proving the Tao of the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal through laws were very few. The 3 pure ones counted as 3. They bore the merit of creation, possessed great fortune and great destiny, and Laozi held the Taiji diagram, while Yuanshi held the Panga banner. Though Tang Tian did not possess a primordial supreme treasure, the fortune of the 3 pure ones was interconnected, and he too had the opportunity to prove the Tao through laws. However, the 3 pure ones were already assured by the creation merit, so they could first become heavenly Tao sages, then use the power of the heavenly Tao to comprehend the laws. Apart from the 3 pure ones, only Tai had the potential to attain the Tao through sheer power. He tread the most arduous path of enlightenment through the laws of heaven, wielding the chaos bell and embodying the laws of time and space. If fate bestows upon him sufficient opportunities, he might yet harbor hope. As for the others, Dong Wang Gong, a mere skeleton in the tomb, destined to be nothing but cannon fodder when the Kulpa calamity arrives, with no hope of attaining the Tao. Dijuan, though his fortune is formidable, the tribulation within the Kulpa likely spells disaster. Xiwangmu, she excels in self-preservation but lacks the aptitude for sainthood. Nua, endowed with the Hongmeng purple chi and the path of creation, she indeed possesses the opportunity to become a saint in the future. Yet she would first become a heavenly Tao saint, and only then could she borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to comprehend the laws and attain the realm of the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Jane and Juanti, They too possess the purple chi and have made grand vows, but the western lands are barren and their foundations weak. Whether they can become saints still depends on the will of heaven, let alone attaining the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Fushi Mingi Xinyuanzi Hongyun. These great cultivators hold even fewer advantages than Dijuan. Unless they encounter a colossal stroke of fortune or heaven-defying merits, the path of enlightenment through the laws is not one that can be traversed by sheer ascetic cultivation alone. What about Yuanling himself? Though he possesses the Hongmeng purple chi, the merit of creating characters, and over a dozen top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, to suppress his fortune, the road to sainthood remains long and distant. He is not one of the three pure ones lacking the foundational merit from the creation of the world, nor is he Nuwa who lacks the great opportunity of creating humanity and mending the heavens. What he has is the favor of his grandmaster and the nurturing of his master. Rise. Yuanling extended his hand in a gesture, and a gentle force lifted Zhu Li to her feet. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the crimson sky and earth of the Nanhuang Flame Wind Fire Sea, then falling upon the red-robed maiden before him. Suddenly he clicked his tongue and spoke with a hint of profound meaning. Zhu Li, since you are my direct disciple, you are the third-generation chief disciple of the Yuqing lineage and the fourth-generation chief disciple of the Tao Ancestor's mystic gate. This identity carries no small weight in the primordial wilderness. Yuanling paused, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How about this? Next time your grandmaster delivers a lecture, I will take you to the Zixiao Palace, and we shall see if the Tao Ancestor might bestow upon you a few top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. As he spoke these words, he could barely suppress a laugh. On the path of extortion and blackmail, Yuanling stood far ahead of all others in the primordial wilderness. Zhu Li was still unaware of her master's illustrious deeds. She only heard the words top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and her eyes lit up. The maiden looked at Yuanling with eager anticipation and ventured, Master, this disciple desires the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Southernly Earth Flame Light Banner. May I? Southernly Earth Flame Light Banner. Yuanling's smile froze slightly. Good heavens, this girl certainly knows how to pick. One of the 5 primordial direction banners, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure with 48 innate restrictions. If he gave it to her, the 5 banners would be missing one, unable to form a complete set. Although the Western Plain Cloud Boundary banner was still lacking, once Yuanshi Tianzun attained sainthood, Shuang Mu would surely hand over that treasure. Yuanling hesitated for a moment. The Southernly Earth Flame Light banner in his hands could indeed exert its greatest effect. In the future, if the 5 banners were assembled, they could form the primordial 5 directions grand formation, whose power would rival that of the immortal killing sword formation. If he gave it to Zhu Li, that formation would be missing a corner. But then he reconsidered. Zhu Li was his disciple, his successor. What difference did it make whether the spiritual treasure was given to his disciple or kept in his own hands? Moreover, he still possessed the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner, the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure banner, and the Northern Mysterious Origin Water Controlling banner, and the Western Plain Cloud Boundary banner would eventually come into his possession. With one banner missing, the set would be incomplete, but the power of 4 banners was still formidable enough. Yuanling pondered for a moment and made his decision. He did not take out the Southernly Earth Flame Light banner, but instead produced another spiritual treasure, the Yushu Glazed Lamp. A glazed palace lamp appeared in Yuanling's palm. The eternal spirit flame at the wick burned quietly, exuding a soul-stirring aura. The lamp body shimmered with a hazy radiance, faintly revealing the auspicious imagery of dragons and phoenixes. Yuanling handed the Yushu glazed lamp to Zhu Li, his tone calm, yet solemn. When I first entered the Yuqing sect under your grandmaster, the Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun, he bestowed this top-grade, innate spiritual treasure upon me. The Yushu glazed lamp, with 46 innate restrictions, contains the eternal spirit flame, one of the 4 great heavenly fires, also known as the purifying gold fire. This lamp is considered a symbol of our Yuqing lineage. Today I grant it to you. May you treasure it well. Zhu Li gazed at the glazed palace lamp, her eyes brimming with surprise. She received it with both hands, feeling the warm, smooth touch and the terrifying hidden flame capable of incinerating all things. Her heart surged with excitement. Thank you, Master. Zhu Li stored the Yushu glazed lamp into her primordial spirit, unable to put it down. Although she had not obtained the Southernly Earth Flame Light banner, the Yushu glazed lamp was also a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, this lamp was bestowed by Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun upon Yuanling, serving as a token of the Yuqing lineage, and thus carried extraordinary significance. The Lingguang Divine Lord watched this scene, chuckled lightly, and asked Taoist Yuanling, you have given Zhu Li a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. What will you bestow upon the 2 offspring of Yuanfeng after they take you as their master? Yuanling waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. We'll see when the time comes. They have yet to be born. After they are born, they will only be at the mystic immortal level. Giving a top-grade innate spiritual treasure to a mystic immortal is like handing a divine weapon to a child. They can't even lift it. Once they break through to the golden immortal realm, I will bestow spiritual treasures upon them then. Yuanling paused, spread his hands, and said with unabashed pride, top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. I, this poor Taoist, do not lack them. He spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, but the undertone of flaunting wealth could not be concealed. The Lingguang Divine Lord's mouth twitched slightly. Yet Yuanling's fortune was indeed overwhelming, possessing over a dozen top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Some future heavenly Dao saints would likely be green with envy. The Lingguang Divine Lord shook his head and said no more. He raised his hand, and two clusters of spiritual light emerged from the void, slowly drifting before him. One cluster shimmered with 5 colors radiating the aura of the 5 great elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was an embryo formed from the primordial 5-elemental chi. Within the embryo, a small peacock could be faintly seen curled up, its tail feathers not yet spread, yet a faint 5-colored radiance already swirled around it. The other cluster interwove black and white with the yin and yang chi circulating endlessly, an embryo formed from the primordial yin-yang chi. Within this embryo, a rock bird was curled up, its wings folded together with black and white chi flowing around it, as if brewing something. The Lingguang Divine Lord looked at the 2 embryos and said softly, "These are the 2 offspring of Yuanfeng. It is estimated that they will take form in another Yuanhui. I entrust them to you, Taoist." Yuanling took the 2 embryos, solemnly holding them in both hands, feeling the primordial 5-elemental chi and the primordial yin-yang chi within. He nodded inwardly. Kongxian and Yui Xian, truly living up to their reputations. Yuanling took out the 5 elements tower and carefully placed Kong Xian's embryo inside. Within the tower, the 5 elements of spiritual energy circulated unceasingly, resonating with the innate 5 elements chi within Kong Xian's body, nourishing his form and laying the foundation for his cultivation. He then retrieved the yin-yang pearl in which the yin and yang forces swirled and placed the embryo of Yui Xian into it. The yin-yang origin of the pearl complemented the innate yin and yang chi born with Yui Xian, equally accelerating his growth and stabilizing his foundation. Yuanling withdrew the 5 elements tower and the yin-yang pearl into his primordial spirit, then cupped his hands toward Lingguang Divine Lord and said, "Divine Lord Lingguang, rest assured. Please convey to Yuanfeng that I will instruct them well." After putting away his 2 future disciples, Yuanling shifted his words and said, "Divine Lord Lingguang, I have an immortal island in the eastern sea called Yingzhou." Lingguang Divine Lord nodded slightly. He had naturally heard of Yingzhou, one of the 3 immortal islands formed from fragments of chaos as renowned as Penglai and Fangzong. He had not expected that this legendary island had already been claimed by Yuanling. During my previous travels through the primordial world, I fortuitously obtained the innate 5-needle pine. Yuanling continued, "This tree embodies the 5 elements great Tao and gestates the essence of the void, containing the laws of both the 5 elements and space. It is now rooted on the immortal island of Yingzhou." A flicker of astonishment passed through Lingguang Divine Lord's eyes. The 5-needle pine, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, was no less precious than the peach of immortality or the ginseng fruit. That Yuanling had obtained such a root spoke volumes of his fortune. Yuanling raised 3 fingers. The 5-needle pine blooms for 30,000 years, bears fruit for 30,000 years, and matures for 30,000 years, a cycle of 90,000 years. Each season yields 50 pine cones, 10 for each of the 5 elements. He looked at Zhu Li and smiled. "I intend to return to Yingzhou Island now, and have Zhu Li sit in meditation beneath the 5-needle pine. The fire-attributed pine cones will be exactly what she needs to help her break through swiftly to the golden immortal perfection." Yuanling paused, then continued. "Once she reaches golden immortal perfection, she can consume the 5-element pine cones simultaneously, thereby condensing the 5 chi in her chest and breaking through to Tai golden immortal before the Tao Ancestor's next sermon." Upon hearing this, Zhu Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The realms of golden immortal perfection and Tai golden immortal were ones she would eventually reach, but the pine cones of the innate 5-needle pine would allow her to attain them faster and more stably. In the primordial world, time was everything. The earlier one broke, through the higher one stood. After listening, Lingguang Divine Lord solemnly cupped his hands toward Yuanling. "In that case, I entrust my daughter to you, Taoist Yuanling." This bow was not mere courtesy, it was a father's entrustment of his daughter's future. Yuanling accepted the gesture without demur. Then Lingguang Divine Lord straightened up, reached into his sleeve, and took out a spiritual treasure. It was a brocade pouch, pale gold in color, with its mouth bound by a dark cyan silk cord. The pouch was embroidered with profound spatial patterns, and a faint spiritual light rippled across its surface. The pouch was small, no larger than a fist in the palm, but as soon as Yuanling's divine sense touched it, he perceived the spatial force within. This is the Void Brocade Pouch, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure containing 17 innate restrictions. Lingguang Divine Lord handed the pouch to Yuanling, his tone calm. "It is a spatial treasure. Within the pouch lies a self-contained minor world. Inside are half of the treasures from the Phoenix clan's treasury, including many innate spiritual objects, materials, and essences. Yuanfeng asked me to give this to you, as thanks for caring for her 2 offspring." Yuanling took the Void Brocade Pouch, and without ceremony stored it directly into his primordial spirit. Although the Phoenix clan had declined, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. As the former rulers of the avian race, their treasury amassed over countless kulpas. Even half of it was an unimaginable wealth. Yuanling probed the pouch with his divine sense, and took a rough glance. The next moment his heart jolted violently. Within the minor world of the pouch, spiritual light, blazed treasure aura, soared to the heavens. Innate spiritual materials were piled like mountains, innate spiritual essences were everywhere, and there were even several innate spiritual roots. Though not as supreme as the five-needle pine, they were of mid or high grade. In addition, there were vast quantities of spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual treasures. Half of the Phoenix clan's treasury was far greater in quantity and quality than Yuanling had imagined. The three innate races truly were wealthy. Yuanling couldn't help but remark. He looked up at Lingguang Divine Lord and said half-jokingly, if not for ancestral dragons suppressing the Four Seas eyes, and the azure dragon Meng Zhang Divine Lord, and Zhu Long still being around, I would be tempted to plunder the Dragon Clan's treasury. Though said in jest, there was a hint of truth. The Dragon Clan had ruled the Four Seas for countless kalpas, and their treasury likely contained even more than the Phoenix clans. If only he could plunder it. Yuanling shook his head, dispelling the impractical thought. Though the Dragon Clan had declined, their foundation remained. Ancestral Dragon indeed suppressed the Sea Eyes, but Azure Dragon Meng Zhang Divine Lord, as one of the four celestial poles, possessed strength no less than Lingguang Divine Lord before him. Not to mention Ancestral Dragon's elder brother Zhu Long, an innate divine, being contemporary with the Dao Ancestor Hongjun, whose cultivation was unfathomable. For Yuanling, a Daoyuo Golden Immortal, to plunder the Dragon Clan. That was not seeking fortune, it was seeking death. Lingguang Divine Lord, hearing this, smiled. If you are willing to accept a disciple from the Dragon Clan, you might also obtain half of their treasury. Yuanling waved his hand, his tone casual, yet carrying a hint of seriousness. Let's forget that. If there were an innate dragon one without the karmic burden of the race, I might accept them as a disciple. But now, there are probably no innate dragons left. Innate beings were born from the original essence of innate divinities, or directly from the innate origin, not through the union of yin and yang. Such beings were pure and free of karma. In the future, the 10 little golden crows that Di Jun and the Taiyin goddess, she would conceive, were born from their innate divine essence, not from yin-yang union. The situation of the Dragon Clan was entirely different. The lascivious nature of dragons was known to all. During the Dragon Han Cataclysm, there might have been innate divinities of the Dragon Clan who bore offspring from their essence, giving rise to innate dragons. But after the Dragon Han Cataclysm, the Dragon Clan was burdened with immense karma, and no innate divinity was willing to use their essence to bear offspring anymore. The dragons of today were mostly born from yin-yang union, carrying the karmic burden of their race from birth. Finding an innate dragon free of karma was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Unless an innate origin within some secret realm spontaneously gestated a new innate dragon, such a dragon would not bear the racial karma. But such fortune was rare and not to be sought. Yuanling was unwilling to taint himself with karma for the Dragon Clan's treasury, nor would he accept a disciple burdened with karma. It would be a net loss. Yuanling cupped his hands in farewell. Divine Lord Lingguang, I shall take Zhu Li back to Yingzhou Island now. May your path be blessed, fellow cultivator. Lingguang Shinjun nodded slightly, his gaze following as Yuanling led Zhu Li away. Yuanling turned and walked forward with Zhu Li following closely behind. The master and disciple, one ahead and one behind, emerged from the southern wastelands, flame, wind, fire, sea. Beyond the undying volcanic mountain beneath the crimson heavens, Zhu Li suddenly halted her steps and spoke to Yuanling. Master, allow your disciple to transform into her true form and carry you to the eastern sea. As her words fell, her form abruptly shifted. The red-robed maiden vanished, replaced by an enormous vermilion bird. Her vermilion feathers blazed like living flames, her elongated tail feathers sweeping elegant arcs through the air. The vermilion bird spread its mighty wings, blotting out the sky and sun. The laws of fire swirled around it like a tide, distorting the very air with intense heat. The vermilion bird, guardian of the south, one of the four celestial spirits. Yuanling gazed at this magnificent divine bird before him, yet shook his head indifferently. That won't be necessary. Simply stay by my side. Zhu Li hesitated, transforming back into human form with a puzzled expression. Yuanling offered no explanation. He had comprehended the laws of space, and though only at 2/10 mastery, his speed among those beneath quasi-saint realm was unmatched throughout Hongwang. Zhu Li was merely a late-stage golden immortal. Her flight speed compared to his was worlds apart, making her carry him. They would be traveling until who knows when. More importantly, Yuanling wished to try his luck along the way. His fortune was prosperous, and Zhu Li, as the daughter of Lingguang Shinjun, possessed no small amount of fortune either. Traveling together, their fortunes combined, though not comparable to the three pure ones' extraordinary luck, it far surpassed that of ordinary quasi-saint, great divine cultivators. Wandering and pausing occasionally, they might encounter considerable opportunities. Let's go. Yuanling leaped into the air, transforming into a purple-golden rainbow light that streaked northward. Zhu Li hastily followed, a crimson rainbow light close behind. The master and disciple, one purple, one red, cut across the crimson heavens, growing ever more distant. Zhu Li had been born less than 1 yuanhui ago. Though she possessed late-stage golden immortal cultivation, she had never departed from the southern wastelands, flame, wind, fire, sea. She had grown up in the vermilion bird secret realm, her world limited to that crimson landscape. Now arriving at the Hongwang continent, everything felt fresh and wondrous. Mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, lakes. Those strange and marvelous scenes she had never witnessed filled her with exhilaration. What delighted her even more were the opportunities they collected along the way. The combined fortune of master and disciple exceeded Yuanling's expectations by far. Less than 10 years after leaving the undying volcanic mountain, Zhu Li discovered a lower-grade, innate spirit root in a mountain valley. Though not high in rank, its rarity made it precious beyond measure. Yuanling helped her store it safely, and they continued their journey. Another decade passed, and Yuanling sensed a spatial node which he shattered to reveal a middle-grade, innate spirit treasure within. A jade hairpin containing ice-cold laws which he carefully preserved. Another decade elapsed, and Zhu Li found a middle-grade, innate spirit root behind a waterfall. 10 more years later, Yuanling picked up a lower-grade, innate spirit treasure atop a desolate mountain. Wandering and pausing over several thousand years, the master and disciple reaped abundant harvests. Innate spirit treasures, innate spirit roots, innate spirit materials, innate spirit essences. Scattered and gathered together, they accumulated nearly 100 items. From initial surprise to gradual acceptance to final numbness, Zhu Li could no longer recall how many things she had collected. So all the spirit treasures on Honghuan continent are this easy to pick up? Zhu Li once asked so innocently. Yuanling smiled without answering. It wasn't that spirit treasures were easy to find. Their combined fortune was simply too formidable. If it were someone else wandering through Honghuan for thousands of years, encountering 3 to 5 innate spirit items would be considered fortunate. Unlike them, who seemed to pick up a treasure every few steps, as if strolling through their own backyard. Standing on the shores of the eastern sea, gazing at the boundless blue ocean before her, Zhu Li expelled a breath of turbid air. We've finally reached the eastern sea. Next we'll go to Master's Dao Palace at Yuanshi Immortal Island, where I can enter secluded cultivation. Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. Thousands of years of travel, though fruitful, had indeed been exhausting. After all, she was merely a late-stage golden immortal, and the strain on her spiritual sense and physical energy far exceeded Yuanling's. Follow me. Yuanling flew ahead, while Zhu Li followed behind. The master and disciple walked upon the waves, heading deeper into the eastern sea. More than a decade later, Yuanling suddenly stopped. His expression was complex. Surprise, anticipation, and confusion intertwined, making his countenance quite remarkable. Zhu Li nearly collided into him, hastily steadying herself and asking, "Master, what happened?" Yuanling did not immediately respond. He closed his eyes to perceive, then opened them, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. "Disciple, we may need to delay our visit to Yuanshi Immortal Island for a while." Zhu Li's eyes widened, her crimson gaze filled with confusion. She instinctively glanced around, her spiritual sense fully expanded, vigilantly scanning the sea's surface and the void. Could there be a great Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan ambushing us? Her voice was very low, as if afraid to disturb some hidden enemy. Yuanling couldn't help but laugh. A Dragon Clan Great Golden Immortal ambushing him. With my Great Golden Immortal cultivation, which foolish Dragon Clan member would dare attack? He shook his head and continued. Even if many Dragon Clan Great Golden Immortals still survive, they bear the race's karmic burden. They hardly venture out, let alone come to ambush us in the depths of the eastern sea. They would be hiding as fast as they could. Zhu Li blinked, finding her master's words reasonable, and asked, "Then why did master stop?" Yuanling turned around, his gaze fixed upon a distant stretch of seemingly empty sea. That area appeared no different from its surroundings. Same azure seawater, same white foam, same seabirds circling overhead. Yet within Yuanling's spatial law perception, beneath that seemingly ordinary sea surface, lay an extremely subtle spatial node. That node was far more concealed than any he had encountered before. Had his comprehension of spatial laws not advanced another level, he would have nearly missed it entirely. Master sensed the spatial node. Yuanling's tone carried a sigh. If my guess is correct, this may be the last of the 3 immortal islands. Yuanshi Immortal Island. Zhu Li's eyes instantly sparkled, her crimson gaze brimming with delight. Really? The girl's voice involuntarily rose. Master, at Yuanshi Immortal Island you acquired an entire lake of 3 luminaries' divine water and a pool of purifying white lotuses. Does Yuanshi Immortal Island also have supreme-grade, innate spirit treasures? Earlier during their travels, Yuanling had mentioned his harvest from Yuanshi Immortal Island to Zhu Li. Now encountering Yuanshi Immortal Island, her eyes were full of anticipation. Yuanling chuckled lightly without giving a direct answer. We shall see what lies within once we enter. Yuanshi Immortal Island, one of the 3 immortal islands famed alongside Penglai and Yuanshi. Penglai had already become the dojo of the Zifu Immortal Court, and Yuanshi was already within Yuanling's grasp, but Yuanshi alone had always remained hidden in the crevices of chaos, never found by anyone. Who would have thought it was hidden here beneath this ordinary sea surface in the depths of the East Sea? Yuanling took a deep breath, and with a thought, the Yuanling creation seal flew out from his primordial spirit, hovering in front of him. The purple gold seal trembled slightly, all 48 innate prohibitions activated, and the power of 3 laws, space, 5 elements, and yin-yang, poured into it simultaneously. The patterns of the cosmos and void on the seal seemed to come alive, stars swirling, the Milky Way meandering. Descend. Yuanling let out a low shout, and the Yuanling creation seal left his hand, rapidly expanding in the void into a massive seal of about 10 feet in diameter, carrying the weight of a myriad of forces, and slammed heavily onto that spatial node. Meanwhile, in the chaos beyond the heavens, the Zixiao Palace. On the high platform, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged. His figure merged with the heavenly Tao, his face indistinct, surrounded by swirling purple qi. The Zixiao Palace was empty, with only chaotic qi slowly circulating within the hall, silent and soundless. Suddenly Hongjun opened his eyes. That deep gaze pierced through the chaos, through the 33 heavens, through the endless mountains and rivers of the primordial continent, and fell upon the East Sea. His gaze fell upon Yuanling and upon Zhu Li. Hongjun's gaze lingered on Yuanling for a moment, then shifted to Zhu Li. That girl in the red dress was now standing behind Yuanling, her crimson eyes filled with anticipation as she watched the Yuanling creation seal strike the spatial node. Hongjun watched for a moment and murmured softly, his voice so low that only he could hear, "I have given you all that I can." His gaze carried a complex emotion, anticipation, relief, and a hint of faint worry. "Whether you can seize the opportunity, it's up to you from now on." With that, Hongjun closed his eyes. The Zixiao Palace returned to silence as if none of this had ever happened. Above the East Sea, the Yuanling creation seal continued to strike that spatial node. Once, twice, 3 times. The purple gold giant seal crashed down again and again, each impact accompanied by violent tremors of space. Zhu Li stood behind Yuanling, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly on the node, her heart full of anticipation. "Master obtained the purifying world white lotus in Yingzhou, so what is hidden in Fangzhong Immortal Island?" Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed across the sea. A crack appeared in the spatial node, and fragments of the innate great formation turned into a sky full of spiritual light dissipating into the air. The heavenly secrets that had been concealed for countless eons were now revealed between heaven and earth. Yuanling put away the Yuanling creation seal, turned to Zhu Li, and said, "Follow me." "Yes, master." Zhu Li quickly responded. Yuanling activated the law of space, and with a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. Zhu Li followed closely, a crimson rainbow-like light plunging into the crack. The sea surface returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Yuanling led Zhu Li into Fangzhong Immortal Island. As soon as she stepped in, Zhu Li was stunned, speechless by the sight before her. Fangzhong Immortal Island was completely different from Yingzhou Immortal Island. Yingzhou was serene and elegant, with spiritual energies swirling like mist, like an inkwash painting. Fangzhong, on the other hand, had a different atmosphere. 1,000 rays of rosy light, 1,000 strands of auspicious energy. The entire island was bathed in a splendid radiance, like a gem pierced by sunlight, glittering brilliantly. The island was covered with innate spiritual materials, some embedded in rocks, some exposed on the surface, with spiritual light flowing and treasure aura soaring to the sky. Innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots were also everywhere, though their grades were not high. Mostly low grade, occasionally medium grade. But the sheer quantity left Zhu Li dazzled. "Master." Zhu Li's voice was a bit unsteady, her crimson eyes filled with shock. She had grown up in the southern wastelands, flame, wind, fire, sea. Although the secret realm of the Vermilion Bird clan was considered wealthy compared to the Fangzhong Immortal Island before her, it was like a thatched hut versus a magnificent palace. Yuanling, however, was much calmer. He had seen a similar scene on Yingzhou Immortal Island and was mentally prepared. Moreover, for him, low-grade and medium-grade innate spiritual treasures and roots could hardly stir his emotions anymore. He had seen too many, picked up too many, and had long become numb. "Wait here for a moment. I will go refine the boundaries," steely Yuanling said. With that, his divine sense as a Deluo Golden Immortal unfolded, fully covering the entire Fangzhong Immortal Island like a tide. The Immortal Island was not large, only a few hundred li in circumference. A sweep of divine sense revealed everything. In the east central part of the island, there was an ancient stone stele, its body grayish-green, engraved with 2 ancient innate Tao characters. Fangzhong. Yuanling activated the law of space, and with a flicker he appeared beside the boundary stele. He reached out and pressed his hand on the stele, his divine sense probing into it. This refining process was even smoother than that of Yingzhou Immortal Island. There was no resistance, no prohibitions, as if the stele had been waiting for his arrival. The refining process took only a few breaths. The boundary stele established a connection with Yuanling's primordial spirit and everything on Fangzhong Immortal Island. Mountains, rivers, spiritual plants, spiritual materials, every inch of land, every grain of sand appeared in his perception. From then on, Fangzhong Immortal Island belonged to Yuanling. Yuanling withdrew his hand, and with another flicker, he returned to Zhu Li's side. "Let's go," he said, his tone tinged with anticipation. "It's time to find the true opportunity within Fangzhong Immortal Island." "True opportunity?" Zhu Li's eyes lit up. "Master, does Fangzhong Immortal Island, like Yingzhou, have hidden treasures besides the obvious spiritual materials and treasures?" "Of course." Yuanling smiled slightly and said, "Each of the 3 immortal islands has its core treasure. I don't know what the great opportunity of Penglai is, but the core of Yingzhou is that lake of 3 light divine water and the 12-grade purifying world white lotus. As for Fangzhong," he paused, his gaze turning to the depths of the island. "Let's find out." The master and disciple, one behind the other, walked toward the depths of the island. The terrain of Fangzhong Immortal Island was more complex than that of Yingzhou, with mountains, water valleys, and ravines. Yuanling's law of space proved very useful here. He led Zhu Li through space, avoiding the steep peaks and bottomless ravines, heading straight for the core area of the Immortal Island. Before long, they arrived at a valley. The valley was not large, surrounded by mountains on all sides with only a narrow, elongated entrance. The spiritual energy in the valley was so dense, it almost condensed into liquid. Zhu Li, a golden immortal, felt all her pores open with just one breath. And in the very center of the valley, a stone platform stood quietly. This stone platform, entirely grayish-black with a rough and uneven surface bearing no trace of artificial carving, appeared as if a chunk of crude stone had been cleaved directly from some mountain. Yet this unassuming stone platform emanated a faint aura of chaotic qi with an ancient and primordial Tao rhyme seemingly flowing within. Upon the platform, 3 jade pieces lay side by side. Each piece was modest in size, no larger than a palm's span, milky white in color, translucent and crystalline, with a subtle radiance flickering within. A delicate veil of chaotic qi swirled around the jade pieces, harmonizing with the stone platform below. One glance was enough for Zhu Li to gasp. Master, what grade of spirit treasure are these 3 fragments? And why is chaotic qi lingering upon them? Yuanling remained silent, his entire being frozen body, rigid eyes glazed as if rooted to the spot. His gaze locked onto the 3 jade pieces with unwavering intensity, pupils constricted, breath quickening. Zhu Li had never witnessed such demeanor from her master. In her memory, Yuanling was perpetually composed and serene, never once faltering, even when confronting Ling Guangxinjun amidst the blazing firestorms of the southern wastes. Yet now Yuanling's hands trembled faintly. Master, Zhu Li ventured cautiously. Yuanling drew a steadying breath, voice quavering as he spoke. These are fragments of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Jade Disc. Zhu Li drew a sharp breath. Creation Jade Disc. Chaos Supreme Treasure. The companion supreme treasure of the great god Pangu. Even Zhu Li, who had grown up amid the infernal flames of the southern wastes, understood the weight of these 4 words. It represented the pinnacle of existence within the great primordial, comparable to the 3 treasures of creation, nay, even more fundamental than them. Upon the Creation Jade Disc were inscribed the complete 3,000 great Tao principles. When Pangu cleaved the heavens, the Creation Jade Disc could not withstand the force of that cosmic act, and shattered its fragments, scattering across every corner of the great primordial. This treasure possessed no offensive or defensive capabilities, excelling solely in Tao comprehension and creation. Worn close to the body, it would slowly emanate Tao rhythms, fortifying the spiritual soul and dispelling inner demons. Comprehending the fragments of the Creation Jade Disc enabled rapid understanding of laws, breakthroughs, and cultivation, and the ability to divine heavenly omens and foresee the course of calamities. And now 3 fragments of the Creation Jade Disc lay before Yuanling. He stepped forward, trembling hands lifting the 3 jade pieces. The jade pieces felt warm and smooth in his grasp, their texture delicate as the finest white suet jade. Yet the instant his divine sense pierced within, his body convulsed once more. The laws contained within those 3 Creation Jade Disc fragments were none other than space, yin yang, and the 5 elements, the very 3 laws he cultivated. This was no mere coincidence. The core of Yingzhou Immortal Island comprised a lake of 3 lights, sacred water, and a 12-grade purifying white lotus, having no direct connection to the laws Yuanling cultivated. Yet the core of Fangzhong Immortal Island, these 3 Creation Jade Disc fragments, happened to be space, yin yang, and the 5 elements. Yuanling drew a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart as he clutched the 3 jade pieces in his palm. Then he turned, bowing reverently toward the direction of chaotic heaven beyond heaven, toward the purple cloud palace nestled in the depths of the void. Disciple Yuanling bows in gratitude to the Patriarch's gracious gift. Had Fangzhong Immortal Island merely revealed fragments of the Creation Jade Disc, by chance it might have been mere fortune. Yet the laws within all 3 fragments precisely matching the 3 laws he cultivated. This was no coincidence, but deliberate arrangement. Within the great primordial, only one being could accomplish such a thing. Though Zhu Li did not fully comprehend what had transpired upon seeing her master bow, she hastily knelt and kowtowed with reverent respect. Though unaware of whom she was bowing to, following her master's lead seemed prudent. Yuanling completed his kowtow and rose, carefully storing the 3 Creation Jade Disc fragments within his spiritual soul. The moment the 3 fragments entered his spiritual soul, they resonated subtly with his true spirit. Space, yin yang, the 5 elements. The Tao rhythms of these 3 laws emanated from the fragments like 3 springs trickling gently into the depths of his spirit. Yuanling closed his eyes, savoring the sensation for a moment. Then he opened them, gazing upon the platform before him. That chaotic, crude stone. It suddenly occurred to Yuanling that after the Creation Jade Disc fragments were removed, the chaotic, crude stone beneath should still remain. Yet before him now was empty void, nothing at all. The chaotic, crude stone had vanished. It was neither taken by Yuanling nor by Zhu Li, it had simply vanished silently in that instant of his kowtow. A faint smile curved Yuanling's lips. Who but a saint could remove the chaotic, crude stone right before his eyes without his slightest awareness? Yuanling bowed once more toward the direction of chaotic heaven beyond heaven, then straightened his gaze, passing over the empty platform and toward what lay ahead. With the Creation Jade Disc fragments taken and the chaotic, crude stone vanished, the hidden fortune that had been concealed finally revealed its true form. Floating in the void ahead were two objects. The first was a spirit pearl. The pearl was entirely chaotic, gray, murky, and dull, as if formed from the chaotic chi that existed before heaven and earth were divided. Around the pearl, chaotic chi flowed endlessly with faint rivers of stars sinking and rising, great Tao runes flickering unceasingly within. The aura of a supreme grade innate spirit treasure was released without restraint. Yuanling swept his divine sense across it and perceived the number of innate prohibitions within. 48 in total, a complete and flawless supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Zhu Li drew near, asking curiously, "Master, what spirit pearl is this?" Yuanling extended his hand, beckoning the chaotic gray pearl into his palm, his divine sense probing within as he carefully sensed its nature. "The primordial pearl," he replied, his tone carrying a note of emotion. "Primordial pearl." Zhu Li blinked. "What connection does it have to the legendary chaos supreme treasure, the chaos pearl?" Yuanling shook his head. Though the primordial pearl also contains within it a chaotic world, unlike the chaos supreme treasure, this chaotic world cannot be used to split open heaven and prove the Tao. The other effects of the primordial pearl bear some resemblance to the chaos pearl, though it serves as a weakened version thereof. He paused, adding, "Nevertheless, a supreme grade innate spirit treasure with 48 prohibitions remains among the pinnacle existences of the great primordial." Zhu Li nodded with partial understanding. The chaos pearl, as a chaos supreme treasure equal in fame to the creation jade disc, was said to allow one who fully mastered it to carve open heaven and earth within its chaos, thereby proving the Tao. But that was merely legend, for no one had ever truly beheld the chaos pearl. Though the primordial pearl fell short of the chaos pearl, a supreme grade innate spirit treasure with 48 prohibitions was more than sufficient to drive quasi-saint great masters to jealousy-fueled madness. Yuanling stored the primordial pearl within his spiritual soul and turned his gaze to the second object. It was a circle of spirit pearls, 12 in total, entirely blue, translucent, and crystalline, like 12 droplets of frozen seawater. Each pearl emanated the aura of an innate spirit treasure, though individually their grade was not high, merely lower grade innate spirit treasures. The 12 pearls floated suspended in the air, faintly forming a cycle, resonating with one another, their spiritual light interconnected. Yuanling's eyes lit up, and he almost blurted out, "Dinghai divine pearls." Zhu Li asked curiously, "Dinghai divine pearls? Master, these 12 spiritual pearls, aren't their grades low?" "A single one is not high grade," Yuanling explained, "but the Dinghai divine pearls are a set of spiritual treasures. The more there are, the higher the grade. When 12 are gathered, it becomes a middle grade innate spiritual treasure. When 24 are gathered, it becomes a top grade innate spiritual treasure. If 36 Dinghai divine pearls are gathered, forming the number of the Zhou Tian, it becomes a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure with 48 innate restrictions." He summoned the 12 Dinghai divine pearls into his hand, feeling the innate restrictions contained within them. Inside each Dinghai divine pearl, there were only 12 innate restrictions, the standard configuration of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. But when they appear together, the origins of the Dinghai divine pearls connect, and the innate restrictions superimpose and merge, forming a higher-level system of restrictions. More importantly, just like Yuanling's yin-yang pearl, the Dinghai divine pearls can first have their restrictions individually refined and then merged. However, the yin-yang pearl is a fusion of yin and yang spiritual pearls, while the Dinghai divine pearls have their origins connected but do not physically merge. Only the innate restrictions merge. This means that even if one's cultivation level is only that of a golden immortal, with sufficient patience to refine them one by one can completely refine the 36 Dinghai divine pearls, this supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. Yuanling thought of this, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The Dinghai divine pearls also had another effect. Each pearl contained a small world within it filled with innate spiritual energy. 12 Dinghai divine pearls meant 12 small worlds. 36 meant 36 small worlds. These small worlds could not only be used to store items, but also to quickly replenish mana in battle. The innate spiritual energy from 36 small worlds surging forth simultaneously was enough to make the holder's mana recovery speed incredibly fast. Yuanling stored the 12 Dinghai divine pearls into his primordial spirit, secretly calculating in his heart the remaining 24 Dinghai divine pearls should be in the hands of the Grandmaster. The next time the Grandmaster preaches the Tao, they will be placed on the dividing treasure rock and taken by Uncle Master Tongtian. Once the spiritual treasure falls into Tongtian's hands, it would be very simple for Yuanling to obtain it. He just needed to ask, and Tongtian would surely give it to him. Yuanling withdrew his thoughts, clapped his hands, and looked around. The core opportunities of Fangzhong Immortal Island were all in his hands. 3 fragments of the creation jade disc placed by the Tao Ancestor, the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, Hunyuan Pearl, and 12 Dinghai divine pearls. This harvest was no less than that of Yingzhou Immortal Island. "Master, where are we going next?" Zhu Li asked. "Back to Yingzhou," Yuanling said. "I need to go into seclusion to comprehend the laws, and you should also go into seclusion to break through." Zhu Li nodded vigorously. Yuanling took one last look at Fangzhong Immortal Island, activated the boundary stele, and hid the entire island within the crevice of chaos. Then he led Zhu Li away from the island, flying towards Yingzhou. Above the east sea, two rainbow lights one after the other streaked across the sky. Yuanling was in an excellent mood. The fragments of the creation jade disc, the Hunyuan pearl, and the Dinghai divine pearls. Each of these three items except for the Dinghai divine pearls was enough to make quasi-saint great supernatural beings fight over them. The three fragments of the creation jade disc could help him quickly comprehend the three laws of space Yin-yang and the five elements. The Hunyuan pearl with 48 restrictions was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. The chaotic world contained within it, although unable to open heaven and prove the Tao, was top-notch for attacking, trapping, and defending. The Dinghai divine pearls still lacked 24 to complete the number of 36, Zhou Tian. But those 24 already had a destination. They were in the hands of Grandmaster Hongjun and would eventually reach Uncle Master Tongtian and eventually reach Yuanling himself. Thinking of this, Yuanling could not help but laugh out loud. Zhu Li, following behind him, saw her master's expression of delight and also laughed. Although she did not know why her master was laughing, if her master was happy, she was happy. The two rainbow lights gradually faded away over the east sea, eventually disappearing at the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace within the chaotic outer heaven, Tao Ancestor Hongjun withdrew his gaze, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had given all that he could. The remaining path was for Yuanling to walk himself. At Yingzhou Immortal Island by the three-light divine water lake. The lake water rippled, three-colored light, flowing among the waves, reflecting the entire immortal island like a dreamy fantasy. At the center of the lake, the 12-pin purifying world white lotus floated quietly, its petals white as snow, emitting a faint light of purifying the world. On the lotus platform, Zhu Li sat cross-legged, her red robes like fire forming a stark contrast with the white lotus beneath her. After tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the girl's face had shed some of its childishness and gained more composure. But her crimson eyes were still as bright, as ever, shining with the unique vitality and vigor of a young girl. Not far away, the five-needle pine had twisted branches intertwined, its five-colored branches spreading in five directions, with spiritual light flowing on the pine needles and Tao resonance permeating the air. Under the tree, Yuanling sat cross-legged, his body motionless like a statue. His purple-gold Tao robe was covered with dust, but his aura was incomparably more profound than tens of thousands of years ago. After tens of thousands of years of seclusion, Yuanling's comprehension of the laws had advanced by leaps and bounds. Three fragments of the creation jade disc floated deep within his primordial spirit, slowly rotating, emitting mysterious Tao resonance. The five-element origins and space origin of the five-needle pine were completely open to him for comprehension. The combination of the two had an effect far beyond 1 + 1. His comprehension of the five-element law was the greatest, reaching 45%. Even Yuanling himself was somewhat surprised by this progress. The power of the creation jade disc lay in this. Although Pangu in the past cultivated the great Tao of force, he was able to comprehend the 3,000 great Taos through the creation jade disc, which allowed him to easily defeat the 3,000 chaos gods. As long as he reached 50% comprehension of the law, Yuanling would have no bottleneck in breaking through to quasi-saint in the future. He would not even need to sever his corpse. As long as he refined his mana to the required level, he could directly break through. The space law was second only to the five-element law. Yuanling had comprehended it to 40%. As one of the highest laws, ranking high among the 3,000 great Taos, the space law was far more practical than the five-element law. With 20% space law, Yuanling's speed was already unmatched below quasi-saint. With 40% space law, his means of teleportation, escape, and space sealing had all undergone a qualitative leap. He had comprehended the yin-yang law the least, currently only at 20%. It was not that Yuanling could not comprehend it, but that time was insufficient. During the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, Yuanling had devoted most of his energy to the five-element law and space law, because with the assistance of the five-needle pine, comprehending them yielded twice the result with half the effort. As for the yin-yang law, he planned to later borrow the Taiji diagram from his eldest uncle, Master Laozi. The yin-yang origin in the innate supreme treasure Taiji diagram was in no way inferior to the yin-yang great Tao in the creation jade disc. Although his comprehension of the laws had advanced by leaps and bounds, Yuanling's cultivation level still remained at the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal. It was not that he could not break through, but that his mana was insufficient. Comprehending the law is knowledge, and breaking through in cultivation is action. Only by integrating knowledge and action can one make progress. Although Yuanling understood the principles of the later stage and completion of the Great Golden Immortal realm, the accumulation of his mana was still insufficient to support him crossing that threshold. Fortunately, Yuanling was not in a hurry to break through. His mana could accumulate gradually, and his advance in comprehending the laws instead paved a smooth path ahead. Yuanling opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid qi, which shot forth like an arrow for 3 qi, producing a faint whoosh in the air. He waved his hand lightly, and the 12-grade world cleansing white lotus from the lake's center drifted over. Zhu Li, who had been cultivating on the lotus platform, woke up and leaped down from it, her red skirt fluttering in the wind like a dancing flame. "Teacher." Zhu Li walked before Yuanling and called out respectfully. Yuanling nodded, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Li. After tens of thousands of years, this disciple had not wasted her time. Zhu Li's current cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal, with a profound aura and solid foundation ready to break through to the later stage at any time. The remarkable progress she made in such a short time, besides her own talent and hard work, was inseparable from the assistance of the five-needle pine's innate pine cones. 30,000 years ago, the five-needle pine ripened for the second time, bearing 50 pine cones, 10 for each of the 5 elements, their spiritual light resplendent and fragrance overflowing. Zhu Li initially consumed 3 fire tribute innate pine cones to break through to the completion of Jinxian. 30,000 years ago, Zhu Li separately consumed 3 elemental pine cones, condensing the 5 qi in her chest and breaking through to Great Golden Immortal. The 2 rounds of pine cones produced by the five-needle pine totaled 100. After excluding the 18 already consumed by Zhu Li, 82 remained. Including the 32 innate pine cones previously stored on Yuanling's person, all were consumed by Zhu Li. The fire tribute pine cones helped Zhu Li comprehend the law of fire, making her origin more pure. The other elemental pine cones, except those consumed when Zhu Li condensed the 5 qi in her chest, transformed into pure mana, propelling her cultivation all the way to the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal. Zhu Li was now only one step away from the later stage of Great Golden Immortal. Yuanling stood up, brushed off the dust from his robes, and softly said, "Your ancestor's 3rd sermon will begin in 100 years. It is time for us to depart for Xixiao Palace." Zhu Li's eyes instantly brightened. She had long heard from her father and teacher about the wonders of Xixiao Palace, where 3,000 great powers gather. The Tao Ancestor personally imparts the great Tao. Heavenly flowers rain down, and golden lotuses emerge from the earth. That is the most premier grand event in the primordial world. And this time she could also go. "Teacher." Zhu Li suddenly remembered something, her tone becoming somewhat hesitant as she carefully asked, "Will we really have to request spiritual treasures from Patriarch and Ancestor at that time?" Although she had been studying under Yuanling for tens of thousands of years, she had only heard of her teacher's extraordinary deeds and had never witnessed them firsthand. The thought of requesting spiritual treasures from the Tao Ancestor in Xixiao Palace made her legs weak just imagining it. Yuanling spoke with certainty, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. "Trust your teacher." He paused as if recalling some fond memories. "During the last sermon at Xixiao Palace, I earnestly requested the Tao Ancestor, and thus obtained the foundation of the great Tao, the Hongmeng purple qi, as well as the 4 innate 5-directional flags." The words were spoken with nonchalant ease, but the implication of, "I simply did so back then," could hardly be concealed. Zhu Li nodded vigorously, her crimson eyes full of expectation. "Let's go." Yuanling took Zhu Li's small hand, and in his primordial spirit, 3 fragments of the creation jade disc trembled simultaneously. The power of space surged like tidal waves, enveloping the master and disciple within. The next moment, their figures vanished from Yingzhou Immortal Island. Xixiao Palace. Deep in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, the doors of Xixiao Palace were tightly closed. Though 100 years remained until the Tao Ancestor's 3rd sermon, there were already people within the hall. 3 meditation cushions, 3 figures. Laozi sat in the center, his eyes half closed, the mysterious yellow energy flowing around him, as if merging with heaven and earth. Yuanshi sat to the left, seated upright, like a bell, dignity arising naturally. Tontian sat to the right, his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes holding a faint smile. For the first sermon, the Tao Ancestor dispatched Yao Qi to guide them with the Taiji diagram. For the second sermon, the 3 pure ones traversed the chaos independently, taking 100 years to arrive, and after the sermon, the Tao Ancestor bestowed the Taiji diagram upon Laozi. For the third sermon, the 3 pure ones directly used the Taiji diagram to clear the path. The golden bridge, transformed from the Taiji diagram, could cross the chaos and reach Xixiao directly. They did not need to depart centuries in advance like others, they only needed to step onto the golden bridge before the sermon began and could arrive instantaneously. Within Xixiao Palace, space shimmered slightly, a figure in purple gold leading a figure in crimson materialized out of thin air in the hall. Yuanling and Zhu Li stepped out from the spatial rift. For the first time, Zhu Li entered Xixiao Palace and looked around curiously. Everything in the hall intrigued her, the unfathomably high ceiling, the walls flowing with chaotic energy, the 6 meditation cushions emitting a faint glow, and the empty dais that instilled awe. Yuanling's gaze fell upon the 3 pure ones at the forefront. He released Zhu Li's hand, stepped forward a few paces, and bowed respectfully. This disciple greets Master Uncle and Great Uncle. Zhu Li came back to her senses and hurried to follow, kneeling to pay respects with a clear voice. This disciple, Zhu Li, bows to Patriarch, Great Uncle Patriarch, and Great Great Uncle Patriarch. The 3 pure ones' gazes simultaneously fell upon Zhu Li. The maiden's red robes blazed like fire, her crimson hair cascaded like a waterfall, her red eyes clear and bright, and the law of fire surrounded her like wisps. Though her cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of Great Golden Immortal, her foundation was solid, her aura profound, and she carried an indistinct resonance with heaven and earth. That was the fortune of the 4 extremities of heaven. The daughter of the vermilion bird Lingguang Divine Lord was indeed as renowned as her reputation. Although she was a creature born from the primordial, her talent was no inferior to any primordial divine being. Moreover, she bore no racial karma, and with the merit and fortune of the four extremities of heaven protecting her, as long as she did not fall midway, she would inevitably become a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, a true immortal of virtue, and fortune untouched by the culpa. A satisfied smile appeared on Yuanshi's face. He glanced at Yuanling with approval. This disciple had good judgment in taking apprentices exactly like his teacher. Then Yuanshi's gaze turned to the dais, which stood empty, as the Tao Ancestor had not yet appeared. The supreme, innate spirit treasure, the 8 treasures glazed vase. This was not the willow leaf jade pure vase carried by the future Zihong Taoist. That vase, originally named the pure glazed vase, was a high-grade, innate spirit treasure bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzun upon Zihong Taoist, one of the 12 Golden Immortals. Later, when Zihong entered Buddhism and became Guanyin Bodhisattva, the pure glazed vase was fused with Buddhist merits and the malevolent blood transformation curse, transforming into the willow leaf jade pure vase. The 8 treasures glazed vase was a different spirit treasure of higher grade and greater power, one of the many precious treasures Yuanshi had hoarded for eons. Zhu Li's eyes lit up at the sight of the glazed vase. The 8 treasures glazed vase was a water-attuned spirit treasure, while she cultivated the law of fire. At first glance they seemed to counteract each other, but in truth it was not so. Water and fire in harmony, yin and yang balanced. Sometimes this could produce unexpected effects. Moreover, this was a supreme, innate spirit treasure. Thank you for the gift, Grandmaster. Zhu Li received the 8 treasures glazed vase with both hands, caressing it with delight. Laozi and Tongtian exchanged glances, and each took out their own meeting gifts. Laozi produced a postnatal spirit treasure gourd entirely purple, with a faint, delicate fragrance of pills wafting around it. He handed the gourd to Zhu Li, his tone calm, yet tinged with kindness. These are 9 8-turn golden pills I refined a few days ago. I gift them to you. 8-turn golden pills. Zhu Li's hand trembled slightly. Laozi's alchemy was unparalleled in the primordial world. Though 8-turn golden pills were inferior to 9-turn ones, their value was still immeasurable. Consuming a 9-turn golden pill could instantly elevate one to a Daluo Golden Immortal, but the foundation would be unstable, and one would never advance further in this life. Consuming an 8-turn golden pill could instantly break through to Tai Gold Immortal with the same limitation of no further progress, but if used solely to enhance magical power, its effect was not inferior to that of a supreme, innate spirit fruit. Although Zhu Li was already at the mid-stage of Tai Gold Immortal, these 9 8-turn golden pills served more to boost her magical power than to break through realms. Yet the value of 9 such pills was still an unimaginable fortune. Thank you, Grandmaster. Zhu Li received the gourd and carefully stored it in her primordial spirit. Tongtian, on the other hand, took out a long sword. The blade was as red as blood, with faint flames dancing along its edge, radiating a scorching aura. At the hilt was carved a phoenix, spreading its wings to take flight, so lifelike it seemed ready to soar from the sword at any moment. This sword is called the Fire Phoenix sword, a high-grade, innate spirit treasure. Tongtian's tone was casual, as if speaking of a trivial matter. I obtained it during the Dragon Han Cataclysm after slaying a Daluo Golden Immortal of the Phoenix clan. When mentioning the Daluo Golden Immortal of the Phoenix clan, Tongtian's expression flickered with slight unease, as if he felt it inappropriate to speak of slaying the Phoenix clan before the daughter of Vermilion Bird. But Zhu Li paid no heed. She received the Fire Phoenix sword, her vermilion eyes brimming with surprise. The Fire Phoenix sword, a high-grade fire-attuned, innate spirit treasure. This was exactly the type of spirit treasure she needed most. Thank you, Grandmaster. Zhu Li stored the Fire Phoenix sword in her primordial spirit, her heart filled with delight. The 8 treasures glazed vase, the 8-turn golden pills, and the Fire Phoenix sword. Though of different qualities, each was a priceless treasure to Zhu Li. After the 3 pure ones had presented their gifts, the Zixiao Palace fell silent for a moment. Zhu Li stood obediently behind Yuanling, though her gaze occasionally drifted toward the high platform. The platform remained empty, but the young girl was already anticipating. Her master had said that the founder of their Xianmin sect, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, would also bestow spirit treasures. Suddenly a ripple stirred on the high platform, and a fan materialized out of thin air, hovering in midair. The fan was woven entirely from 5 colored divine feathers, its surface painted with patterns of 5 types of flames: wood fire, stone fire, sky fire, samadhi fire, and mortal fire. The 5 flames, each of a different color, swirled and danced on the fan's surface, as if alive. The ribs were carved from some unknown divine bone, smooth as jade, yet exuding a certain toughness. The 5 Fire 7 fan, a supreme, innate spirit treasure containing 41 innate restrictions. This fan gathered the 5 primal mundane fires supplemented by the feathers of 7 divine birds, and was conceived through the innate immortal light. A single wave of the fan summoned boundless divine flames that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. Unrivaled in group attacks, especially effective against wood and water-based techniques. The fan drifted slowly toward Zhu Li and hovered before her. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. A supreme innate spirit treasure. Yet another supreme innate spirit treasure, and this one was a fire-attuned treasure most suited to her. Disciple thanks the Ancestor for the gift. Zhu Li knelt and kowtowed, her voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Yuanling stood by, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had long known that the Grandmaster would not treat the disciple he brought with disdain. But Yuanling glanced at the high platform, then at the 5-Fire-7 fan in Zhu Li's hand, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The 5-Fire-7 fan. This spirit treasure he recognized. In the original trajectory, it should have been the fortune of his master Yuanshi taken by him at the treasure distribution rock, and later bestowed upon Qingshu Daojinjuan. Now the Grandmaster Hongjun had given it to Zhu Li in advance. But Qingshu Daojinjuan, though his name contained doubt of morality, he was far from moral. During the conferred god cataclysm, he even played the role of a kidnapper. Qingshu Daojinjuan's disciple Huang Tianhua was the eldest son of Huang Feihu, the martial king of the Shang dynasty. When he was only 2 or 3 years old, playing in the back garden, Qingshu, passing by on a cloud, saw that the child had a fierce aura and was named on the conferred god list. Without asking for the consent of Huang Feihu and his wife, without leaving a letter or informing the family, he directly conjured a whirlwind and abducted the child to Qingfeng Mountain Zhang Cave, separating them for 13 years. This caused the Huang family to search bitterly for their young son for over a decade, bringing grief to the entire household day and night. Huang Feihu never knew whether his son was alive or dead for many years. The spirit treasure that was to belong to Qingshu Daojinjuan in the future was now bestowed upon Zhu Li by the Dao Ancestor. Yuanling felt no guilt toward this future junior brother. After all, as a moral immortal, if Chijingzi felt no guilt about his Yinyang mirror being given to Yuanling by Hongjun, why should Yuanling feel guilty about Qingshu's treasure? After receiving the spirit treasures, Zhu Li obediently sat on the cushion behind Yuanling, the place after her master's seat where the first disciple of the 4th generation of the Xianmin sect should sit. The young girl in fiery red robes stood out vividly in this ancient hall, but she had now restrained all her curious glances, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate her magical power. Her cultivation method was not the jade purity immortal art. Lingguang Xinjuan, as the vermilion bird of the 4 heavenly poles after the Dragon Han cataclysm, with the blessing of heavenly Dao merit, had broken through to the perfection of Hunyuan Gold Immortal. Coupled with the heavenly Dao fruit position of the 4 heavenly poles, his strength could be called a sub-saint, inferior to heavenly Dao saints and Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortals, but a unique existence below them. Sub-saint, half-step saint above, quasi-saint below saint. The cultivation method created by Lingguang Xinjun was forged through countless eons, combining the vermilion bird's origin and the heavenly Dao fruit position, perfectly matching Zhu Li's own origin. Yuanling had never demanded that Zhu Li switch to cultivate the Yuqing immortal art. Not because it was inferior, but quite the opposite. The Yuqing immortal art was one of the most supreme techniques in the primordial world. Yet no matter how excellent a technique might be, suitability remained paramount. As the daughter of the vermilion bird, Zhu Li's essence was rooted in fire. Cultivating the vermilion bird lineage's arts came far more naturally to her than the Yuqing immortal art. Moreover, after reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, the significance of cultivation techniques diminished greatly. Before, Deluo Golden Immortal techniques determined the speed of cultivation, the quality of spiritual power, and the barriers to breakthroughs. But once one attained Deluo Golden Immortal, the core lay in comprehending the laws of the Dao. When the laws were understood and spiritual power was abundant, the realm would naturally follow. No technique, however excellent, could help one grasp the Dao's laws, so Yuanling never troubled himself over such matters. Zhu Li cultivated the vermilion bird arts while he cultivated the Yuqing immortal art. There was no conflict between them. 100 years passed in a flash. A distant resonant golden bell echoed through the chaos, piercing the walls of the Zixiao Palace and reaching the ears of everyone within. Dong! The gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly swung open. Hao Yan and Yao Qi stood at the entrance, one on each side, pushing open the 2 heavy doors. Outside the palace, the 3,000 great cultivators had long been waiting. Some sat, some stood, some closed their eyes in meditation, others whispered among themselves. Yet the moment the golden bell sounded, every one of them rose and filed in. The 3,000 great cultivators entered the hall, in order, their gazes sweeping across the interior. The first thing they saw was the 3 pure ones seated at the front on prayer mats, their auras steady, and the rhythm of the Dao flowing around them. Then came Yuanling, seated behind Yuanshi, clad in a purple gold Taoist robe, his bearing composed and graceful. Behind him sat Zhu Li, dressed in fiery red, her eyes closed in meditation. The 3 pure ones and Yuanling were already present. They had arrived even before the gates of the Zixiao Palace had opened. Complex emotions flickered in the eyes of the great cultivators. Envy, jealousy, admiration, helplessness. This was the privilege of the Dao Ancestor's direct disciples. They could enter even when the palace gates were sealed. This could no longer be explained by the mere word disciple. They were akin to the Dao Ancestor's own children. The crowd's gazes then turned to Nuwa, who sat on a prayer mat as another direct disciple of the Dao Ancestor, yet she had not arrived early. Their eyes passed over the 3 pure ones, and Yuanling then settled on the crimson figure behind Yuanling. Tai Golden Immortal. Amidst a hall filled with Deluo Golden Immortals and quasi-sage great cultivators, the appearance of a single Tai Golden Immortal was like a fledgling bird mingling among a flock of cranes, impossible to ignore. Yet what truly made these great cultivators pause was not Zhu Li's cultivation level, but the fortune, the laws of the Dao, and the Dao marks that enveloped her. A low cultivation level was nothing to be ashamed of, who had not climbed step by step from a lower realm. But Zhu Li's fortune was so dense it had nearly solidified into a tangible form, faintly manifesting as a pillar of crimson light above her head, shooting straight toward the palace ceiling. This was not fortune gained through personal cultivation, it was a grand fortune resonating with heaven and earth, echoing the stars. The purity of her Tao laws was astonishing. The law of fire surged around her like a tide, almost materializing into living flames. Though only a Tai Golden Immortal, her affinity for the law of fire made even many Deluo Golden Immortals in the hall feel inferior. And the Tao marks upon her were so profound that they faintly connected to the four extremities of heaven and resonated with the southern stars, as if she were not merely a person but a part of the cosmic order itself. She was the offspring of the vermilion bird Lingguang Divine Lord. In the eyes of the great cultivators a myriad of complex emotions flickered. Some showed sudden understanding, some envy, some deep contemplation, while others frowned slightly. The vermilion bird Lingguang Divine Lord, one of the four cardinal directions of heaven, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal at perfection, the realm of a sub-saint. His offspring appearing in the Zixiao Palace seated behind Yuanling. What did this signify? It meant that the vermilion bird lineage had aligned with the lineage of the three pure ones, that the four cardinal directions of heaven were drawing closer to the mystic gate. It signified many things, yet no one dared to speak. In the Zixiao Palace where the Tao Ancestor was about to deliver his sermon, none dared to raise a disturbance. Those gazes lingered on Zhu Li for only a moment before withdrawing, but that fleeting attention was enough to make the young Tai Golden Immortal feel as if needles were pricking her back. The maiden lowered her eyelids, not daring to meet anyone's eyes within the Zixiao Palace. She placed her hands on her knees, sat obediently on the prayer mat, and remained perfectly still. Only one thought occupied her mind, now her master was right. The Zixiao Palace was indeed no comfortable place to be. After everyone had taken their seats, the Tao Ancestor's nominal disciples Jian and Zhuni arrived last, as was their custom. The two hurried in from outside the palace, their robes stained with chaotic qi, their expressions flustered. For some reason, every time the Tao Ancestor gave a sermon at the Zixiao Palace, they were always the last to arrive. That two great cultivators at the quasi-sage level who could traverse chaos faster than many Deluo Golden Immortals would be so slow. This was simply unconvincing. Some speculated that they deliberately arrived late, intentionally drawing attention and crafting a pitiful image of having endured countless hardships to travel from the barren western lands. As Jian Zhuanti and the others settled down, silence fell over the Zixiao Palace. Yuanling, seated behind Yuanshi, swept his gaze across the 3,000 great cultivators in the hall. 1 Yuanhui, 129,600 years, had passed since the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace. Throughout this, Yuanhui Yuanling had spent most of his time in seclusion on the Yingzhou Immortal Island, meditating on the creation jade disc and cultivating the laws of the Tao. Yet he was not ignorant of the events outside. After arriving at the Zixiao Palace, he had conversed with Yuanshi and learned of the major happenings in the primordial world during this period. The greatest event was the emergence of the Wu clan. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the mountain formed from Panga's spine, the pillar that held up the heavens, 12 primordial deities were born. Born from Panga's essence, blood mixed with the turbid qi of the earth, they called themselves the ancestral Wu. The 12 ancestral Wu Gonggong, Zhurong, Dijiang, Gomong, Rushu, Xuanming, Hutu, Qiangliang, Zijian, Tianwu, Shizi, and Shibishi. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit, nor did they seek the Tao fruit. They walked a different path, the path of attaining sainthood through the physical body. The bodies of the ancestral Wu were so powerful that they could withstand top-grade primordial spirit treasures without suffering any damage. Moreover, each ancestral Wu mastered a great law of the Tao. Although they did not cultivate the primordial spirit, their comprehension of the laws was profound. Among the 12 ancestral Wu, the lowest cultivation realm was the early quasi-sage stage. But they did not call it quasi-sage, they called it Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The same realm, but a different path. Beneath the ancestral Wu were the great Wu whose cultivation rivaled Deluo Golden Immortals, with equally formidable bodies that could withstand primordial spirit treasures. Though not as terrifying as the ancestral Wu, the physical combat power at the Deluo Golden Immortal level was enough to make the vast majority of cultivators tremble with fear. On the day the Wu clan emerged, the skies of the primordial world changed color, and then conflict broke out between the Wu clan and the Yao clan. The Yao clan claimed to be the masters of all races in the primordial world, but the Wu clan refused to acknowledge their rule. Clashes of ideology, conflicts of interest, overlapping territories. The seeds of discord were sown from the very moment the Wu clan appeared. The 12 ancestral witches and the innate divinities of the demon clan had not yet struck, but between the great Luo Golden Immortal level demon gods and great witches, several battles had already taken place. Both sides had victories and defeats, but no casualties. Yet everyone knew this was only the beginning. The seeds of the tribulation of calamity had already been sown. Shortly after the Wu clan emerged, Dijuan made a momentous decision. He led the demon clan to establish the heavenly court beyond the 33rd heaven above Buzhou Mountain. The demon clan's heavenly court. Dijuan proclaimed himself the heavenly emperor Tai, as the eastern emperor Fuxi, as the Shi emperor, and Nuwa as the Hua empress. They used the primordial supreme treasure Chaos Bell and the top-grade innate spiritual treasures Hichu and Luoshu to suppress their fortune. The establishment of the heavenly court greatly elevated the fortune of the demon clan. Dejuan stood beyond the 33rd heaven, gazing down upon the primordial world, his eyes filled with ambition. What he sought was not merely the emperor of the demon clan, but the lord of heaven and earth. The banner of the heavenly court fluttered high beyond the 33rd heaven. The Wu clan on Buzhou Mountain below the heavenly court looked up at that banner with disgust in their eyes. At that moment in the Zhixiao Palace, Yuanling's gaze swept across the hall and finally settled on two figures. The first was a woman in yellow robes. She sat in the middle back row with a temperament as gentle as the earth and eyes as soft as the spring breeze. Her face was not of stunning beauty, but of a reassuring motherly tenderness. Around her flowed the dense laws of earth with a steady, unmovable aura. Hutu, the ancestral witch of earth of the Wu clan. Her cultivation was at the early quasi-saint stage. No, the ancestral witches did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they cultivated their physical bodies and laws. Her realm should be the early Great Golden Immortal. Hutu was the most unique among the 12 ancestral witches. She did not delight in conflict, nor did she revel in slaughter. Her Tao was the Tao of the earth, the Tao of bearing, the Tao of life. Yuanling's gaze lingered on Hutu for a moment, and a complex surge of emotion welled up in his heart. Hutu, the future Pingxin Empress, the founder of the 6 paths of reincarnation, who transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation, blessing all beings of the primordial world with boundless merit. That was Hutu's choice, but also her destiny. Yuanling withdrew his gaze and looked at another person. The man sat in the back row on the left, appearing as a middle-aged Taoist with a gaunt face and half-closed eyes. He wore a gray Taoist robe, his aura restrained, revealing no depth. Yet faint spiritual light flickered around him, the aura of an innate spiritual treasure. Randang, Taoist of the Yuanji cave on Lingzhou Mountain, one of the 3,000 guests of Zhixiao Palace. He was also the future vice leader of the Chan sect and the ancient Buddha Randang of Buddhism. But at this moment Randang was merely an ordinary innate divinity with a cultivation of great Golden Immortal perfection. Yuanling gazed at Randang, calculating inwardly. With himself present, it would be unrealistic for Randang to seek entry into the Yuqing lineage in the future. Randang had become the vice leader of the Chan sect because he had no regard for face, and thus Yuanshi Tianzun agreed to let him join the Chan sect. But Yuanling was the first disciple of the Chan sect, the sole student of the Yuqing lineage. When his master Yuanshi Tianzun took disciples in the future, he would be the senior brother. With him in the sect, the Chan sect had no need for a vice leader. If Randang still wished to enter the Chan sect, he could only be a second-generation disciple, a junior brother to Yuanling. Randang, a guest of Zhixiao Palace, a fellow Taoist who had interacted with the 3 pure ones as equals, becoming a junior brother to Yuanling. Yuanling shook his head. Impossible. Randang would not agree, and Yuanshi would not arrange it that way. Rather than let Randang face awkwardness later, it was better to advise him to seek the 2 sages of the West. Jane and Juanti were quite eager for Randang. If Randang were willing to go to the West, his status would certainly not be low. Yuanling withdrew his gaze and ceased further deliberation. Randang's matter was still far off. The 3rd lecture at Zhixiao Palace was the immediate concern. After this lecture, the Tao Ancestor would merge with the Heavenly Tao. After merging, the Tao Ancestor would be the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao would be the Tao Ancestor. At that time, the great powers who wished to rule the primordial world and attain enlightenment through fortune would no longer be constrained by the Tao Ancestor's influence, and the tribulation of calamity would truly begin. Above the high platform, the void rippled faintly. A figure materialized out of nowhere without warning or prelude, as if it had always been there, only now allowing others to see. The Tao Ancestor Hongjun appeared as before, clad in a chaos Taoist robe, his features indistinct, merged with the heavenly Tao. But this time the aura around him was entirely different from the previous 2 lectures. In the previous 2 lectures, although the Tao Ancestor was also merged with the heavenly Tao, that merging was like a distant closeness, as if he stood beside the heavenly Tao, gazing down upon all beings. But now the Tao rhythm around him was intimately connected to Zhixiao Palace, to chaos, and to the entire primordial world, as if he were the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao were him. One Yuanhui has arrived. Hongjun spoke, his voice neither joyful nor sorrowful, yet it resonated like a divine decree echoing in the depths of every soul. I shall begin the 3rd lecture. His gaze swept across the 3,000 great powers in the hall, his tone still calm. But the next 4 words shook everyone's spirit. Lecture on the Way of Sages. The Way of Sages. In the previous 2 lectures, the Tao Ancestor had spoken of the path from Golden Immortal to Great Golden Immortal, and from Great Golden Immortal to Quasi-Saint. This time he spoke of the path from Quasi-Saint to Sage. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath. Hongjun said no more and began the lecture. The sound of the great Tao flowed from his mouth, each word turning into golden lotuses that bloomed and dissolved in the hall. Every sentence summoned auspicious signs. Flowers cascaded from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the earth, myriad rays of colored light appeared, and purple chi filled the chamber. The 3,000 great powers were enraptured. The moment the Tao sound arose, Yuanling entered a profound and mysterious state. It was not deliberate, but a natural reaction of his primordial spirit. The 3 fragments of the creation jade disc within his primordial spirit trembled simultaneously, releasing the Tao imprints engraved upon them. Those imprints resonated with the Tao Ancestor's lecture, enhancing Yuanling's comprehension efficiency several-fold. The Tao Ancestor's lecture was an infusion from outside in. The creation jade disc was a resonance from inside out. The two merged, and Yuanling's primordial spirit power seemed to transform into a key, unlocking the gate of the great Tao. Those originally obscure truths of the laws now poured into his mind, like clear springs, crystal clear and unobstructed. 3,000 years. The 3,000 great powers were intoxicated by the Tao sound, and the auspicious signs in Zixiao Palace never ceased. Over 3,000 years, breakthroughs continuously occurred in the hall. Many great powers at the peak of Great Golden Immortal, enlightened by the Tao Ancestor's lecture, severed their corpses on the spot and stepped into the quasi-saint realm. The number of quasi-saints in Zixiao Palace increased by several hundred during these 3,000 years. Yet the most supreme great powers, though they made significant progress, none broke through to the late quasi-saint stage, and none severed the third corpse. The late quasi-saint stage was a great hurdle. Severing the third corpse was even more difficult than the first two combined, and not something that could be crossed by listening to a single lecture. As the Tao sound faded, the auspicious signs in Zixiao Palace receded like a tide. Golden flowers vanished, golden lotuses hid, colored light converged, and purple qi returned to emptiness. The hall regained clarity. The 3,000 great powers slowly opened their eyes. Some wore pleased expressions, some were lost in thought, some yearned for more, and some felt a sense of loss. Yet the one who benefited most from these 3,000 years of preaching was Yuanling, not because he had the highest talent, nor because his cultivation was the lowest, and thus had the most room for improvement, but because he possessed 3 fragments of the creation jade disc. The Tao Ancestor's preaching was like a universal shower of nectar, with every one of the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace receiving their share, while the creation jade disc fragments were Yuanling's private spiritual spring, enjoyed solely by him alone. The combination of the two yielded an effect that was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 > 3. During the 3,000 years of listening to the Tao, Yuanling's comprehension of laws advanced by leaps and bounds. The 5 elements law reached 50%. The space law reached 45%. The yin-yang law reached 40%. Breaking through 50% in the 5 elements law meant that he had already touched the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. As long as his magical power was sufficient, he could step into the early quasi-saint stage at any time. There was no need to sever the 3 corpses, no need for grand vows, no need for vast merits. When the law was attained, the realm was reached. This was the path of proving the Tao through power. 45% in the space law, one of the supreme laws, was already an astonishing progress. Tai Yi possessed the time-space law and the chaos bell, and his cultivation speed was unmatched in the primordial world, yet he had only comprehended 60% of the time-space law. The yin-yang law was only 40%, the lowest among the 3, but 40% of the yin-yang law was already a first-rate level among Great Golden Immortals. Moreover, Yuanling could borrow the Grandmaster Uncle's Taiji diagram, and the speed of his comprehension of the yin-yang law would only become faster in the future. Beyond law comprehension, Yuanling's magical power also underwent a qualitative leap. During the 3,000 years of listening to the Tao, he frantically absorbed the Tao rhythm and spiritual energy from the golden flowers and golden lotuses. Those golden flowers and golden lotuses were the essence of the Tao Ancestors, preaching, each containing pure magical power. Yuanling's Great Golden Immortal fruit was like a dried-up sponge, greedily devouring everything. At the end of 3,000 years, his cultivation broke through from the mid-stage Great Golden Immortal to the peak of the Great Golden Immortal. From mid-stage to peak, crossing 2 minor realms. This cultivation speed was unique among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace. Some found it unbelievable, but Yuanling knew there was nothing strange about it. He had great fortune, 3 fragments of the creation jade disc personally bestowed by the Tao Ancestor. He had great destiny, the merits of creating characters sealed within his body, and 13 supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures suppressing his fortune. Although the Yushu glass lamp had been given to Zhu Li, Yuanling still possessed the 12 grade purifying white lotus and the Hunyuan pearl. He had a great background. The Tao Ancestor personally gave him an advantage, and the 3 pure ones personally paved the way for him. With fortune, destiny, and background combined, it would be strange if his cultivation speed were not fast. Consider the future conferred god catastrophe. Yang Jian cultivated for only a few decades, and became the foremost among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect, mastering the 8-9 mystic art to perfection, attaining a saintly body through physical cultivation, and his combat power rivaling that of a Great Golden Immortal. A few decades. For innate deities, it was merely the time it takes to take a nap. Sun Wukong, the intelligent stone monkey, cultivated for several decades to become a Tai Golden Immortal and wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. He was suppressed under the 5 elements mountain for 500 years, and after emerging, he fought against the green lion, the white elephant, and the golden-winged great Peng at the Lion Camel Ridge without losing the upper hand. What were the cultivation levels of those 3? In the future, the Qiushou Immortal, Lingyo Immortal, and Yu Yi Immortal of the Jie Sect were all at the Great Golden Immortal realm. After the journey to the west, Sun Wukong achieved perfect merit, becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, and his cultivation was suspected to have broken through to the quasi-saint realm. This was a being who cultivated to Great Golden Immortal, in just a few hundred years suspected to be a quasi-saint great divine power. Compared to Sun Wukong, Yuanling's speed of reaching the peak of Great Golden Immortal in over 200,000 years made him seem like a slow, obedient child. But in the primordial world, going from Golden Immortal to the peak of Great Golden Immortal in over 200,000 years was already a monstrous speed. Most innate deities required at least several kalpas to reach the peak of Great Golden Immortal from their transformation. When destiny is abundant enough, it can even be used to prove the Tao, and its effect is no less than that of merits. How strong was Yuanling's destiny? The merits of creating characters sealed within his body were great merits that completed the heavenly Tao. Although they could not be used temporarily, the boost to his destiny was always present. The Yushu glass lamp had been given to Zhu Li, but there were still 13 supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures suppressing his fortune, each one enough to cause Great Golden Immortals to fight to the death for it. His identity as the first disciple of the Three Pure Ones and the first disciple of the third generation of the Xian sect was itself a symbol of destiny. With 3 layers of destiny stacked, Yuanling's destiny was second only to the Three Pure Ones among the 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace. What was so surprising about cultivating a little faster? Moreover, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun personally gave him an advantage. The creation jade disc fragments. That was the supreme treasure through which the Tao Ancestor himself comprehended the Tao. By bestowing these 3 fragments on Yuanling, Hongjun was essentially giving him his own tool for enlightenment. If Yuanling's cultivation speed were to slow down, that would truly be absurd. Meanwhile, Yuanling's disciple Zhu Li also gained tremendously this time. She was the only Golden Immortal in the Zhixiao Palace. During the 3,000 years of the Tao Ancestors preaching, celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. Those phenomena, essences which were merely icing on the cake for Great Golden Immortals and quasi-saint, great divine powers, were a rare treasure sent in the snow for her. The Tao rhythm and spiritual energy in the golden flowers and golden lotuses were absorbed and refined by her with great hunger. During the 3,000 years of listening to the Tao, her cultivation broke through from the mid-stage Golden Immortal to the peak of the Golden Immortal. Between the peak of Golden Immortal and Great Golden Immortal lies a chasm, transcending the river of time and condensing the great Luo fruit. This step had trapped countless brilliant cultivators. But Julie was not anxious. She possessed great fortune, the destiny of the 4 extremes of heaven, the pure and untainted vermilion source, and the meticulous guidance of her master Yuanling. She also had great destiny, her identity as the daughter of the divine Lord Lingguang, her status as the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Yuqing lineage, and the fortune of receiving a spiritual treasure personally bestowed by the Tao Ancestor. Fortune was already in place and destiny was sufficient. She only needed an opportunity, on some day after the Tao Ancestor merged with the Tao, to naturally take that step and enter the Great Golden Immortal realm. In the Zhixiao Palace, the 3,000 great beings slowly rose to their feet. The Tao Ancestor's 3rd preaching had ended, but everyone was waiting for his next arrangements. Because everyone knew that after the 3rd preaching, the Tao Ancestor would merge with the heavenly Tao. Before the merger, the Tao Ancestor still had some matters to attend to, matters that would determine the future structure of the primordial world. Silence reigned in the Zhixiao Palace, with all eyes fixed on the blurred figure on the high platform. On the high platform, the gaze of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun swept across the assembly. That gaze was joyless and sorrowless, yet carried a sense of vastness and loneliness spanning countless kalpas. He spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching every ear. The 3 preachings of the great Tao are complete. 6 words declared the end of an era. I shall merge my body with the heavenly Tao and will have no leisure to wield spiritual treasures. The hall was utterly silent. The weight of the 4 words, merge with the heavenly Tao, was clear to everyone present. The Tao Ancestor would merge with the heavenly Tao, and from then on the heavenly Tao would be the Tao Ancestor, and the Tao Ancestor would be the heavenly Tao. This was not a fall nor a disappearance, but existence in a higher form. But from then on there would be no more Hongjun in the primordial world. My personal treasures have all found their masters. The remaining myriad innate and acquired spiritual treasures are all deposited on the dividing treasure rock outside the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun's tone remained placid, as if discussing a trivial matter. Spiritual treasures possess sentience and choose their masters. Go forth yourselves, each relying on your own destiny and ability to claim them. Those with affinity shall obtain them. Those without must not seize them by force. After claiming your treasures, return to your caves, adhere to your own Tao, and await the calamity. The calamity. Those 2 words caused many hearts in the hall to skip a beat. The calamity spoken by the Tao Ancestor himself carried extraordinary weight. It was not a conjecture nor a deduction, but a prophecy, a decree of the heavenly Tao. Remember, treasures recognize their owners upon landing. Do not provoke strife to seize them. Those who defy this shall be punished by the heavenly Tao. Hongjun's gaze swept across the assembly one last time, his tone carrying a faint hint of admonition. The 3 lectures have concluded. Henceforth the Zhixiao Palace shall be closed. Unless the world undergoes great upheaval or the calamity overturns everything, I shall not appear again. Cultivate diligently, and await the cycle of the heavenly Tao. As his voice faded, the figure on the dais dissipated like smoke from solid to ethereal, from existence to nothingness in an instant. In the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 great beings prostrated themselves in unison, their voices resounding through the hall. We respectfully see off the Tao Ancestor. Yet though their bodies knelt, their hearts had already flown beyond the Zixiao Palace. The dividing treasure rock myriad spiritual treasures. The Tao Ancestor had said, each relying on your own destiny and ability. Those words could be interpreted in many ways. In that instant when Hongjun's words fell the fastest in the hall, was not the three pure ones, not Nuwa, not Dijuan or Tai, but Yuanling. He had already prepared himself. When the Tao Ancestor said the words, after claiming your treasures, his hand had already reached out. When the Tao Ancestor said, return to your caves, he had already grasped Julie's wrist. Go. He activated the law of space with all his might. 45% mastery of the law of space propelled Yuanling's speed beyond even that of many quasi-saint great beings. His figure flickered once in the Zixiao Palace, and he vanished from the spot along with Julie. The next second, Yuanling and Julie stood outside the Zixiao Palace. The dividing treasure rock lay before them. It was a massive stone, grayish-black in color, with a rough, uneven surface bearing no trace of artificial carving. Yet this unremarkable rock exuded a faint aura of primal chaos, with an ancient and boundless Tao rhythm flowing within it. Inside the dividing treasure rock, the spiritual light of myriad treasures pierced through the stone, brilliant and dazzling in a riot of colors. Innate spiritual treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, supreme, grade, high grade, medium grade, low grade. Tens of thousands of treasures densely piled within the rock's inner space, forming a mountain of spiritual treasures. Yuanling did not try to smash the rock, for he knew that the Tao Ancestor had placed a restriction upon it. Smashing it open was impossible, and even if it were, the treasures within would scatter and fly away, seeking their own masters. To obtain a treasure from the dividing treasure rock, one relied not on brute force, but on attraction. Spiritual treasures possess sentience, and will fly to those with whom they are fated. For those with affinity, the rock's restriction would not hinder them. For those without, even reaching in would yield nothing. Yuanling took a deep breath, moved his mind, and then unleashed the aura of his own spiritual treasures without reservation. The Qianquan Cauldron, the God-slaying spear, the Yuanling creation seal, the 12-pin pure white lotus, the Primordial Chaos pearl, the 5 elements pagoda, the Yin-Yang pearl, the Yin-Yang mirror, the Qianquan diagram, the central yellow flag of earth, the eastern azure lotus banner, the southern flaming light banner, the northern dark water control flag. 13 supreme grade innate spiritual treasures burst forth simultaneously like a dozen blazing suns, illuminating the void beyond the Zixiao Palace, dimming the very heavens. The auras of these 13 supreme grade innate spiritual treasures intertwined, forming a suffocatingly powerful attraction. The treasures within the dividing treasure rock sensed it and began to stir. The low-grade treasures were the first to lose their composure. Beams of light shot out from the rock, flying toward Yuanling. He accepted them all without hesitation, sweeping his divine sense over them and storing them in his primordial spirit. Then came the medium-grade treasures, even more numerous, their spiritual light even brighter. Next were the high-grade treasures, fewer in number, but each a masterpiece. The treasures within the dividing treasure rock, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, streamed ceaselessly toward Yuanling. Julie, standing behind him, watched in stunned amazement. But she quickly regained her composure and released her own spiritual treasure aura. The jade void glass lamp, the 8 treasures glazed vase, the 5 fires and 7 feathers fan. 3 supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, along with the fire phoenix sword, a high grade innate spiritual treasure. Though far less imposing than Yuanling's display, it still attracted a considerable number of treasures to fly toward her. Just then the 3,000 great beings filed out of the Zixiao Palace. Seeing Yuanling and Julie already standing before the dividing treasure rock, a flicker of chagrin crossed their eyes. They had been too fast. But chagrin aside, seizing treasures was the priority. Everyone drew out their own innate spiritual treasures, or innate supreme treasures, or unleashed their own laws and Taos, hoping to attract the treasures from the dividing treasure rock. In an instant, beyond the Zixiao Palace, spiritual light blazed and treasure aura soared to the heavens. Thousands of treasures flew out from the rock simultaneously like a meteor shower across the chaotic void, heading toward their destined owners. The treasure grab lasted only a few dozen breaths. Most of the treasures in the dividing treasure rock were gone, and when the last one flew out into a great being's hands, the interior of the rock became empty, devoid of any spiritual light. The greatest gainer was Tongtian. His Dao name Lingbao Tianzun treasure heavenly lord was not without reason. Tongtian had a natural affinity with spiritual treasures. Of the 10,000 treasures in the dividing treasure rock, he alone took over 1,000. Not because his cultivation was the highest. The 3 pure ones were at the same level, and Laozi and Yuanshi were no weaker than him. But because his Tao resonated most deeply with the treasures, and they were most willing to fly to him. Next to Tongtian were Laozi, Yuanshi, and Yuanling. Laozi took over 100 treasures, mostly defensive and auxiliary types, aligning with his Tao of quietude and non-contention. Yuanshi also took over 100 treasures, mostly offensive and suppressive types, also in accord with his Tao of majesty, solemnity, and clear rewards and punishments. Yuanling too claimed over 100 treasures. With his 12 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures releasing their auras simultaneously, his attraction was second only to Tongtian's title of Lingbao Tianzun. Nuwa Fushi Dijuan Tai Dongwenggong Zawangmu and other great fortune-bearers each took dozens of treasures. Though Zhuli was the lowest in cultivation, relying on her 2 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures and the vermilion bird's fortune, she still obtained over a dozen treasures, mostly fire-attributed, perfectly suited for her use. Other innate divinities also had their gains more or less all by fate. Though the dividing treasure rock was now empty, Yuanling's gaze fell upon the rock itself. This enormous rock. Yuanling stepped forward a few paces, reached out his hand, and pressed it against the Funbao rock, extending his divine sense into it. After a moment, his eyes lit up. The Funbao rock was not an ordinary rock. It was a chaos stone originating from the same source as the stone platform on Fangzhong Immortal Island that the Tao Ancestor had taken away. The chaos stone was a supreme material for refining spiritual treasures, its quality no less than those primordial origins. The Tao Ancestor used the chaos stone as a vessel, opening a space within it to store spiritual treasures. The treasures had been taken, but the chaos stone itself remained a priceless treasure. Yuanling took out the Qinkuan tripod, its mouth wide open, aimed at the Funbao rock. Collect. A powerful suction force surged from the Qinkuan tripod, enveloping the entire Funbao rock. The enormous rock slowly shrank under the suction of the Qinkuan tripod, eventually transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the tripod. At the original location of the Funbao rock, nothing remained but the empty chaotic void. Yuanling patted the Qinkuan tripod with satisfaction and stored it in his primordial spirit. The great beings nearby watched this scene with varied expressions. Some envied him. The chaos stone was indeed a fine treasure. Some regretted that they had not thought to take the Funbao rock themselves. Others were indifferent since they were not skilled in artifact refinement and had no use for that stone. But no one said anything because the Tao Ancestor had decreed that after taking treasures, each should return to their own cave. Could the Funbao rock be considered a treasure? The Tao Ancestor had not said. Yuanling took it, and no one dared to snatch it. The 3 pure ones, Yuanling and Zhuli, stood in place watching the other primordial deities depart. Some left quickly, transforming into rainbow lights that vanished into the chaos. Others lingered, walking in 2s and 3s, murmuring among themselves. But soon the area outside Zixiao Palace was mostly empty. Yet not everyone had left. Nuwa had not gone, and so Fushi also remained. Dijuan and Tai, seeing that Nuwa had not left, exchanged a glance and also stayed. Nuwa was the Tao Ancestor's last disciple, but she sensed a difference between the 3 pure ones and herself. There was an intimacy between the 3 pure ones and the Tao Ancestor that she could not penetrate. Thus she had been observing the 3 pure ones. Since they had not left, she remained as well. After the other primordial deities departed, the 3 pure ones turned around and looked at Nuwa and the others. Yuanshi nodded slightly, his tone calm. Junior sister Nuwa, fellow Taoist, would you be willing to enter Zixiao Palace with us for a conversation? Nuwa glanced at Fushi, who nodded slightly. Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance and also nodded. Well, together they walked into Zixiao Palace. The doors of Zixiao Palace were wide open and the hall was empty. The meditation cushions remained in their original places, but those who had once sat upon them had gone their separate ways. Only the figure upon the high platform did not appear. Hongjun had merged with the Tao, at least on the surface. The 3 pure ones led the group into the hall, standing in the center with Yuanling and Zhuli behind them. Nuwa, Fushi, Dijuan, and Tai stood beside them, while Haoyan and Yaoqi stood on either side of the hall doors, hands at their sides, waiting respectfully. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of chaotic qi slowly flowing could be heard. Above the high platform, the void rippled slightly. A figure materialized once more. Not appeared, but materialized as if he had never left, only temporarily concealed his form. Tao Ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the hall. His eyes lingered for a moment on the last 2 cushions. They were empty, but there was no disappointment in Hongjun's expression. His gaze fell upon Yuanling, then upon Zhuli, and finally upon Haoyan and Yaoqi. Then he withdrew his gaze. The creation jade disc manifested behind Hongjun. Not the complete creation jade disc. The true creation jade disc had already merged with the heavenly Tao and would never appear in its full form again. What now floated behind Hongjun was the projection of the creation jade disc, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. And in that instant when the projection appeared, the 3 fragments within Yuanling's primordial spirit simultaneously trembled. Then they vanished. The 3 fragments of the creation jade disc transformed into 3 primordial origins. Primordial Qinkuan origin. Primordial 5 elements origin. Primordial Yin-Yang origin. These were the origins from Ancestor Qinkuan, Ancestor 5 elements, and Ancestor Yin-Yang. The very materials that Tao Ancestor Hongjun had once used to refine Yuanling's original body, the Yuanling creation seal. This was the Tao Ancestor's final gift to Yuanling, and the most weighty one. In the future, when Yuanling severed the 3 corpses, he would need these 3 origins. Hongjun sat upright on the cloud platform, Tao rhythms flowing around him, the projection of the creation jade disc hovering above his head. His voice resounded again. This time it was not only for the 11 in the hall, but pierced through the chaos, through the 33 heavens, through every inch of the primordial continent, echoing throughout the entire primordial world. 3 sessions of the Zixiao lectures have been completed in full merit. The Great Tao has 50 paths, Heaven's evolution has 49, and 1 has escaped. The source of the Heavenly Tao is incomplete, making calamities hard to eliminate. I, Hongjun, today use my body to complete the Heavenly Tao. From now on, Hongjun becomes the Heavenly Tao, but the Heavenly Tao is not Hongjun. The grand trend remains unchanged. The Tao Ancestor will not manifest. Unless the heavens and earth collapse or the ultimate calamity arrives, I will no longer appear in physical form. As the words fell, the ancient chaos bell hanging in Zixiao Palace rang. Without wind, 3,000 Tao tones rippling through the void. Dong, dong, dong. The bell sound was distant, piercing the chaos, piercing the heavens and earth, piercing the soul of every living being. It was not an ordinary bell. It was the proclamation of the Heavenly Tao, the change of an era. A thunderous roar exploded from the chaotic origin, and in boundless river of fate of the Heavenly Tao descended from the void spanning across Zixiao Palace and the entire primordial world. The river was not water, but condensed from billions of law runes encompassing birth and death, yin and yang, cause and effect, life and death. The great river surged, waves tumbling. Each wave was the fate of a living being, each ripple the flow of a karmic thread. The primordial world was filled with extraordinary phenomena. Multicolored, auspicious clouds gathered from the 9 heavens, 5-element radiances entwined the stars, and the world was bathed in peaceful light. On the primordial earth, dead trees blossomed, spiritual springs burst forth from the ground. Rivers that had dried up for countless epochs began to flow again, and mountains that had lain silent for eons revived with vitality. In the 4 seas, flood dragons soared, and myriad birds sang like phoenixes. The remnants of the Dragon Phoenix and Xiling clans all felt the resonance of the Heavenly Tao at this moment, involuntarily bowing toward Mount Buzhou. Mountain and river spiritual veins burst with primordial spiritual energy, and countless ordinary beasts instantly awakened to the Tao. Those beasts that had been muddled, knowing only to eat and drink, gained intelligence in that moment, their eyes shining with wisdom. The star river of the 9 heavens hung upside down, the sun and moon suspended together in the sky, day and night indistinguishable. The sun star and the moon star appeared simultaneously in the heavens, golden and silver light interweaving, showering down upon the primordial world. A vast heavenly might descended. Inside Zixiao Palace, all 11 individuals prostrated physically, their primordial spirits trembling. It was the pressure from the source of the Heavenly Tao, not aimed at anyone, but a declaration to all beings: the Heavenly Tao has been completed, and order has been established. Even breathing was constrained by the laws, and they could not even blink. Yet their minds in that moment directly confronted the primordial Tao of the heavens and earth. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for enlightenment. The completeness of the Heavenly Tao meant the completeness of the laws. At this moment, all living beings, whether the great powers within the Zixiao Palace or the ants on the primordial earth, sensed the change in the Heavenly Tao. Hongjun raised his hand, holding aloft the creation jade disc. The disc radiated light inch by inch, transforming into billions of innate Tao patterns that coiled around his body. First, his robe began to dissolve. The chaotic Taoist robe scattered into countless motes of light, vanishing into the void. Then his Tao body began to disintegrate from the limbs. Flesh turned into countless sparkling motes of light, each carrying a trace of Tao rhythm. Bones transformed into chains of laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, yin-yang, a cause and effect reincarnation. One chain after another was drawn from Hongjun's body and merged into the river of Heavenly Tao. Finally, his primordial spirit transformed into a wisp of pure original chi, continuously flowing into the Heavenly Tao wheel and the river of fate above his head. Hongjun's body gradually changed from solid to translucent, and from translucent to nearly ethereal. His gaze remained clear until the very last wisp of his form vanished. Before disappearing, his eyes swept over the 3 pure ones, leaving his final injunction: red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The 3 pure ones were originally one family. As his words faded, the last trace of Hongjun's form merged into the river of Heavenly Tao. The creation jade disc fully unified with the origin of the Heavenly Tao, no longer possessing a physical form, existing only in the depths of the Tao. The primordial world trembled violently. The restless celestial phenomena gradually calmed. The rainbow light around the heavens gathered into the firmament. The river of fate withdrew into the void and vanished. The sun and moon returned to their respective cycles. The stars resumed their orbit. Complete Heavenly Tao rules were born from the void. The 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, henceforth followed an orderly pattern. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, mutually generated and restrained one another, circulating endlessly. Cause and effect, karma. Good and evil would be requited, no longer empty words. From then on, the operation of heaven and earth would never be chaotic. The Heavenly Tao was complete. Within the Zixiao Palace, the 11 people performed 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations in unison, their voices resounding through the hall. We respectfully see the Tao Ancestor off as he merges with the Tao. Then they straightened up and bowed deeply toward the depths of chaos, toward the direction of the vanished figure. Moments later, the majestic Zixiao Palace slowly began to fade. Starting from the roof, inch by inch it became transparent, as if merging into the chaotic void. At last, the entire Zixiao Palace vanished from sight. It was not destroyed nor did it collapse, it merely withdrew into the depths of the heavenly Tao. Henceforth the Zixiao Palace existed only in the depths of the Tao, and ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to trace. Unless a great change in the world or a catastrophic calamity occurred, the Zixiao Palace would not reappear. From then on, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun was no longer physically present in the world, not because he had vanished, but because he was everywhere. Every single move in the world was now under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. The great trends of the world, the rise and fall of sages, the tribulations of myriad races, all followed the operation of the heavenly Tao. Only in matters of ultimate survival concerning the primordial world would a faint Tao sound come from the heavenly Tao. No longer would the Tao Ancestor manifest in a concrete form. Outside the Zixiao Palace in the chaotic void, the 11 people stood in the void, gazing at the direction where the Zixiao Palace had disappeared, long silent. In the chaotic void, the Zixiao Palace had withdrawn into the depths of the heavenly Tao, leaving no trace. Dijuan and the other three snapped out of their shock from the merging phenomenon. They turned and solemnly bowed to the three pure ones. Thank you, fellow Taoists of the three pure ones. Thank you, three senior brothers. The voices of Dijuan, Nuwa, and the others were sincere, carrying genuine gratitude. Although it was Nuwa who had noticed the three pure ones' actions and chosen to stay in any case, they had witnessed the entire process of the Tao Ancestor merging with the Tao personally, seeing the transformation from incomplete to complete. That enlightenment, that touch, that most intuitive cognition of the Tao's origin. Nothing could replace it, not any sermon or cultivation. Especially Tai, who walked the path of law-based enlightenment with time-space laws as his core. At the moment the heavenly Tao became complete, the barriers of the laws became clearer, and the difficulty of comprehension decreased correspondingly. The harvest Tai gained in that short moment was equivalent to the bitter cultivation of others for several eons. His comprehension of time-space laws had broken through from 60% to nearly 70%. 70% of the laws corresponded to the late-stage quasi-sage realm. In a few eons, Tai would step into the late quasi-sage stage, becoming the first being to stand at that height in the primordial world. After Hongjun merged with the Tao, Tai was now the undisputed number one of the primordial world. Even the three pure ones were slightly inferior to Tai in cultivation, not because of inferior talent, but because the innate supreme treasures had come into their hands dozens of eons later than Tai's. Tai was born with the chaos bell. From the moment he took form, time-space laws had accompanied him. Laozi obtained the Taiji diagram, and Yuanshi obtained the Pangu axe much later than Tai. As for the four divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, though they were also at the peak of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm, as the four poles of heaven, they could not leave their respective positions. The remaining quasi-sage great powers of the three innate tribes, such as Zhulong, though their cultivation was unfathomable, carried immense karma and could not emerge into the world. They could only linger in the secret realms they guarded. The primordial world was vast and quasi-sages were many, but at this moment Tai indeed stood ahead of everyone. Laozi's expression was calm, his tone as placid as water. This was the opportunity of junior sister Nuwa and the three fellow Taoists. I dare not claim credit. If you had not chosen to stay yourselves, my words would have been useless. Tai shook his head, his tone solemn, unusually serious. Regardless, we owe a karmic debt to the three fellow Taoists. Tai, who was usually proud, never put on airs before the three pure ones. It was not that he lacked manners, he simply disdained to be courteous to those unrelated to him. But the three pure ones were different. As the three pure ones of Pangu, they were the pinnacle among the innate sacred beings worthy of Tai's respect. Moreover, the karma of today was indeed incurred. To witness the Tao Ancestor merging with the Tao, this opportunity was not something everyone could have. Laozi nodded slightly. Good. This time he did not decline again. Karma was something that could not always be refused, even if one wished. Since Tai said he owed, then he truly owed the karma. Laozi's acceptance made the karma clearer, and if needed in the future, the three pure ones could ask Tai for help. The exchange of karma was the most basic rule of the primordial world. Nuwa stood aside, her gaze passing over the crowd and landing on Yuanling. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry and expectation. Yuanling nodded, subtly understanding Nuwa's meaning. Back at Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa had gifted him the Yinyang Spirit Pearl, asking him to convey a message to the three pure ones. During the calamity, if Fushi encountered danger, she hoped the three pure ones would lend a hand to save him. This matter Yuanling had already mentioned to the three pure ones before the second lecture at Zixiao Palace. The attitude of the three pure ones was clear. Since the Yinyang Spirit Pearl was useful to Yuanling, saving Fushi would be done. Simple, direct, no bargaining. Nuwa stood at the side, her gaze sweeping past the crowd and resting on the figure of Fushi. She did not speak, but her eyes held a quiet trust. Nuwa received Yuanling's response, and a glint of joy flickered across her eyes. She was the youngest disciple of the Tao Ancestor, the future heaven-appointed saint. Yet becoming a heaven-appointed saint was not achieved in a single step. She needed to accumulate merit during the Kalpa of endings, seek opportunities within the workings of creation, and accomplish the right deeds at the right moments. But the prerequisite for all this was that she lived long enough, as did her elder brother. The three pure ones' pledge served as Fushi's protective talisman. With this safeguard, Nuwa could proceed through the Kalpa of endings with fewer concerns and greater composure. Dijuan glanced at Tai, then at Nuwa and spoke. Fellow Taoists, we still have urgent matters to attend to. We shall return to the Heavenly Court first. The Purple Mansion Immortal Court lay in the East Sea, while the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court existed beyond the 33rd heaven, each with their own affairs to manage. After Tao Ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao, the culpa of endings would commence, and it was time to annihilate the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. After the fall of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, they would face an even more formidable adversary, the Wu clan, who claimed descent from Pangu and dwelt beneath Buzhou Mountain. Yuanshi gave a slight nod. No need to see you out. Dijuan and the other three transformed into 4 streaks of rainbow light piercing through the chaos and racing toward the direction of Primordial Hongjun. The golden rainbow light belonged to Dijuan and Tai, while the azure light carried Nuwa and Fushi. The 4 lights intertwined, drawing 4 radiant arcs across the chaotic void, and in the blink of an eye they vanished into the depths of chaos. Only the 3 pure ones, Yuanling and Zhu Li, remained at the original location. The chaotic chi flowed gently, and silence reigned supreme. Yuanji turned to face Yuanling. His tone was casual, yet carried genuine concern. Will you two accompany us back to Kunlun Mountain, or will you go to the East Sea? Previously, Yuanling had secluded himself for tens of thousands of years on Yingzhou Immortal Island. The Tao Ancestor had personally transmitted a message via divine sense to Kunlun Mountain, reporting Yuanling's safety to the 3 pure ones on his behalf. Thus, the 3 pure ones knew that Yuanling had discovered both Yingzhou Immortal Island and Fangzhong Immortal Island, and that he had established his home there. Yuanji felt deeply gratified by this. Yuanling was his chief disciple, the sole inheritor of his lineage. The higher Yuanling's cultivation, the better his fortune, and the more exquisite his Taoist dwelling, the more distinguished Yuanji appeared as his teacher. Though such comparisons were not particularly dignified, Yuanji did harbor a certain smug satisfaction in his heart. Yuanling's cultivation had now reached the great circle of Golden Immortal. Throughout all of Honghuang, among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud's palace, there were merely a few hundred quasi-saint powerhouses. Though the great circle of Golden Immortal did not place him among those hundreds, Yuanling's battle prowess had never been measured by his cultivation level alone. Adorned with 13 supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures and wielding 45% comprehension of spatial laws, Yuanling was unmatched among Golden Immortals. Moreover, even against quasi-saint realm powerhouses of the initial stage, he could still engage them in combat. More crucially, Yuanling was a heaven-appointed saint blessed with the Hongming purple chi by the Tao Ancestor himself. Although Yuanling himself remained unclear about exactly how this heaven-appointed saint designation was determined, outsiders viewed his ascension to sainthood as an inevitable certainty. Occasionally, Yuanji could not help but contemplate his master Hongjun had taken in disciples, and those disciples became saints. Yuanji had taken in disciples, and his disciples would also become saints. By that logic, wasn't Yuanji equivalent to the Tao Ancestor? Equivalent to heavenly Tao? Of course, such rebellious thoughts were only something Yuanji dared to entertain in his mind, never to be spoken aloud. After some consideration, Yuanling replied, Master, your disciple intends to continue cultivating through adventures in Honghuang. His comprehension of the laws had reached the level sufficient for breaking through to quasi-saint. He had achieved 50% in the 5 elements laws, 45% in spatial laws, and 40% in yin-yang laws. He had touched the threshold of pursuing the Tao through strength, yet while his laws were ready, his magical power remained insufficient. He still could not break through. The accumulation of magical power required to advance from the great circle of Golden Immortal to the initial stage of quasi-saint was even more difficult than his entire journey from the initial stage of Golden Immortal to the great circle of Golden Immortal. This was by no means an overnight accomplishment. Yuanling had calculated that continuing to seclude himself in bitter cultivation to increase magical power would be exceedingly inefficient. Instead, he might as well wander through Honghuang and seek fortune and opportunities. Perhaps he would encounter some heavenly treasures or primordial spiritual fruits that could directly enhance his magical power. Even if he encountered nothing, with the culpa of endings, approaching conflicts in Honghuang would only increase. Tempering magical power through battle was also a viable approach. Yuanji nodded, then turned to Zhu Li. And what of you, Zhu Li? Yuanling turned his head to look at his young disciple. After contemplation, a hint of deliberation flickered in Zhu Li's crimson-red eyes. She then spoke, Master, I wish to return to the flame-wind-fire sea of the southern wasteland first. She paused, then added, after breaking through to Golden Immortal, I will then go to Kunlun Mountain to pay respects to the ancestral master. Advancing from the great circle of Minor Immortal to Golden Immortal was a massive hurdle. Transcending the river of time and condensing the Golden Immortal Tao fruit required an extremely tranquil environment and freedom from external disturbances. The flame-wind-fire sea of the southern wasteland was the secret realm of the Vermilion Bird clan, guarded by the Lord Lingguang. It was the most suitable place for her breakthrough. Very well, Yuanling nodded. The flame-wind-fire sea of the southern wasteland is the secret realm of your Vermilion Bird clan, protected by Lord Lingguang. It is suitable for your breakthrough to Golden Immortal. Laozi listened nearby. At this moment he spoke, This humble one shall send you on your way. He retrieved the diagram of Taiji. The primordial supreme treasure unfurled in the chaotic void as black and white energies circulated. A golden bridge extended from the diagram, spanning across the chaos and extending directly toward the southern wasteland. Zhu Li respectfully bowed. Disciple thanks the ancestral senior brother. She stepped onto the golden bridge, her form flickering within the black and white light before vanishing from the spot. The golden bridge manifested by the diagram of Taiji could traverse chaos and reach any corner of Hongwang. From outside the purple clouds palace to the flame wind fire sea of the southern wasteland was merely the distance of a single extension of this bridge. Laozi retracted the diagram of Taiji, turned around, and fixed his gaze upon Yuanling. His tone remained placid, yet his concern was genuine. As you cultivate through adventures in Hongwang, be sure to act with caution. He paused, his gaze gaining a more solemn quality. Although you are a successor of the three pure ones in Hongwang, there are those who do not fear us. Those individuals driven by greed for the Hongmeng purple chi might truly dare to make a move against you. Yuanling's heart stirred with vigilance. His uncle was right. The name of the three pure ones served as a protective talisman in most circumstances, causing the vast majority of those with malicious intentions to shrink back. But protective talismans were not omnipotent. The Hongmeng purple chi, as the foundation of the great Tao and the root of sainthood, presented a temptation so immense that it could drive some to take desperate risks to forget entirely the prestige of the three pure ones. Yuanling spoke with solemn sincerity. Rest assured, uncle. As long as it is not a great divine powerhouse at the middle stage of quasi-saint, even those at the initial stage of quasi-saint cannot do anything to me. This was not arrogance, it was confidence. Adorned with 13 supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures, and wielding 45% comprehension of spatial laws, what was even a middle-stage quasi-saint to him? If he could not defeat them, he could certainly escape. With spatial laws at his command, besides Tai wielding the Chaos Bell, very few could truly slay Yuanling. Moreover, Yuanling no longer possessed merely 13 supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures. At the treasure-dividing rock, he had encountered great fortune. He now possessed 15 supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures. Yuanshi couldn't help but frown upon hearing the words disciple of the three pure ones. He corrected, Elder brother Yuanling is my personal disciple, not the disciple of the three pure ones. He deliberately emphasized the word my. Tontian was displeased upon hearing this, and said discontentedly, second brother back, then you said Yuanling was the first disciple of the three pure ones. Why don't you admit it now? Did I say that? Yuanshi asked with a straight face, looking serious. Tontian retorted, didn't you say that? Yuanshi, did I say that? Didn't you say that? Tontian said. The two heavenly lords glared at each other, neither willing to yield. Yuanling's mouth twitched. The esteemed Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun and Shangqing Lingbao Tianzun bickering over such a trivial matter as whose disciple is it? What a sight! He quickly bowed and said, Master Senior Uncle Junior Uncle, this disciple takes his leave. Go ahead. Yuanshi waved his hand, finally ceasing to argue with Tontian. Yuanling transformed into a purple gold rainbow light, fully activating the spatial law. His figure flickered in the chaos for a moment, then vanished from the sight of the three pure ones. When he reappeared, he had crossed the chaos barrier and returned to the Hongwang continent. The fierce wind howled, and the sea of clouds surged. Yuanling hovered in midair, taking a deep breath of the spiritual energy of Hongwang, feeling utterly refreshed. Although the spiritual energy in the chaos was abundant, it was still somewhat violent, not as gentle and nourishing as the primordial spiritual energy in Hongwang. Yuanling did not hurry on his journey. Instead, he first took stock of the gains from his trip to the distributing treasure cliff. The harvest this time was even more abundant than he had anticipated. First, the number of spiritual treasures. Over 100 pieces, all of them primordial spiritual treasures, none of them acquired spiritual treasures. Most of them were medium-grade and low-grade primordial spiritual treasures, with over a dozen high-grade ones. Although Yuanling had no use for these treasures himself, they would be excellent for bestowing upon disciples and rewarding the sect. Next were the ocean-calming divine pearls. At the distributing treasure cliff, Yuanling obtained 24 ocean-calming divine pearls. Adding the 12 he had acquired at Fangzhong Immortal Island, the 36 ocean-calming divine pearls were now complete. When the 36 ocean-calming divine pearls merge into one, forming the number of 36 cycles of heaven, they become a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure with 48 primordial restrictions. This treasure contains 36 small worlds, each filled with primordial spiritual energy. When facing enemies, the spiritual energy of all 36 small worlds simultaneously empowers the user, providing an endless supply of mana, making its endurance virtually unmatched. Moreover, like the yin-yang pearls, the ocean-calming divine pearls can be refined by first refining the restrictions of each pearl individually, then merging them. This meant that although Yuanling was only at the Great Golden Immortal perfection stage, he could completely refine all 48 restrictions of this supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. With his Great Golden Immortal cultivation, he could refine the restrictions of a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure in an instant. Yuanling arranged the 36 ocean-calming divine pearls in his primordial spirit in the pattern of the cycles of heaven. Faint light connected the pearls, forming a mysterious cycle. Next was the most important acquisition. Yuanling extended his hand, and an ancient jade seal appeared in his palm. The jade seal was not large, the size of a palm square, and upright. The seal face was engraved with the yin-yang taiji fish, with the fish patterns circulating the two principles generating the three powers and 4 symbols, and concealing the Tao patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The seal body was cyan white, warm and moist like suet, with faint black and white yin-yang divine light flowing within. When still, it contained the Tao rhyme within, plain and unadorned. When activated, countless runes floated in the air, and yin-yang divine light illuminated all directions. This was the supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Taiji seal, possessing 48 primordial restrictions. This treasure had a significant origin. It was condensed from primordial origin, a spiritual treasure of the Tao of talismans. It had once absorbed the yin-yang origin dissipated from the Taiji diagram beside it, and the seal body was inscribed with primordial Taiji, great Tao runes. The efficacy of the Taiji seal was unrivaled among functional supreme grade primordial spiritual treasures. Once activated, yin-yang divine light enveloped the body, making it difficult for any spells killing spiritual treasures, baleful energy, or even the Zhuxian sword qi to approach. It could neutralize violent origin power, even stabilizing the collapsing force of earth, water, fire, and wind. In the future cataclysm of the investiture of the gods, Yuanshi Tianzun relied on this seal to freely traverse the perilous Zhuxian formation. During the investiture of the gods in the 10,000 Immortals formation, Yuanshi lent this seal to Puxian Jinren. Puxian Jinren used the seal to suppress the 2 principles grand formation of Lingya Immortal of the GS Sect, directly breaking the formation's I law, scattering the 2 principles yin-yang cycle, shaking Lingya Immortal's cultivation, forcing out his true form as a white elephant, and subduing him as a mount. Any formation based on yin-yang 5 elements or 8 trigrams could be seen through by the Taiji seal, which could find the origin flaws and erase the formation foundation. It was also adept at harmonizing extreme forces in heaven and earth, capable of reversing yin-yang imbalance, dispelling inner demon karmic fire, sealing the spiritual light of treasures, and suppressing the origin of an opponent's divine abilities. Those enveloped by the yin-yang divine light would have their cultivation stagnated, making it difficult to cast spells. In addition, the Taiji seal governed the primordial rune Tao, allowing the user to casually condense primordial Tao talismans to trap souls and seal space. All talisman-type treasures in the world were restrained by it. Yuanling toyed with the Taiji seal in his hand, growing more fond of it the more he looked. Although he had many spiritual treasures, most were of the attack, defense, or suppression type. The Taiji seal's powerful functionality perfectly filled a gap in his treasure system. From now on, whether breaking formations, sealing, or harmonizing yin and yang, he had a handy tool. Yuanling stored the Taiji seal into his primordial spirit, clapped his hands, and concluded his trip to the distributing treasure cliff. Next, he should take a stroll in Hongluan. At the summit of Buzhou Mountain, Yuanling stood at the highest point of Hongluan. The fierce wind howled, causing his purple-gold Tao robe to flap noisily. Beneath his feet, the sea of clouds surged like tides, mountains like waves, rivers like silk, and the 4 seas like mirrors. The entire Hongluan continent spread out before him, vast and magnificent with myriad scenes. But Yuanling's mind was not on the scenery. He was thinking about where to go next. To be honest, Yuanling really wanted to find someone to fight. Preferably a quasi-sage initial stage powerhouse who had just severed a corpse and broken through with a cultivation 1 realm higher than his, but not so high that he would be completely powerless. Opponents of equal strength were the hardest to find, but opponents 1 realm lower was just right. Of course, that was limited to quasi-sage initial stage who had severed the first corpse. If a quasi-sage middle stage appeared, Yuanling would not hesitate to directly use the spatial law to flee. It wasn't that he couldn't win, it was that there was no way to fight. Between the Great Golden Immortal perfection and the quasi-sage middle stage, there were 2 major realms, quasi-sage initial and middle, and a huge gap in law comprehension. Although Yuanling was confident, he was not arrogant. His current law comprehension was sufficient: 5 elements law at 50%, spatial law at 45%, and yin-yang law at 40%. The only thing Yuanling lacked for breaking through to quasi-sage was mana, and battle was precisely one of the best ways to refine mana. Walking on the edge of life and death, consuming and recovering in fierce confrontation, mana would become more condensed and pure through such extreme tempering, something that closed-door cultivation could not replace. Yuanling was contemplating who to spar with, when suddenly he felt a stir in his heart. His consciousness sank into his primordial spirit, entering the small worlds of the 5 Elements Tower and the yin-yang pearl. Within the 5 Elements Tower, the 5 elemental spiritual energies circulated endlessly, radiant with 5-colored light. The embryonic mass formed from the primordial 5-element chi floated at the center of the small world. Within the embryo, a tiny peacock curled up, its tail feathers not yet spread, yet faint 5-colored light already shimmered among its plumage. Inside, the yin-yang pearl, black and white chi interwove like rings. The embryonic mass formed from the primordial yin-yang chi floated at the pearl's core. Within the embryo, a rock bird folded its wings, black and white chi swirling around it, as if brewing something. 2 faint but distinct consciousnesses emanated from the embryos, Kong Xian and Yu Xian, calling out to Yuanling. Yuanling's primordial spirit manifested within the 5 Elements Tower, standing before the embryonic mass. A tender consciousness transmitted into his mind, not through language, but as pure, unrefined primal communication. Kong Xian told Yuanling that within the small world of the Five Elements Tower, he could absorb the five elemental qi to undergo metamorphosis, desiring to emerge at the Golden Immortal Realm. He was in no rush to take shape. He would continue gestating until his foundation was deeper. Yu Yixian's intent followed suit, conveying the same meaning. He too would continue gestating in the Yin-Yang Pearl, aiming to take form at the Golden Immortal Realm. Primordial beings emerge as mystic immortals by default, but if they choose not to take form and continue gestating, that is also permissible. The embryo will continue absorbing spiritual energy, strengthening its origin until it reaches a critical threshold before incarnating. The advantage of this approach is that the foundation upon incarnation would be more solid, granting a higher starting point. A primordial being incarnating at the Golden Immortal Realm versus at the Mystic Immortal Realm, though only separated by one major realm, possesses vastly different future potential. Yuanling expressed his support. What matter if they emerge a few epochs later? Rest assured, in your gestation your master awaits you, his primordial spirit conveyed with gentle intent. The two embryonic masses trembled slightly, as if responding to Yuanling. The two tender consciousnesses gradually quieted, sinking back into their gestation. Yuanling's primordial spirit withdrew from the Five Elements Tower and the Yin-Yang Pearl. He let out a long breath of stale qi. Both his future disciples were striving. As their master, he naturally could not slack off. He raised his head, gazing at the heavens. His vision pierced through the clouds, through the astral winds, through the barrier between the primordial continent and the starry sky, landing upon the boundless sea of stars. In Yuanling's perception, something in the depths of the starry sky was calling him. It was a profound sensation, not a perception of divine sense, not a resonance of laws, but a pull of fate. As if something in the unseen was telling Yuanling, come, here lies your destiny. The primordial starry sky. Yuanling murmured to himself. In his memories, the depths of the starry sky held boundless opportunities. Countless ancient stars, each possible cradle of primordial spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots. Moreover, those stars still harbored ferocious beasts that had lain dormant since the cataclysm of beasts, among them no lack of Deluo Golden Immortal level existences. Speaking of ferocious beasts, Yuanling suddenly recalled a name. Tao, the only one of the four great ferocious beasts that had survived. Under the Beast Emperor, Sheni, the four great beasts were Tao Yahundan, Xiongqi, and Tao Wu. The first three perished during the cataclysm of beasts at the hands of Ancestral Dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin respectively. Only Tao Wu escaped, fleeing to the far north of the continent to eke out a miserable existence beneath the ice plains. Tao Wu's bloodline ensured its lower limit was not low. Although ferocious beasts were forsaken by the heavenly Dao, Tao Wu, bearing the bloodline of a chaos demon god, possessed potential no less than that of primordial deities. Moreover, ferocious beasts differed from ordinary cultivators. Their sea of consciousness was shrouded by the resentment of chaos demon gods, their primordial spirits dim, their intellect murky. Their strength was pure raw power, devoid of technique, adaptability, or those unpredictable divine abilities that catch one off guard. Such an opponent was the perfect whetstone. Yuanling secretly calculated, after acquiring the opportunity in the starry sky, he would go to the northern continent and have a fight with Tao Wu. He withdrew, his thoughts leaped up and transformed into a violet gold rainbow light, flying toward the starry sky. The distance from the primordial continent to the starry sky was unimaginably vast, but to Yuanling it was nothing. With the law of space at his command, a single step took him 10,000 li. He exerted the full power of spatial force, his figure flickering continuously through the void. Each flicker spanned distances that would take ordinary cultivators months, or even years of flight. The stars grew larger in his vision, from points of light to glowing orbs, from orbs to colossal celestial bodies. Yuanling traveled through the starry sky, flying toward the direction of the destiny he sensed. His opportunity lay on the Ziwei star. After the great god Pangu perished in the creation of the heavens, the primordial aperture of his Niwen palace, the origin of his purple mansion sea of consciousness, condensed into a star. This was the Ziwei star. Together with the sun star formed from Panga's left eye and the moon star formed from his right eye, it ranked among the three supreme sovereign stars of the primordial starry sky. Moreover, the Ziwei star's status subtly surpassed even the sun and moon. It was the hub of all stars, the foremost among the celestial sovereign stars. At the center of the starry sky, Ziwei stood unmoving, surrounded by the three enclosures, with the Big Dipper arching toward the pole and the 28 mansions arrayed in four directions. Myriads of stars revolved around Ziwei, and the Ziwei star itself was the eye and origin of the grand star array of the heavens. As he flew, Yuanling recalled information about the Ziwei star. He had once heard his master Yuanshi mention that during the cataclysm of beasts, the Ziwei star had given birth to a primordial deity known as the Ziwei Star Lord. That Star Lord's cultivation was not low, but in the great calamity that swept the primordial world, the Ziwei Star Lord fell to the divine-slaying spear of the Beast Emperor Sheni. Had he survived to the present, he would at least be a great adept at the late quasi-saint stage. But alas, there was no if. The fall of the Ziwei Star Lord plunged the Ziwei Star into silence. Countless epochs passed, and no new primordial deity was born from this star. Yet the Ziwei Star's origin remained, its fortune persisted. The opportunity Yuanling sensed was right there. The 5 elemental spirit pearls and the 36 calming the seas pearls rotated slowly within his body, ceaselessly replenishing his mana. Yuanling did not need to stop to recover, he only needed to fly onward. Decades later the Ziwei star appeared in his vision. It was a colossal star of violet gold in hue radiating a noble and majestic glow. It hung serenely at the center of the starry sky surrounded by the 3 enclosure's star officials. The Big Dipper like a giant ladle hung obliquely to its south. The 28 mansion star officials stood arrayed in 4 directions like 28 loyal guardians encircling this sovereign star. Myriads of stars also revolved slowly around Ziwei as their center. Yuanling halted outside the Ziwei star, his gaze sweeping over the immense celestial body, his brow slightly furrowing. Outside the Ziwei star lay a primordial grand formation, an invisible barrier shrouding it, sealing off everything from the outside world. The barrier was not a deliberately arranged formation, but a protective boundary naturally formed by the primordial essence of Ziwei star and the innate spiritual energy. It was not man-made but heaven-born. Yet precisely because it was heaven-born it answered to no master wielded by no hand. Its sole purpose being the instinctive defense of Ziwei star against any threat from without. Yuanling carefully gauged the barrier's strength, and a calculation took shape in his heart. With his current cultivation forcibly shattering it was not impossible, but it would demand an enormous expenditure of time and spiritual power. Moreover, violently breaching the formation would create too much commotion, potentially attracting unwelcome complications. Yuanling drew forth the Taiji talisman seal. A cyan-white jade seal hovered above his palm, its engraved yin-yang fish rotating in slow, mesmerizing flow. Black and white divine radiance spiraled from within the seal, like 2 spiritual serpents coiling around his body. Yuanling activated the Taiji talisman seal, and a beam of yin-yang divine light shot forth, striking the innate grand formation of Ziwei star. The moment that radiant beam touched the formation, the invisible barrier began to tremble. It was not shattered by brute force, but dissolved. One of the core abilities of the Taiji talisman seal was formation breaking. Whenever a formation was structured upon the principles of yin-yang, the 5 elements, or the 8 trigrams, the Taiji seal could locate its foundational flaw and erase its essence. Though the innate grand formation of Ziwei star was formidable at its core, it was still a product of primordial qi and Ziwei's own essence woven from the fundamental laws of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Before the Taiji talisman seal, such a formation was no more formidable than paper. Under the illumination of the yin-yang divine light, the grand formation melted away gradually, like spring snow yielding to the sun. No thunderous crash, no explosion, no scattering of spiritual light. The innate grand formation simply dissipated silently, inch by inch, without a sound. The instant the final barrier vanished, the starlight energy that Ziwei star had accumulated over countless kalpas surged toward Yuanling like a breached dam. That power was magnificent and ferocious, carrying the stern majesty and lethal intent unique to the stars. The moment the starlight energy touched Yuanling's Dao fruit, it began dissolving his cultivation and corroding his primordial spirit. This was Ziwei star's instinctive defense mechanism. Whoever shattered the innate grand formation would bear the backlash of the celestial body itself. Yuanling's expression did not falter. He activated the Taiji talisman seal once more, and the yin-yang divine light coalesced into a luminous curtain enveloping his entire body. The starlight energy crashed against the yin-yang light like waves battering a reef, shattering and dissipating, neutralized, dissolved, erased. The Taiji talisman seal gradually subdued that chaotic stellar force bit by bit. A moment later the starlight receded and Ziwei star fell silent once more as though nothing had happened. Yuanling stowed away the Taiji talisman seal, took a single step, and set foot upon the soil of Ziwei star. The terrain of the celestial body was utterly unlike that of the primordial continent. The soil here was purple gold, hard and chilling to the touch, emitting a faint crunching sound beneath his feet. The air was saturated with dense stellar qi. Each breath seemed to open every pore in his body, and his spiritual power stirred with faint elation. Yet Yuanling's gaze did not linger on the ground. He was immediately captivated by 2 objects before him. The first was a colossal tree. Its trunk rose 10,000 zhang into the sky, its entire form composed of crystalline jade. Translucent and luminous as though not a living tree, but a sculpture forged from the concentrated essence of the stars. Starlight streamed through its branches and foliage like the Milky Way. Each leaf bore a different shape, some resembling tigers, others dragons, birds, or tortoises. These were no arbitrary forms, they corresponded to the cosmic laws of the auxiliary stars above. The star fruit tree, in supreme grade innate spiritual root, stood alongside the 5-pine tree in Yuanling's possession, both ranking among the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. The starfruit tree flowered over 30,000 years, bore fruit over 30,000 more, and ripened over 30,000 after that. Every 90,000 years constituted one cycle, yielding 365 starfruits per season, each corresponding to the primordial essence of one of the 365 principal stars of the heavens. A single starfruit consumed could forge an immortal golden immortal cultivation base, and grant comprehension of stellar laws, condensing a star Dao body. 365 fruits would birth 365 golden immortals. Yuanling drew a deep breath forcefully, suppressing the astonishment welling within him, and shifted his gaze to the second object. It was a scroll 3 feet 3 inches in length, its left and right cords carved with the patterns of sun and moon, one gold, one silver, radiating in brilliant harmony. Upon its surface was faithfully rendered the complete star chart of the primordial world: 365 principal stars, 14,800 auxiliary stars, the 28 lunar mansions, the Big Dipper and Southern Dipper. All the celestial bodies, each occupying its rightful position within the diagram. Even more marvelously, the stars upon the scroll appeared alive. They rotated slowly along some arcane trajectory, moving in perfect synchronization with the true stars overhead. This had once been the companion spiritual treasure of the Lord of Ziwei, the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the chart of universal stars. Yuanling stood motionless, gazing at the two objects, his mind entirely blank. The starfruit tree, the chart of universal stars. Ziwei star, the Emperor's star. Yuanling suddenly recalled something in the original course of history. Ziwei star should have already fallen into the hands of Di Jun and Tai Yi. The core formation node of the universal star array resided within Ziwei star, and the chart of universal stars was the essential spiritual treasure required to deploy that array. And yet now he had discovered Ziwei star first, claimed the starfruit tree first, and obtained the chart of universal stars before anyone else. What did this mean? Yuanling raised his head, his gaze piercing through the heavens of Ziwei star toward the depths of chaos, toward that figure who had long since merged with the heavenly way and would never again manifest in tangible form. He whispered softly, so quietly that only he could hear, "Ancestor, what exactly do you wish for me to do?" The heavenly ordained saint. The title sounded magnificent. But Yuanling understood clearly that the subject behind those two characters was not the heavenly Tao, but Hongjun. The three pure ones were heavenly ordained saints. They were transformations of Pan Gu's primordial spirit, bearing the merit of heaven's creation. Their ascension to sainthood was an irrevocable certainty, immutable by any will. Nuwa was a heavenly ordained saint, as well, possessing the great merit of mending the heavens and creating humanity, her sainthood equally predetermined. But what of Jie and Zhuanti? They too were heavenly ordained saints, yet their ordination differed fundamentally from that of the three pure ones and Nuwa. Yuanling gradually pieced certain truths together. The heavenly Tao did not care who occupied the position of a heavenly Tao saint, so long as someone filled it, the Tao was satisfied. The positions of the three pure ones and Nuwa were unshakable, the most fixed certainties among all certainties. But the remaining seats harbored variability. Take Xin Yuanzi of the Wuzhuang Monastery, for example. His cultivation grounds lay upon the western continent, that same west which Jie and Zhuanti had disparaged as barren wasteland. Yet Xin Yuanzi had somehow transformed that so-called barren expanse into a premier paradise. Within Wuzhuang Monastery's spiritual energy hung thick as mist, and the innate spiritual root, the immortal ginseng fruit tree, grew lush and verdant, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the notion of desolation. Xin Yuanzi also held an ultimate treasure, the Earth Book, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Born from the membrane of the earth itself, this artifact governed defense, and was renowned with the saying, "So long as the earth endures, the Earth Book shall never shatter." This treasure could not only protect its bearer, but also trace the veins of the earth, and harmonize the wind and waters. If one were to ask who among all beings of the primordial world excelled most at cultivating and managing land, and Xin Yuanzi yielded the second place, no one would dare claim first. The West Baron. Xin Yuanzi had ways to make it anything but. If Xin Yuanzi were to use the Earth Book to organize the ley lines and gather spiritual energy, over time the western heavens might yet regain its vitality. Regrettably, Xin Yuanzi failed to seize the opportunity. He did not take one of the 6 meditation cushions in the Zixiao Palace, was not selected when the Tao Ancestor accepted disciples, and had no affinity with the primordial purple qi. Had he sat upon one of those cushions, become a disciple of the Tao Ancestor, or obtained even a wisp of primordial purple qi, then, with his cultivation foundation, fortune, the Earth Book, and the ginseng fruit tree, he might have achieved the status of heavenly destined saint, and carved out a new era in the West. Yet the primordial world allows no what if. In the end, it was Jane and Zhuanti who claimed those cushions. Not because they surpassed Xin Yuanzi in strength, but because their longing for it ran far deeper. They trekked from the barren reaches of the West, weeping profusely within the Zixiao Palace, making great vows, and employing every means at their disposal to secure those 2 strands of purple qi. Yet every saint of the heavenly Tao bears a mandate. The 3 purities, upon achieving sanctification, must uphold the stability of the primordial world. That comes after, however. Before Nuwa could ascend to sainthood, she first needed to complete the great merit of mending the heavens and creating humanity. Jane and Zhuanti, alas, fared far worse. They achieved sainthood through borrowed merit. They first borrowed merit to ascend established grand vows, and would repay them gradually in due course. What if the debt remained unpaid? The fortune of the Western sect would cover it. Yuanling did not know what his own mission entailed, what his future held, or what task the Tao Ancestor had entrusted to him. He only knew that the Tao Ancestor's aid far exceeded what a mere grand disciple ought to receive. From the moment he took physical form, the Tao Ancestor had refined his primordial essence for him, infusing his body with the fundamental essence of the 3 ancestral lords, heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. He then bestowed upon him the heaven and earth cauldron, the god-slaying spear, a strand of primordial purple chi, the 5 directional banners of the primordial era, and fragments of the jade disk of creation. Now guided by the pull of fortune, Yuanling had discovered the Ziwei star, the star fruit tree, and the chart of the celestial stars. For what purpose did all of this unfold? Dominate the primordial world. Yuanling shook his head and cast the thought aside. That was not his Tao. His Tao lay in the laws of the cosmos, in accumulated merit, and beyond that something he had yet to discern. Yet his grandmaster had bestowed so much upon him. It could not be merely to let him remain a carefree immortal. Yuanling gathered his thoughts and returned his gaze to the star fruit tree and the chart of the celestial stars. Whatever his grandmaster's design, he would claim what was offered first and ponder the rest later. Only when an opportunity is secured does it truly belong to him. Matters beyond comprehension can be weighed with patience. Upon the Ziwei star, starlight flowed like water, and spiritual energy shimmered in the air. Yuanling stood beneath the star fruit tree, holding in his hands the chart of the celestial stars, 3 feet and 3 inches in length. On its scroll, the star paths revolved slowly. 365 principal stars and 14,800 lesser stars glided past his divine sense one by one. Without hesitation, he extended his divine sense into the chart and began refining the binding arrays. The chart of the celestial stars was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure containing 48 innate bindings. The first 24 bindings could be refined by a Great Golden Immortal, the middle 12 required the cultivation of a Great Golden Immortal, and the final 12 could only be accessed by one possessing the great powers of a quasi-saint. Yuanling had now reached the perfection of Great Golden Immortal, his comprehension of the 5 elements laws at 50%, and his divine sense far exceeded that of his peers. The first 24 bindings yielded to him, instantly refined in the time it took his awareness to sweep across them. As for the middle 12 bindings, Yuanling could refine them as well, though it would require considerable time. The final 12 bindings, however, were utterly beyond his current cultivation to disturb. Yuanling paused to consider, then chose not to continue. The 24 bindings were already sufficient to activate the chart's abilities of divination and deduction. As for the deeper powers of the chart, array formation and trapping enemies, those were not needed at present. There was no rush. Yuanling stored the chart of the celestial stars within his primordial spirit and seated himself in meditation beneath the star fruit tree. 365 star fruits hung from the branches, each radiating a faint stellar luminescence like miniature stars. Yuanling enveloped the entire star fruit tree with the power of his primordial spirit and gently plucked. A single motion that released all 365 fruits simultaneously. They suspended in the air around him, forming a brilliant sea of stars. Yuanling already knew from his innate inheritance the effects of the star fruits. Each one contained the complete magical power equivalent to a golden immortal. Upon ingestion, one's magical power would surge, the physical body would be tempered by starlight, and one could comprehend the laws of the stars. For cultivators below the Great Golden Immortal realm, the star fruits were treasures beyond price. A single fruit could forge a golden immortal. 365 would yield 365 golden immortals, each capable of comprehending the laws of the stars. This was a power sufficient to reshape the entire primordial world. But for a Great Golden Immortal, their value diminished considerably. The boost to magical power was modest, the tempering of the physical body negligible. The sole worthwhile benefit lay in the comprehension of stellar laws. Yet Yuanling cared little for the laws of stars. The combined magical power of 365 golden immortals, while insufficient to break through to the quasi-saint stage, would still spare him no small measure of arduous cultivation. Every morsel counts, no matter how small, and this was no meager scrap, but the power of a golden immortal. Yuanling began to consume the star fruits. The first entered his mouth, and the power of starlight exploded within him, surging through his meridians like a galaxy in full flow. Yuanling channeled the Qing Heaven Immortal method, directing the power into his dantian to assimilate it. At the cultivation level of a Great Golden Immortal, refining a single star fruit took barely an instant. The first, the second, the third. One after another, Yuanling consumed the star fruits with increasing speed. Soon he was sending a dozen fruits into his mouth, nearly simultaneously, allowing the power of starlight to churn within his body, then suppressing and refining it all with his formidable divine sense. All 365 star fruits were consumed in less than a day. Yuanling closed his eyes and regulated his breath, feeling the changes within. His magical power had indeed increased substantially, yet the threshold of the quasi-saint realm remained stubbornly distant. The gap between the perfection of a Great Golden Immortal and the initial stage of a quasi-saint demanded not merely hundreds of golden immortal tier spiritual fruits. It was an ocean, and he had only just poured a few buckets of water into it. The true worth of the star fruits lay in the comprehension of 365 strands of stellar laws. They gathered within his primordial spirit, gradually forming a miniature Tao seed of the stars. Though insufficient for Yuanling to master the laws of stars entirely, if future opportunities arose, this seed might yet take root and sprout. Yuanling did not rise. The star fruit tree remained beside him, its trunk stretching 10,000 zhang starlight, flowing through its branches like the celestial river. Sensing that Yuanling had consumed all its fruits, the tree instinctively began gathering the power of starlight to temper his magical power. This was the innate nature of the star fruit tree. Whosoever harvested its fruit would receive a single gathering of starlight in return. Not out of kindness, but by virtue of some contract between the tree and the heavens and earth. The power of starlight descended from the 9 heavens like a silver waterfall, enveloping Yuanling within its radiance. Under the tempering of starlight, Yuanling's magical power grew ever more solid. His physical body became increasingly resilient through the baptism of stellar radiance, and his primordial spirit grew ever clearer under its illumination. 1,000 years. The starlight waterfall lasted for an entire millennium. After 1,000 years, the starlight dissipated, and the branches and leaves of the star fruit tree drooped slightly, as if it had expended much of its vital energy. It would not bloom and bear fruit again until 90,000 years later. Yuanling opened his eyes and stood up. His magical power had indeed become much more refined, but reaching the quasi-saint realm still seemed distant. Yuanling sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. After the first lecture at Zixiao Palace, the reason why the 3 pure ones Di Juntai, Yidong Wanggong, and other primordial deities were able to quickly sever their corpses and break through to quasi-saint was not because their talent was superior to Yuanling's, but because they had already accumulated countless eons of magical power before the Tao Ancestors lecture. The 3 pure ones had emerged since the beast calamity, and by the time of the first lecture at Zixiao Palace, they had already cultivated for dozens of eons. Di Juntai, Yidong Wanggong, and other great powers were also not far behind. They did not break through quickly, rather it was a case of accumulating thickly and releasing thinly. The Tao Ancestors lecture was the key that opened the lock, but the treasure behind the lock was accumulated by themselves over countless eons. Yuanling had taken form only a little over 2 eons ago. In 2 eons from Golden Immortal to the perfection of Great Golden Immortal, this speed was unprecedented in the Hongwang. But his accumulation of magical power was still as different as heaven and earth compared to those great beings who had cultivated for dozens or even hundreds of eons. Such things as foundation cannot be made up by opportunities alone. Opportunities can make you break through faster, but the accumulation of magical power requires time. Yuanling shook his head and stopped thinking further. Just as he was about to leave Ziwei Star, his divine sense detected a trace of unusual movement. Someone was approaching Ziwei Star, moving very fast and with a clear target. It was not passing by, it was heading straight for him. Yuanling frowned, reached out, and the god-slaying spear appeared in his right hand, its shaft pitch black and exuding a fierce, baleful aura. Then the 12-grade pure world white lotus appeared beneath him, its petals white as snow with the pure world light softly circulating. After the third lecture at Zixiao Palace on the treasure distribution platform, Yuanling had displayed all his top-grade innate spiritual treasures to attract spiritual treasures. The auras of 13 top-grade innate spiritual treasures bloomed simultaneously, and all 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace sensed them. From then on, Yuanling no longer concealed himself, but whether it was the god-slaying spear or the pure world white lotus, those who needed to know already knew, and hiding was useless. Rather than be sneaky, it was better to be open. If someone came with ill intent, then Yuanling would have a fight with him. A figure landed on Ziwei Star, a young man in white, handsome, and with a smile like a spring breeze. His aura was stronger than when they last met. At that time he was still at the perfection of Great Golden Immortal. Now he had already severed his good corpse and stepped into the early stage of quasi-saint. Baize, the foremost among the 10 demon saints of the demon race, and Di Jun's most trusted advisor. Baize walked up to Yuanling, made a bow with joined hands, and said with a tone of emotion, "Taoist friend Yuanling, since we parted in the Hongwang continent less than 1 aeon has passed, and I never expected you to have broken through to the perfection of Great Golden Immortal." He glanced over Yuanling, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. The last time they met, he was at the perfection of Great Golden Immortal, while Yuanling was at the middle stage of Great Golden Immortal. Now he had broken through to the early quasi-saint, but Yuanling had jumped from the middle stage to the perfection of Great Golden Immortal, crossing 2 minor realms. This speed was even more astonishing than his own corpse severing. Yuanling's expression remained calm, not letting down his guard because of Baize's flattery. "Taoist friend, Baize is joking. During the third lecture at Zixiao Palace, did we not listen together? You have severed your good corpse and broken through to quasi-saint. That is what deserves congratulations." Of course, Baize was also present at the third lecture at Zixiao Palace, but after the treasure distribution platform, Di Jun and the other 3 stayed behind, while Baize and other demon race great powers returned to the heavenly court first. The Zifu Immortal Court was eyeing them covetously from the east sea. The Wu tribe was stirring restlessly at Buzhou Mountain, and the heavenly court needed someone to hold the fort. Baize smiled slightly, seeing Yuanling's wariness, and said softly, "Taoist friend Yuanling need not be so guarded against me. If my demon race had ill intentions toward you, the one who came today would not be me." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of profound meaning. If it were the Eastern Emperor himself who came, Taoist friend Yuanling would probably not be standing here talking, but would be fleeing with all his might. Yuanling was not swayed by his words, his tone still cold. "Taoist friend, Baize, if you have something to say, you might as well speak freely. I have no time for beating around the bush." Baize restrained his smile and said seriously, I have come for the starfruit tree and the all-heaven star chart. Yuanling raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth lifting into a half-smile, a top-grade innate spiritual root, and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, with 48 restrictions. Taoist friend Baizé, you don't mean to trade them for the demon emperors, He Tu and Luo Shu, do you? His words carried a hint of sarcasm, meaning what can you offer in exchange? Anyone can talk. Baizé said in a deep voice, exactly. Yuanling's smile froze. He looked at Baizé in disbelief, as if looking at a madman. He Tu and Luo Shu, as Di Jun's companion spiritual treasures, were top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, each possessing 48 innate restrictions. They were the foundation for Di Jun's deduction of heavenly secrets and formation of arrays to trap enemies. The importance of these two treasures to Di Jun was no less than that of the Chaos Bell to Tai Yi. Di Jun did not even come himself. How could Baizé, a demon saint, make such a decision? Seeing that Yuanling did not believe him, Baizé continued, apart from He Tu and Luo Shu, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel, and the Eastern Emperor's Emerald Light two-forms lamp, can also be given to you. The Sun Essence Wheel, one of Di Jun's protective spiritual treasures, contained the essence of the sun's true fire, and was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Emerald Light two-forms lamp, one of Tai Yi's treasures, was together with the Jade Void glazed lamp that Yuanling once owned, one of the three lamps of heaven, earth, and man, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. 4 top-grade innate spiritual treasures in exchange for 1 top-grade innate spiritual root and 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Hearing this, Yuanling was already unwilling to believe it. Not because the deal was unfair. On the contrary, it was too fair, so fair that it was unreasonable. For 2, what did the other party want? Even if the starfruit tree and the all-heaven star chart were priceless, it would not cause Di Jun to throw in his companion treasures like He Tu and Luo Shu. Yuanling quickly calculated in his mind. Although the all-heaven star chart could be used to set up the all-heaven star formation for Di Jun, it might not be more useful than He Tu and Luo Shu. He Tu and Luo Shu were treasures for deduction. Di Jun used them to comprehend the Tao of stars, and Tai Yi used the Chaos Bell to enhance and perfect them. They could also create the all-heaven star formation. Without the all-heaven star chart, they could still achieve it with some effort. In that case, why would Di Jun exchange for top-grade treasures for 2? Completely unreasonable. Yuanling tightened his grip on the god-slaying spear, the baleful aura on its shaft faintly seeping out. The 12-grade pure world white lotus slowly rotated beneath him, its pure world light forming a strange confrontation with the baleful aura. Taoist Baizé, if you continue jesting, I will have no choice but to engage you in combat. Yuanling's tone was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was real. Baizé hastily waved his hand, a bitter smile on his face, and quickly explained, I am not mocking you, Taoist. The 4 supreme primordial spiritual treasures I mentioned were merely a promise to you. He paused, then stated the true condition. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor wishes to borrow your starfruit tree and the map of all stars from you. If the Heavenly Court can unify the primordial wilderness, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor shall hand over the river map, the Luo Shu, the Sun Essence Wheel, and the Jade Light 2 primordial lamp to you. If the Heavenly Court fails, Baizé's voice dropped a few notches, then the river map, the Luo Shu, the Sun Essence Wheel, and the Jade Light 2 primordial lamp. These 4 supreme primordial spiritual treasures shall also be given to you, and the starfruit tree and the map of all stars shall return to their rightful owner. Yuanling listened, fell silent for a moment, then laughed. Not a joyful laugh, but a sardonic one. Isn't this just trying to get something for nothing? His voice was not loud, but every word cut like a knife. If the Heavenly Court is defeated, the promised supreme primordial spiritual treasures, as well as my starfruit tree and map of all stars, will likely fall into someone else's hands. If the Heavenly Court wins, will Di Jun, having attained the Hunyuan Great Golden Immortal realm, still keep his promise? Baizé opened his mouth to speak, but a voice rang out from the void. I can swear by the Heavenly Tao. Beside Yuanling, the void rippled slightly, and a figure materialized out of thin air. That person resembled Di Jun in appearance. The same golden hair, the same golden eyes, but his aura lacked Di Jun's majestic nobility, instead resembling Tai Yi more. His sharpness was restrained, yet it carried an intangible edge that made one dare not look directly at him. This was the Shansher good corpse that Di Jun had severed. Yuanling narrowed his eyes, sweeping his divine sense over the figure. The aura was that of a mid-stage quasi-sage of the same source as Di Jun's main body, but lacking in domineering force and possessing more clarity. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Di Jun Shansher looked at Yuanling, a hint of earnestness in his golden eyes, and said, with a heavenly Tao oath as guarantee, you should trust me now, Taoist, shouldn't you? Yuanling took a deep breath. He did trust Di Jun now, but he wanted to be a bit greedier, and said, I also want the Chaos Bell. The hall instantly fell silent. Baizé's mouth twitched, and Di Jun Shansher also remained silent. The Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure, was Tai Yi's companion spiritual treasure and the foundation of the Heavenly Court's fortune. Yuanling's request was even more excessive than Di Jun's conditions. Di Jun chuckled, shook his head, and said with a hint of helplessness, Taoist Yuanling, if our demon race fails to unify the primordial wilderness, I will naturally return to the Tao True Spirit Sea, and those spiritual treasures will be useless. His tone grew solemn. But my brother Tai Yi is invincible under heaven. Even if the heavenly court crumbles, he will not fall in this calamity. Dijuan's words were filled with confidence in Tai, not blind faith, but a statement of fact. After Hongjun merged with the Dao, Tai's mastery of time and space laws had nearly reached 70%, and the threshold of the late-stage quasi-sage was right before him. If the sages did not act, who could kill him? Yuanling fell silent. He understood Dijuan's meaning. The Chaos Bell belonged to Tai, and Dijuan could not make decisions for Tai. Moreover, Tai would not fall, and the Chaos Bell would not change hands. Seeing Yuanling's silence, Dijuan Shanshu assumed he was hesitating. After a moment of thought, he said, "Since you are unwilling to trust me, Taoist, in addition to the 4 supreme primordial spiritual treasures I just promised, I can add 2 more supreme primordial spiritual treasures." He held up 2 fingers. "Those 2 supreme primordial spiritual treasures will be handed over to you within 10 kalpas. How about that? 10 kalpas? Yuanling's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone carried a hint of speechlessness. "Taoist Dijuan, I have taken form for less than 3 kalpas. Your 10 kalpas are far too long, don't you think?" Dijuan Shanshu and Bai Zhe fell silent simultaneously. The looks they gave Yuanling were extremely complicated. A great Luo Golden Immortal perfection, who had taken form for less than 3 kalpas, a possessor of the Hongmeng Purple Chi for less than 3 kalpas, and the owner of over a dozen supreme primordial spiritual treasures for less than 3 kalpas. This cultivation speed left Bai Zhe Sr., who had taken 89 kalpas to sever his corpse, feeling utterly humiliated. Bai Zhe gave a bitter smile and explained, "Taoist Yuanling, I have taken form since the beast calamity, a total of 89 kalpas, and only recently broke through to the early quasi-sage stage." He paused, then continued, "The beast calamity lasted 17 kalpas, and the Dragon Han calamity lasted 21 kalpas. The intervals between calamities are like the present. The calamity has not fully unfolded, only the undercurrents are stirring. After 10 kalpas, our heavenly court intends to formally initiate the calamity. Therefore, those 2 supreme primordial spiritual treasures can only be handed over to you after 10 kalpas." Yuanling's eyes flickered with speculation, but he still asked, "Could the 2 supreme primordial spiritual treasures that Taoist Dijuan mentioned be the Dragon Head Staff and the Pure Yang Sword?" Dijuan Shanshu nodded seriously. "After 10 kalpas, our heavenly court plans to formally declare war on the Zifu Immortal Court. We will annihilate Dongwang Gong in one battle and take his spiritual treasures. Then we will turn to Buzhou Mountain to suppress the Wu tribe with lightning speed." Suppress. Dijuan did not say annihilate, but suppress. Yuanling noted the difference in wording. For the Zifu Immortal Court, Dijuan said annihilate. For the Wu tribe, he said suppress. One word made a world of difference. The Wu tribe were descendants of Pangu, bearing the merit of creation. To kill a patriarch, that would incur karma. Though ambitious, Dijuan was not foolish. He would not court that trouble. Yuanling pondered for a long time. The starfruit tree and the map of all stars were indeed 2 supreme treasures in his hands, but the starfruit had limited effect on cultivators above the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Though he could use the map of all stars, unleashing its full power required at least a quasi-sage cultivation, and he was still far from that. Moreover, even if he broke through to quasi-sage with his current forces, he could not set up the all-heaven star array. 10 kalpas. 1 kalpa equals 129600 years, so a total of 129600 years. This span of time was enough for him to accomplish many things. Furthermore, Dijuan's conditions were indeed generous, a full 6 supreme primordial spiritual treasures. The river map, the Luo Shu, the sun essence wheel, the jade light, 2 primordial lamp, the dragon head staff, and the pure yang sword. Any one of these 6 treasures was enough to make quasi-sage great powers fight tooth and nail. All 6 together would tempt even a heavenly Dao saint. Yuanling made his decision. He took out the map of all stars, probed it with his divine sense, and removed the 24 restrictions he had refined one by one. The spiritual light on the scroll dimmed for an instant, then returned to calm. He tossed the map of all stars to Dijuan Shanshu and said calmly, "In that case, I entrust the starfruit tree and the map of all stars to you, Taoist Dijuan." Dijuan Shanshu received the map of all stars and solemnly tucked it into his sleeve. "I will not fail your trust." Meanwhile, the true body of Dijuan, situated in the demon court beyond the 33 heavens, rose to his feet. Facing the heavenly Dao, his voice boomed like a great bell echoing through the 33 heavens. Heavenly Dao above. The myriad demons within the court prostrated themselves, unaware why the heavenly emperor had suddenly sworn such a great oath. "I, Dijuan, pledge to deliver to my fellow Taoist Yuanling 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures within 10 kalpas. After the next Great Tribulation concludes, I will bestow upon my fellow Taoist Yuanling the top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, Hichu, Lashu, the sun essence wheel, and the Chuiguang, Liangyi lamp." Dijuan's voice grew increasingly solemn and majestic. "If I violate this oath, may my primal spirit be eternally silenced, never to enter the great Dao's sea of true spirits." As his words fell, the heavenly Dao resonated. A wisp of invisible contractual power descended from the 9 heavens, merging into Dijuan's primordial spirit. The heavenly Dao oath was complete. On the Ziwei star, Yuanling perceived the fluctuation of that contractual power. With the heavenly Dao as witness and Dijuan as the oathmaker's 6 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures were now within his grasp. He clasped his hands toward Bai Zhe and Dijuan's good corpse, saying nothing more. Turning around, he took a step, activating the spatial law. A violet golden rainbow light shot into the sky and Yuanling vanished into the starry sea in an instant. On the Ziwei star only Bai Zhe and Dijuan's good corpse remained. After watching Yuanling depart, they walked toward the starfruit tree. Dijuan's good corpse reached out and pressed his hand against the trunk. Starlight swirled, spiritual energy permeated the air, and the starfruit tree trembled slightly, as if responding to its new master. Outside the Ziwei star, the starlight faded. Yuanling's figure emerged from the void. He glanced back at that violet golden imperial star, shook his head, and ceased to cling to it. The starfruit tree and the diagram of the all-heaven stars had already been handed over to Dijuan, and the opportunities on the Ziwei star had been fully harvested. There was no point in remaining in the starry sky. His next destination was the northern continent of the primordial world. The ferocious beast Taowu, the only one of the 4 great ferocious beasts still alive. Taoya Hundan and Xiongqi had perished in the Dragon Han Tribulation at the hands of ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin respectively. Only Taowu had escaped that calamity. It had hidden in the deepest reaches of the northern continent, surviving beneath the ice plains for countless culpas. Yuanling's purpose in going there was to find Taowu. His plan was clear: locate Taowu and engage in battle. If Taowu were at the early quasi-sage stage, that would be perfect. Yuanling would raise the god-slaying spear and charge in. Given his current combat power supplemented by the lethal force of the god-slaying spear, he might well be able to contend with a ferocious beast at the early quasi-sage stage. If Taowu were at the mid-quasi-sage stage, Yuanling could still give it a try. If he couldn't win, he could flee. With the spatial law at his command, escape was never an issue. If Taowu were at the late quasi-sage stage, Yuanling had not considered this possibility. It wasn't that he couldn't think of it, but that he was unwilling to. The ferocious beast race, to put it bluntly, was simply the Wu race, without any reason. The only thing they had in common with the Wu race was their formidable physical bodies and mastery of laws. Although the Wu race did not cultivate their primordial spirits, they could at least speak possessed intelligence, organization, and civilization. What about ferocious beasts? They could only howl, mindlessly destroying everything they saw. They had no wisdom, no civilization, no purpose. Only the instinct of slaughter and destruction. Such beings, no matter how high their cultivation, were nothing more than beasts. That was what Yuanling thought. Thus, after returning from the starry sky to the primordial world, he traveled north all the way. The further north he went, the thinner the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became, the lower the temperature, and the more desolate the land. The northern continent was the most barren and desolate place in the primordial world. There were no sacred mountains or blessed lands, no immortal caves or palaces, only the boundless ice plains and the raging, biting winds. And in the deepest part of the ice plains, in those extreme cold regions where even quasi-sages dared not set foot, the ferocious beast Taowu had slumbered for countless kalpas. Yuanling took out the Taiji seal. The cyan-white jade seal floated in his palm, the Yinyang Taiji fish on its surface slowly revolving. He activated the seal's divination ability and began to deduce Taowu's location. One of the functions of the Taiji seal was to deduce celestial secrets. Although it was not a spiritual treasure specialized in divination, and in this regard it was inferior to Hichu and Luoshu. But as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with 48 restrictions, it was more than sufficient to deduce the location of a mere ferocious beast. Moreover, the heavenly Tao's attitude toward ferocious beasts was kill without mercy. If someone wanted to kill a ferocious beast, the heavenly Tao would be eager to thrust the beast's location directly into that person's face. Yuanling extended his divine sense into the Taiji seal. The celestial secrets concerning Taowu unfolded before him like a map, clear and distinct. Taowu's location was directly marked in red. Not somewhere on the ice plains, not in some secret realm, but in the deepest part of the entire northern continent, a nameless extreme cold land. Yuanling put away the Taiji seal, took a deep breath, and flew toward that direction. He flew swiftly, fully activating the spatial law, his figure flickering continuously through the void. From the edge of the northern continent to the depths of the ice plains, a journey that would take an ordinary person hundreds of years, he completed in just a few decades. Taowu's aura grew closer and closer. A decaying, venomous, instinctively repulsive presence, as if it were not the breath of a living being, but the very scent of death itself. Yuanling stopped before an iceberg. Beneath the iceberg were 10,000 zhang layers of ice, and beneath the ice slumbered Taowu. Yuanling drew the god-slaying spear, its shaft pitch black, its baleful aura imposing, and a faint dark red light swirling around its tip. Beneath him materialized the 12-grade pure world white lotus, its petals white as snow, its pure world radiance enveloping him. Everything was ready. Then his divine sense probed downward, piercing through the ice layers, through the frozen soil, through the faint slumbering aura surrounding Taowu, and touched its true cultivation level. Late quasi-sage. Yuanling's face turned instantly pale. Late quasi-sage. Taowu was at the late quasi-sage stage. Not early quasi-sage, not mid-quasi-sage, but late quasi-sage. Yuanling barely had time to think, his body reacted faster than his mind. He withdrew the god-slaying spear and the pure world white lotus into his primordial spirit and activated the spatial law with full force. Yuanling's figure flickered in the void for an instant, and the next moment he appeared above the eastern sea, having traversed most of the primordial world directly. The magical power within Yuanling's body was nearly exhausted in that single instant of translocation. His Dao fruit dimmed, and his meridians dried up. He frantically absorbed the innate spiritual energy from the calming sea pearl. 36 minor worlds opened simultaneously, and spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, replenishing his depleted magical power. Damn it! Yuanling stood on the surface of the eastern sea, his face livid, grinding his teeth. No one told me that Tao Wu was at the late quasi-sage stage. Yuanling finally understood one thing: why in the primordial world with so many innate sages and great quasi-sage powerhouses had no one gone to hunt Tao Wu. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill it, but that they simply couldn't. Tao Wu was one of the 4 great ferocious beasts with a physical body comparable to that of a primordial Wu. At the late quasi-sage stage, Tao Wu's body was so resilient that even top-grade innate spiritual treasures could barely scratch it. Let alone Yuanling, a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even one of the 3 pure ones at the mid-quasi-sage stage going alone might not be a match for Tao Wu. Yuanling drifted on the surface of the east sea, his heart still trembling with lingering fear. Tao Wu is a brainless creature unafraid of the heavenly Tao's purple firmament, divine thunder, and unbothered by the creation merit of the 3 pure ones because it simply lacks such concepts. Moreover, Tao Wu's strength is just enough to kill Tongtian of the upper pure, one of the 3 pure ones. As for Laozi of the supreme pure and Yuanshi of the jade pure, Tao Wu does not even qualify to kill them. Laozi possesses the number 1 turtle shell combination of the primordial wilderness, the heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong pagoda above his head, and the Taiji diagram draped over his body. With 1 post-heaven merit supreme treasure and 1 pre-heaven supreme treasure combined, he stands invincible below the saint realm. No matter how powerful Tao Wu's attacks are, they cannot break Laozi's defense. Yuanshi Tianzun possesses the Zhutian Qingyun, a top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure with 48 prohibitions specialized in defense. Although it is inferior to Laozi's combination of 2 supreme treasures, it is more than enough to withstand Tao Wu's attacks. Only Tongtian. Although he possesses the Zhuxian sword formation, whose killing power is unmatched in the primordial wilderness, Tongtian has no defensive spiritual treasure. The Zhuxian sword formation is formidable, but it requires time to set up and must be prepared in advance. A Tao Wu will not give him that time. Moreover, Tongtian is at the mid-stage of quasi-saint while Tao Wu is at the late stage of quasi-saint. With such a cultivation gap, the Zhuxian sword formation may not even be able to trap it. For a late-stage quasi-saint fierce beast, aside from pre-heaven supreme treasures and killing treasures of the level of the god-slaying spear, almost nothing can break its defense. And Tao Wu's law power is not to be underestimated. Yuanling recalled the information about Tao Wu from his innate inheritance. Tao Wu masters 2 laws, the earth poison miasma and the 9 abyssal nether fire. It can manipulate the earth vein miasma and putrid poisonous ground chi in the northern continent. Its tail burns with 9 abyssal nether fire, whose toxic flames corrode the primordial spirit. Wherever it dwells, the land turns to desert, vegetation withers, and living beings vanish. In addition, Tao Wu has comprehended a special law, the law of arrogance and ferocity. The effect of this law is to resist all forms of binding, sealing, indoctrination, heavenly decrees, and soul control. Any imprisoning Tao technique, word, spirit, or contract finds it difficult to bind Tao Wu. Moreover, Tao Wu grows fiercer as it fights, and when near death it erupts with its physical strength and ferocious power, fighting to the death without retreating. It fears neither battle, nor confinement, nor death. Who wouldn't get a headache facing such an opponent? Standing on the surface of the East Sea, Yuanling grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had finally mustered the courage to challenge Tao Wu to a one-on-one fight, but in the end, he didn't even exchange blows. He fled after just one look at its cultivation level. This was too shameful. Can't let it slide like this. Yuanling gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I'll go back to Mount Kunlun and gather reinforcements. We must exterminate Tao Wu. He drew sufficient spiritual energy from the Dinghai Shinju, restoring his mana to its original state. Activating the law of space, his figure flickered through the void as he sped towards Mount Kunlun. Mount Kunlun Sanqing Hall. Yuanling stepped into the hall and respectfully bowed. Disciple greets master, senior uncle, and junior uncle. The 3 pure ones withdrew from their cultivation state, 6 gazes falling upon Yuanling. Laozi wore an indifferent expression. Yuanshi had a faint smile, and Tongtian. The corners of Tongtian's mouth had already curved upward. So you still remember to come back to Mount Kunlun? Tongtian teased, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Your junior uncle thought you were going to settle on Ingzhou Immortal Island and abandon your second brother, your master. Yuanling gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. Junior uncle, I haven't been to Ingzhou Immortal Island lately. I found the Z-Way star in the starry sky, and not long ago, I went to the northern continent. Before he could finish, Tongtian's eyes lit up. The northern continent. Tongtian's tone grew even more teasing. What did you go to the northern continent for? Yuanling did not answer. Yuanshi smiled and took over the conversation. Speak, what brings you to Mount Kunlun to find your master? Yes. Yuanling nodded solemnly, took a deep breath, and said, Disciple encountered Tao Wu in the northern continent, and wishes to request Master Senior Uncle and Junior Uncle to go and slay Tao Wu. The hall fell silent for a moment. Laozi, who was usually emotionally calm, now looked at Yuanling with a complicated expression. A Deluo Golden Immortal like you. Surely you didn't go to the northern continent planning to hunt Tao Wu, only to be scared away. Yuanling fell silent, and silence was as good as admission. Tontian immediately burst out laughing, mocking. A Deluo Golden Immortal hunting Tao Wu. Ha ha. His laughter echoed through Sanqing Hall, shaking the spiritual light on the hall's ceiling. Tontian laughed so hard, he doubled over, tears almost streaming down. Yuanling was covered in black lines. Master Junior Uncle is mocking me. He turned to Yuanshi, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. Disciple thought that after hunting Tao Wu, heavenly Tao merit would descend, helping you all break through to the late quasi-saint stage. I never expected Junior Uncle Tontian to think of me this way. Yuanshi gave a wry smile and shook his head. You wayward disciple, I'm afraid it's exactly as your senior uncle and junior uncle said. You were so frightened by Tao Wu that you fled in panic, then came back to Mount Kunlun for help. Yuanling opened his mouth to retort, but found that his master's words seemed correct. He had indeed fled in panic and had indeed come back to Mount Kunlun for help. Laozi spoke, his tone calm, but the weight of his words made Yuanling's heart tremble. A late-stage quasi-saint Tao Wu, with its 9 abyssal netherfire law comprehended to over 70%. Ordinary top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasures can hardly harm it. It is indeed difficult to deal with. Yuanling's eyes widened. Uncle Master knew Tao Wu was a late-stage quasi-saint. The gazes of the 3 pure ones simultaneously fell upon Yuanling, making his scalp tingle. Master, why are you all looking at me like that? Laozi extended his hand, the god-slaying spear. Tontian also extended his hand, the 12-pin pure world white lotus. Yuanling paused for a moment, then understood. Among the 3 pure ones, Laozi lacked a killing spiritual treasure. Although he owned the Taiji diagram, its core functions were defense and suppression, its killing power was limited. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda was even more purely a defensive supreme treasure. Facing a thick-skinned fierce beast like Tao Wu, Laozi could protect himself, but could not kill it. Yuanshi, on the other hand, was not lacking. He had the Panga banner, whose killing power was unmatched in the primordial wilderness, and the Zhutian Xingyun for protection. With both offense and defense, he was the greatest threat to Tao Wu among the 3. What about Tontian? He had the 4 Zhuxian swords, whose killing power, though slightly inferior to the Panga banner and the god-slaying spear, was still enough to break Tao Wu's defense. However, he had no defensive spiritual treasure. Thus, Laozi needed the god-slaying spear to break through Tao Wu's physical defense, and Tontian needed the 12-pin pure world white lotus to withstand Tao Wu's attacks. Yuanling obediently took out the god-slaying spear and the 12-pin pure world white lotus and handed them to Laozi and Tontian respectively. The moment the 2 treasures left his hands, Yuanling felt as if his primordial spirit had become lighter, but he did not hesitate. His senior uncle and junior uncle were borrowing the treasures, not taking them permanently. Yuanshi stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said proudly, Yuanling, wait at Mount Kunlun. Let your master go and bring back Tao Wu's corpse for you. With these words, the 3 pure ones vanished. Only Yuanling remained in the Sanqing Hall, standing alone in the Grand Hall, gazing toward the direction where the 3 pure ones had vanished. A sense of unease stirred in his heart. 3 mid-stage quasi-sages hunting a single late-stage quasi-sage seemed advantageous on paper, but the reality was far more complex than mere numbers suggested. Laozi and Yuanshi were protected by supreme primordial treasures, so they should not encounter any danger. Though Tontian possessed the 4 swords of the Immortal Slayer, his defensive capabilities were his weakness. However, now that he had the 12-leaf lotus of pure world, this shortcoming had been remedied. 3 against 1 should not be a problem, right? Yet the savage beast possessed formidable vitality, and its Tao fruit was difficult to destroy. Moreover, Tao Wu's attacks were not to be underestimated. The 3 pure ones were right not to bring Yuanling along. Had he gone, they would have had to divide their attention to protect him. Even when wielding the same supreme primordial spiritual treasure for defense, such as the 12-leaf lotus of pure world, the results differed greatly. When Tontian wielded it, he could easily withstand Tao Wu's attacks. But if Yuanling were the one using it, his great Luo Golden Immortal Tao fruit might shatter, directly forcing him into the resurrection phase. Yuanling sat upon his meditation cushion, closed his eyes, and waited patiently for the 3 pure ones to return. The hours stretched into eternity. In the Sanqing Hall, Yuanling waited for an entire 10,000 years. Throughout this vast span, he never left Kunlun Mountain, did not venture out for training, nor return to his Ingzhou Immortal Island. He simply sat cross-legged in the Sanqing Hall, eyes closed in cultivation, waiting for the 3 pure ones to return. Though he called it cultivation, he could not truly calm his mind. After all, Tao Wu was a late-stage quasi-sage fierce beast, its physical strength comparable to a primordial Wu, its comprehension of the Tao of laws exceeding 70%. Its law of cruel ferocity granted it unrestricted freedom in combat. Though the 3 pure ones excelled in both attack and defense, they were merely mid-stage quasi-sages, a full realm lower in cultivation. Yuanling did not worry about his master Yuanshi's safety. Protected by the heavenly blessing cloud and wielding the Panga banner, Tao Wu could not harm Yuanshi in the slightest. Nor did he worry about his master Uncle Laozi. With the heavenly and earthly mysterious tower and the Taiji diagram, the strongest turtle shell in Hongwang Taowu could not even break through his defenses. What Yuanling truly worried about was his master uncle Tongtian. Though the four swords of the immortal slayer possessed unmatched lethal force against a beast as unreasonably powerful as Taowu, this killing power might not always take effect in time. If Taowu was willing to endure being slashed by the immortal slayer's sword and still pounce toward Tongtian. Yuanling shook his head, casting this thought from his mind. His master uncle was no fool. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he just run? Moreover, the Slaughter God Spear and the 12-leaf Lotus of Pure World had both been lent out. Laozi now possessed a weapon of killing while Tongtian had a treasure of defense. The three Pure Ones each fulfilled their role, attacking and defending in perfect coordination. They should be fine against Taowu. The waiting continued. 10,000 years later, three familiar auras arrived outside the Sanqing Hall. Yuanling's eyes snapped open, and he leapt up from his meditation cushion. Three figures entered the Sanqing Hall. Laozi walked at the front, his Taoist robe bearing some dust, but his breath was steady and his aura stable, clearly uninjured. Yuanshi walked in the middle, his expression as usual with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Tongtian brought up the rear, his robes slightly disheveled, yet his spirit was vibrant, his eyes still carrying a hint of wanting more. The three Pure Ones raised their hands simultaneously. Laozi returned the Slaughter God Spear to Yuanling. The malevolent energy on the spear was fainter than before. This was not because the spiritual treasure was damaged, but because the killing intent once unleashed had not yet fully subsided. Tongtian returned the 12-leaf Lotus of Pure World to Yuanling. The pure light on the lotus petals remained immaculate, as if this 10,000 years had been spent not in slaughter, but in purification of something. Yuanling received the two spiritual treasures and stored them within his primordial spirit. Then Yuanshi raised his hand, and a massive corpse appeared in the Sanqing Hall. The beast's corpse stretched dozens of zhang in length. It resembled a tiger or leopard, yet was covered entirely in scales, its body pitch black. Its tail was like a whip, its tip burning with ethereal blue flames. Even though Taowu was dead, those flames showed no sign of extinguishing, as if they wished to leap from the corpse and continue burning. The corpse was covered with wounds. There were spear wounds left by the Slaughter God Spear where malevolent energy still lingered and the flesh slowly corroded. There were sword wounds left by the four swords of the immortal slayer, their edges clean and precise, with sword chi faintly flowing at their borders. There were also wounds from the Panga banner attacks capable of tearing through even the laws themselves, leaving the deepest gash on Taowu's body. Taowu was dead. This one of the four savage beasts of the late-stage quasi-sage, the nightmare of the northern continent, this terrifying existence from which Yuanling would flee at a glance, was now merely a cold corpse. Take it. Yuanshi's tone was casual, as if the thing he tossed over was not the corpse of a late-stage quasi-sage fierce beast, but some trivial object. The corpse of a late-stage quasi-sage fierce beast is enough to refine into a supreme post-heavenly treasure. If you use the Kanken cauldron and consume some fortune, you might even refine it into a supreme primordial spiritual treasure with 48 innate prohibitions. Yuanling received Taowu's corpse and stored it in the Kanken cauldron. A late-stage quasi-sage fierce beast could be said to be valuable from head to tail. Its scales and armor could be refined into protective garments, its tendons and bones into weapons, its skin and membranes into banners, its flesh and blood into elixirs. Even fragments of its Dao fruit were precious. Though Taowu's Dao fruit had been mostly destroyed by the Slaughter God Spear, some remnants still lingered within the corpse, which could be integrated into refined treasures. Yuanling's heart rate quickened, but he quickly suppressed his excitement and thought of something more important. Master, did you three not break through to the late-stage quasi-sage? Yuanshi shook his head and said, my brothers and I struggled with Taowu for 10,000 years. In the end, your master uncle used the Slaughter God Spear to grind away Taowu's primordial golden immortal Dao fruit. He paused, then continued, heaven bestowed merit and virtue. Your master uncle took half alone, while your master and master uncle divided the remaining half. The merit from slaying Taowu was divided into 3 portions, yet none of us managed to break through to the late-stage quasi-sage. Yuanling was stunned. The 3 pure ones working together, spending 10,000 years slaying a late-stage quasi-sage fierce beast, yet the merit gained was not enough to break through even a minor realm. Yuanshi noticed Yuanling's confusion and explained to him, to break through to the late-stage quasi-sage is not like breaking through from the early or mid-stages of the quasi-sage realm. In the first 2 realms of the quasi-sage, one only needs sufficient spiritual power, and then one can sever the manifestation and break through. But to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the quasi-sage, one can only do so through cultivating the power of laws. When the law arrives, the realm naturally follows. Only after breaking through to the late-stage quasi-sage can one sever the self-manifestation and advance to the grand completion of the quasi-sage. Yuanling pondered deeply. At the early stage quasi-sage, one severs the good manifestation, at the mid-stage one severs the evil manifestation. As long as one's spiritual power is sufficient and the opportunity to sever the manifestation arises, breakthrough is not particularly difficult. But the late-stage quasi-sage was different. There was no way to advance from the mid-stage to the late-stage quasi-sage through severing manifestations. One absolutely had to comprehend 70% of the power of laws. Tong Tian took over his tone, carrying a hint of emotion. The late-stage quasi-sage is undoubtedly a celestial barrier for we innate deities. Now, except for Tai Yi of the demon clan, the law comprehension of all other great divine beings falls far short. Tai Yi. Yuanling silently recited this name in his heart. After Hongjun achieved unity with the Tao, Tai Yi's spacetime law had approached 70%. 70% of law corresponded to the late-stage quasi-sage, yet the three pure ones' law comprehension all still wavered around 60%. Laozi remained silent for a moment before speaking, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undertone of unyielding pride. His lead is but temporary. He merely relies on the innate resonance of the chaos bell to comprehend the laws of fate more swiftly. He paused, adding, "We possess the purple chi of the primordial beginning, the very foundation of the great Tao. Surpassing Tai Yi in cultivation is merely a matter of time." When Laozi mentioned the purple chi of the primordial beginning, his gaze flickered slightly. He had originally intended to say that he and Yuanshi both possessed innate supreme treasures through which they could comprehend the laws. The Taiji diagram embodies the great Tao of Yin and Yang, while the Panga banner contains the great Tao of Chaos. Both represent the pinnacle among the 3,000 great Taos. In terms of comprehending the laws, they were by no means slower than Tai Yi. However, saying so would wound Tong Tian's pride too deeply, for Tong Tian possessed only the Zhuxian sword formation and lacked any innate supreme treasure capable of comprehending the laws. If Laozi had claimed they cultivated faster because of their innate supreme treasures, Tong Tian would have felt resentful. Thus Laozi changed his words and spoke of the purple chi of the primordial beginning instead. All three pure ones possessed the purple chi of the primordial beginning. Even Yuanling held a strand of it, whereas Tai Yi did not. This was a justification that would not make Tong Tian feel overshadowed. Yuanling secretly admired his uncle's emotional acuity. Yuanshi also spoke, his gaze settling upon Yuanling. "Yuanling, we shall now return to our seclusion. If you have no pressing matters, go to the Eastern Sea. Return to your Yingzhou Immortal Island and Fangzhong Immortal Island and refine spirit treasures there." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of expectation, and continued, "I have passed on my inheritance of artifact refinement to you, and I hope you will cultivate this path to its fullest realization." Yuanling's heart stirred. Yingzhou Immortal Island and Fangzhong Immortal Island, two of the three chaotic immortal islands born from fragments of the primordial chaos, harbored inexhaustible stores of innate spiritual materials. These materials were not merely wealth, but essential resources for refining artifacts. Yuanling could practice their working with these innate materials to forge spirit treasures, advancing step by step from lower-grade items and steadily honing his craft. The lower and mid-grade innate spiritual materials on the islands, abundant in quantity and sound in quality, were perfectly suited for a beginner to experiment with. And Tao Wu's corpse, that was Yuanshi's final assignment for Yuanling. A beast at the late quasi-saint stage, its materials were already among the finest in the primordial world. If Yuanling could refine it into a later-grade supreme treasure or use the Qianquan cauldron to forge it into a top-grade innate spirit treasure, it would prove he had mastered the art of artifact refinement. Yuanling took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "This disciple understands and will not fail to live up to your expectations." Yuanshi nodded and waved his hand, dismissing him. The three pure ones each sat cross-legged upon their meditation cushions, closed their eyes, and resumed their seclusion. Silence reclaimed the hall of the three pure ones. Yuanling stepped outside and stood amid the swirling mists of Kunlun Mountain, drawing a deep breath. Tao Wu's corpse lay dormant within the Qianquan cauldron, awaiting its refinement. The spiritual materials piled upon Yingzhou and Fangzhong Islands formed mountains of potential waiting to be put to use. In the art of artifact refinement, though Yuanling had received his master Yuanshi's inheritance, he had never truly devoted himself to the craft. Now was the time to settle his mind and delve deeply into study. Yuanling leaped into the air, transforming into a violet gold ray of light as he sped toward the Eastern Sea. Yingzhou Immortal Island, by the shores of the Three Lights' divine waters. Yuanling first visited Fangzhong Immortal Island, sweeping away the greater share of innate spiritual materials that had accumulated there across countless eons. Not all of them, for he left some of the lower-grade materials behind as seeds, allowing the island's spiritual veins to regenerate naturally. He understood the principle of sustainable harvesting. The spiritual materials from both immortal islands were stacked beside the Qianquan cauldron like a towering mountain. The luminous aura of the innate materials swirled around the cauldron, casting a shimmering radiance over all of Yingzhou Island. Yuanling sat cross-legged before the Qianquan cauldron and took a deep breath. If he could not break through to the quasi-saint realm in the short term, he would turn his attention elsewhere. Artifact refinement. He possessed the cultivation base of a great Great Golden Immortal at its peak, alongside a quasi-saint level of law comprehension, the five elements law at 50%. Though his cultivation had not yet reached that level, his grasp of the laws was already sufficient to rival early-stage quasi-saint experts. With the 36 sea-calming pearls and the 5 element spirit pearls continuously replenishing his mana, he could effectively become an emotionless refining machine, working day and night without cease until he forged exactly what he desired. This was not Yuanling's first attempt at refining artifacts. His previous endeavor had taken place on Kunlun Mountain, where he forged 129600 lower-grade later-stage spirit treasures in order to create the post-heavenly Tao script. That time his refining techniques had been rather crude, relying entirely on the overwhelming power of the Qinquan Cauldron and sheer numbers. Among those 129600 spirit treasures, every single one was lower grade. None were mid-grade, let alone upper grade. Yet practice makes perfect. Having refined 129600 spirit treasures, even with rough techniques, his proficiency had undoubtedly taken shape. Yuanling did not rush to work on Tao Wu's corpse. That was his finest material, a late quasi-saint beast, every part of it a treasure. But fine materials must be reserved for when they are truly needed. He could not afford to waste them before his techniques were sufficiently polished. He selected a mid-grade innate spiritual material from the pile and cast it into the Qinquan Cauldron. Within the cauldron, the 5 elements true fire gradually intensified under the guidance of his divine sense, melting, tempering, and reshaping the material. A century later, the first spirit treasure was born. It was a long sword entirely cyan in hue, with faint spiritual light flowing across its blade. Yuanling swept his divine sense over it and detected 27 binding formations. An upper-grade later-stage spirit treasure. Though not an innate spirit treasure, the upper-grade later-stage artifact adorned with 27 binding formations already rivaled some lower-grade innate spirit treasures in power. Moreover, this marked Yuanling's first independently refined upper-grade later-stage spirit treasure, a milestone of great significance. He sheathed the long sword and continued feeding materials into the Qinquan Cauldron. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. His refining techniques accelerated rapidly through relentless practice. With each spirit treasure that emerged, Yuanling meticulously examined the distribution of binding formations, the flow of spiritual light, and the integration of materials, identifying shortcomings to improve upon in the next refinement. Sometimes he would intentionally overload the spiritual materials, testing the limits of the Qinquan Cauldron. Other times he experimented with different firing temperatures, feeling the variations of the 5 elements true fire under different thermal conditions. Occasionally, he would inscribe simple formation arrays into the spirit treasures, testing the compatibility between the formation patterns and the artifact itself. 10,000 years passed, and Yuanling successfully forged his first top-grade later-stage spirit treasure bearing 36 binding formations. 20,000 years passed, and he refined a top-grade later-stage spirit treasure with 40 binding formations. 30,000 years passed, 44 formations. 40,000 years passed, 46 formations. At 50,000 years, Yuanling sat cross-legged before the Qinquan Cauldron, his fingers forming intricate mudras, his divine sense extending like silk threads as he guided the materials within the cauldron to slowly take shape. The cauldron lid opened, and a pillar of spiritual radiance shot skyward. Yuanling reached out, and a spirit treasure fell into his palm. A small banner, its surface embroidered with the 5 elements, Tao patterns, spiritual light swirling across its expanse in 5 vibrant hues. Yuanling's divine sense probed into the 5-colored flag, discovering 48 acquired restrictions within. It was a supreme acquired spiritual treasure, the pinnacle of such artifacts. If a 49th restriction were forged, it would become an acquired supreme treasure rivaling the finest innate spiritual treasures. Although it contained no laws of the Tao nor bore innate fortune in terms of sheer power, this supreme acquired spiritual treasure was already comparable to the ruins extinguishing spear in the hands of the primordial evil general, a superior innate spiritual treasure with 36 restrictions. Yuanling tucked the flag into his storage and let out a long, turbid breath. After forging hundreds of acquired spiritual treasures over 50,000 years, he was prepared. He could begin. Yuanling closed his eyes, seated cross-legged before the Qinquan Cauldron, holding his breath and focusing his mind. He did not rush to work on the Tao Wu corpse. Instead, he first circulated the Jade Purity Immortal art to adjust his magical power to its optimal state. The 36 calming sea pearls revolved slowly around him, the innate spiritual energy from 36 small worlds surging continuously into his meridians, replenishing the magical power consumed over 50,000 years of artifact forging. The 5 elemental spirit pearls formed a 5-element cycle behind him, where metal, wood, water, fire, and earth mutually engendered and restrained, transforming spiritual energy into the purest magical power. With his magical power fully restored and his primordial spirit clear and bright, Yuanling opened his eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and the Tao Wu corpse was taken from the Qinquan Cauldron, suspended above the cauldron's mouth. The corpse of the ferocious beast, dozens of zhang long, was pitch black, with scales gleaming menacingly. Even in death, its baleful aura caused the spirit birds and beasts of Yingzhou Immortal Island to flee far away, not daring to approach. Yuanling gazed at the Tao Wu corpse with a calm expression. The body of a late-stage quasi-saint ferocious beast. Even an ordinary Great Golden Immortal would struggle to leave a mark on it, let alone refine it. But Yuanling's comprehension of the 5-element laws had reached 50%, his law power no less than that of an early quasi-saint great power. The 5-element true fire in his hands was no longer merely fire, but the embodiment of the laws themselves. With the 5 elements engendering each other, fire borrowing wood's momentum, earth aiding metals' sharpness, water, and fire balancing, and the cycle endless, he could refine the Tao Wu corpse. Yuanling pushed his hands forward, and the corpse fell into the Qinkuan cauldron, the lid sealing shut. The five-element true fire ignited within the cauldron, its golden red flames enveloping the Tao's body. The refinement had begun. This time Yuanling did not use the 36 calming sea pearls to replenish his magical power. Although the innate spiritual energy of the calming sea pearls was abundant, he chose to use the 5-element spirit pearls instead. These 5 superior innate spirit pearls each contained a pure form of one of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycled and engendered each other, providing a continuous stream of magical power that was pure in attribute and easy to control. Under Yuanling's control, the 5-element true fire intensified. The Tao's scales were the first to dissolve, not melt, but decomposed by the law power within the fire. The essence of the scales was extracted and merged into the innate indestructible spiritual light within the cauldron, while impurities were incinerated by the flames, vanishing as green smoke. Then came the hide, then the flesh, then the sinews and bones. The Tao's corpse slowly dissolved in the Qinkuan cauldron, inch by inch, transforming into the most primal essence. But one part remained undissolved: the tail. The Tao's tail was its most refined part, with the tip burning with netherworld fire and the tailbone containing the beast's original laws. Even under the 5-element true fire, that tail only glowed slightly red, showing no signs of melting. Yuanling remained unfazed. He stopped trying to refine the entire tail, and instead concentrated all the 5-element true fire on the tailbone, tempering it inch by inch with the power of the laws. The impurities in the tailbone were driven out by the flames, and the Tao's original essence gradually merged into the bone. Fragments of the shattered Hunyuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit fused with the tailbone under the tempering of the 5-element true fire, forming the embryonic restrictions of a spiritual treasure. At the same time, the Qinkuan cauldron began to condense the innate indestructible spiritual light. This was one of the cauldron's most heaven-defying functions, consuming vast amounts of magical power to coalesce the innate indestructible spiritual light. The innate indestructible spiritual light was the origin of innate spiritual treasures. Without it, no matter how fine the materials, an innate spiritual treasure could not be forged. Yuanling's magical power poured into the Qinkuan cauldron like a tidal wave. The 5-element spirit pearls spun wildly, transforming 5-element spiritual energy into magical power to fill the ever-draining void within him. The 5 elements cycled, generating endlessly. The Tao's tail, wrapped in the innate indestructible spiritual light, began to undergo a qualitative transformation. It was no longer the remains of a ferocious beast, but the embryo of a spiritual treasure. Restrictions formed within the embryo, one after another. The first, the second, the third. 10, 20, 30. Yuanling's divine sense darted like a shuttle on a loom, weaving between the restrictions. The formation of each restriction required precise control over the temperature of the 5-element true fire, the flow of the innate indestructible spiritual light, and the distribution of the Tao's essence. Even the slightest deviation could degrade the quality of the spiritual treasure. Time passed in the midst of forging. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Yuanling could not remember how long it had been since he last closed his eyes. His gaze fixed on the Qinkuan cauldron, his hands forming seals, his divine sense like threads, his entire body motionless like a statue. The 5-element spirit pearls revolved slowly behind him, tirelessly supplying him with magical power. 1 Yuan Hui. 129,600 years. Yuanling maintained the same posture for an entire Yuan Hui. Finally, the Qinkuan cauldron trembled lightly, and its lid opened on its own. A black spiritual light surged from the cauldron, shooting straight into the sky. That spiritual light was as black as ink, yet within the darkness a faint purple halo shimmered. It rushed into the mist above Yingzhou Immortal Island, dyeing the entire sky of the island inky black. The spirit birds and beasts on the island lay prostrate on the ground, trembling and not daring to look up. The spiritual light receded, and a spiritual treasure slowly rose from the cauldron. It was a long whip, 1 zhang, and 8 qi in length. The body was forged from the Tao's life-bound tailbone, covered with dark brown bristles, each one like a fine needle glinting coldly in the light. At the tip of the whip was set a fong crystal, ink purple in color, with faint blue flames dancing within. Around the whip, gray-black netherworld turbid aura slowly drifted. The unique aura of the Tao in life, now refined into the spiritual treasure as its hallmark. Yuanling reached out, and the netherworld demon-severing whip fell into his palm. His divine sense probed within. The 48 innate restrictions were complete and intact. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. The corners of Yuanling's mouth lifted slightly. He had succeeded in forging a supreme innate spiritual treasure with 48 innate restrictions. His artifact refining skill had reached the pinnacle of the primordial world. The supreme innate spiritual treasure was named the Netherworld Demon-Severing Whip, forged from the Tao's life-bound tailbone. As its base, with the shattered Hunyuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit and law fragments of the Tao refined into it, coalesced from the innate turbid baleful essence. The Tao's netherworld fire law and the prideful cruelty law in life were all refined into this spiritual treasure. Yuanling grasped the 9 abyss demon whip meticulously, sensing the divine abilities contained within it. The first divine ability, fire entangling doom. Swinging the whip, it coiled the 9 abyss in fire laws of Taowu, corrupting spiritual energy, dissolving the spiritual light of treasures, and sealing the opponent's Tao techniques from functioning. He who is struck by this whip suffers not only physical wounds, but also erosion of the primordial spirit by the 9 abyss in fire, causing his cultivation to steadily decline during battle. The second divine ability, unyielding in death. The bearer of the treasure, even when gravely wounded, will not retreat, and at the brink of death his combat power surges by 30%. This is the manifestation of Taowu's innate nature of never retreating even in death, within the spiritual treasure. He who wields this whip grows more courageous and stronger with each injury, and remains impervious to all soul-bewitching surrender-persuading spells. The third divine ability, Fong Shattering Armor. The Fong crystal at the whip's tip can gnaw through the armor of postnatal ultimate treasures, and even possesses a restraining effect against merit-based spiritual treasures. Taowu's fangs could even crack the finest prenatal spiritual treasures. Though this Fong crystal is only a part of Taowu's Fong, its armor-breaking power is not to be underestimated. Each of the 3 divine abilities serves its purpose. In Fire Entangling Doom focuses on offense, Unyielding in Death on defense, and Fong Shattering Armor on piercing defenses. Combining the 3, Yuanling gained a general understanding of the 9 Abyss Demon Whip's might. It is slightly inferior to the God-slaying spear and the 4 immortal-slaying swords, which are the supreme slaughter treasures of the primordial world. One can slay even a saint, and the other cannot be broken without 4 saints. It is no shame for the 9 Abyss Demon Whip to fall short of them. Yet in pure killing power, the 9 Abyss Demon Whip is absolutely stronger than other ultimate prenatal spiritual treasures. The moment the 9 Abyss Demon Whip emerged, the fortune enveloping Yuqing Immortal Island trembled. This is not a treasure that suppresses fortune. A slaughter treasure neither touches nor nurtures fortune, but its very emergence stirs fluctuations in fortune. The birth of an ultimate prenatal spiritual treasure is a great event for the heavenly Tao. Yuanling absorbed the 9 Abyss Demon Whip into his primordial spirit and let out a long sigh. Throughout the entire Kulpa of artifact refining his spirit had been taught. Now that the treasure was complete, he finally felt the bone-deep fatigue. Yet amid the exhaustion there was greater satisfaction. An ultimate prenatal spiritual treasure forged by his own hands, tempered with his own laws, and infused with his own mana. From raw material to finished product, from embryo to spiritual treasure, every step was completed by him personally. This feeling was utterly different from receiving a gift from the Tao Ancestor. Though the treasures bestowed by the Tao Ancestor were precious, they were the gifts of another. The 9 Abyss Demon Whip, however, was Yuanling's own creation. Yuanling stood up, stretching his stiff body. His joints cracked with a popping sound like a string of firecrackers exploding within him. He glanced at the Qingquan cauldron. The 5 elements' true fire within had been extinguished, leaving only residual warmth on the cauldron's body. He then looked at the 5 elements' spirit pearls. Their radiance had dimmed significantly compared to a Kulpa ago. The continuous output over a Kulpa had consumed most of the spiritual energy they had accumulated. The 5 elements spirit pearls would now need to be nurtured in the spirit veins of Yuqing Immortal Island for some time to recover. As for the 36 Dinghai Divine Pearls, they had not been called upon to exert any effort throughout the entire Kulpa. Yuanling shook his head, absorbed both the 5 elements spirit pearls and the Dinghai Divine Pearls into his primordial spirit, and stored the Qingquan cauldron as well. Then he walked toward the 5-needle pine. The pine had firmly rooted itself by the lakeside, its trunk now thicker than when Yuanling first saw it. Its 5-colored branches stretched in 5 directions, with spiritual light faintly shimmering among the leaves. The 3-light divine water was drawn forth periodically to irrigate its roots, keeping the 5-needle pine in excellent condition. During this time, 2 batches of the prenatal pine cones, which matured once every 90,000 years, had ripened, and Yuanling had plucked them using his primordial spirit power. Yuanling sat cross-legged beneath the 5-needle pine and closed his eyes. The Kulpalong artifact refining was not only the birth of a spiritual treasure, but also his own transformation. The process of refining artifacts was essentially a process of tempering mana and laws. As he used the 5 elements true fire to refine Taowu's corpse, the fragments of laws and remnants of the Tao fruit within the corpse in turn tempered his 5 elements true fire. Through this mutual exchange, his 5 elements laws advanced imperceptibly by a fraction. Though still far from 60%, at least, he was making progress. On Yuqing Immortal Island, spiritual mist swirled, and the 3-colored radiance of the 3-light divine water rippled across the lake. Yuanling sat in stillness beneath the 5-needle pine like a statue. 10,000 years. For mortals, an epic of oceans turning into mulberry fields, for a Great Golden Immortal, but a snap of the fingers. Yet this 10,000 years Yuanling did not cultivate nor refine artifacts. He simply sat quietly adjusting his state. The Kulpalong artifact refining had drained Yuanling's mind, spirit, and essence. He needed time to recover, not to break through realms, but merely to return to that composed state of being. The branches and leaves of the 5-needle pine gently swayed above his head, and the 5-colored spiritual light cascaded down like silken ribbons, shrouding his figure in a hazy Tao rhyme. The 3-colored radiance of the 3-light divine water rippled on the lake, reflecting off the spiritual light of the 5-needle pine. 10,000 years of silent sitting. Not cultivating mana, not contemplating laws, but simply allowing the mind to return to tranquility. Like a pool of muddy water quietly settling, letting the sediment sink to the bottom and the clear water re-emerge. Huff! Yuanling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air which shot out like an arrow traveling 3 feet before lingering in the air without dispersing. That was not ordinary breath, but the stagnant air accumulated over 10,000 years of silent sitting, the impurities of his mental state. As the turbid air dispersed, Yuanling opened his eyes. Those eyes were clearer than 10,000 years ago, like 2 deep pools reflecting the sky of Yuanshi Immortal Island. His state had returned. Yuanling's gaze fell upon the massive rock beside the Qingquan cauldron. The Chaos Stone, also the treasure-dividing rock outside the Zhixiao Palace. As one of the most supreme refining materials, if used to forge a spiritual treasure, it would yield at least a postnatal ultimate treasure in grade. But Yuanling merely glanced at it and looked away. 10,000 years ago, he had just used Tao Wu's corpse to refine the 9 Abyss Demon Whip, an ultimate prenatal spiritual treasure with 48 restrictions. The refining of that treasure had consumed a vast amount of Yuanling's fortune. Though fortune is invisible and intangible, Yuanling could sense that the cloud of fortune above his head had thinned slightly compared to before the refining. If he refined another ultimate prenatal spiritual treasure, the consumption of fortune would be even greater. Should fortune fall to a critical point, unfortunate events might occur. Stepping out and stepping on a prenatal spiritual treasure only to have it explode, going berserk during closed-door cultivation, or even being entangled by the calamity energy of a great tribulation and inexplicably drawn into a slaughter calamity. Yuanling shivered and abandoned the idea of refining the Chaos Stone. He currently lacked no spiritual treasures. Whether it was a postnatal ultimate treasure or an ultimate prenatal spiritual treasure, having one more or one less made little difference. There was no need to risk it for such a trivial gain. He would keep the Chaos Stone and refine it later when his fortune had recovered. Just as Yuanling was about to rise, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The formation surrounding Yuanshi Immortal Island had been triggered. It was not a forcible breach, but someone had bypassed the formation's barriers and entered the island directly. The intruder's speed was inconceivable. From the moment the formation was disturbed to the instant he appeared before Yuanling, there was virtually no interval of time. A golden figure stepped forth from the void, golden robes, flowing golden hair, and golden eyes that held a faint, amiable smile. His aura blazed like a scorching sun, fierce and vast, yet he restrained it with such precision that not a single blade of grass or tree on Yuanshi Immortal Island felt oppressed. Tai, the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan, master of the Chaos Bell, the foremost being of the primordial wilderness. Only he who had mastered the laws of time and space could enter Yuanshi Immortal Island without triggering any prohibitions. Not by breaking the formation nor by circumventing it, but by directly traversing the fabric of space and time. Yuanling rose to his feet, his expression unreadable as he gazed at Tai. Daoist Tai, ye have you no manners. His tone carried a hint of displeasure, not mere politeness but genuine dissatisfaction. Yuanshi Immortal Island was his domain, a private retreat for seclusion and artifact forging. Tai had barged in without so much as a greeting, and though he had caused no damage, the act itself was disrespectful. Tai withdrew a jade talisman from his sleeve. The talisman was celadon in color, inscribed with profound Taoist patterns, and faint Yuqing immortal light shimmered within it. The talisman itself possessed no function. It was not a spiritual treasure, nor a magical artifact, merely an ordinary jade token. But within it was stored a wisp of Yuqing Dharma power, a unique signature of Yuanshi Tianzun, serving as proof of identity. I hold in my hand a talisman from Taoist Yuanshi, so I can hardly be said to have trespassed into your domain. Tai flashed the Yuqing divine talisman briefly before tucking it back into his sleeve, his tone tinged with playful mischief. Yuanling's mouth twitched. A talisman from his master. Then there was no issue. Tai Yi's smile faded, and he said seriously, Taoist Yuanling, after one culpa, my elder brother Dijun will hold the celestial marriage with Shiha, the lunar sovereign in the heavenly court, presided over by the Empress Nuwa. He paused, then continued, our demon clan has already invited the other great cultivators of the primordial wilderness. I personally visited Kunlun Mountain, and Taoist Yuanshi said you were on Yuanshi Immortal Island, so he gave me this Yuqing divine talisman to extend the invitation. The celestial marriage. Yuanling was momentarily stunned, then a wave of understanding washed over him. Dijun and Shiha as the sovereigns of the sun and moon uniting in a celestial marriage, the union of sun and moon, was a monumental event in the primordial wilderness, a bond ordained by the heavenly Tao. Yuanling recalled that in the original course of events, the celestial marriage of Dijun and Shiha was a far-reaching affair. The merit from the marriage would grant tremendous benefits to Dijun, Nuwa, and Shiha. Dijun was already at the mid-stage quasi-saint. The merit of the celestial marriage, while insufficient to elevate him to the late stage, would deepen his dharma power and refine his comprehension of the laws. Nuwa, as the officiant of the marriage, would also receive a share of the merit. The greatest beneficiary, however, would be Shiha. As the lunar sovereign and a primordial divine being, her cultivation was already formidable. After the celestial marriage, she would become the heavenly empress ruling the heavenly court alongside Dijun. The merit of the marriage would be enough for her to sever her second corpse and break through to the mid-stage quasi-saint. By then the Heavenly Court would gain another mid-stage quasi-saint among its top combatants. Yuanling nodded, and replied calmly, after one culpa, I shall arrive as promised. Tai Yi smiled faintly, then casually dispersed the Yuqing divine talisman in his hand. The talisman dissolved into specks of spiritual light, vanishing into the mist of Yingzhou Immortal Island. Then I shall not disturb you further, Taoist Yuanling. Tai Yi clasped his hands, and his figure flickered in the void before disappearing entirely. He came and went like the wind, leaving no trace. Yingzhou Immortal Island returned to its tranquil state. Yuanling stood still, gazing at the spot where Tai Yi had vanished, lost in thought. Dijuan was about to hold the celestial marriage, which would add another mid-stage quasi-saint to the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the merit from the marriage would greatly enhance the power of Dijuan Yuhua and Shiha. Yuanling doubted that Dijuan or Yuhua could break through to the late-stage quasi-saint solely through the merit of the celestial marriage. Reaching the late stage depended on comprehending the laws, not merit. But Shiha would certainly sever her second corpse and advance to the mid-stage quasi-saint. After the celestial marriage, the Heavenly Court's strength would rise to a new level. Though Yuhua was the empress of the demon clan, she took little interest in their affairs, holding only a nominal title, much like the Queen Mother of the West who had joined the Zifu Immortal Court. Thus, the Heavenly Court possessed three mid-stage quasi-saints: the Heavenly Emperor Dijuan, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, and the Shi Emperor Fuxi. After the celestial marriage, the Heavenly Empress Shiha would join their ranks. 4 mid-stage quasi-saints along with the 10 early-stage quasi-saint demon saints. Though most had only recently severed their corpses and were still shallow in cultivation, 10 early-stage quasi-saints were still a formidable force in the primordial wilderness. 14 quasi-saints. That was the Heavenly Court's current foundation. As for the Zifu Immortal Court, the Eastern Prince was a mid-stage quasi-saint, and the Queen Mother of the West was also a mid-stage quasi-saint, but the Queen Mother was a mere figurehead who would not truly act. The great primordial beings like the Thunder Marsh deity and the Nether Ancestor Pan, though they had severed their corpses under the auspices of the Zifu Immortal Court's fortune, and their numbers of quasi-saints were comparable to the demon clan, most were only at the early stage. When compared, the fall of the Zifu Immortal Court seemed only a matter of time. Yuanling pondered, and an answer gradually took shape in his mind. The only trump card the Zifu Immortal Court might have was the Myriad Immortals formation. But could the Myriad Immortals formation truly stand against the demon clan's Zhou Tian Xingdou formation? Yuanling shook his head. Forget the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation. If Dijuan and Tai Yi broke through to the late-stage quasi-saint, Dijuan could use the Hichu Luoshu to establish the Hundun Hua Grand formation, while Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell. The two of them alone might be enough to annihilate the Zifu Immortal Court. The Myriad Immortals formation was nothing but a joke in the face of an absolute disparity in combat power. Dijuan had not yet made a move, not because he feared the Zifu Immortal Court, but because he was waiting for Tai Yi to break through to the late-stage quasi-saint, waiting for Shiha to join the Heavenly Court after the celestial marriage, waiting for the Heavenly Court's fortune to become even more stable. Once the time was ripe, Dijuan would sweep away the Zifu Immortal Court with the force of a thunderbolt, then turn his attention to Buzhou Mountain and contend with the Wu clan for the position of the primordial wilderness as sovereign. The Wu clan. Only then did Yuanling think of the other protagonists of the culpa. Compared to the demon clan's Heavenly Court and the Zifu Immortal Court, the Wu clan had remained remarkably low-key, lurking only around the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain. Currently, the Wu clan was sitting securely, watching from a distance as the demon clan and the Zifu Immortal Court fought each other. Once both sides were sufficiently weakened, the Wu clan would emerge to pick up the spoils. The 12 ancestral witches were 12 supreme, primordial divine beings. When they last met at Zishao Palace, Hotu was still at the early stage quasi-saint, but she had been on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, after one culpa, Hotu had surely reached the mid-stage quasi-saint, and the cultivation of the other ancestral witches would not be inferior to hers. When the 12 fiend ancestors joined forces, they could deploy the Dutian divine fiend formation to summon Panga's true body. It was a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth, invincible to any being below the saint of the heavenly Tao, and unassailable without the Zhodian star formation. It was difficult for the demon clan to triumph over the Wu clan. Yuanling, upon pondering this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Dijuan. Dijuan had been thrust into the forefront, forced to charge ahead with no choice but to steel himself. He had already established the demon clan, built the Heavenly Court, and become the protagonist of the Great Calamity. Like an arrow shot from a bow, there was no turning back. Now, even if he wished to retreat, it was impossible. In Dijuan's initial vision, his only adversary was Dong Wang, a mere skeletal remnant in a tomb. How could he have taken him seriously? But then, out of nowhere, a descendant of Pangu emerged, one bearing the authentic Pangu bloodline, with the merit of creation, vying with him for the position of lord over the primordial wilderness. Moreover, the Tao ancestor had already merged with the heavenly Tao. If Dijuan could not achieve sainthood before the appearance of the saints, he would likely never have another chance. Once the saints emerged, the structure of the primordial wilderness would be set, with the heavenly Tao saints in command who would dare to act rashly. Even if Dijuan harbored the most ambitious schemes before the saints, he could only bow his head. Thus he had no choice but to gamble everything, succeed or perish. In the end, the only outcome would be to return to the ocean of primordial true spirits awaiting the boundless culpas before re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. Yuanling withdrew his thoughts and let out a soft sigh. The great calamity was about to rise, and the primordial wilderness would descend into chaos. Who would win, and who would lose, who would live, and who would die? All were merely the course of fate. On Ingzhou Immortal Island, the branches of the five-needle pine swayed gently in the breeze. Yuanling sat cross-legged beneath the tree, gazing at the shimmering lake of three lights' divine water, yet his mind was occupied with another matter. A matter that left him quite helpless. When will this poor Taoist finally break through to the quasi-sage realm? He murmured to himself, his tone tinged with urgency and a hint of resentment. If Yuanling were now a quasi-sage grand cultivator, he would not be idly sitting here. He would go directly to Western Kunlun and discuss with Shi Wangmu the ownership of the Western plain-colored cloud boundary flag. Of course, discuss was merely a euphemism. With Yuanling's temperament having truly reached the quasi-sage realm, he would likely go straight to her door politely, but with clear intent. The flag belongs to me. What do you want? I'll give you whatever you desire. If you refuse, then I simply won't leave. Of course, he might also directly resort to force. After all, with the backing of the three pure ones, if he snatched Shi Wangmu's spiritual treasure, could she even lodge a complaint? Where could she complain? The heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao was too occupied with trivial matters. The Tao Ancestor. He had merged with the Tao and no longer concerned himself with mundane affairs. Unfortunately, he was still not a quasi-sage, so the Western plain-colored cloud boundary flag remained in Shi Wangmu's hands. The last of the primordial five directional flags seemed forever out of reach. Yuanling sighed, his thoughts drifting to the primordial five directional flags: the central yellow flag of Wuji, the eastern blue lotus banner, the southern ground flame flag, the western plain-colored cloud boundary flag, and the northern mystic Yuan water flag. When the five flags were united, they could form the primordial five directional flag formation. Five supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures merged into a cycle of the five elements with a defensive power so immense that Yuanling dare not even imagine it. If wielded by a quasi-sage at the initial stage, it would likely be impenetrable to any being below a saint. If wielded by a quasi-sage at the great perfection stage, Yuanling estimated that even a heavenly Tao saint might not be able to break it. The primordial five directional flags had never been truly assembled in the primordial wilderness except once in the hands of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. But the Tao Ancestor had never used this formation, so the beings of the primordial wilderness knew nothing of its true power. In contrast, the immortal killing sword formation had a far more fearsome reputation. Demon Ancestor Luo, who had used it to dominate the Dragon Han calamity, leaving countless primordial divinities trembling in terror. Since then, the name Immortal Killing Sword Formation had become synonymous with the supreme killing formation of the primordial wilderness. Yet in Yuanling's view, the formation's fame far exceeded its actual combat record. It sounded terrifying, but in practice, it had never won a battle. Yuanling carefully recalled the battle record of the Immortal Killing Sword Formation. At the end of the Dragon Han calamity, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun had suppressed the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin, who were corrupted by the calamity's influence. Simultaneously, Ancestor Yang Mei, Ancestor Yin Yang, and Ancestor Qian Kuan had traveled to Mount Sumeru in the west to disrupt Luo, whose breakthrough to the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. Luo, who deployed the Immortal Killing Sword Formation. Ancestor Yin Yang and Ancestor Qian Kuan fell. Ancestor Yang Mei, relying on the law of space, barely escaped with severe injuries. And then Hongjun arrived. Alone, using only his three-corpse incarnation, he broke the formation. Luo, who suffered a catastrophic defeat, self-destructed the Western Earth veins and transformed into the demon realm. The four immortal killing swords and the formation diagram fell into Hongjun's hands. That was the formation's debut. Then came the investiture calamity, when Tongtian's sect leader set up the immortal killing sword formation, exuding arrogance for a time. Primordial Heavenly Lord, protected by the Qingyun of the heavens above his head, entered the formation alone to withstand the edge of the immortal killing sword. The sword chi surged like a tide, slicing off one of the protective lotuses from his body, but he retreated unscathed without a single injury. Acknowledging that he could not break the formation alone, he immediately set out to seek reinforcements from Lord Lao. But unable to break and unable to escape were two different matters. The Heavenly Lord could enter and exit at will. The immortal killing sword formation could not trap him. Lord Lao then entered the gate of subduing demons alone, used the one breath, transforming three purities, to send three clones to entangle Tongtian's sect leader, and took the opportunity to strike him several times with his flat staff. Lord Lao did not break the formation either, but he moved freely within it, and the formation could not confine him. After the battle, Lord Lao himself declared the immortal killing formation could only be broken by the combined might of four saints. Two saints could not break it, but the formation could not trap them either. Thereupon the Heavenly Lord and Lord Lao invited the two Western saints, and the four primordial saints each took charge of one of the four gates. The four saints simultaneously activated their supreme treasures to lock down the power of the four swords, while Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yuding Jinren, and Daoxing Tianzun entered the formation and removed the four immortal swords. With the four swords removed, the immortal killing sword formation completely collapsed. Tongtian's sect leader suffered a great defeat and fled alone, preserving only the formation diagram. That was the formation's second appearance. Yuanling concluded in both appearances the opponents of the immortal killing sword formation were the most supreme beings of the primordial wilderness. The first time the opponent was the Dao Ancestor Hongjun, who broke the formation. The second time the opponents were 4 heavenly Dao saints who also broke it. The immortal killing sword formation had never lost to any opponent below the saint level. From this perspective it was indeed formidable. But Yuanling felt something was off. The formation was said to be unbreakable without 4 saints. Yet the Heavenly Lord and Lord Lao had entered and exited at will without suffering any injury. In fact, they could come and go as they pleased. They could not break the formation, but they were never trapped. The formation's ability to imprison enemies was virtually zero against saints. And what about enemies below the saint level? Naturally, they would be cut down with a single sword strike. All beings beneath saints are mere ants. Did you think the Dao Ancestor was joking? But on second thought, if the immortal killing sword formation were used as a defensive formation, it would be unparalleled in the primordial wilderness. Unbreakable without 4 saints. So as long as I set up the formation, unless you gather 4 saints, you cannot break through. I will not attack. I will simply guard this place, and you will have no way to deal with me. In that sense, Tongtian Jiazhu truly didn't know how to wield the immortal slaying sword formation. He always thought to use it offensively, to trap enemies, to kill enemies. But when foes refused to enter, he could only fret. When they did enter, he couldn't even slay them. If he had used the immortal slaying sword formation as a defensive formation, unless all 4 saints gathered, his ultimate turtle shell would be even tougher than Laozi's Taiji diagram combined with the universe tower of heaven and earth. However, the immortal slaying sword formation required prior setup and the enemy's entry into the formation. If the enemy refused to enter, the formation was useless. You couldn't possibly set up the immortal slaying sword formation everywhere you went, could you? That was unrealistic. Thus Yuanling felt the formation was rather useless. Its power was immense, but its limitations were equally great. Of course, Yuanling only dared to think these words, never uttering them aloud. Uncle Tongtian's sore spot was the immortal slaying sword formation. Anyone who spoke ill of it would incur his wrath. Yuanling withdrew his thoughts and redirected his attention to the primordial 5-sided banners. The immortal slaying sword formation was the foremost killing formation in the primordial world, strong in offense, but weak in defense, or rather it excelled at defense, but lacked the ability to trap. The primordial 5-sided banner formation was entirely different, purely defensive, only guarding without attacking. Once the 5-element cycle was established, one had to break all 5 simultaneously to dismantle the formation. As long as one banner remained, the other 4 would replenish their energy through the 5-element cycle, continuing to sustain the formation. What did this imply? It meant that to break the primordial 5-sided banner formation, one had to attack all 5 points simultaneously, with each attack's intensity exceeding the banner's endurance limit. Yuanling speculated that the primordial 5-sided banner formation, when set up by a Hunyuan saint, might be even more formidable than the immortal slaying sword formation, requiring 5 saints to break it. The immortal slaying sword formation required 4 saints to break, but 2 saints could enter and exit freely, and 4 could dismantle it. The primordial 5-sided banner formation, however, required 5 saints to break. If 5 saints couldn't be gathered, even entry was impossible. That was the difference. Of course, this was merely Yuanling's speculation. The primordial 5-sided banners had never been assembled in the primordial world, and no one knew their limits. Yet Yuanling had great confidence in this formation, for the primordial 5-sided banners themselves were the most supreme defensive type primordial spirit treasures. 5 supreme primordial spirit treasures, each bearing 48 innate restrictions, were individually capable of suppressing the fortune of an entire realm. When the primordial 5-sided banners united, the 5 elements cycled endlessly, generating life without cease. Yuanling estimated that if a cultivator at the early quasi-saint stage held the banners to set up the formation, even a quasi-saint great perfection opponent might not be able to break through. If a quasi-saint great perfection powerhouse set up the primordial 5-sided banner formation, to break it one would need either 5 great cultivators of equal cultivation level wielding supreme killing treasures to simultaneously attack the 5 banners, or else one would have to request a heavenly Dao saint wielding a supreme killing treasure to intervene. Below the saint level, there was no solution. At this thought, Yuanling suddenly recalled his grandmaster Uncle Laozi. Laozi's characteristic was to defend only, never attacking. The universe tower of heaven and earth was unparalleled in defense, impervious to all methods. The Taiji diagram, which suppressed the primordial chaos, was also renowned for its defensive capabilities. Both were supreme defensive treasures. If Laozi encountered the primordial 5-sided banner formation, Yuanling couldn't help but laugh. His grandmaster uncle would probably only stand outside the formation staring helplessly. He couldn't break the 5 banners' defense, and the banners couldn't break his defense. 2 lumps of iron colliding. Neither could do anything to the other. Laozi would likely shake his head, utter a single good, and then turn and leave. No more fighting, wasting my time. Yuanling laughed for a while, then composed himself and closed his eyes again. The matter of the Western Plain Cloud banner couldn't be rushed. It had to wait until he broke through to Quasi-Saint, or until the Purple Mansion Immortal Court was destroyed by the Demon Court. as for which was stronger between the immortal slaying sword formation and the primordial five-sided banner formation. That was something only saints needed to consider. Moreover, Yuanling hadn't yet obtained the Western Plain Cloud banner. Thinking about it was useless, as Queen Mother of the West wouldn't give it to him. On the immortal island of Ingzhou, 20,000 years passed quietly. The branches and leaves of the five-needle pine swayed gently in the breeze, while five-colored spiritual light cascaded down like silk ribbons. The three-light divine water lake sparkled with three-colored radiance rippling across its surface. The figure beneath the five-needle pine had remained motionless for 20,000 years. Yuanling sat cross-legged, eyes slightly closed with mana slowly circulating around his body. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A glint of sharp light flashed in his deep gaze, which fell upon the depths of his primordial spirit, the direction of the five elements tower and the yin-yang orb. His divine sense probed into the small worlds of the two spirit treasures. Inside the five elements tower, the five elements spiritual energy circulated endlessly with five-colored light flowing like woven silk. In the center of the small world, the peacock that had curled up for countless ages finally stretched its body. Its tail feathers spread open and five-colored light flowed among the feathers, gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow, complete with the five elements. Its body slowly rose and fell in the five elements spiritual energy, and above its head a golden immortal Tao fruit was condensing. Inside, the yin-yang orb, black and white chi intertwined like a ring. The rock spread its wings, its golden feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen in the yin-yang chi. Black and white chi swirled around its body, and above its head a golden immortal Tao fruit was also slowly taking shape. The two Tao fruits condensed almost simultaneously. However, Yuanling's divine sense caught an extremely subtle time difference. The peacock's Tao fruit was a step ahead. It was merely a gap of an instant, but indeed a step ahead. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanling's mouth. Both of his disciples would transform and emerge into the world at the golden immortal cultivation level. Yuanling's eldest disciple Zhu Li had only been at the early mystic immortal stage when she transformed, but that was because the Vermilion Bird clan's origin was special, requiring postnatal cultivation to gradually awaken. Zhu Li's potential was no less than that of the peacock and golden-winged rock, who were born with primordial chi. As for foundation, who could ever be certain? Whether a primordial being transformed at the mystic immortal or golden immortal stage did not determine their future heights. In the end, cultivation depended on comprehension and fortune. With good comprehension, one could grasp the power of laws and effortlessly break through bottlenecks. With strong fortune, under fortunate circumstances, one could sever the corpse and break through to quasi-saint or even attain sainthood. So-called talent ceased to be important after reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Before Great Luo, competition was about origin, resources, and cultivation techniques. After Great Luo, only two things mattered: comprehension and fortune. This was also why future saints would establish great sects. By taking disciples and spreading teachings, they gathered fortune. The more prosperous a sect's fortune, the faster one's cultivation speed, and the easier it was to break through bottlenecks. Fortune was something invisible and intangible, yet it was everywhere. Inside the five elements tower, the golden immortal Tao fruit above the peacock's head condensed to its utmost, then suddenly withdrew and vanished into its brow. Instantly, five-colored light blazed. A massive phantom of a peacock spread its tail feathers within the radiance, and five-colored divine light swept across the entire small world. After the light subsided, the gate of the five elements tower opened automatically, and a colorful figure flew out from the tower, landing on the ground of the immortal island of Ingzhou. The colorful robed maiden, just 16 years of age, possessed immortal flesh and jade bones, her features incomparably beautiful. She wore a five-colored dress embroidered with peacock feather patterns, and as she walked it seemed as if five-colored radiance circulated around her. Her demeanor was cold as frost, with an innate haughtiness between her brows. The innate five-element chi swirled around her like five spiritual serpents weaving between her fingertips. Almost at the same instant, a transformation occurred within the yin-yang pearl. In the pearl's miniature world, the black and white energies violently contracted, all of them pouring into the great Peng bird's body. The golden-winged Peng Diao let out a long cry toward the heavens, spread its wings, flew out from the pearl, and landed beside the peacock. Clad in golden feathers, with a youthful appearance, handsome features, and a hint of wild pride between his brows. His cascading golden hair draped over his shoulders, golden eyes blazing with sharp radiance. The innate yin-yang energies swirled around him, black and white interweaving like a Taiji diagram. The maiden stepped forward, kneeling before Yuanling, her voice cold as a clear spring. "Disciple Kong, Xian pays respects to the master." The youth followed immediately, also kneeling, his voice bright and clear. "Disciple Yu Xian pays respects to the master." Yuanling looked at this pair of siblings before him, his expression slightly freezing. Kong Xian. Not Kong Xian, but Kong Xian. She truly had become the peacock wisdom mother. Yuanling cursed inwardly, but showed nothing on his face. His expression unchanged, he waved his hand, his tone flat. "Rise." Kong Xian and Yu Xian stood up, hands at their sides. Yuanling sat cross-legged beneath a five-needle pine, his gaze sweeping over the two disciples, beginning the formal introduction. "I am Yuanling, a direct disciple of Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun, one of the three pure ones of Panga's lineage. I created the post-celestial script benefiting all races of the great wilderness possessing great merit toward heaven and earth. His tone was unhurried, yet carried an inherent majesty. After the second lecture at the Purple Mist Palace, I became the heaven-destined saint, holding the Hongming purple chi of the Tao's foundation with enlightenment within reach. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flickering in both their eyes. Heaven-destined Saint Hongming purple chi. The weight of these two terms, though they were merely golden immortals, was something they understood clearly. After all, as primordial beings, they both possessed primordial inheritances, and as descendants of Yuan Feng, they also carried the Phoenix clan's lineage. Yuanling continued, before you two, I only had one disciple, your senior sister, Zhu Li, daughter of the southern redbird Ling Guang, Shenjun, one of the four divine supports of heaven. She is currently in seclusion in the southern wastelands flaming wind sea, condensing the Tao fruit of Great Golden Immortal. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian nodded, slightly committing this name to their hearts. Yuanling's tone suddenly deepened, carrying a solemnity. Since you two have entered my sect, you must observe the sect rules. His gaze swept over both disciples, speaking word by word. The teaching of our Yuqing lineage is called Explain. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian pricked up their ears. To explain means to illuminate the profound mechanisms of the heavenly Tao, to proclaim the cosmic order fundamentally based on conforming to heaven's mandate, maintaining proper hierarchy and the gradation of the heavenly Tao, believing that heaven's Tao has its own destined numbers and must not be defied or disrupted, and to propagate the orthodox great Tao on heaven's behalf. After Yuanling finished, he looked at his two disciples. Kong Xian pondered thoughtfully while Yu Yixian looked bewildered. Summarized in one sentence, it meant to walk in accordance with heaven, illuminate the heavenly Tao, select the worthy to receive the Tao, and determine the cultivation grades of the world. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian only understood the last point, selecting the worthy to receive the Tao. Those who were neither primordial beings nor extraordinarily gifted could not enter the Yuqing lineage. Though their understanding was not comprehensive, it was largely correct. Yuanling did not expect two golden immortals to fully comprehend the true meaning. Once their cultivation grew higher, they would naturally understand. Kong Xian thought for a moment, her voice cool. Master, your disciple is merely a golden immortal cultivation, unable to divine the heavenly mechanisms. If I must walk in accordance with heaven, how should I know heaven's will? Her question was very practical. Walking in accordance with heaven required knowing what heaven was first. If one didn't even know what heaven was, how could one accord with it? Yuanling raised his head proudly, the corners of his lips slightly curving upward, his tone carrying an air of absolute certainty. It matters not. Remember just one thing. He paused, speaking word by word. What your master says is the heavenly mechanism. Kong Xian, Yu Yixian. Both disciples' expressions froze simultaneously. What the master said was the heavenly mechanism. Then what was the heavenly Tao for? Looking at Yuanling's expression of absolute certainty, a thought simultaneously arose in their hearts. This master seemed rather unreliable. But what they didn't know was that Yuanling's words were not something he invented himself. He had received the true transmission of Yuanshi Tianzun, the future lord of the teaching of explanation, whose core teaching was my heart, is the heavenly heart, my will, is the heavenly will. The heavenly heart is nothing beyond one's original heart. The heavenly will does not exceed one's own will. The great Tao of heaven and earth was transformed and born from Pangu's primordial origin. I inherit Pangu's authentic lineage, and my Tao heart connects with the innate heavenly heart. The principles of the heavenly Tao's operation are entirely within my heart's comprehension. The order I determine is the orthodox order of heaven and earth. The tribulations I choose are the destined numbers of the heavenly Tao. Conforming to my Tao is conforming to heaven, opposing my original heart is opposing heaven. The rise and fall of all things, the cycles of tribulations, are all verified by the original heart against the heavenly heart. Where my heart judges, there are the celestial laws. This is Yuanshi Tianzun's Tao. Yuanling merely summarized this passage in advance and spoke it to his two disciples. Of course, he summarized it more directly. Seeing his two disciples' expressions of speechlessness, Yuanling didn't care and continued. Remember one sentence, you two siblings. In the great wilderness, only the Yuqing lineage may be the strongest. He paused, a sharp gleam flickering in his gaze. If anyone dares to disagree, then let's have a bout. Do you understand the weight of the three pure ones? Pangu's authentic lineage, the merit of opening the heavens, primordial supreme treasures, heaven-destined saint, the strongest blade, gun, and cannon of the great wilderness with no exception. Who dares to disagree? Disciple understands. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian responded with helpless expressions, already beginning to suspect whether the heavenly Tao was blind to have chosen such an unreliable person as a heaven-destined saint. But suspicions were suspicions, they still had to give their master face. Yuanling shifted the topic, his tone relaxing considerably. When your senior sister Zhu Li joined my sect, I bestowed upon her the supreme grade, primordial spiritual treasure, the Jade Void, glazed lamp. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian's eyes simultaneously lit up. Supreme grade, primordial spiritual treasure. Though they were merely golden immortals, they knew what a supreme grade, primordial spiritual treasure meant. Yuan Feng, lord of the Phoenix clan, and their mother during the Dragon Han Tribulation, at its most prosperous, had only two supreme grade, primordial spiritual treasures in hand. Moreover, the southern Li Di flame banner was taken by the great ancestral deity after the tribulation ended, leaving Yuan Feng with only one accompanying supreme treasure. The master would bestow a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure with a single gesture. Kong Xian and Yu Yixian exchanged glances, their eyes full of anticipation. Yuanling raised his hand, summoning the 5 elements pagoda to float above his palm. A 5-tiered pagoda, its entire body flowing with 5 colors, its surface inscribed with countless primordial 5 elements law runes. Metals sharpness, woods vitality, waters downward, moistening fires upward, blazing earth's substantial weight. 5 forces interweaved on the pagoda's surface, forming a perfect 5-element cycle.